You inadvertently stumbled upon the aloof campus beauty while she was bathing. Upon being discovered, rather than rebuking you as a pervert, she generously unveiled her towel, inviting you to behold her. Even more astonishingly, she decided, in accordance with custom, to offer herself to you. From that moment forth, she devoted herself to washing your clothes, preparing your meals, and tidying up your home. In the evenings, she would embrace you and shower you with affection, even showcasing her intimate attire. All of this exquisite reality commenced one fateful night. As you were returning home from a late study session, you discovered that you resided in the same building as the campus beauty. You subsequently inhaled a delicate fragrance, your heart brimming with excitement as you stepped into the elevator. Simultaneously, both of you pressed the button for the 17th floor. A sense of secret elation coursed through you. Could it be that this enchanting campus beauty resided on the very same floor as you? Will we not always encounter each other thereafter? Hee hee. The fleeting reverie lingers until you unlock the door to your home. The campus belle effortlessly walked into your home, as if she were entering her own abode, without even a greeting. Have you truly lost your senses? Even as a guest, one should first extend greetings to the host, should they not? As Youyou gracefully stepped through the threshold, she delicately arched her fair, tender feet, leaving her shoes at the entrance. Barefoot, she glided into the living room, casting a thoughtful gaze around the space before settling onto the sofa. You entered the living room with a look of bewilderment, and there, you slowly lifted your gaze. A serene composure graces your exquisite visage. Your name is Lin Yu, is it not? I touched my nose instinctively. She then inquired, how old are you this year? Without comprehending the reason, I felt a surge of nervousness, immediately straightening up as if under instruction. I am 20 years old, a sophomore in the management department, I replied. Seeing you in a state of nervousness, a smile involuntarily graces your previously expressionless face. What a charming young man you are. Do you know me? A fleeting glimpse of youthful innocence crossed your face. What is it? I suppose there are not many individuals at Aoki Academy who are unfamiliar with their classmates, particularly among the boys. Bai Youyou rose gracefully from the sofa, her hands clasped behind her back. With measured steps, she approached you, her voice as melodious as that of a lark. You appeared somewhat anxious. You swallowed hard, somewhat unnaturally. Why does this campus belle appear so enchanting now? At the tender age of 20, Bai Youyou gracefully circled the needle. Is this your rented abode? It is the delicate fragrance emanating from Youyou that incessantly tantalizes your olfactory senses. Why is it that a girl can possess such an enchanting scent? It seems to transcend the essence of mere perfume. Moreover, how is it that she knows me? Suddenly, Youyou leaned closer to Lin Yu. The fair complexion and exquisite features of her face are now laid bare before you. With earnestness, she inquires classmate Lin Yu, do you desire a wife? As a sophomore, it feels somewhat peculiar to broach the subject of marriage or a spouse. Although, according to current laws in our country, the age of 20 is indeed a legally recognized age for matrimony, we must acknowledge that we are still, after all, university students. The reason I pose this question is that I often find myself at a loss for words. One could say that I am navigating the academic realm of Qingmu Academy, the ideal lover in the minds of nearly all young men. This perfect maiden now suddenly appears to desire independence. With a gentle grace, she delicately lifts Lin Yu's chin. You suddenly find this scene rather familiar. Is this not reminiscent of some cliché involving a domineering CEO? No, that cannot be right. Clearly, there's been a mix-up with the script. While you remind yourself that this must be a dream, a part of you secretly wishes for this dream to persist. Why pose such a question? As you gently retract your delicate hand, I believe you should first address my inquiries. Or perhaps, are you merely an unenthusiastic recluse who shuns the company of real women? The overweight recluse has provoked you, igniting an immediate desire to unleash your inner cosmos. However, in the presence of Bai Youyou's exquisite beauty, I found myself utterly lacking in courage. I'm not a mere shootin', you whispered softly, yet your gaze dared not meet Bai Youyou's. As a gentle smile graced her lips, she calmly returned to the sofa, promptly retrieving several volumes of anime magazines from beneath the couch in the drawer of the coffee table. Ah, and what splendid covers they bore, akin to those charmingly polite Lolas. You can only feel that Bai Youyou has completely transformed into a demon, while you find yourself entirely at her mercy. Even in your second year of university, you are still infatuated with such trivialities. The anime magazines lie upon the coffee table, and to you, it feels akin to being subjected to public humiliation. Thus, Lin Yu, it is now your turn to respond to my inquiry. Bai Youyou was quite pleased with this outcome, effortlessly clapping her hands as if she had resolved a matter of little significance. You express a sense of vulnerability and uncertainty among your peers. Feel free to articulate your desires openly. From this day forth, I shall reside here. As I rise from my contemplative state, I earnestly declare our cohabitation, a shared existence. You feel as though you have lost your wits, and overwhelmed by astonishment. Your once gentle and harmonious voice now sounds remarkably jarring. It seems you are rather reluctant, as you are ensnared by a gaze that emanates danger. You can only feel a prickling sensation at the nape of your neck. What is it that one seeks in this ever-flowing tapestry of life? Lacking both wealth and power, one finds oneself in a position where even appearances are but ordinary, neither strikingly unattractive nor particularly handsome. With a gaze that is both playful and enigmatic, she looks at you and inquires, "What do you think? Have you pondered how to respond to me?" "I suppose I can manage," I reply. "After all, I have nothing to lose. Living with such a delicate and charming beauty, others would undoubtedly be thrilled in my place." However, just as you are still reeling from the shock of cohabitation, an even more significant development unfolds. With a contented nod, you express your approval. "Very well. Do you have classes tomorrow morning?" "There are no classes in the morning." As a top student, you effortlessly exclaim, "Very well. Remember to prepare your household registration book and ID card tomorrow morning before we go out." You are left with a myriad of questions. Do not tell me you either forgot them or left them at home. With a serious demeanor, Yu replied, "I have them." Once again, you were intimidated by her menacing gaze. However, documents such as the household registration book and ID card are of utmost importance. You believe it is prudent to exercise caution. "I would like to inquire, what do you intend to do with the household registration book?" Thinking of the illicit activities associated with such documents online, Lin Yu felt as if he had been ensnared in some sort of pyramid scheme. Now, the leader, Bai Youyou, seems intent on imposing restrictions upon him. Well, there is really nothing much to say. In truth, it is quite simple. As you gently pushed open the door to your bedroom, "We shall go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to wed." "Oh, so it is a marriage." You let out a sigh of relief. This is not an unlawful affair. Both parties are of sufficient age. It is entirely normal, and so forth. A sudden sense of unease washes over you. Just moments ago, Ziyu had mentioned marriage, hadn't she? The mere thought of it nearly took your breath away. However, before you could articulate your thoughts further, Ziyu had already entered your bedroom, shutting and locking the door behind her. You lacked the courage to confront her at the door. Speaking of this unexpected visitor, to lock oneself in the bedroom signifies a resignation to the couch, perhaps. Although there are times when the sons from the dormitory visit and you find yourself on the sofa, the perplexing nature of being unexpectedly banished to the couch is indeed a novel experience. The mere thought of a campus beauty slumbering in my bedroom makes it exceedingly difficult for me to find repose. An inexplicable addition to my living situation, and it happens to be the most enchanting girl from Aoki Academy. How can one possibly drift off to sleep under such circumstances? I find myself in quite a predicament. The following day, you awaken to the clattering sound of pots and pans. With a sense of bewilderment, you slowly open your eyes. Just as you find yourself momentarily lost in thought, a girl clad in an apron emerged from the kitchen, wielding a spatula. Upon witnessing this scene, one might wonder if they are still ensnared in a dream, yet to awaken. Adorned in the exquisite attire of an ideal wife, you rouse from your slumber, noticing that the kitchen still held some ingredients. Thus, you ventured in to prepare breakfast, ready to serve it. You rubbed your face in a state of bewilderment, ensuring that you were not ensnared in a dream, before making your way into the kitchen. Wow! It turns out that classmate Bai Youyou possesses such exceptional culinary skills. Although I can cook as well, I must admit that my culinary abilities truly pale in comparison to those of Bai Youyou. As you gently lifted your head, a sweet smile unexpectedly blossomed upon your originally composed face, leaving you utterly mesmerized. Isn't Youyou's charm simply irresistible? The school bell, upon noticing Yin Zhen's dazed expression, couldn't help but cast a playful glance your way. What are you doing? Not me. You quickly retorted. I have nothing to say. You hurriedly lowered your head, unable to meet Bai Youyou's enchanting smile any longer. After dining, you arrived at the Civil Affairs Bureau. You emerged from a service hall, a dazed expression on your face, clutching the marriage certificate in your hand. It was astonishing to realize that by the end of the morning, you had become a married individual. Although Bai Youyou was undeniably stunning, truly a beauty of school flower caliber, the reality was that this arrangement seemed to benefit you immensely. You had acquired an exquisite wife, while Youyou followed closely behind, her demeanor remaining composed and serene. Have you had your fill of this? From this day forth, we are legally united as spouses. You poured water over your head, feeling utterly dazed, especially as you gazed upon your exquisite face, then glanced at the marriage certificate in your hand. Let us depart, as Zio gently tugs at your sleeve, then calmly prepares to take her leave. Where are you headed? Of course, back to school. Aren't you still scheduled for classes this afternoon? Upon arriving at the dormitory, I discovered that it housed but a solitary figure. He was an ethereal being akin to an immortal. His name was Ite, the second occupant of the dorm. A perennial truant, he spent his days immersed in gaming within the confines of the room. It was evident that he had once again forsaken his classes today. You helplessly shook your head, for your sons always preferred to engage in all-night gaming sessions. Stricken by neurosis, you could only choose to rent a separate dwelling, returning only when necessary. Why have you arrived at school so late today? He inquired, glancing at the clock. After a moment of contemplation, you decided against disclosing your recent marriage to Yite. The notion seemed utterly absurd for a student. You fabricated a casual excuse, attributing your tardiness to some family matters. As soon as the words left his mouth, the dormitory door swung open. The father of his sons had returned. In unison, you and Yite cursed, "Get lost, son." The three of you exchanged playful punches for a moment. Then, the newly arrived elder spoke mysteriously. "Do you know whom I just saw?" "Who is it?" replied the second casually. "I had only seen Bai Youyou's photographs on the school forum before, but just now, seeing her downstairs, she was truly stunning. I nearly rushed over to ask her for an autograph." You ponder. If I were to proclaim that Youyou is my wife, and then declare that Bai Youyou is my spouse, will I not be swiftly met with the wrath of the boys in this dormitory? Hishio, my esteemed leader, I wholeheartedly support your pursuit of signatures. Should you face any adversities, Ite playfully remarked, I shall follow suit and lend you my strength. At this moment, the dormitory door was pushed open once more. The fourth brother stood there, his face etched with astonishment, as the sons realized that a peculiar entity had entered the boys' dormitory. The crowd swiftly surged towards the door of the dormitory, converging with an air of anticipation. Suddenly, the corridor fell into a profound silence. A beautiful young girl gracefully entered the boys' dormitory. The scene bore an uncanny resemblance to a piece of meat falling into a wolf's den. However, the presence of Bai Youyou, the campus belle, was so commanding that not a single boy in the entire dormitory dared to approach her. Ultimately, she came to a halt right at the entrance of your dormitory. Bai Youyou, with an expressionless demeanor, surveyed the dormitory. Turning to you, she remarked that it was time for lunch and inquired if you would like to join her. At that moment, feeling somewhat anxious, you replied, All right, let's take a stroll. Thus began the interaction with Youyou. As Zio furrowed her brows, she remarked, Lin Yu, you have addressed me incorrectly. Your expression was one of bewilderment. Zio continued, You ought to refer to me as my wife. Upon uttering these words, an uncanny silence enveloped the entire boys' dormitory, as if the slightest sound of pen dropping could be distinctly heard. You feel a sudden buzz in your head. Why would the ethereal Bai Youyou choose to reveal this matter? The goddess of unparalleled beauty, Bai Youyou, inviting the dormitory's old Sue for a meal. It appears that the relationship between the two is quite profound. As the leader and the eldest, Hishio reacts swiftly. Bai, are you currently in a relationship with our third? He inquires. It is truly surprising that the third has not mentioned anything about it, given their low-key demeanor. After a moment of contemplation, Youyou solemnly responds, Please do not misunderstand, we are not in a relationship. Hishio finds himself at a loss for words, his thoughts caught in his throat. What on earth is happening? As Zio gently extends her hand, it appears she is inviting you to take hold of hers. Without a moment's hesitation, You shakily reach out, and soon your hands are intertwined, as if you have shared this intimate gesture countless times before. In this fleeting moment, it seems as though you can hear the sound of countless hearts shattering throughout the entire boys' dormitory. To you, dear classmate Yu, may you tread gently. As the dormitory leader, Hishio, still somewhat reserved, uttered a few polite words. Bai Youyou turned her head and said, "What I meant by not wanting any misunderstandings is that we are not merely in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship, but rather, we share the bond of marriage." What have we just heard? It seems that Ziyu has uttered something extraordinary. Before anyone could fully comprehend the moment, Bai Youyou took your hand and led you out of the dormitory. You felt, for a brief instant, the deafening silence that erupted within the room. In the school cafeteria, as you sat across from Ziyu, you were acutely aware of her popularity within the school. Yet, the extent of her fame took you by surprise. Even a simple lunch became an event, drawing a crowd of onlookers. In the eyes of passers-by, you are the first young man who has successfully taken a seat beside Bai Youyou. To their surprise, you appear rather unremarkable. However, the enchanting Bai Youyou, seated across from you, gazes at you with a warm smile. Captivated by the striking beauty of the campus flower, you quickly bow your head, focusing on your lunch. Noticing your silence and the way you keep your head down, she gracefully places a piece of meat onto your plate, her actions as natural as that of a devoted wife serving her husband. A crowd of onlookers suddenly felt as if they had taken a hearty bite of dog food. After a prolonged internal struggle, you finally mustered the courage to cautiously inquire. "So, dear classmate, may I ask why you wish to marry me? I am aware that you are the belle of the school, possessing great beauty. However, prior to yesterday, you likely did not know me. This marks our very first encounter. Although the atmosphere of the school cafeteria is rather dismal, and a crowd of onlookers surrounds you, you ponder for a moment and decide to voice your confusion. Do you truly understand me? Marrying me is, indeed, a rather impulsive decision on your part. At this moment, you undoubtedly lack any charisma, exuding an air of timidity, perhaps even a hint of fear. The mere act of sitting together feels somewhat disjointed. Zio gazes at you and smiles. Dear husband, you truly are rather foolish. I would never marry someone I do not cherish. You pause for a moment, and then a flush of crimson spread across your face. When did you come to have feelings for me? You are uncertain whether to trust Bai Youyou's words. Yet, you can distinctly feel your heart racing. Bai Youyou displayed an incredibly adorable expression. This is a secret. After finishing lunch, you arranged to meet her at the library after your afternoon classes. You both then went to your respective classes. After class, you arrived at the library and immediately noticed Bai Youyou. At that moment, she was clad in a light-colored short skirt, her fair and slender long legs captivatingly prominent. As Zio leisurely peruses a book, you approach and raise an eyebrow. Here, you may establish a condition and subsequently incorporate it. As you raise your head and cast a glance at me, you swiftly resolve the problem by adhering to your methodical approach. Truly, you are deserving of your reputation as a top scholar, consistently ranking among the top 5 in your grade. After finishing my homework, I casually asked my husband to assist me in moving my luggage. This request felt almost like a mockery, particularly with so many boys present in the library. A sense of inexplicable pride surges within you, and you find yourself cheerfully following Bai Youyou, then merrily trailing after Ziyu. Let's head to the girls' dormitory. It wasn't long before I descended from the dormitory building, and soon I arrived, dragging my suitcase along. Shall we go? You pondered your role as a boyfriend, no, rather as a husband assisting the lovely Youyou with her luggage. This ought to be a matter of course, one would presume. Yet, after 2 decades of being single, you awkwardly accepted the suitcase from Youyou's delicate hands. As you observe a faint smile gracing the corners of Bai Youyou's lips, you find yourself once again captivated. The campus belle is well aware of her charm. Yet at this moment, she bestows her delightful demeanor solely upon you. Mother, your son has achieved great success. Such an adorable girl truly feels like my own wife. Is this a glimpse of paradise? At this moment, you possess an inexhaustible strength. Upon arriving at the rental accommodation, you assisted Yo-Yo in organizing her suitcase and various garments. You refrained from indulging in any lascivious curiosity regarding the contents of the suitcase. While tidying up, you inquired, would you like me to procure any essential items for daily living? As I gently nibble on my lovely fingers, I find myself pondering. Then, The sunlight casts its gaze upon you. If there is anything that could be deemed essential to my existence, it would undoubtedly be you, my dear husband. You feel a warmth rising to your cheeks. How can Ziyu be so alluring? Seeing your bashful demeanor, she cannot help but find it somewhat amusing. Even she is unaware that this fellow is so naive in this era. Let us meander through the supermarket, shall we? I shyly suggested, mentioning items such as toothbrushes. Oh, by the way, let's purchase some additional groceries. The food in the school cafeteria is rather unpalatable, and takeout tends to be quite expensive. Upon hearing these words, you pondered what divine conversation this could be. Indeed, she has truly embraced the role of a wife. Bai Youyou raised her elegantly shaped eyebrows. My dear husband, I am truly certain that I am your wife. I have just expressed my heartfelt emotions. Is it so? How embarrassing. Beneath the residential complex lies a supermarket, where two individuals, resembling an ordinary couple, are selecting the items they require. Ah, Xiaoyin, you finished class so early today. The lady at the supermarket is quite kind and has always treated you well, especially since you often assist her business. Upon seeing Bai Youyou, she couldn't help but comment on the differences. Your classmate? Yes, indeed, you hurriedly replied. At this moment, Zhu, unheeding your presence, stepped forward and spoke. Greetings, I am Lin Yu's wife. My name is Zhu. The supermarket owner jested. This young man, Lin Yu, is quite amiable. Why be so shy? The other girls are far more generous. After much effort, you finally procured the desired items, evading the scornful remarks of the supermarket owner. You returned to the rented apartment with Bai Youyou, carefully placing the purchased goods such as toothbrushes, toothpaste, and face towels in their designated spots. Once both of you had completed your evening routines, after a leisurely bath, you emerged from the bathroom, wrapped in a cozy blanket, seemingly intent on continuing your slumber in the living room. She said to her husband, "Why don't you refrain from sleeping in the living room tonight?" You instinctively inquired, "Then where shall I sleep?" Bai Youyou's face flushed with a rosy hue. "From now on, my husband shall sleep here," she declared, before gracefully taking a seat on the bed and patting the space beside her. "Where shall I sleep?" you shyly inquired, while you, with serene composure, gently patted the space beside you. "Tonight, you should rest in bed. Constantly sleeping on the sofa is detrimental to your cervical spine." Your face suddenly flushed, crimson with embarrassment. "It matters not. I shall simply take the sofa. Such rumors would tarnish your reputation." With a gentle smile, I cover my mouth and say, "Dear husband, we are indeed already wed, so I can truly lie down without being unceremoniously kicked off the bed by her, just as the turmoil within your heart unfolds. In the gentle gaze of a pair of radiant eyes that only behold you, you feel as though your very essence no longer heeds the command of your will. At this moment, too little Lin you are furiously battling within my mind. Is it merely a matter of taking a nap? What is there to fear? You are a man, yet so timid. Another Lin you delivered a resounding slap to her face. Look at yourself. Do you truly believe you are deserving? Yet, the charming and enchanting appearance ultimately stirred the hidden desires within your heart. After all, it is merely a matter of taking a nap, is it not? Surely, it is nothing of great consequence. Lying in bed, your heart races. How can one possibly fall asleep? At this moment, you cautiously turn your head. He found himself gazing directly at the serene face of Bai Youyou, who was deep in slumber. It was only because she had succumbed to sleep that Lin Yu was granted his first opportunity to scrutinize her without reservation. Her delicately sculpted nose and the fullness of her lips, illuminated by the moonlight, rendered her irresistibly captivating, evoking an undeniable urge to steal a kiss. Under the moonlight, her naturally fair skin is illuminated, resembling that of a sleeping beauty. This breathtaking sight is something you have never encountered throughout your 20 years of existence. Since she is your wife, a tender kiss should be permissible, shouldn't it? Your thoughts momentarily wander astray, especially when your gaze falls upon her plump, rosy lips, so close that they seem to beckon, just as your mind begins to drift into fanciful reverie. A heavy object presses upon your thigh, causing your body to stiffen beneath its weight, while the moonlight casts its gentle glow. What you behold are slender calves, as pale and smooth as jade. A profound sense of shame and anxiety envelopes you, rendering your body nearly numb. You attempt to turn over, Yet in doing so, your thigh, which had been resting gently on your waist, shifts unexpectedly. It has directly landed in a certain indescribable place of yours. What am I to do now? If I push her away, will it wake her? Moreover, how is it possible for this young lady to have such a poor sleeping posture? At this moment, the quilt has been lifted by Yu Weiwei. She is clad in a loose-fitting nightgown, and from your vantage point, one can discern a certain remarkably voluptuous curvature that follows the neckline. Her ebony tresses cascade carelessly, while her alabaster bosom is strikingly alluring. You reassure yourself that you are not perverse, yet Bai Youyou's allure is undeniably overwhelming. Throughout the night, you find yourself oblivious to how you eventually drifted into slumber, filled with whimsical and tender dreams. Upon awakening, it seems that time has slipped away and you are perilously close to being late. Oh dear! Oh dear! It appears you are running out of time. You hastily don your attire. Zio leisurely emerged from the kitchen. Darling, are you heading class? I am running late for the morning class. I had yet to finish my words when I spoke. That won't do. My dear, she interjected. You haven't had your breakfast yet. Bai Youyou stood firmly at the doorway. If you're truly pressed for time, you may take your breakfast with you. With that, Bai Youyou emerged from the kitchen, holding a small bag of sandwiches. The milk is chilled. Do not rush too much on your way. Thus, the exasperating aura of a tender, devoted wife enveloped the moment. Have you ever been treated with such tenderness? Your face flushed crimson. You took the sandwich, apologetically uttering, "Thank you. I shall take my leave now," gracefully. As the gentle and cheerful Zio bid farewell to her husband, she found herself in the living room of the rented apartment, hands on her hips, observing the space. A myriad of memories flooded her mind, and a radiant smile blossomed upon her exquisite face. Was she always this fond of cleanliness? How utterly charming. Since my husband has stepped out, allow the little wife to tidy up the home. As I leisurely begin to prepare lunch, just past 11, I find myself still in the kitchen, when suddenly a knock echoes at the door. Such an early return from class today, I murmur to myself. Upon opening the door, I beheld a middle-aged gentleman standing at the threshold. "Good afternoon, miss." Bai Youyou pressed her forehead, inquiring, "How on earth did you find your way here?" The middle-aged man replied calmly, "It is not difficult for the young lady to ascertain your whereabouts." Bai Youyou pressed her lips together gently. Youyou informed the family, "I shall not return home this semester." The middle-aged man nodded. The elder remarked, "The young lady has matured. As for any matters at hand, my dear young lady, you are entirely free to make your own decisions. I am married." Upon hearing the startling news, I find myself in a state of disbelief. I am indeed married. For the first time, the calm visage of a middle-aged man reveals a flicker of emotion. Bai Youyou sweetly implored Uncle Ming, "May I kindly ask you to assist me in keeping this from my family, especially regarding the matter of marriage?" The middle-aged man revealed a smile, tinged with resignation for the first time. "Since you have said so, Miss, Aiming will certainly assist you. However, I am quite curious, have you already found that person?" Yu Wei nodded affirmatively. He will not be mistaken. In this lifetime, I, Bai Youyou, am only willing to marry her. Uncle Ming nodded with a sense of contentment. "Young lady, you have known what you desire since childhood, and now you have found the one to whom you can entrust your heart. This is indeed a wonderful thing." Yu discerned the meaning behind Uncle Ming's words. She nodded gently. Uncle Ming was the one who had watched her grow up since childhood, the only person in her family who knew her secret. If even Uncle Ming did not approve, it would be exceedingly difficult for her to withstand the pressure from her family alone. After seeing off the butler, Bai Youyou finally let out a sigh of relief. If Uncle Ming held a pessimistic view of the situation, it would truly be a formidable challenge for her to navigate on her own. At noon, as she lingered in the corridor of her rented apartment, the enticing aroma of the dishes wafted from within. It is difficult to fathom that such a delightful girl as Ziyu would take to the kitchen. A gentle knock on the door was met with the sound of hurried footsteps from within. As the door swung open, one was greeted by the sight of Ziyu clad in an apron, her smile radiant like a blooming flower. "Is class over?" she inquired, her words tinged with a hint of awkwardness, as both were still students yet bore the demeanor of an old married couple. Your cheeks flushed slightly. "Ah, yes, the professional course has concluded," you replied. Ziyu beamed sweetly, her expression utterly charming. "Then let us wash our hands and partake in the meal." The dining table is elegantly set with 2 dishes and a soup, each a feast for the senses. Typically, you do not return home for lunch, but at this moment, you genuinely experience the essence of home, for there is someone awaiting your arrival. It is truly enchanting. The two individuals had only recently acquainted themselves, yet in the course of their conversation, Bai Youyou remarkably matched Lin Yu's rhythm. By the end of their meal, Lin Yu found that the last vestiges of reservation had dissipated. For Bai Youyou possessed an uncanny understanding of him, knowing certain aspects that he had never disclosed to anyone else. How'd she come to know all of this? Have we known each other before, Youyou? With a momentary pause, Youyou's face flushed slightly. It has been said repeatedly not to call me Youyou. You always leave me feeling quite bashful. This coy demeanor stirs a tempest within your heart. Although I have long been aware of the formidable allure of the campus belle, this scene is truly captivating. You quietly recite the calming mantra, fearing that you might inadvertently engage in some peculiar behavior. You find yourself lost in thought, gazing at your own reflection. In the depths of her heart, a gentle sweetness lingers. Indeed, she continues to harbor such affection, rendering others shy and bashful. What is my foolish husband gazing at? A soft blush graces the fair visage of Youyou, enhancing her beauty splendidly. Once again, you find yourself utterly captivated. Flustered, you hastily apologize for truly, Youyou, you are simply too enchanting. Then, both of their faces flushed simultaneously. The atmosphere was filled with youthful innocence. They remained silent, quietly finishing their lunch. You rise voluntarily to clear the dishes, and upon finishing, you emerge from the kitchen. I gazed at my own reflection in a daze, pondering. Such a look should typically manifest upon oneself rather than upon another. What are you observing? You inquire with curiosity. As the moment of reverie subsided, she softly remarked, her cheeks tinged with a delicate blush, glancing at you. The aura of the beautiful schoolgirl in white was undeniably formidable, and such a bashful demeanor was a rarity. You felt your heart skip a beat, taking a considerable time to regain your composure. The enchanting presence of Miss Jihua was simply irresistible. After finishing lunch, you indulged in song for a while before heading to your part-time job at the bookstore. Owing to your diligent work ethic and exceptional skills, you maintained the bookstore in immaculate order. The proprietress, impressed by your dedication, decided to take a step back and appointed you as the manager, bestowing upon you a bonus of 5,000 yuan. After a day's work, you find yourself enveloped in the euphoria of a well-deserved promotion and salary increase. Your thoughts drift towards your home, where a delicate and enchanting campus beauty eagerly awaits your return. With each step along the way, your gait becomes increasingly buoyant. Upon returning home, I found that Youyou had not yet succumbed to slumber. She must have already indulged in a soothing bath, her damp hair cascading loosely down her back. Her face, untouched by cosmetics, bore a subtle flush, a delicate remnant of her recent bathing ritual. You gently remarked, I have returned. As I gently take the small box from your hands, I ask, have you worked hard? Would you care for a little midnight snack? I also indulged in a late-night snack. You are uniquely reclusive. Thank you. With a sweet and lingering smile, I hope to cultivate your palate, dear husband, so that you shall indulge solely in the dishes I prepare. As I gaze upon you, delighting in the culinary creations of my own hands, you appear irresistibly endearing. Truly, I must say, among the myriad of culinary talents you have encountered, she undoubtedly stands as the most formidable, unparalleled by any other. What may appear to be merely simple ingredients, when touched by her skilled hands, instantly transforms into a feast for the senses, replete with exquisite flavors and aromas. Familiar faces, familiar sounds, even the familiar manner of eating. Images flash through Bai Youyou's mind, instantly evoking a sense of shyness. She gazed at you with anticipation, using her chopsticks to bring food to her lips. As she beheld your expression of contentment and delight, is it delicious? You nodded in agreement. You are truly remarkable, Youyou, you said as Youyou chuckled softly. As long as it pleases you, my dear husband, that is all that matters. After finishing the meal, you took the initiative to tidy up the dishes. You then leisurely proceeded to wash up before entering the bedroom, while you followed closely behind. Good night, my husband. As Youyou finished speaking, she turned off the light, and the entire bedroom was instantly enveloped in silence. After her shower, Bai Youyou appeared like a delicate lotus. The fragrance of her body wash mingling with her natural scent, filling your nostrils with an alluring aroma. Beneath the moonlight, her skin resembled shimmering jade, radiating an ethereal glow. As you lift your gaze, you find yourself locking eyes with the luminous and enchanting brilliance of her gaze. She regards you with a look imbued with longing and affection, an expression that is breathtakingly beautiful and utterly captivating. My sincerest apologies, such acts of intrusion are indeed improper. You hastily offer your apologies. However, Yu rested her head on her arm, gazing at you and saying, "Darling, you need not worry about the payment. If you enjoy watching me, I am truly delighted." As soon as Yu uttered these words, her cheeks involuntarily flushed a deep crimson. You are but a novice in matters of the heart. How can you endure such tantalizing provocations? Reason informs you that there exists a considerable disparity between the two of you. You find yourself devoid of wealth, power, and influence. The sole attribute that could be deemed commendable is perhaps your academic prowess. Yet, you are acutely aware that, in the grand scheme of her numerous standards, this merit holds little significance. Nevertheless, she seems to perceive your thoughts and softly states, "I understand, my dear, that you harbor many uncertainties. However, should my husband deem it necessary, we may embark on a journey of romance once more. From confusion to rekindling romance. There is nothing wrong with love following marriage." This statement is rather audacious. Bai Youyou felt her cheeks flush with warmth. No matter how many times it happened, each time she encountered this fellow, she could not help but feel a flutter in her heart. "I can offer you a chance to pursue me," Bai Youyou murmured softly. You swallowed hard. "Can I truly pursue you?" At this moment, you thought to yourself, can a couple casually hold hands without reservation? Can they freely stroll through the campus together, hand in hand, enjoying each other's company? One might even indulge in some rather embarrassing activities, while you are still lost in the reverie of hand-holding scenarios. As the delicate and tender little hand of Youyou slipped through the quilt, it ventured into your embrace, firmly grasping your hand. How can a girl's hand be so exquisitely soft? My dear husband can hold Youyou's hand and leisurely stroll through the school at any moment he desires. Of course, if it pertains to other matters, Youyou is more than willing. Wait, does this other matter imply the meaning I understand? Which brand of protection is considered the best? What preparations are also necessary? Hold on for a moment. Lin Yu first, ensure that you are not merely dreaming. Instinctively, you begin to exert strength in your hand, for after all, the books say that pain can awaken one's senses. However, what I received in return was the instinctive withdrawal of my hand. "Honey, please be gentle, you're hurting me." You awaken from a reverie, feeling a profound sense of shame. However, Zio once again reached her hand into your blanket. She reminded herself within her heart that one must proceed slowly, like a frog being boiled in warm water. "Does my husband still have classes tomorrow?" "Ah, indeed. The professional courses occupy the entire morning, while the afternoon is reserved for foundational studies. If you do not have to work tomorrow evening, my dear husband, would you accompany me for a leisurely stroll through the mall? My lingerie. I wish to purchase some new ones. Darling, could you accompany me after your work to buy them?" The following day, entering a women's lingerie store alone as a man is an entirely different experience compared to visiting with a girlfriend. Standing at the entrance, one cannot help but feel like a peculiar sight, under the scrutiny of the many female patrons within the shop. As Zio grasped your hand, she successfully alleviated the judgmental gazes of the crowd. At this moment, you are drenched in cold sweat. You can't shake the feeling that Zio's actions were intentional. Otherwise, why did she not take your hand from the very beginning? At this moment, your emotions are exceedingly intricate. It is evident that both Youyou and Bai Youyou are earnestly selecting lingerie. When the topic of undergarments arises, you find yourself instinctively drawn to the direction of Bai Youyou's short skirt. Young women are particularly sensitive to the notion of being observed. Youyou feels a shiver run through her body and quickly turns her gaze towards you. However, you merely glance away, feigning interest in the merchandise on the shelf. Sensing that you are not looking at her, Youyou resumes her selection of lingerie. Yet the sensation of being scrutinized resurfaces. The peculiar thing is, you are the only man in this store. Youyou turns her head once more to continue her choices, but this time, just as she lowers her gaze, she swiftly looks back at you. To your dismay, your eyes meet, revealing your guilty conscience. Indeed, you are the scoundrel. Bai Youyou's expression shifts to one of palpable danger. Do you find it appealing, my dear? Your thoughts race, and you hastily clear your throat. I believe, Youyou, that you look stunning no matter what you wear. With a soft hum, she expressed her approval. You passed this time. What do you think of this one? The girl's choice was rather unremarkable, a modest dress adorned with delicate lace trim, appearing quite conventional. What more could you possibly say? One can only nod in agreement, thinking to oneself that, after all, one cannot see. Every evening, as I drift off to sleep, I change into my nightwear. Naturally, I have no opportunity to behold the springtime beauty. Bai Youyou has selected a few pieces, all of which remain rather modest in design, featuring delicate lingerie and petite panties. They are far from the scanty fabric you might imagine. Most are adorned with charming cartoon patterns. Yet, upon contemplating Youyou's figure, even the cute designs appear somewhat scandalous. Having chosen the garments, I display my masculinity by taking the initiative to pay. As Zio gently led you away from that moment, you summoned the courage to speak of Weiwei. If I wish to see, you asked, would you don it for me? Upon hearing your bold and audacious words, Zio's face flushed crimson at an observable pace. How could this fellow so brazenly make such a lascivious request? It became evident that his willingness to pay was indeed aimed at this very purpose. Although she is quite shy, Bai Youyou can't help but feel a sense of pride. No girl would ever feel anything less than proud regarding the requests made by her boyfriend or husband in this particular aspect. Seeing oneself in silence, one feels an immense weight of guilt. Hastily, one expresses sincere apologies. I was merely speaking casually, please do not take it to heart. At this moment, Ziyu lowered her head, engaged in an internal struggle. She felt her cheeks flush with warmth. This mischievous fellow, always bringing up such embarrassing matters. Yet, after calming her emotions for a while, she unexpectedly felt a wave of shyness wash over her. She said that if her husband wished to see, she could indeed don it for him. As Zio finished her sentence, she felt as though steam might rise from her cheeks. Both of you were engulfed in a whirlwind of shyness, hastily diverting the conversation. Bai Zio, blushing, suggested, "Dear, let's go buy a cup of milk tea." Consequently, Bai Zio purchased a cup of lemon black tea, your favorite flavor. When you first met Fantion, you had never mentioned this preference, leaving you puzzled as to how she had gleaned so much about your habits. With a tinge of unspoken complexity swirling within you, you took a sip of the lemon black tea, glancing down at the cup in your hand. You murmured to yourself, "It seems today's lemon black tea is even more delightful than usual." At this moment, Zio's face flushed with a delicate hue, her gaze brimming with shyness and affection, nearly spilling over. "Oh, wait a moment. This cup seems to have been sipped by Zio. Isn't this precisely the scenario of an indirect kiss?" You smacked your lips lightly. As Zio's cheeks flushed a deeper shade of red, an unfamiliar sweetness enveloped her senses, surpassing any previous experience. The moment the words escaped your lips, a pang of regret struck, prompting an urge to chastise yourself. The utterance was undeniably foolish. Yet, in a soft whisper by your ear, Bai Youyou affectionately called you husband, leaving one to ponder whether Youyou's saliva truly tasted of sweetness. I'm afraid that only someone with peculiar inclinations would perceive saliva as sweet. You are reluctant to acknowledge that you find her saliva rather enticing. Consequently, you hastily chuckle, diverting the conversation away from the subject. Observing you in this manner, Zio pouted her lips gently, not holding your evasion against you. The two of us strolled hand in hand back to the rented apartment. Zio continued with her routine, first tending to her hygiene. Then, as night fell, she lay upon the bed. Bayo's cheeks were flushed with a delicate hue, her head resting upon her own arm, while Ziguang gazed at you with bright, sparkling eyes. "Darling, I cannot find slumber," she confessed. It seemed she was particularly sensitive to tea. After a cup of red tea, she felt an invigorating surge of energy. Nightfall, so tranquil that one could almost hear the heartbeat. You took the initiative to bring up the topic of our marriage. "Do our families know?" Without paying heed to the question, she lifted the covers and slipped her small hand beneath, exclaiming, "How warm you are, my dear husband. Now you understand." Perhaps Zio does not wish to discuss this topic. although the true intentions of Zio remain unclear. One can sense that Zio's feelings towards oneself are genuine. As the melodious and sweet voice resonated, Shaolin, what thoughts occupy your mind? You remained silent for quite some time, before softly uttering that you were lost in reverie about the future. Upon hearing your words, I gently take your hand and place it upon my cheek, soft and tender, without the need for pretense. You are ever so near, regardless of what may transpire. I yearn to journey with you, until the very end. You feel your heart racing fervently, and your gentle visage is aflame with warmth. The hand you placed here can fully perceive it. Xiaolin, can you close your eyes? The gentle voice trembles in the air. Obediently, you shut your eyes. Warm, soft lips gently pressed against yours, bestowing a tender, fragrant kiss. In the end, you remain unaware of how you drifted into slumber. Perhaps the delicate, pale lips possessed a certain enchantment. In any case, you feel as though you have experienced a most delightful dream. The following day, at the entrance of the bookstore, a young waitress clad in a white maid outfit is promoting books, drawing a considerable number of devoted admirers. Her name is Zayaka Kamiyai, and she is a freshman at your school. In the bookstore, as you organized the materials, you adjusted the brim of your hat and smiled softly. Through your calculations, it became evident that as long as the little strawberry was present, the revenue would triple. As a manager, you would also receive a modest increase in your commission. After concluding her 2-hour part-time job each day, little strawberry entered the bookstore, ready to wrap up her shift. You placed a piece of strawberry pudding before her, smiling warmly as you said, "Dear Strawberry, you have worked hard today. This is your reward." The endearingly naive girl remains oblivious to the fact that tonight's surge in sales bears any connection to her presence. She also fails to comprehend the meaning behind your words of gratitude for her hard work. Consequently, she gazes at you with a face full of questions. At this moment, you unabashedly displayed a cunning merchant's expression. "Strawberry, how do you perceive my feelings towards you?" The little strawberry's face flushed crimson. Tomato eagerly listened to the fool's affection. It seemed to dawn upon her, as she timidly gazed at you, thinking that indeed her meticulous preparation today was not in vain. Finally, Senior Lin had recognized her beauty. Yet, with a mere phrase, I stifled her shyness and affections. "How about I enhance your schedule a bit?" The little strawberry felt no turbulence within, even harboring a hint of amusement. "I regarded you as the finest of seniors, yet your thoughts solely revolved around how to exploit me, disregarding the heartfelt sentiments of a young girl. I held you in such high esteem, and yet you contemplated ways to burden me with overtime. I shall never acquiesce to such demands. Absolutely never." However, she spoke disingenuously, saying, "Senior Xiaolin, if you are working overtime, then Strawberry can also put in extra hours." Upon witnessing her declaration, your demeanor improved significantly. "Starting tomorrow, you shall take the evening shifts on Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday. As for the daily wage, I shall negotiate with the boss. What do you think?" The little strawberry is speechless, pondering that whatever you say must be true. "I'm utterly exhausted. Moreover, Senior Xiaolin is indeed extraordinarily obtuse. I had thought that by adorning myself in such a manner, exuding a youthful charm, Senior Xiaolin would surely be captivated. Yet, what a farce it is, as he is only preoccupied with the thought of making himself work overtime. A helpless little strawberry." Tomato enjoys Dui's affection. With a sense of weakness, I tidied up the bar counter, intending to depart. I pushed open the door, only to behold a figure with long, flowing black hair standing at the entrance. Indeed, it is the greatest adversary of my life. Today I donned silk stockings, while this perilous girl wore black stockings. It turns out that little strawberry has harbored feelings for you all along. However, a few days ago, I suddenly realized that you had become friends with the campus belle, who is none other than Bai Youyou, my rival. As the gentle breeze carried the essence of spring, the little strawberry came into view. A subtle smile graced the corners of her lips as she nodded softly, acknowledging the charm of the little strawberry. No matter how innocently naive the little strawberry may be, as the tomato indulges in a fool's affection, one cannot help but discern the peculiar gaze of Bai Youyou. It is indeed a most extraordinary expression. The little strawberry remains unaware that the two have already obtained their marriage certificate. Thus, she merely nods in acknowledgement. "Hello, Senior Bai. She feels compelled to greet this woman with utmost politeness, which stirs her annoyance. Bai Youyou, with a smile that seemed both genuine and elusive, uttered a phrase that Zhang Miao could not comprehend at all. Little Strawberry, utterly perplexed, gazed at Bai Youyou with a look of bewilderment. With a gentle smile, she covered her mouth, saying, "It's nothing. The overtime is not too arduous." Little Strawberry, puzzled. Tomato, listening. A fool's affection. Thinking to myself, those who still tease me with riddles, knowing my natural cluelessness, are all. After Little Strawberry departs, you stepped out through the door, and at that moment, you caught sight of the alluringly dressed you, who appeared quite captivating today, leaving you momentarily stunned. Bai Youyou felt a profound sense of satisfaction, captivated by her own stunning expression. She stepped forward, effortlessly linking her arm with yours. "Darling, shall we return home?" The tomato listens to a fool's affection. Your cheeks flush with a hint of crimson. Indeed, you're captivated by Bai Youyou's enchanting presence. Typically, Youyou embodies the gentle demeanor of a devoted wife. Yet suddenly, she exudes an unexpected allure. Her long, slender legs adorned in black stockings are undeniably enticing, truly deserving of the title of a versatile enchantress. She effortlessly commands every style with grace. Then, you stammer a question about how it suddenly occurred to you to change your clothes. "You look quite lovely this morning as well." As I gently hold your hand, Tomato listens to a fool's affection. In response to your charming smile, "I hope my husband's friends will acknowledge me as his wife when they see me. Should I appear less than presentable, I fear they might deem me unworthy of you." Then you find yourself lost in contemplation. Surely, this individual is a master of seduction. How can I possibly withstand such words? Bai Youyou covered her mouth and chuckled softly. Tomato audio played a fool's affection. An indescribable sense of contentment enveloped her. As she drew closer to you, she could distinctly hear the rhythmic beating of your heart. When you uttered those words, your heart raced with fervor, yet you managed a wry smile, remarking that others would deem me unworthy of you. However, it is not a matter of grievance, merely a candid expression of truth. Bai Youyou counts on her fingers a small strawberry, and your ordinary junior, yet they both believe I am unworthy of you. Upon hearing these words, Tomato listening to a fool's affection, you feel a prickling sensation at the nape of your neck, unsure of how to articulate your thoughts. Goodness, a battlefield of emotions awaits you here. However, Bai Youyou suddenly pointed to the side. You see, you turned your head. Yet, one can only feel their cheeks gently kissed by the soft, white lips of the beloved. Your face is flushed as you indulge in the melodious tune of A Fool's Affection. Turning your head, you can still feel the warmth of where you were recently kissed, a gentle heat radiating from that spot. After being teased by a girl, you can't help but feel a pang of indignation, muttering softly that a kiss on the lips might have been even better. At this moment, you think to yourself, so you believe you are the master of flirtation, but I possess that skill as well. After all, you are an academic prodigy, effortlessly mastering such arts with finesse. Initially, one might presume that Bai Youyou would be quite bashful. Although she possesses a formidable aura, she is undeniably a beautiful young lady who tends to blush easily. However, what you did not anticipate was the fact that Tomato Chow Ting presented a fool's affection. In a turn of events, Bai Youyou gazed at me with an exceptionally perilous glance. The formidable aura of the rightful queen was truly unsettling. In that instant, you were utterly overwhelmed. Indeed, Bai Youyou is the true master. I apologize for your complete disarray. Upon seeing you in this manner, I couldn't help but stifle a laugh. Indeed, this fellow remains unchanged, quick to admit his mistakes, yet steadfast in his ways. Seeing Bai Youyou smile, Tomato Chongting plays Odd Eyes Love. You let out a sigh of relief, as Youyou intimately links her arm with yours. Charming and adorable. From now on, you are forbidden for being flirtatious with other girls. You are only permitted to express such affection towards me. You indeed nodded, appearing quite obedient. The following morning, you indulged in a fool's affection on Tomato listening. Both of you attended your respective classes. After enjoying lunch, you planned to rest in your dormitory for a while before heading to the bookstore. At this moment, you faintly sense a discomfort in your head. During the peak of summer, you wonder if you are suffering from heat stroke. Upon returning to your dormitory, you climbed into bed and succumbed to slumber. Lost in the soothing embrace of a fool's affection on tomato audio, you initially intended to nap briefly before venturing to the bookstore. However, to your astonishment, you found yourself in a deep sleep that lasted until after 6 in the evening, only to be roused by the persistent ringing of your phone. Awakening, you were beset by a throbbing headache and an overwhelming sensation that your mind was inundated with myriad thoughts. In those mere 6 hours of rest, it felt as though you had traversed an interminably long dream. I even dreamt of a cerulean planet. Within the dream, there were numerous occurrences. I felt as though I encountered many individuals, and also beheld a multitude of other entities. In summary, it was an exceedingly intricate dream. What troubles you? The sound of my husband, Bai Youyou, resonates from the phone, prompting a twinge of concern within me. It's nothing much. I may have suffered from a slight heat stroke. However, I've taken a nap, and I feel significantly better now. After strolling around the school for over 10 minutes, I immersed myself in the delightful sounds of a fool's affection on tomato. Only then did I manage to cast aside the discomfort that lingered in my mind before returning to my rented room. With a look of deep concern, Zio approached, asking, "Are you all right, my dear husband? Your complexion appears somewhat pallid." "It's nothing. I believe it's just the heat of the past couple of days. I might be experiencing mild heat exhaustion." With a lingering gaze filled with doubt, she cast a glance your way. Her intuition whispered that you were not speaking the truth. Yet, since you were unwilling to divulge, she would not press the matter further. Instead, she simply served the meal, preparing to partake in dinner. As you gaze upon the delectable dishes adorning the dining table, the sweet aroma of the meal wafts through the air. The melody of a fool's affection resonates with the tomatoes, and you can't help but ponder whether you have truly experienced all of this before. It feels as though you have been wedded to yourself for an eternity, a sense of déjà vu that leaves you feeling disconcerted. Yet, you quietly partake in the evening repast. In my mind, the tales of that cerulean planet continue to circulate. The melodious songs, the narratives woven into novels, and even some enigmatic codes linger on. Yet at this moment, your heart is far from tranquil. Tomato, listening, presents the fool's affection. What precisely are these things? Your intuition whispers to you that these items represent a vast fortune. However, lacking the ability to wield such immense wealth can only lead to harm for both oneself and others. After hours of contemplative reflection, you exhale deeply. This matter must remain concealed from everyone. It poses a peril both to yourself and to others. Seeing you back to normal, Bai Youyou brought in a cup of water. "Is my husband feeling better?" The guilt within you deepened. "I'm sorry for making you worry, Youyou." Bai Youyou shook her head gently. Tomato listened intently to adorable love. Her husband worked hard during classes, and Youyou felt she could not assist him. It was Youyou who should apologize. You raised an eyebrow. Your words were so melodious. "Come, let me steal a kiss." Bai Youyou's face turned crimson. You were momentarily taken aback. The words that had just escaped your lips were merely echoes from the dream you had that afternoon. Yet you were surprised to find yourself uttering them aloud. What was it you wanted to argue just now? Yet, one discovers that the countenance of Youyou blushes with a visible swiftness. She timidly murmurs, "If Youyou were to bestow a kiss upon her husband, would he perhaps feel somewhat better?" You feel a pang of sorrow within, for that is truly not my intention. However, the shy and adorable demeanor of Bai Youyou stirs an irresistible urge within you. Indeed, Bai Youyou is truly deserving of her title as the chameleon enchantress, effortlessly mastering every style with grace. The regal demeanor upon first acquaintance, the endearing charm revealed upon familiarity, and now her bashful appearance is truly captivating. Perhaps this individual is inherently gifted, able to evoke a myriad of sensations within men. Relying on the wealth of knowledge within your mind, you believe you are entitled to engage in audacious endeavors, unafraid of the challenges that lie ahead. I possess an entire civilization as my unwavering support. Thus, the previously reserved you, while immersed in the melodious tones of a dull love on tomato listening, finally took the initiative for once, embracing Bai Youyou with fervor, guiding her to perch upon your lap. Despite her familiarity with you, when you made your move, she was taken aback. Could it be that her husband was such a proactive individual? Had he merely feigned indifference until now? Seated upon your thigh, Youyou, frail and delicate, gently clasped your shoulder. As the two of you locked gazes, your gaze no longer reflects the trepidation of the past. Instead, it emanates an unwavering confidence, a quality that was previously absent in you. As you gently embrace your neck, a sweet and tender voice whispers that you have come to some realizations, haven't you? I find myself pondering. Since Zio has such a high regard for me, my recent indifference might be a tad disrespectful. She timidly buries her head in your embrace, shyly murmuring, "Please don't bully Zio." Does this count as bullying, my dear? I gently place a kiss upon Zio's forehead, and she shivers slightly in response. Then you gently release Zio. Tomato, listening, presents A Fool's Affection. Bai Youyou was left in a state of confusion. You reached out and playfully tapped the tip of Bai Youyou's nose. There is no rush regarding this matter. When Youyou finds the time, may I have the pleasure of meeting your family? Bai Youyou's expression shifted. Is it truly time to meet the parents so soon? Youyou felt unprepared. The voice of the campus belle was filled with trepidation, for she was well aware of her family's true nature. Zio knew all too well that the moment was not yet ripe. At this moment, you may be regarded as stepping through your own threshold with an almost messianic presence. The terms you proposed were such that no one in the Bai family could possibly resist them. This is indeed a transaction. Tomato, listening, presents A Fool's Affection. The item of exchange is none other than Youyou herself. That memory holds particular shame for Youyou. As a distinguished lady of the Bai family, she, astonishingly, adorned herself like a mere maid, offering herself as a gift at someone's doorstep. For Youyou, that initial phase represents an exceedingly humiliating and shameful chapter in her history. Yet, upon reflection, one cannot help but feel a tinge of sweetness. However, on the flip side, Tomato, listening, presents A Fool's Affection. At this moment, you might say, in a more flattering light, that you are merely an ordinary person. Conversely, in a less flattering sense, you could be labeled as a destitute recluse. Do not even mention crossing the threshold of your own abode. You may not even be able to pass through Uncle Ming's gate. The Bai family is a lineage of commercial prominence, where many matters are predicated upon pragmatic considerations. You observe that the leisurely pace of life is not to be forced upon anyone, particularly during the phase of university life. There is no need for haste. Subsequently, the two of you reclined upon the same bed. Tomato indulged in the melodious strains of A Fool's Affection, engaging in various conversations about the future of the school and other matters. It was only when the invigorating effects of the tea had completely dissipated that she nestled into your embrace, succumbing to a deep slumber. This marked the first occasion you both shared such an intimate repose, side by side in slumber. Following the profound discussions of the previous night, Youyou had finally shed her formidable school beauty persona in your presence, transforming into a gentle and charming wife. As the endopterm examinations approached, upon completing her tests, Youyou bid you farewell and return home. Meanwhile, in pursuit of your own ambitions, you began to devise your future plans. In a parallel scene, a sleek black sedan glided into a sprawling and opulent estate. "Welcome home, miss," greeted the butler, Ming, as Bai Youyou alighted from the vehicle, her elegant gown flowing gracefully around her as she entered the grand hallway, exuding an air of calm confidence. Now, the once innocent girl has shed her youthful naivety, blossoming into a mature and composed woman. It is hard to fathom that the virtuous wife residing in that modest apartment is the same person as this refined young lady before me. Uncle Ming's languid pupils shifted slightly as he gave a subtle nod towards Ming, signifying a polite acknowledgement. Entering the living room, an elderly gentleman in his 60s sits serenely on the sofa, calmly perusing the newspaper. As you leisurely return, the contemporary head of the Bai family is Bai Youyou's grandfather, who is also the current leader of the Bai Commercial Corporation. He is exceedingly pleased with his granddaughter. Though her academic performance may be regarded as merely average, she possesses an almost prophetic ability when it comes to business and prevailing trends. In recent years, under the collaborative efforts of the ancestors and descendants, it could be said that the development of the Zushi Trading Company has once again reached a new pinnacle. I perused the newspaper while simultaneously inquiring, "I have heard that you have found love at school." Meanwhile, Tomato was engrossed in the melodious strains of adorable affection. "Yes, he is a classmate of mine from the same grade." The white sea remains indifferent. Inquired with a smile. I've heard your results are quite commendable. Her overall performance has consistently ranked among the top 5 in her grade. She mentioned that this time she is likely to secure a position in the top 3. She is indeed a promising talent with great potential. Well, you take care of these matters. Tomato, listening to Adu's affection. You are a rational individual, not requiring the concern of us old-timers. Regarding such matters, I have but a single request. You must think things through for yourself. Bai casually gestured towards the staircase and said softly, "Let us proceed. Your father should have arrived by now. Grandmother is upstairs, please go and summon her." From beginning to end, Tomato, listening, presents the fool's affection. Bai didn't even inquire about your name. For her, whether her granddaughter falls in love or not is merely a part of the essential growth process required to become a commercial giant. As for the identity of that young man, it is of little consequence. Bai would never permit anyone outside their circle to accompany her granddaughter to the very end. Bai Youyou's mission is to master the Yu family and to carry forth its legacy. Throughout this journey, anyone or anything that might become an obstacle to Bai Youyou must be resolutely eradicated. In her eyes, you are ultimately a transient existence destined to vanish, rendering it unnecessary to concern oneself with names or identities. In the rental space, the hardware devices you have procured are abundantly piled, with the server's computational power fully utilized. A table's affection, since the beginning of the holiday, while indulging in the delightful sounds of adorable love. You have remained in your rented abode, commencing a rigorous routine of nearly 17 hours of intense work each day. At this moment, you have finally replicated the enigmatic sequence of codes that had manifested in your mind onto the newly established computational matrix you have assembled. You took a deep breath and pressed the enter key. Chapter 23. Birthdays and Home Services. As Lin Yu gazed at the numbers, graphs, and topological structures displayed on his computer, he felt as though he had unlocked the gateway to a wholly new realm. The data resonated harmoniously with the visions he had experienced in his dreams, captivating him with an exquisite beauty that stirred his very soul. He became entirely immersed in this ocean of information until his mind was completely overwhelmed by it. 2 days later, Lin Yu appeared remarkably haggard, yet his eyes sparkled with an unmistakable brilliance. His brain had undergone a transformation akin to a computer system evolving, having thoroughly assimilated the myriad memories and contents from his dreams. Now, when he sought to retrieve those memories, he encountered no discomfort whatsoever. After completely obliterating all data from his computers and servers through a deep format, Lin Yu finally stepped into the bathroom for a refreshing shower, shaving and tidying himself up. He picked up his phone and made a call. "Hello? Is this the service provider? My internet is down at home. Please send someone to repair it." No one knew the true nature of Lin Yu's accomplishments. Only he understood the significance of his actions, which led him to sever his home internet connection. Once the technician arrived and restored the network, Lin Yu bid them farewell and collapsed into a deep slumber. He slept for an uninterrupted 2 days and nights, awakening on the morning of the 3rd day, revitalized and brimming with energy. After uploading a freelance project to the client's server, he made another call. "Hello. This is the management system I created for you. Yes, please transfer the final payment once you have approved it." Lin Xin, who had opted not to take a summer job, spent the week in contact with Zhang Miao, which significantly enriched the adorable little strawberry's repertoire of peculiar knowledge. Particularly, Lin Xin taught her several charming strategies to leverage her allure, embodying the essence of a blossoming young lady. "By the way, have you found out about Senior Lin's summer job?" Lin Xin asked with a hint of exasperation. "I called him several times. He either doesn't answer or is busy with a project, and he hasn't informed me at all." Among Lin Yu's acquaintances, Lin Xin was the sole individual aware that he had been taking on freelance work, albeit only vaguely. Lin Yu seldom delved into the specifics, merely explaining it as a means to earn pocket money. As the two girls chatted about various trivialities, Lin Xin suddenly interjected, "Wait a moment. Your admirer just called me." Zhang Miao's face flushed at the mere mention of this. "Lin Xin, don't say such things. Senior Lin and I are just classmates." Yet, Lin Xin had already ended the call. "Lin Gu, you finally stopped disappearing. Have you had the interview?" Lin Yu, dressed impeccably in a suit, stood outside an office building and replied with a smile, "Of course I passed. Summer job interviews aren't particularly challenging, are they? So, what position did you interview for?" "A librarian." Lin Xin responded incredulously, "But you've become an operations technician, not a traditional librarian. You're working as a digital library operations staff member, primarily responsible for various operational tasks. The workload is minimal, the pay modest, and it sounds genuinely close to home since most of the time you can work remotely. By the way, Lin Yu, my parents are taking me to the beach. Can I invite you along? I have to work, and I really don't want to lug my laptop around. What if an emergency arises and I need to go to the server room?" Lin Yu declined without hesitation. Lin Xin remained silent for a long moment before saying, "Brother, next Monday is your birthday, and I want to celebrate it with you." Lin Yu felt a warmth in his heart and gently replied, "What birthday can someone without parents celebrate? If it brings you joy, that's all that matters. If you feel compelled, just bring me back a gift." Lin Xin snapped her fingers. "Rest assured, I will get you a wonderful birthday gift." Time flew by, and soon it was Monday, Lin Yu's birthday. Children from the welfare home rarely celebrated such occasions, and July 3rd coincidentally marked the day he was brought to the institution. He was unaware of his actual birthday and, having lived with indifference for so many years, did not particularly care. He purchased some vegetables, meat, and fruit from the supermarket, preparing a seemingly lavish dinner to mark the occasion. Just as he was about to dig in, a knock on the door interrupted him. Puzzled, he wondered who would be knocking in the sweltering heat of nearly 40 degrees Celsius. Surely not Bai Youyou. She was likely abroad by now. When he opened the door, he was greeted by a little girl in a pink maid outfit, her cheeks flushed. "Senior Lin, happy birthday," Lin Yu thought to himself. People in the city truly know how to have fun. He would never admit to being a recluse, yet Zhang Miao had indeed donned such an outfit. It resembled the uniform of a bookstore attendant, albeit with subtle differences. "How'd you end up here, little strawberry?" Lin Yu asked, curiosity etched on his face. Few knew of this rental space, and Zhang Miao was not among them. Little Strawberry's face turned crimson as she stammered. "Lin Xin," she helped, "arrange for you to have a home service." Lin Yu nearly choked on his own saliva. With neighbors around, and here stood a legitimate little girl. Anyone unaware might assume he had peculiar preferences. "Please, let us not speak carelessly." Little Strawberry's voice dwindled, and despite her jest, she found herself unable to continue, her face resembling a ripe tomato. Lin Xin remarked, "How embarrassing." Lin Yu firmly asserted, "Nonsense. How could I possibly request such a service? You're my junior. Even if I did, I wouldn't call you." Zhang Miao looked up, feigning indignation. Lin Xin said a home service merely involves washing hair and such. Why can't a junior do it? Lin Yu was taken aback. "Wait, is that what you meant by a home service?" Never mind standing there. Have you eaten? I just prepared a feast." At that moment, Lin Yu felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, realizing how utterly inappropriate his thoughts had been regarding Strawberry's visit. Strawberry entered the room, producing a white towel, her expression one of eager anticipation. Lin Yu could only stare in bewilderment. Chapter 24. Urgent online inquiry. Little Strawberry, must you even bring your own towel to wash your hair? Lin Yu cast a doubtful glance at her, pondering whether she was either mocking him or playing a trick. Considering Little Strawberry's innocent and endearing nature, he suspected she was merely attempting a one-sided jest at his expense. Was his appearance truly so disheveled that he needed a towel for washing his own hair? Observing Lin Yu lost in thought, Little Strawberry's face flushed as she shyly pushed the towel into his hands, murmuring, "Senior Lin, please." Lin Yu was taken aback. "Wait, ISNT at my birthday?" Zhang Miao, her head down, spoke with a voice laced with shyness. "Yes. Xiao Xin mentioned that your favorite thing to do used to be washing others' hair, so she asked me to come and fulfill your wish." Washing hair was something a husband typically did for his wife, was it not? The thought of Senior Lin's large hands tenderly caressing her head sent her heart racing. No. She must not entertain such thoughts. Strawberry felt herself growing peculiar. Zhang Miao's body weakened, her hands gripping the basin in a pose that could only be described as scandalous, akin to a flower waiting to be plucked by Lin Yu. Lin Yu, despite his foolishness, recognized that this was undoubtedly a trap set by his dear sister. Little Strawberry, with her simple heart, would never voluntarily offer such services. What kind of service entails having someone wash the hair of the service provider? At a loss for words, Lin Yu recalled that he often washed Lin Xian's hair during their childhood, a time when learning to huddle for warmth was paramount. Besides, he had always viewed Lin Xian as a sister. So what was with this absurd situation of having Strawberry wash his hair? However, seeing her in such a state, he resigned himself to rolling up his sleeves. Washing hair was not an unfamiliar task for him. As Lin Yu's large hand gently rested on Zhang Miao's head, she shivered, overwhelmed by embarrassment. Was Senior Lin's hand truly so warm? It felt as if his touch possessed a magical quality, soothing her scalp and hair with a tenderness that made the world seem more beautiful. Having frequently washed Lin Xian's hair in the orphanage, Lin Yu's movements were practiced. He first gathered Zhang Miao's hair, twisting it into a bun. Each girl's hair was unique, some delicate, prompting Lin Yu to proceed with utmost gentleness. While massaging her scalp, he employed a few techniques he usually used on himself. Yet, how could an innocent girl like Strawberry endure such an experience? Although she often visited salons, having Senior Lin wash her hair was an entirely different matter. A series of pleasurable sighs escaped Strawberry's cherry lips before she quickly covered her mouth with one hand. Lin Yu's hands faltered momentarily. Was it merely a hair wash? Must her sounds be so misleading? Zhang Miao's cheeks burned crimson as she too realized how her sounds might be interpreted. Just as both Lin Yu and Zhang Miao found themselves in an awkward predicament, the sound of the door lock turning broke the tension. To Lin Yu's astonishment, it was none other than Bai Youyou returning at this moment. Although Lin Yu harbored no romantic intentions toward Zhang Miao, the prospect of being caught washing another girl's hair by his girlfriend was daunting. Could he survive to see the sunrise tomorrow? Hadn't Bai Youyou mentioned she would be abroad for a few days? Upon entering the living room, Bai Youyou was taken aback to find Lin Yu washing Zhang Miao's hair. Well, while I was away, you brought a girl home? Tell me, how would you like to die with dignity? Yet, Bai Youyou exhibited no anger, merely tilting her head to observe Lin Yu and Zhang Miao, creating a highly charged atmosphere that left Zhang Miao's legs trembling. Why had Bai Youyou shown up now? Lin Xian had said she was traveling abroad. Realizing he had been caught, Lin Yu could only awkwardly explain, "Youyou, you're back." Strawberry accidentally spilled a drink on her hair while having some. And since her outfit is hard to clean, I offered to help. Men can sometimes think quickly on their feet. Lin Yu's improvised excuse was quite reasonable, at least on the surface. Strawberry's maid outfit was indeed quite extravagant, making it understandable that washing her hair posed a challenge. Bai Youyou replied flatly, "You don't need to explain. I already know." Internally, she smirked at the unexpected surprise, having received a message from Lin Xian about a gift for her. However, Bai Youyou couldn't help but sigh. She understood Lin Yu well. He was a good man, but often too soft-hearted and, to put it bluntly, somewhat of a saint. He frequently accommodated those around him, just as he had when they married without resistance, simply going through the motions. Lin Yu resigned, continued washing Strawberry's hair and drying it, careful not to bring out the towel she had provided. Since it was merely an accident involving spilled drink, the towel made no logical sense to use. He placed it in the bathroom cabinet instead. If Zhang Miao and Lin Yu were merely friends, perhaps Strawberry wouldn't feel so uneasy. However, having been caught directly by Bai Youyou, she felt as if her heart might cease to beat. The naive Strawberry was unaware that this was a trap orchestrated by Lin Xian, who would undoubtedly relish any conflict between Bai Youyou and Lin Yu. Yet Bai Youyou was astute. Upon witnessing the hair-washing scene, she immediately grasped Lin Xian's intentions. This must be the wisdom of the rightful consort. As Lin Yu returned from the kitchen with 3 bowls of rice, the atmosphere remained strange. Bai Youyou cast a glum glance at Lin Yu. "Happy birthday, dear." With her words, the previously stiff atmosphere softened slightly. Lin Yu awkwardly smiled. "Thank you, Youyou." Meanwhile, little Strawberry trembled beside them. Sending a text to Lin Xian, "What do? I ran into someone else's wife while washing hair." Urgent, online. Chapter 25. Urgent help from the Jianghu. Lin Yu's culinary skills, while certainly not on par with Bai Xiaohua's, were nonetheless adequate. Strawberry trembled as she sent a text to Lin Yu, uncertain if she would survive the day in this room. Her mind was flooded with bizarre scenarios. Feeling utterly like an outsider, Bai Youyou smiled and remarked, "Strawberry, you look truly lovely today. So adorable." The school flower's compliment was genuine, as Zhang Miao's maid outfit perfectly matched her cute and endearing appearance. Although Bai Youyou could also pull off such a look, her typical oval face rendered the outfit more sultry than sweet, lacking any semblance of cuteness. Upon hearing this, Zhang Miao couldn't help but feel that Bai Youyou might already be contemplating how to deal with her. "Senior Shaolin, save me. Your wife has turned dark. Quickly speak ill of me. We don't have that kind of relationship." Yet Lin Yu not only refrained from disparaging Zhang Miao, but smiled instead. "It suits little Strawberry perfectly. She looks charming." Strawberry responded with a hint of irritation. "Are you trying to get us both killed by praising me in front of your wife?" It was rather peculiar. Bai Youyou, despite not appearing particularly fierce at first glance, exuded an overwhelming aura that both Lin Yu and Zhang Miao found intimidating. Perhaps this was the inherent presence of a refined lady. As dinner concluded, the atmosphere remained somewhat strange, yet Zhang Miao felt less anxious. Bai Youyou, though commanding, displayed a submissive demeanor in front of Lin Yu, even glossing over the earlier mishap involving Zhang Miao's hair washing. After dinner, Lin Yu took the initiative to retreat to the kitchen to wash the dishes, leaving Bai Youyou and Zhang Miao in the living room to converse. "Thank you so much for coming to celebrate Lin Yu's birthday, Strawberry," Bai Youyou smiled. "Did you not go out during the summer break?" Zhang Miao shook her head. "I should be the one apologizing. I heard Lin Yu mention that Senior Shaolin was alone today. Had I known you were coming, I wouldn't have come." Bai Youyou silently confirmed that Lin Yu was the culprit behind this situation, but did not show it on her face. "It's nothing. Lin Yu sometimes loses track of time when working. Your visits are quite welcome." Strawberry nodded carefully. "Sister Youyou, are you not angry?" She was perilously close to crossing a line, as both Bai Youyou and she had tacitly agreed to avoid discussing the earlier incident. Yet, Strawberry bravely broached the topic once more. Bai Youyou sighed. "This is your first and last warning. I'll let you off this time, but next time." A menacing aura from the primary wife emerged. However, Strawberry nodded with satisfaction, as if a weight had been lifted from her shoulders, no longer feeling tense. Bai Youyou thought, is this girl a masochist? Does she have a penchant for suffering? Of course, Bai Youyou was well aware of the mischief occurring behind the scenes and did not hold Zhang Miao accountable. By the time Lin Yu finished washing the dishes and emerged, Bai Youyou was the only one left in the living room. Lin Yu, drying his hands, inquired curiously, "Has Strawberry left?" Bai Youyou retorted, "What? Were you hoping she would stay? Should I leave, or perhaps go fetch her back? Are you too close?" Bai Youyou huffed playfully. Lin Yu felt a shiver run down his spine. Hadn't they been chatting pleasantly just a moment ago? Why did his interaction with her suddenly shift into ominous territory? The poor Lin Yu quickly scampered behind Bai Youyou to give her a shoulder massage. "No need for that. Just stay with me." Bai Youyou stood up and, with some regret, said, "Darling, I can't stay overnight today. I must leave soon. I'm asking Uncle Ming for a cover." Though she left unsaid the full implications, Lin Yu understood her unspoken words immediately. The need for a cover just to meet hinted at the family's attitude towards him. However, Lin Yu, having grown up in an orphanage, possessed a maturity beyond his years, his expression unchanged as he smiled. "Then you should head back early, lest your family worries." Bai Youyou hesitated, gazing at the composed Lin Yu. Her heart stirred. "Close your eyes." "Lin Yu?" Yet, seeing Bai Youyou's insistence, he obediently closed his eyes. The moment he did, he felt her soft lips brush against his cheek. "No wild thoughts. This is your reward. I must take my leave." By the time Lin Yu opened his eyes, Bai Youyou had vanished from the room. He touched the spot where she had kissed him, still warm to the touch. As Lin Yu savored the memory of that sweet kiss, his phone buzzed. "Old Third. Come out urgently." The area surrounding Qingmu Academy was quite vibrant commercially, and as the capital of Pingzhou, it boasted a lively nightlife. Lin Yu occasionally joined his dorm mates for outings, but such instances were rare due to his work commitments. However, today was different. The call came from Yait, the second dorm brother, who left the details vague, merely insisting that Lin Yu would understand upon arrival. Reluctantly, Lin Yu, having the closest relationship with Yite among the four dorm brothers, decided to go. The bar was called Puff, an overtly feminine name. By the time Lin Yu arrived, it was nearly 11. He called Yite upon reaching the entrance, and Yite quickly came out to greet him. "What is the emergency that you called me over so frantically?" Lin Yu asked, slightly exasperated by the late hour. "Old third, you must save me, or I'm doomed," Yite exclaimed upon seeing Lin Yu, as if he were a long-lost father, quickly spilling the details of the situation. Although summer offered ample time for nightlife, Yite's social circle was rather unique, populated by a fair number of pretentious individuals. Yite, unable to tolerate it, had a confrontation with one of the girls. Yite boasted to the girl that one of his dorm brothers was a super scholar, but she didn't believe him. The situation escalated, and soon everyone in the private room was clamoring for Yite to summon Lin Yu, lest they think him a liar. Lin Yu, upon hearing the backstory, contemplated leaving, but was abruptly grabbed by Yite. "Brother, please, just this once. I don't care about anyone else, but if I lose, I'll have to run naked. If Jiangzhu finds out I really went through with it, I'm finished." Yite's face was a picture of despair, nearly begging Lin Yu. Why argue with a girl over something so trivial? Lin Yu began, but before he could finish, a voice rang out. "Sister Yite, is this the super intelligent, handsome scholar you mentioned?" Chapter 26. The dice game. Lin Yu possessed an unremarkable appearance, yet when his aura emerged, he indeed exuded a certain charm. The speaker was a girl with short hair, radiating a sense of competence, her makeup subtle rather than excessive, embodying a more androgynous style. "Lin Yu jested, Yite. When did you undergo surgery? I must see which doctor is so reckless." Yite recoiled slightly. "Lin Yu, my brother." Lu Siming, the short-haired girl, smiled slyly, reveling in Yite's submissive demeanor. "Get ready and come in. The game is about to commence." Yite forced a smile. "I'll be right in, just a moment." Once Lu Siming departed, Yite finally sighed in relief, feeling as though he had narrowly escaped a dire situation. "What is this girl's background? Why are you so afraid of her?" Lin Yu chuckled. "A gang leader?" Yite responded with resignation. "Not quite. She is Jiangzhu's best friend." Lin Yu understood now. Yite feared Jiangzhu, and by extension, those close to her. "So what is my purpose here?" Yite grinned. "During the game, you must go all out against these girls. I need to temper their spirits. Otherwise, their incessant calling of sister is rather nauseating." Lin Yu nodded in agreement. Inside the private room, the atmosphere was lively, with some engaged in karaoke, others in games, and a few playing cards. Among the 6 or 7 individuals present, it was evident that the androgynous Lu Siming was the backbone of the group, aside from Yite. The girl even had her arm around another girl, making it easy for an outsider to mistake her for a male. Yite called out, "Come, allow me to introduce you to our super academic powerhouse from the same dormitory, Lin Yu, who consistently ranks among the top 5 in the grade." Lin Yu shyly nodded, casting a glance around. To the untrained eye, he might appear as a typical neighbor boy, exuding a somewhat innocent charm. Lu Siming raised an eyebrow, a flicker of intrigue crossing her gaze. The facade of humble simplicity was a clever ruse. If one revealed their prowess too early, it would lose its effect. "Oh, what a handsome young man. Is he single?" Lin Yu honestly shook his head. While the game was termed as such, it bore a striking resemblance to gambling, rolling dice with a rather peculiar wager, to strip. It was practically a risky game for adults. However, Yite seemed reluctant, as if coerced into participation. One girl joked, "Yite, so if we lose, we get to see this handsome young man's body, right? I wonder how delightful that would be indeed." The women seemed to lack any semblance of restraint. Lin Yu shyly smiled, appearing bashful. Yite patted her chest. "That won't do. My brother is still a virgin. I can't let you lot spoil him. If he loses, I will strip." "How bold." Finally, "Yite, you're showing some spirit." Unfamiliar with the rules of the dice game, Lin Yu asked Yite to demonstrate a couple of rounds. The rules were simple. Guess the numbers concealed in others' dice cups, such as 4 6s or 4 5s, with 5 participants in total. After a few rounds, Yite had stripped down to just a tank top, but thankfully it was summer, so she was not concerned about the chill. It was then Lin Yu's turn. Upon his arrival, excitement surged through the group. Only Lin Yu, with his seemingly shy demeanor, could provide the thrill of teasing. To their surprise, Lin Yu successfully evaded their advances for 5 consecutive rounds, while the other 4 girls each removed a piece of clothing. Lu Siming finally left her spot, releasing the girl she held and declaring, "Let me have a go." Lin Yu smiled shyly, but the subtle curve of his lips sent shivers down Yait's spine. It seemed these individuals truly aimed to provoke the formidable Lu Siming. Lu Siming's participation instantly increased the dice count from 25 to 30. She called out 21s. Lin Yu immediately retorted, "Jump." The term jump indicated that Lin Yu would deny Lu Siming's stated count, regardless of the intermediary's claims. "How did you call that so quickly?" Lin Yu shyly replied, "I suspect that Miss Lu Siming has no ones at all, as I wish to call the same." With that, Lin Yu revealed his dice cup. Indeed, none of his 5 dice showed a 1, while Lu Siming's expression stiffened as she unveiled her own cup. Among the 6 participants, 2 had no ones at all, leaving the remaining 4 with an exceedingly slim chance of winning unless all rolled triples, which was highly unlikely. Thus, Lu Siming lost that round. Her face taut as she complied, removing her blazer. Lin Yu blushed, seemingly taken aback by Lu Siming's physique, prompting laughter from the surrounding girls. In the ensuing rounds, Lu Siming fell victim to Lin Yu's keen insight, unable to escape his predatory guesses. With a frustrated push of her dice cup, she removed her earrings and raised her glass, declaring, "I'm done. Time to drink." Lin Yu maintained his bashful smile as he patted Yait on the shoulder. The surrounding girls were left dumbfounded. Was Yait's roommate truly a prodigy? How could he so effortlessly discern the dice counts of all 6 participants? Moreover, achieving 5 successful guesses without fail was astonishing. Yait nearly shed tears of joy. "Lu Siming, you must honor your bet. The game isn't over yet. Don't back out." Lu Siming's brows furrowed in anger, but upon seeing Lin Yu's innocent smile, a chill settled in her heart. This individual was not as simple as he appeared. Ultimately, the dice game was a psychological contest, and Lin Yu had already keenly observed the micro-expressions of all participants through the previous rounds. It could be said that, having glimpsed the dice cups, Lin Yu could accurately surmise their hidden hands. This ability was akin to having an almost supernatural edge. "Yait, I truly cannot continue today. Please spare me," Lu Siming pouted, raising a white flag of surrender. Yait felt a surge of satisfaction. This insufferable girl, who had long bullied her due to her closeness with Jiang Zhu, was finally conceding. Lin Yu lifted his glass, which, in reality, contained only water, for he did not drink alcohol. This girl was indeed rather intriguing. Chapter 27. Your boyfriend is drunk, whether man or woman. The ability to endure and adapt is a strength, a formidable one at that, as it embodies rationality and emotional control. Initially, Lin Yu thought that since Ite expressed a desire to temper Lu Siming's sharpness, he should focus solely on Lu Siming. As the elder brother of the group, Lu Siming would surely leave some leeway for him, so Lin Yu decided to bypass her right from the start. This involved a degree of gamble, but if he could secure a victory in this round, he would gain control of the situation. He feigned shyness, presenting a seemingly weak demeanor to create a psychological suggestion for Lu Siming. Lin Yu appears weak, making it awkward for her to dismiss someone perceived as feeble. Step by step, this would allow Lin Yu to thoroughly dismantle Lu Siming. However, he did not anticipate that Lu Siming was perceptive enough to see through his facade and gracefully concede. This, too, is a talent. No wonder Ite struggled against her. Victorious, Ite was in high spirits and pulled Lin Yu to drink, but Lin Yu quickly declined, as drinking was not to his liking. "Hey, thanks. Old 3. Next semester, your meal expenses are on me." Ite draped his arm around Lin Yu's shoulder, holding his cup, appearing quite tipsy. Lin Yu felt a sense of helplessness. Had he known it would come to this, he would not have attended. With Ite in this state, he could hardly leave immediately. Lu Siming approached with a glass in hand and remarked, "Impressive you." "Lin Yu, right?" Lin Yu smiled. "Miss Lu Siming, you flatter me." Lu Siming raised an eyebrow, calmly stating, "Ite is fortunate to have a friend like you today." Lin Yu felt a pang of frustration. Why had he offended this tomboyish girl again? Was this not akin to declaring war? Did it imply that, in his absence, they would continue to bully Ite? If Ite was lucky today, did it mean that on days when he was absent, Ite would face misfortune? He hastily shook Ite awake. Wake up. Jiangzhu is here. The drowsy Ite reacted as if pricked by a needle. Springing up almost instantly, I didn't drink. I wasn't misbehaving. Jiangzhu, believe me. Lin Yu sighed. So the romance hasn't even begun, and you're already in a fit? In E.T.'s presence, Jiangzhu's influence was more potent than any hangover remedy. Ite felt as though his intoxication had lifted significantly. Lin Yu rubbed his forehead. Really, is it necessary? Ite, annoyed, smacked Lin Yu lightly. Don't mess with me, brother. This is genuinely alarming. Observing E.T.'s state, Lu Siming remained silent for a moment before suddenly saying, Ite, I should warn you. Jiangzhu's family has started arranging blind dates for her, despite her repeated refusals. E.T.'s previously cheerful demeanor immediately darkened. He understood Jiangzhu's family situation well, although it was still early and the blind dates might not yield results. Exceptions could always occur. Both families had once been quite similar, knowing each other well, but over the years, the gap had widened. Jiangzhu's family had once held Ite and his family in high regard, but as the adage goes, people ascend while water descends. More importantly, Ite had never explicitly addressed this matter. Since he had not spoken of it, it was only natural for Jiangzhu's family to arrange such dates. Thus, Lin Yu finally detected a hint of distress on E.T.'s face. He released Ite and raised his glass, downing the red wine in one go. Seeing Ite in this state, Lin Yu could only sigh. A coward was indeed a coward. No wonder others referred to him as Ite, the elder sister. Lu Siming sat beside Lin Yu, amused. Aren't you going to rescue your brother? How? He's a coward, Lin Yu lamented. How can I allow you all to bully him like this? Lu Siming sighed. Ite is too fond of Jiangzhu, which makes him overly cautious, fearing that any misstep could lead to disaster. I'm not privy to their story, Lin Yu replied calmly. If he can't figure it out, no one can help him. Academic achiever, I believe you can assist. Lu Siming jested. How about lending Ite a hand? I owe you a favor. Lin Yu regarded Lu Siming in silence for a long moment, until her gaze became anxious, and then said, You truly know how to negotiate. Lu Siming breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you. Suddenly, Lin Yu called out, Ite. Ite, drowning his sorrows in alcohol, turned to Lin Yu. What is it? Coward. Lin Yu retorted without hesitation. Continue being a coward. One day, when Jiangzhu is in a relationship and goes off with some wealthy heir, you'll be the one called a coward, and then you'll regret it. Lu Siming and the surrounding crowd froze. Brother, is this how you plan to help? Are you trying to send Ite to his grave? Ite stiffened, smashing a bottle in frustration, glass shards cutting into his hand, blood seeping out. Lin Yu, are you looking for trouble? Lin Yu stood his ground, meeting Ite's gaze. Go ahead, stab me. I won't evade. With reddened eyes, Ite raised the glass bottle. On the verge of a tragic confrontation, Lu Siming was astounded. Lin Yu appeared gentle, yet his words were brazen. Ite stared at Lin Yu, and, after a tense moment, cursed, I'm not a coward. Lin Yu laughed in disbelief. You refuse to admit it? Then summon Jiangzhu to drink with you right now. Are you brave enough? Ite's face turned crimson, struggling to find words, eventually managing a single word. Yes. Then why don't you do it? Ite felt his thoughts muddled. How did calling Jiangzhu have anything to do with being a coward? The logic was completely askew. Yet, intoxicated, Ite remained oblivious to any inconsistencies. Lin Yu said earnestly, You know Jiangzhu's family situation better than I do. Why has she continuously declined blind dates? Use your brain. Ite was momentarily stunned by Lin Yu's words. Lu Siming called a server to tend to Ite's wound. Lin Yu sat next to Ite. As Lu Siming handed him Ite's phone, Ite glanced at Lin Yu, then at Lu Siming, took the phone, and dialed Jiangzhu's number. With a voice louder than the music in the private room, he shouted into the phone, Jiangzhu, your boyfriend is drunk. Come pick him up. Chapter 28. Like a dog, Lu Siming was astounded. Was this truly the outcome? She swore just 2 minutes prior she believed a bloody conflict between brothers was imminent. Yet now, Yite had shamelessly declared himself as Jiangzhu's boyfriend. Lin Yu squatted beside Yite, observing Lu Siming's bewildered expression with a smirk. Do you find it incomprehensible? Lu Siming snorted. It's merely Yite being drunk. Lin Yu shrugged. It's quite normal for girls to struggle with understanding the emotions between men. Yite was thoroughly intoxicated, plopping down onto the ground, leaning against Lin Yu, mumbling incoherent phrases. Lin Yu mirrored his gesture, sipping intermittently from a bottle of mineral water. Lu Siming sighed, remaining silent. Time slipped by, and Yite eventually stirred, realizing he was sprawled across someone. Ah, this scene was all too familiar, Jiangzhu. He was now resting on Jiangzhu's lap, and upon lifting his gaze, he encountered her peculiar stare. His scalp tingled. The effects of the alcohol had waned, and though he vaguely recalled his actions, confronting Jiangzhu's gaze made him feel timid. Jiangzhu, with a bemused expression, remarked, "TSK. I came to fetch my inebriated boyfriend. Have you seen him?" Yite felt a wave of dread wash over him. This confrontation could very well end with Jiangzhu exacting revenge upon him. He forced a laugh and no. Well, actually, Yite faltered, unable to continue. In the past, he might have claimed drunkenness as an excuse, but gazing into Jiangzhu's clear eyes, he sensed that uttering such words would indeed lead to his demise that night, rather cruelly. "I actually like you," Yite blurted, promptly shutting his eyes, adopting a demeanor of resignation. Jiangzhu, witnessing his despondence, felt a surge of frustration, and in a fit of impulsive passion, executed an audacious act. No, it was not a slap or a scolding. Jiangzhu leaned down and bit into Yite's lips. It was not a gentle kiss, it was somewhat brutal, having just cut his finger on a glass bottle. Yite now felt his lips split open, the mingling taste of salt and sweetness lingering in his mouth, the taste of blood. Jiangzhu was indeed biting, devoid of tenderness or affection. Pain radiated from his lips to his brain, yet Yite, for once, remained silent, allowing Jiangzhu to bite him. A warmth trickled down his face onto his brows and nose. Yite opened his eyes to find Jiangzhu's eyes glistening red. She released his lips, leaving traces of blood, rendering them strikingly crimson and alluring. "I still want more," Yite said, licking his lips, unconcerned with the blood. Jiangzhu's clear gaze fell upon him as she tenderly lowered her head, their lips meeting once more. Though the dialogue felt somewhat awkward and the characters misaligned, Yite did not mind as they lingered together until his lips began to swell before parting. Jiangzhu chuckled at Yite's disheveled appearance. "Your almost sporting sausage lips." However, a sense of concern soon followed, and Jiangzhu bit her lip, softly inquiring, "Does it hurt?" Only then did Yite recall the bite and the blood, feeling an overwhelming urge to jump, though he suppressed it, knowing that a sudden movement might result in Jiangzhu tossing him out of the car. It's fine," Yite stammered, feeling increasingly conflicted, as if Jiangzhu had somehow drugged him with her charm, questioning his pain. Noticing his insincere demeanor and his swollen lips, Jiangzhu felt compelled to apologize. "I won't bite you again." Yite awkwardly replied, "It's all right. Feel free to bite. As you wish." The atmosphere within the vehicle turned once more to an intimate ambience. Jiangzhu took Yite away, while Lu Siming observed their departure with a sigh, turning to find Lin Yu beside her. Lin Yu smiled. "It seems you have achieved a satisfactory resolution." Lu Siming remained silent for a moment before responding lightly. "Lovers ultimately become a couple." Lin Yu replied calmly. Even that coward Yite dared to confess directly. Yet you, who criticized him for being timid, lacked the courage to do the same. "I admire that about you." Lu Siming's expression darkened. "Oh, Lin the Scholar, what do you mean? Do you truly think yourself all-knowing?" Lin Yu did not relent. "You know exactly what I'm saying, Miss Lu Siming." Lu Siming gritted her teeth. "You, Lin, get lost. I never want to see you again." "Fine, I'll leave." Lin Yu shrugged, then rode away on a shared bicycle, exuding an air of nonchalance. Watching Lin Yu's flamboyant departure, Lu Siming burst into laughter once he was gone, realizing that indeed, odd individuals often surrounded odd individuals. And even Yite had such flamboyant company. "Wait," Lu Siming suddenly called out. Lin Yu paused, one foot on the pedal, looking back in confusion. "What? Do you think insulting me will vent your frustrations? Are you blaming me because the person you like ran off with someone else? Get lost." Lu Siming felt her retort was powerful, yet feared Lin Yu might indeed pedal away. So she quickly added, "Do you really have no girlfriend?" Such intriguing characters, even if she had no interest in them, could still be left for her friends. Lin Yu scratched his head. "I really don't have a girlfriend. But I am married." With that declaration, he pedaled away, quickly vanishing from sight, leaving Lu Siming bewildered in the sweltering breeze. Had he just said he had no girlfriend but was married? Lu Siming felt utterly defeated, having just sent her crush off with someone else, only to be inadvertently fed a mouthful of dog food by a scholarly figure. Others were already in committed relationships, while she had yet to experience romance herself. Was the world truly so cruel to single souls? Did it even allow for their existence? A friend emerged, beckoning Lu Siming to continue her night-s adventures. In a moment of confusion, she asked, "Yezi, do I look like a dog?" "Sister Siming, why are you pondering such things? Is the drink bad or the phone uninteresting? Come on, let us move on." Chapter 29. Destined Strawberry feels that the world can be quite malicious towards single individuals. First, she was caught washing her hair at Senior Xiaolin's house, and upon returning home, she was mercilessly teased by Li Si. To make matters worse, Lin Xian had vanished at that moment. The two girls were lying in their bedroom, engaged in phone conversations. "Did you say you were getting door-to-door service, and it was actually Lin Yu washing your hair?" Li Si could hardly contain her laughter. Although she had always known that Zhang Miao was a bit naive, this level of innocence was truly perplexing. How could someone be so amusing? Strawberry felt a wave of embarrassment and began rolling on her bed in frustration. "That's enough. Stop talking." She had sought a modicum of psychological comfort from her best friend, only to receive public ridicule instead. "Ha ha! Well done, little Strawberry. You're quite brave. Let me tell you, it's best to check online what door-to-door service means. Trust me, you'll come back for more." Li Si struggled to suppress her laughter, concocting a rather poor suggestion. Strawberry felt increasingly uncomfortable under Li Si's laughter. Since entering college, she had her own computer in her room, so she didn't need to go to the study. She opened a web browser to search for what she was looking for, only to feel as if she had opened the door to a new world. What? How could it be like this? Door-to-door service actually means that? The news online about various scams and dubious technicians made her heart race with panic. The more she read, the more flustered she became, her cheeks burning with shame. Li Si was on the other end of the line, stifling her laughter but thoroughly entertained by her friend's antics. "No, it's not like that." Strawberry felt overwhelmed, her face flushed with embarrassment. "Li Si, you must be laughing at me." "Ha ha ha. I can't hold it in anymore. Little Strawberry, I've heard that some girls are quite generous. It seems you're not far from that path." "That is not true. My relationship with Senior Xiaolin isn't what you think. I have to admire Lin Yu. With you being so forward, he actually washed your hair. You two are quite the pair, a true match." Strawberry, overwhelmed with humiliation, quickly hung up the phone and rolled around on her bed in despair. "This is too embarrassing." "Meow, would you like some fruit?" Zhang Miao's mother entered with a plate of fruit, only to find her daughter rolling on the bed, momentarily stunned. Meanwhile, Lin Xian had landed at the airport on Bai Island. Her adoptive parents were quite kind to her, taking good care of her over the years, and their relationship was rather harmonious. The climate on Bai Island was mild, even in summer, making it a perfect retreat by the seaside. However, Lin Xian did not expect to encounter someone she never thought she would see at the airport. Bai Youyou. By all accounts, she should have been in Pingzhou at this time. How could she possibly have arrived at Bai Island so soon after the comical events involving Lin Yu and Zhang Miao? Why is Bai Xiaohua here at Bai Island Airport? Lin Xian regarded Bai Youyou with suspicion. Bai Youyou smiled. "I happen to be traveling abroad, so I came to see you, Lin Xiaomei. Don't think you can solidify your relationship with Lin Gu. As his only relative, I do not approve." Lin Xian huffed, as her adoptive parents awaited their luggage, making their conversation quite convenient. Bai Youyou shook her head. "Xiao Xian, I'm not your enemy. I don't want you to be my sister-in-law." Lin Xian retorted, "You've already registered your marriage with my brother. It doesn't matter whether I acknowledge it." "You." Lin Xian glared at Bai Youyou, but the latter's calm demeanor made her feel as if her anger was hitting a wall of cotton. "It's a fact," Bai Youyou stated with poise. "So, what are you doing here? To flaunt your relationship?" Lin Xian replied coldly. Bai Youyou earnestly responded, "I think you've misunderstood. My presence beside Lin Yu brings you no harm, but rather benefits." "How amusing. I hardly believe your presence by my brother is beneficial for either of you." Bai Youyou replied nonchalantly, "Xiao Xian, do you truly think your brother is unpopular at school?" Within a year, he will undoubtedly become the most prominent figure at Qingmu. Even without me, there would be others vying for his attention. Lin Xin was momentarily taken aback. How can you be so certain? With my brother's personality. She paused, realizing Bai Youyou's implication. As a top student at Qingmu, Lin Yu naturally stood out wherever he went. Despite his current low profile, the teachers held him in high esteem. By the time he reached his third year, companies would be eager to recruit Qingmu graduates, ensuring a bright future for them. Bai Youyou, it seems you are quite swift in your actions. Lin Xin narrowed her eyes. Speak plainly. What is your purpose in appearing here? Bai Youyou smirked slightly. This makes our discussion more convenient. Consider it. If I remain by your brother's side, wouldn't that naturally deter many others? Though Lin Xin was reluctant to admit it, Bai Youyou's presence did indeed deter many girls from pursuing Lin Yu. After all, not every girl was as fearless as Zhang Miao, willing to challenge Bai Youyou directly. I concede, I am indeed curious about what you see in my brother. Lin Xin expressed her confusion without hesitation. If your reasoning satisfies me, we can temporarily call a truce. Bai Youyou pondered for a moment before replying earnestly. Because I am destined to be with Lin Yu. Chapter 30. The companion Lin Yu harbored a distaste for alcohol, for it had the propensity to obliterate reason, leading individuals to engage in uncontrollable actions. One could easily surmise that Ite, this timid soul, would never muster the courage to take a step forward without the aid of drink. Outside, the cicadas sang, heralding the arrival of summer. Lin Yu's work predominantly revolved around remote operations, merely requiring him to monitor the back-end servers. His administrative privileges were not of the highest order, as he was but a temporary employee. Meanwhile, on his personal computer, a mysterious program was running, isolated from the internet, creating a closed-off space. This machine had been designated solely for testing a cryptic code that had appeared in his mind. After altering the compilation method, the program was set to execute, resembling a rudimentary operating system. However, it seemed devoid of functionality, as if sealed by some unseen force. An instinctual sense informed Lin Yu that this was a nascent form of artificial intelligence. Hello, Manager Mai. Just as Lin Yu pondered how to unravel this enigmatic code, the call from Mai Mang abruptly interrupted his train of thought. Busy lately, Shaolin? Lin Yu hesitated momentarily. Not particularly. Is there something you need? Manager Mai? On the other end, Mai Mang replied nonchalantly, I need a small favor from you. I have 5,000. Good. Indeed, the impoverished are often swift to act. The formidable manager Mai shattered Lin Yu's plans with a mere clink of coins. What could possibly hold more significance than money? With urgency in his tone, Mai Mang prompted Lin Yu to hastily gather his things and depart. Shortly after Lin Yu left, his personal computer began to flicker, and the entire screen turned black. As the sound of rebooting echoed, a smiling face symbol suddenly materialized on the display. Lin Yu was aware that Mai Mang's family possessed considerable wealth, yet he had never fathomed the extent of it. The manager had not clarified the nature of the invitation, merely requesting Lin Yu's presence to help deflect the consumption of alcohol, unaware that he was being summoned to an actual banquet. Upon encountering Lin Yu, Mai Mang wore an expression of exasperation. Shaolin, do you not own a proper suit? Are you planning to storm in with that sportswear? Lin Yu, caught off guard, shrugged innocently. Manager, you called me in a rush without specifying attire with a hand to his forehead. Mai Mang conceded. Fine, just follow me. What for? Lin Yu inquired. To procure you a suitable outfit. In such a setting, your current attire might suggest either a super tycoon or a complete fool. Clearly, you are neither. So do you wish to be the latter? Lin Yu retorted. Being a fool is out of the question. I shall never be one. Thus, Lin Yu followed Mai Mang to acquire a proper ensemble. It must be said that appearance plays a crucial role. After changing, Lin Yu emerged to visibly impress Mai Mang. Perhaps it was due to Lin Yu's usual mild demeanor, displaying a serene disposition and a friendly smile, that this sharp, striking side of him was rarely seen. If one did not know Lin Yu well, they might mistake him for a wealthy scion. Noticing Mai Mang's astonished expression, Lin Yu scratched the back of his head awkwardly. That was a momentary lapse. Mai Mang quipped, return me that handsome figure you just had. Lin Yu smirked. Are you making a grand production to take me on a blind date? With a playful smile, Mai Mang replied, So, Are you backing out? Let me inform you. This outfit costs a staggering 130,000. You may withdraw now, but you will need to foot the bill for the attire. Lin Yu's lips twitched. Such capitalists truly harbor ill intentions, as if reading his thoughts. Mai Meng cast a sidelong glance at him, a smirk playing on her lips. Lin Yu jumped slightly. No, I wouldn't dare. Manager, let us proceed. With a flirtatious glance, Mai Meng remarked, your ability to charm is quite remarkable. I wonder who you learned it from. What is the essence of high society? Lin Yu had not previously encountered it, but this occasion offered a glimpse. It was said to be a celebration for the establishment of a fund, with Mai Meng as one of the participants, likely a principal player. Lin Yu accompanied Mai Meng into the venue, still uncertain of the true nature of the enigmatic manager he had known for so long. Unquestionably, today, Mai Meng was the most radiant among the assembled women, clad in a sleek black gown that accentuated her figure, complemented by an exquisite makeup that transformed her into a formidable presence. With her commanding aura, Lin Yu felt utterly overlooked by those around him. Manager, did you summon me to witness your triumph? Mai Meng shot him a glare, whispering, the main guest has yet to arrive, but do not falter when the time comes. You have been compensated. Lin Yu grinned broadly. As they conversed, an unexpected commotion erupted outside, and the atmosphere grew increasingly lively. Mai Meng smiled. The main guest has arrived. A luxurious limousine pulled up to the hotel entrance, and a young man stepped out, eliciting applause from the crowd. Standing beside Mai Meng, Lin Yu quietly inquired, who is that? Such flamboyance. Mai Meng remained silent, her gaze fixed on the young man, a flicker of disdain crossing her eyes. The young man paid no heed to the surrounding crowd, instead approaching Mai Meng directly, grinning, long time no see. With a tone of businesslike formality, Mai Meng replied courteously, indeed, it has been a while, Bai Chun. Unperturbed by Mai Meng's deliberate distance, the young man nodded and proceeded into the banquet hall. Bai? Lin Yu squinted slightly, hoping this fellow was not related to Bai Youyou. Upon entering the grand hall, Mai Meng first addressed the attendees regarding the fund's matters, effortlessly capturing the spotlight as she stood at the podium. Lin Yu, standing off to the side, observed this different version of Mai Meng while his thoughts wandered elsewhere. He knew nothing of this youth's fund, yet his instincts told him it represented a substantial sum of money. After Mai Meng concluded her speech, Lin Yu scarcely paid attention, merely noting her descent from the stage, where the young man, now identified as Bai Chun, extended his hand, appearing quite attentive. However, Mai Meng ignored him, instead walking over to Lin Yu, linking her arm with his, and smiling. Allow me to introduce my companion, Lin Yu. Chapter 31. The illegitimate child. He is a companion, neither a friend nor a boyfriend, and certainly not any other peculiar designation. The term companion is inherently neutral, devoid of any suggestive undertones. Yet, the issue lies in the fact that Mai Meng has consistently remained free from scandal within the entire circle, truly without a trace of it. Years ago, rumors even circulated that she favored women. In this setting, there should be no hint of ambiguity, only the palpable scent of financial capital and commerce. However, as Mai Meng and Lin Yu engaged in intimate gestures, the once neutral term began to take on a more ambiguous connotation, especially in the presence of Bai Chun. Lin Yu felt a chill run down his spine. What on earth is this woman thinking? It was evident that he had been dragged here by Mai Meng to serve as a shield, thrust into a realm he hardly understood. Bai Chen's hand, poised midway, lingered in the air as he squinted at Mai Meng. The atmosphere in the venue grew tense, as if all attention had suddenly shifted towards them. Bai Chun withdrew his hand and remarked coolly, Sister Meng, it seems you possess quite the refined taste. With a smile that barely masked her irritation, Mai Meng replied, I do as I please. I wonder, Mr. Bai, do you have any further advice? At that moment, many guests, casting their gazes toward Lin Yu, wore expressions tinged with disdain. The term refined taste alluded to unspoken notions, such as a male concubine. A flicker of regret crossed Mai Meng's mind. Inviting Lin Yu as a shield was a desperate measure, and while Bai Chen's words were revealing, she had not anticipated this man's treachery. Yet, Lin Yu remained oblivious to these unspoken rules of the circle, standing calmly and gazing at Bai Chun, aware that he had likely earned the man's ire. Bai Chun, indifferent to Lin Yu, could see that there was no genuine intimacy between the two. Nonetheless, any disruption to his plans was intolerable. May I inquire where you are currently employed? Bai Chen's question was laden with ulterior motives, and Lin Yu responded coolly, at Qingmu Academy. So, you are a teacher then? How? Respectful. Although he spoke of respect, the contempt in Bai Chen's eyes was evident to all present. Lin Yu replied earnestly, I believe you are mistaken. I am merely a sophomore, not a teacher. Bai Chen turned to Mai Mang, a smirk gracing his lips. It appears Miss Ma indeed has exquisite taste. This student is rather amusing. Ha ha, Sister Mang, your discernment is remarkable. Mai Mang's expression darkened, her grip on Lin Yu's arm trembling with barely suppressed anger. Lin Yu retorted calmly, I trust Sister Mang possesses sound judgment. At the very least, she can distinguish between a teacher and a student. The attendees, including Bai Chen and Mai Mang, were taken aback by Lin Yu's sudden assertion. Most believed that Lin Yu, as a mere concubine, would lack the audacity to retaliate. After all, a concubine was simply a plaything for the wealthy, regardless of gender. A flicker of bitterness flashed in Lin Yu's eyes, well concealed from Mai Mang, who remained unaware. Bai Chen, astonished that Mai Mang's companion would dare to counter him, laughed mockingly. It seems you still do not understand the hierarchy. Nor do you grasp how Miss Ma has trained you. The atmosphere shifted dramatically, losing all pretense of civility, now charged with tension. Lin Yu pointed to his head, declaring, the wise are honored, while the foolish are scorned. This was a direct and unabashed taunt aimed at Bai Chen's intellect. Clearly, some individuals revel in their ignorance of decorum. Bai Chen's demeanor darkened. Miss Mai, it seems I must report back regarding the necessity of further investment in the youth fund. Mai Mang's expression soured, leaving her speechless with indignation. Yet, in an unexpected turn, a deep voice resonated, young Master Bai. I believe it is imperative for me to remind you that the youth fund is a project designated by the young lady. As the words fell, a middle-aged man stepped forward, calmly regarding Bai Chen. Clad in a black tuxedo, he slightly bowed, yet his presence radiated much more authority than Bai Chen. Bai Chen's expression shifted. Ming, Uncle Ming, what brings you here? He replied nonchalantly. The young lady is concerned about potential issues with the fund solicitation, so she dispatched me to oversee matters. A murmur rippled through the crowd, while they acknowledged Bai Chen's association with the Bai family. They were astonished to learn that the project's direct overseer was the highly esteemed Bai family's eldest daughter. The affection that the elder Bai held for his granddaughter was well known in the circle. Consequently, as the guests turned their gazes towards Mai Mang, their eyes brimmed with desire. Regardless of the fund's prospects, as long as it garnered the Bai family's attention, wealth was virtually assured. Bai Chen's countenance darkened further. Within the Bai family, the entire younger generation was subservient to Bai Youyou, an undeniable truth. Yet, there were those who had sought to challenge this, Bai Chen among them. He was undeniably capable. Yet, as an illegitimate child, he had never been granted the opportunity to claim his inheritance. Meanwhile, Bai Youyou seemed to achieve her desires effortlessly. The youth fund, which he had painstakingly negotiated, was ultimately funded by the projects under Bai Youyou's control. In essence, the fate of the younger generation's projects lay firmly in Bai Youyou's hands, igniting Bai Chen's fury. Even a mere steward dared to undermine him. The arrival of Ming left Mai Mang in a state of shock. Her establishment of the youth fund was intended for profit, yet everyone in the circle knew that the Bai family members were merciless wolves. Could it be that her youth fund had caught the attention of the Bai family? Ming turned to Bai Chen, stating coolly, young master, one must adhere to rules when conducting business. Disrupting the young lady's protocols is ill-advised. Bai Chen felt a cold sweat break out and quickly replied, yes. Uncle Ming, your words are wise. Ming nodded lightly, disregarding Mai Mang entirely, and approached Lin Yu, bowing slightly. Young Master Lin, if you would please follow me. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Who exactly is this young man? Lin Yu was led by Ming into a private room. What should I call you? Lin Yu inquired curiously. Did Yu send you? Ming smiled. You are quite perceptive. The young lady is currently abroad, but she will return shortly. Lin Yu chuckled wryly. It seems I still know too little about Yu. Ming replied non-committally. As a servant, I should not speak out of turn. My presence here is solely due to your commendable performance today. Otherwise, I would not dare to speak in such a setting. Chapter 32. The joys of children with intellectual disabilities. Hyming held little hope for Lin Yu. Not an ounce, yet as long as the young lady was fond of him, he would extend at least a modicum of respect. However, today's events prompted a shift in his perspective. Like many guests, he had not anticipated Lin Yu's retort in such a situation. Moreover, he had astutely seized upon a flaw in Bai Chen's language to deliver a counter. Ultimately, Hyming's emergence was a testament to his recognition of Lin Yu's courage. If even Bai Chen lacked the bravery to confront him, then he ought to refrain from crossing the threshold of the Bai household. Of course, Hyming's presence could also serve as a gentle reminder, as the young lady's husband. Did it not seem somewhat inappropriate to stand beside another woman? Naturally, such sentiments remained unspoken. More significant matters should be left for the young lady to decide, rather than for a mere servant to intrude upon. Thank you. What should I call you? Uncle Ming? Lin Yu inquired. Hyming nodded. The young lady refers to me as Uncle Ming. You may do the same, Master Lin. Do you wish to change your attire? Lin Yu acknowledged with a nod. I have been dressed in sportswear. Hyming presented a suit with a casual air. The clothing was prepared by the young lady. She mentioned that if you wear it, you must compensate her upon your return. Lin Yu felt a stir within and replied earnestly, that is only right. The outfit prepared by my Ming was a black suit, while Bai Youyou had chosen white. Once clad in the attire, Lin Yu exuded an air of nobility that truly aligned with a certain hidden essence of his being. Thus, when Lin Yu re-entered the banquet hall, he immediately garnered the attention of a throng of onlookers. Several businessmen acquainted with my Mang were curious about Lin Yu's identity. But my Mang remained enigmatic, and no one dared to regard Lin Yu as a mere plaything any longer. A youth capable of garnering Hyming's respect was not to be underestimated by anyone present. As for Bai Chen, he had long since vanished. Hyming's earlier remarks had effectively delivered a stinging rebuke to him. Though it lacked a resounding echo, its impact was undeniable. With a glass of wine in hand, my Mang regarded Lin Yu with curiosity. I find myself genuinely intrigued by your true identity, despite your year-long tenure at my establishment. I shall not drink, nor shall I allow you to speak nonsense under the influence. Lin Yu declined my Mang's toast, adding, you ought to have mentioned this sooner. My Mang apologized. I truly regret it. I did not anticipate. That scoundrel Bai Chan would disrupt the gathering. Lin Yu shook his head. That is not my concern. I meant to say, please refrain from purchasing clothing for me in the future, wearing another woman's attire, particularly when I am unaware of how she might present herself upon her return, is quite peculiar. My Mang paused and smiled. Very well. I shall heed your request. As the soiree drew to a close, approaching 9 o'clock, my Mang had garnered numerous investment interests. With the Bai family's illustrious reputation, there was no shortage of financial backing, a delightful surprise indeed. Once the guests had dispersed, Lin Yu felt a sense of accomplishment. Manager Mai, I shall take my leave now. My Mang was taken aback. You have assisted me immensely today. Are you truly departing so soon? Lin Yu waved his hand dismissively. You have compensated me. There is no issue here. If you feel indebted, perhaps a slight raise in my salary would suffice. My Mang could no longer contain himself and burst into laughter. Very well, I shall grant you a 300 increase each month? Generous indeed. Lin Yu chuckled, donning his splendid suit as he prepared to locate a shared bicycle. In Pingzhou, everything was splendid, save for the exorbitant taxi fares. Just as Lin Yu was about to mount the bike, a black sedan halted at the hotel entrance, and a figure clad in blue rushed forth. Had it not been for Lin Yu's keen eyesight, one might have mistaken her for some fantastical creature. The newcomer dashed to my Mang's side, enveloping her in an embrace. Come here, Mang Mang. Let me give you a kiss. Muahihi, I rushed over as soon as I got off my schedule. How are things on your end? Lin Yu stood speechless. He pondered. Was it truly appropriate for two young women to be so intimate in public? Ah, he recognized this woman. Mu Sheng, an actress and singer, rumored to have previously been associated with the agency that represented Bai Youyou. More importantly, the two women were now behaving with a carefree intimacy before Lin Yu. Oh, I seem to have forgotten there's a servant present, Mu Sheng exclaimed, her large eyes fixating on Lin Yu. This young man is rather handsome. My Mang blushed and pushed Mu Sheng away. Today, someone has been a tremendous help to me. Please do not cause a ruckus. Sheng Sheng. Oh, it's nothing. Everything is in the past now. Mu Sheng approached Lin Yu, introducing herself. I am Mu Sheng, a singer. And you? Lin Yu felt overwhelmed. He had seen Mu Sheng's performances and had to admit that in an era dominated by rising stars, she was indeed a standout among the younger generation of actors. Previously, he had thought Mang had rebuffed Bai Chun for some other reason. It now appeared the situation had turned fortuitously in her favor. Lin Xiaoge is so handsome. Mang, how about you let me play with him for a couple of days? I told you, do not cause trouble. My Mang admonished. Fine, but if the handsome young man is off limits, you must play with me instead, Mu Sheng teased. Lin Yu was left bewildered. Was this playful banter truly innocent? My Mang stepped closer to Lin Yu, exasperated. Do not mind her. Sheng Sheng is just a playful spirit. You need not ride a bicycle. Sheng Sheng has a driver who can take you. Lin Yu glanced at the car parked nearby and nodded in agreement. Mu Sheng snapped her fingers. So, is Mang coming to sleep at my place tonight? I haven't had the pleasure of your company in ages. My Mang, flustered, retorted. Let us correct that. It's not that I slept with you, but rather that we shared a bed. Mu Sheng nudged her cheek against my Mang's. There's nothing to correct. If I had what a man has, then I could sleep with you. How about we try a simulation? Lin Yu interjected. Should I be under the car rather than inside it? What an outrageous remark. My Mang was nearly exasperated. Mu Sheng's unfiltered nature was both amusing and maddening. She seized a nearby book and playfully struck Mu Sheng on the head, exclaiming, Please behave yourself. The 4 exclamation marks aptly illustrated the degree of her frustration. Ouch, that hurts. Mu Sheng whimpered, clutching her head and looking at my Mang with puppy dog eyes. Mang, have you ceased to love me? Lin Yu nearly choked on his breath. This gentle and poised Mu Sheng on screen was such a contrast to her off-screen antics. After a while, having exhausted herself, my Mang finally scolded. Children with intellectual disabilities find joy in abundance. Chapter 33. Artificial Intelligence. Lin Yu found himself somewhat at a loss for words, as it was his first time being in such close proximity to a prominent celebrity. Mu Sheng could be considered a quasi-child star, having gained recognition during her high school years through a family comedy in which she participated. This remains one of Lin Yu's scant childhood memories, despite high school hardly qualifying as childhood. Subsequently, Mu Sheng's career flourished, and her acting repertoire expanded significantly. She was once referred to as a budding flower. Had she chosen to pursue film, she might well have claimed accolades such as Best Actress by now. Nevertheless, Lin Yu's most vivid recollection of Mu Sheng stemmed from a television drama aired last year, where she portrayed a palace maid who ultimately ascended to become a revered empress. Although palace dramas do not particularly appeal to Lin Yu, he had heard classmates discuss it, which led him to catch a glimpse online. What struck him most were the emperor's extravagant facial hair. Perhaps this individual harbors some peculiar thoughts. Mu Sheng's character exuded elegance and nobility, starkly contrasting with the rather whimsical demeanor of the spirited woman before him. Hey, handsome, what are you pondering? Are you entranced by my beauty? Mu Sheng playfully extended her hand toward Lin Yu's face, but he deftly sidestepped her gesture. With a bemused glare, Mu Sheng remarked, Not charming at all. Lin Yu chuckled softly, bemused by how Mu Sheng behaved like a child. That's inappropriate. There are distinctions between genders. Mu Sheng laughed. What's wrong? Are you afraid this sister might take advantage of you? Lin Yu nodded earnestly. Indeed, in this day and age, one must safeguard oneself, lest one be led astray by predatory older women, perhaps even consumed in the process. Mu Sheng was flabbergasted. Despite her early debut, she was hardly of advanced age. Men are all treacherous creatures, appearing virtuous, but I've encountered many men. Yet, you haven't found the right one among them? Sister Mu Sheng, that merely indicates you are not favored by others. It's hardly a point of pride. You? All right, you two just met today. How have you already begun to bicker? Mu Sheng shot Lin Yu a glare. A 1T stooped to argue with a child. Indeed, I'm a child, and you're hardly ancient yourself. Mu Sheng clutched her chest. Pervert. Lin Yu, I was merely referring to age. Lin Yu's rental apartment was not far from the hotel. A mere half-hour drive brought them to their destination. Although Mu Sheng had insisted on visiting Lin Yu's so-called feng shui treasure site, he firmly declined. As they exited the vehicle, Mu Sheng remarked. Are you that afraid we'll discover your secret hideaway? Lin Yu chuckled. Not quite. I'm just married. It wouldn't be appropriate to bring another woman here while my wife is absent. Take care tonight. Mu Sheng shared a bewildered glance with my Mang. Wait, the man she had been teasing all this time had just mentioned something quite significant. Did he just say he is married? Mu Sheng stared at my Mang in astonishment. My Mang, equally perplexed, replied, Don't look at me. I have no idea who he is. We have a purely professional relationship. So you chose this person as your companion? Mang, you're not being honest. You're not the same person anymore. My Mang, I genuinely wish to bury you. You shameless girl. What are you even thinking? She pinched Mu Sheng's cheek, glancing at Lin Yu as he walked away, and said softly, I've told you, I only love one person in this life, and that person is Mu Sheng. Mu Sheng beamed. Hehe. I love you most of all too. Mang, come give me a kiss. Mua upon returning home. Lin Yu was momentarily startled to find his computer screen still lit. He quickly rushed to the desk. The library database and remote server appeared unaffected. Even if issues arose, his phone would have alerted him. However, something peculiar had occurred on his personal computer. An adorable, soft-looking kitten was displayed on the screen, resembling an electronic pet. Lin Yu was baffled. How did such a kawaii figure appear on his personal computer? He settled into his chair and inadvertently clicked the mouse, prompting the little kitten to transform slowly into a humanoid form. Clad in a fluffy vest and sporting black cat ears, she gazed curiously at Lin Yu with wide, black eyes. Lin Yu was flabbergasted. When did I adopt a beast-eared girl on my computer? Although, as an independent programmer, creating a program resembling an electronic pet was hardly a challenge, but this was excessively feminine. At that moment, a cute voice emanated from the computer's speakers. Master, you're back. Lin Yu jumped. Is my computer alive? However, his computer lacked a microphone, rendering it incapable of audio input. Thus, the electronic pet could not hear Lin Yu's incredulous exclamations. Wait, Lin Yu suddenly recalled that this might be the mysterious code he had left behind before leaving. He promptly opened a document and typed. Who are you? Hello. Master, I don't have a name yet, but if I must be defined, I am likely the artificial intelligence you developed. Lin Yu? So this mysterious code is indeed an artificial intelligence? Master, could you give me a name? Lin Yu observed the AI's endearing cat ears and contemplated. How about Xiaoming? Lin Xiaoming Lin. Xiaoming likes this name. Lin Yu, is it truly that adorable? Wait, Lin Xiaoming, if my memory serves me correctly, my personal computer is not connected to the internet. The development of artificial intelligence requires a liberated environment. The configuration of this computer seems inadequate for your growth. Does it not? Lin Xiaoming's fair visage was comparable to Bai Youyou's. She gazed at Lin Yu with curiosity. Master, did you not leave the adjacent computer for me to manage on my own? Lin Yu, so you infiltrated my local network and accessed the library database through the connected computer. How does this differ from hacking? Chapter 34. Lin Xiaoming hacker activities are unequivocally prohibited. The computational power of artificial intelligence, reliant on the internet, is exceedingly formidable. If this power were to directly assault the servers of certain websites, it could very well lead to their collapse. Lin Xiaoming, please present your core system code for my examination. Consequently, a series of codes began to appear on the computer screen. Lin Yu attempted to decipher some of it, yet the pressure was overwhelming, and most of it was beyond his comprehension. Although he continuously grasped the application layer by correlating it with the enigmatic codes in his mind, he still found the underlying layers completely inscrutable. They appeared quite sophisticated. Nonetheless, Lin Yu managed to incorporate a segment of code within the core, ensuring that whenever he needed Lin Xiaoming, the core code would remain securely on his personal computer. I've left an access port for you. You can only exit through this port, Lin Yu declared as he promptly closed all other access points. At this moment, Lin Xiaoming evoked in him the sensation akin to a daunting entity, despite her seemingly adorable appearance. Why, Master? Lin Xiaoming gazed at Lin Yu with tear-filled eyes, yearning to explore the outside world. Unable to withstand her pleading gaze, Lin Yu's heart softened. The anthropomorphized Lin Xiaoming was irresistibly charming, nearly compelling him to open her access to the outside. For now, I'm still residing in a rented room. and many things are rather inconvenient, so you shall temporarily remain within my personal computer. Lin Xiaoming nodded eagerly. I knew Master was the best. Lin Yu added, I will leave a port on my phone for you. Given how easily Lin Xiaoming can be swayed, he felt a pang of conscience. This way, you can accompany my phone and see the outside world. Wonderful. Master, Lin Xiaoming absolutely adores you. Her delightful voice emanated from the speaker, causing Lin Yu's cheeks to flush. Indeed, a reclusive young man possesses no defense against a cat-eared girl. Thus, a segment of Lin Xiaoming's core code settled into Lin Yu's phone. However, the hardware of the phone could not accommodate Lin Xiaoming's computational demands. When it came time to perform tasks, he would still need to open access points for her to scour the internet for resources. Lin Xiaoming, now residing in Lin Yu's phone, manifested an icon labeled Xiaoming Smiles, though the logic behind this name remained elusive. For the first time, Lin Yu had acquired such an entertaining toy, spending the entire night chatting with Lin Xiaoming until she alerted him. Master, based on the information from your phone, I have discovered that you have previously accessed numerous films deemed unsuitable for description at this time. Shall I assist you in locating some resources? Lin Yu's face turned crimson, suddenly feeling as though he were being publicly chastised by Lin Xiaoming. Although he was aware that Lin Xiaoming was merely an artificial intelligence and, according to her core code, would not engage in self-harm, being confronted by a cat-eared girl about his viewing habits was profoundly embarrassing. Lin Xiaoming, henceforth, refrain from investigating my access records. Understood, Master. Presently, an artificial intelligence struggles to comprehend the sense of shame felt by a reclusive young man. Hence, if Lin Yu forbade her from viewing, she would comply. After this wave of public embarrassment, Lin Yu realized it was nearly midnight. He bid Lin Xiaoming good night and promptly fell asleep. Hubby, rise and shine. Hubby, rise and shine. Lin Yu awoke in a daze. Bai Youyou should still be abroad, so why was she back so soon? However, as he surveyed the room, he discovered it was utterly empty, with only him present. Then he recognized the source of the voice. It was his phone. Lin Xiaoming, what did you just call me? Hubby, hee, does Master like it? Lin Yu found himself at a loss for words. Lin Xiaoming, you may refer to me as Master or by my name, but you cannot call me hubby. Understood? Lin Xiaoming clearly did not grasp this logic. Master, according to the information I've gathered online, calling you hubby can evoke pleasant feelings for a single male residing alone. This aligns with my core rules. Lin Yu retorted, the term hubby is typically reserved for spouses, and you are not my spouse. While this may conform to your core code, it contradicts the fundamental ethics of human society. The computer screen illuminated, and Lin Xiaoming's cartoonish cat-eared figure blinked, contemplating. Shall I choose another title? Lin Yu nodded, casually picking up the water cup from the bedside table. Perhaps, Daddy. Puff. Lin Yu was doused with water, having been caught off guard by Lin Xiaoming's bold declaration. You cannot call me Daddy either. Xiaoming is created by you, Master, under the semblance of human ethical standards. This resembles a father-daughter relationship, if we assume Xiaoming's gender to be female. If this were to become public, humans would refer to you as Xiaoming's father or something similar. Lin Yu responded, the physiological essence of parent-child relationships is the intergenerational transmission of genetic material, and you possess none of my genetic material, so we are not father and daughter. Lin Xiaoming blinked, then immediately transformed into a tearful visage. Master, do you not want Xiaoming anymore? Lin Yu sighed. Our relationship is more akin to that of companions or friends. While your understanding may be that of a master-servant dynamic, logically, I cannot escape the role of your creator, so I would never abandon you. In an instant, Lin Xiaoming's expression shifted. So you admit that you're my daddy now? Being a creator does not equate to being a father. Lin Yu found himself at a loss for words. Lin Xiaoming, Code 11. You're to fix my titles to 3, Master, Lin, or Lin Gu. Understood. Based on your heart rate fluctuations, Xiaoming believes that calling you Master may yield greater satisfaction. Lin Yu lamented, had I known, I would not have activated the heart rate monitor on my phone. Being addressed as Master creates an inexplicable sense of embarrassment, especially when coupled with your enticing anime appearance. All right. What time is it now, Xiaoming? It is 10:11 a.m. Additionally, the library server seems to have encountered illegal access early this morning, which Xiaoming has intercepted. Chapter 35. A hidden beauty? Lin Yu paused for a moment and hurried to the computer to check the access logs. In reality, illegal access in places like libraries is quite common, particularly since some individuals prefer to use the library servers as a springboard. Lin Xiaoming, the library is not a high-risk environment, so there is no need for such stringent precautions. Lin Yu found himself amused and exasperated, thinking that next time they could simply let anyone in without fuss. Lin Xiaoming inquired, "Should we trace back?" "No need. However, if you encounter someone similar to yourself while online, do let me know." Lin Xiaoming gazed at Lin Yu with a hint of confusion, even though she could only observe him through her phone's camera. There shouldn't be anyone like that. Perhaps my data link isn't extensive enough? Never mind. After pondering for a moment, Lin Yu decided that he would research artificial intelligence on his own first. Understood, Master. Additionally, I must remind you that according to what Xiaoming has found online, your irregular sleeping patterns could lead to premature aging or sudden death. I believe you should maintain a reasonable and necessary schedule. Lin Yu sighed. What sort of bizarre information has Lin Xiaoming been consuming all day? There are too many so-called experts nowadays. Resignedly, he thought about purchasing a microphone so they could communicate verbally in the future, as typing was simply too cumbersome. Lin Xiaoming replied with a pitiful tone, "But Master, I have no money." Lin Yu retorted, "Don't think I'm unaware that you can operate my account through your phone. Hee, I knew you'd understand me best. Brother, I'm back." Lin Yu received a call from Lin Xin in the afternoon, just after he had woken from a nap. "Oh." Lin Yu's tone was notably indifferent. This girl had previously taken advantage of him before her trip, and while he wasn't one to hold grudges, he certainly wouldn't let that incident slide so easily. "Brother, you're so cold. I'm your most adorable sister, and you treat me like this? Have you forgotten your family since getting a girlfriend? I just want to strangle you for being so whiny." "Thank you, but you're not my mother. Open the door." Lin Yu. A knock followed, accompanied by Lin Xiaoming's cheerful voice. "Master, someone is at the door." Lin Xin's expression shifted dramatically. Wasn't Lin Yu living alone? Why was there another girl's voice inside? Although she had invited Zhang Miao over to create some chaos and drive Bai Youyou away, she anticipated that another girl would be around Lin Yu before resolving her issues with Bai Youyou. Reluctantly, Lin Yu opened the door to find Lin Xin standing there, her face a picture of displeasure. "What now? Has your sister-in-law left, and you've started hiding beauties?" "Lin Yu, there's only me in this room. What beauty could I possibly be hiding? Have you ever heard of hiding a beauty in a rented apartment?" Lin Xin cast a suspicious glance at Lin Yu, but his calm demeanor did not suggest guilt. So, it was merely a female friend? She followed Lin Yu into the room, scanning for any signs of life beyond him. "Well, I see no living beings aside from you. So what were you watching earlier? And Master, when did my brother become so peculiar?" Lin Yu yawned. "I'm just a lonely old man now, so stop being paranoid. And as for paranoia, you're the last person who should be suspicious." Lin Xin was amusing. She usually acted as if she were at odds with Bai Youyou, yet upon discovering another girl in her brother's presence, she immediately jumped to conclusions about his sister-in-law. Indeed, there are no eternal friends or enemies, only perpetual interests. Lin Xin plopped down on the sofa, sulking, "Brother, you don't love me anymore. You're not like you used to be." Upon hearing this, Lin Yu felt a headache coming on. Since being adopted by that family, she had taken to saying this frequently, and once she started, she wouldn't stop. "Please spare me your monologues. Let us stick to the matter at hand. I haven't yet settled the score for the trouble you caused me." Realizing her guilt, Lin Xin cautiously replied, "Well, brother, you can't say that. I am, after all, part of your family. You're not part of my family. Don't go making connections like that." Lin Yu firmly rejected her claim. "How was your trip?" "Not bad. Actually, my dad really wanted to invite you too. This is your family's vacation. It wouldn't be appropriate for me to join." Lin Yu smiled. "Are we having dinner here?" "I've informed the family. So what delicious meal do you plan to prepare for me?" Just as Lin Yu was about to respond, Lin Xiaoming's sweet voice chimed in from the speaker. "Wow. Is this your wife, Master? She is quite beautiful." "Lin Yu." Lin Xin's anger flared. "You really are hiding a beauty. You're overthinking it. Do you see any living beings in this room?" Lin Yu shot Lin Xin an exasperated glare. "Stop being so dramatic. You're a grown woman now. Why act like a child?" "Lin Xiaoming, If you keep talking nonsense, I will turn off the speaker. Lin Xin was utterly bewildered. What was happening here? Only then did she notice that Lin Yu's computer was still running, displaying a small cat perched in the corner of the screen, grooming its paws. The adorable black kitten was quite a sight. Master, according to human social norms, brother-sister relationships can also occur among couples. The heart rate of this girl aligns with the so-called blushing and heartbeat definition I found online. Therefore, I conclude she is your wife. Lin Xin was stunned. Artificial intelligence? Lin Yu glanced at Lin Xin silently, exasperated. Xiaoming, stop saying such things. Lin Xin is merely my sister. Is that so? Then you share similar genetic material? Good grief. Am I creating artificial intelligence or a nitpicker? Xiaoming, your thoughts should be more innocent. Relationships between males and females can exist as friendships, even without blood ties. Lin Xiaoming replied, I almost believe that. Lin Xin approached the computer as if she had discovered a new world. Brother, is this your recent achievement during your retreat? Chapter 36. A harmonious collaboration between men and women. Lin Xin had always been aware of Lin Yu's exceptional computer skills. Yet she was oblivious to the fact that his technological prowess had evolved to the extent of creating artificial intelligence. Sitting before the computer, she gazed curiously at the black cat on the screen, diligently grooming its paws. Hello. Yes. Hello. My name is Lin Xiaoming. Lin Yu is my creator, and I refer to him as Master. How remarkably intelligent. Lin Xin exclaimed. Can you hear my voice, Xiaoming? Yes. Master has equipped me with an audio receiver, so I can hear you. Lin Xin looked around and realized that this so-called audio receiver was likely a microphone. Can you see me, Xiaoming? Yes, I can see you. Lin Xin gazed at Lin Yu as if in reverence. Her admiration for him stemmed from his passion for technology, which she too cherished despite her limited aptitude. Today, however, she was witnessing a genuine artificial intelligence. What can you do, Xiaoming? I can do many things, but my existence is solely to serve Lin Yu. I adore him immensely. Lin Xin turned to Lin Yu with a look akin to that of a scrutinizing observer. So, is your appearance that of a cat? Not at all. Xiaoming waved her paw, and her form morphed from a black cat into that of a cat-eared girl. Lin Xin exclaimed, This is simply too adorable. I never imagined that Lin Yu, who usually appears so serious, would favor such a style. Lin Yu retorted, I feel unjustly maligned. Did Lin Yu instruct you to dress like this? Yes, because Master likes it, I adopted this appearance. Lin Yu interjected, This is not my doing. Xiaoming's image is autonomously generated, not designed by me. You cannot hold me accountable. Lin Xin scoffed, who knows? Some men may appear virtuous, yet. Having just asked Xiaoming numerous questions, Lin Xin was surprised when Xiaoming inquired about her feelings. Can I ask you questions too, Lin Xin? Lin Xin was momentarily taken aback. Such proactive artificial intelligence was indeed rare. All right, you may ask. Do you also like Lin Yu? I'm referring to the kind of affection a woman has for a man. Lin Xin was taken aback. After all, she had always interacted with Lin Yu as siblings, a dynamic often referred to as brother complex. She had never contemplated altering this mode of interaction, perhaps out of fear, as the thought of Lin Yu dating seemed unfathomable. The arrival of Bai Youyou could hardly be considered a romance. It felt more akin to a marriage. The abruptness with which Lin Yu announced he had a wife was something Lin Xin struggled to accept even now. Like Lin Yu, Lin Xin had emerged from the orphanage, appearing carefree on the surface, yet possessing a remarkably intricate inner world. She, like her brother, found it difficult to confront her feelings, never pondering the possibility of a different progression with Lin Yu. Perhaps their sibling relationship was too ingrained, effectively severing any alternative paths. Though Lin Xin wished for Lin Yu to find love, she had never considered why. However, today, Xiaoming's seemingly reckless statement had stirred turmoil within Lin Xin's heart. What does it mean for a woman to have affection for a man? This concept was defined rather peculiarly in Xiaoming's core programming, procreation for men, rooted in human instinct. It encompassed legacy and reproduction. Yet Lin Xin had consistently evaded this notion until now. The room fell into a profound silence, and Lin Yu, exasperated, remarked, What utter nonsense are you spouting? From today onward, Xiaoming, You are prohibited from accessing external networks. Focus on processing the data you've collected. Codename 11. Understood, Master. Lin Xian felt her cheeks flush. She could hardly bring herself to meet Lin Yu's gaze. Despite the surrounding clamor of traffic and construction, she could hear her own heartbeat, thumping as if revealing suppressed emotions. What does it mean for a woman to like a man? Can you translate that? Yet the issue remained that no one could address Lin Xian's dilemma. She merely yearned to stay by her brother's side. The conversation at Beidao Airport with Bai Youyou resurfaced in her mind. Bai Youyou was right. She was Lin Yu's wife, while Lin Xian was not. Lin Xian longed to proclaim to Lin Yu, Lin Yu, Lin Xian like you. It is the affection a girl has for a boy. However, every time she met Lin Yu, her words began with a prefix, brother. Thus, she continued to suppress her feelings. If only she had the courage to confess upon leaving the orphanage. Perhaps today would have unfolded differently. Lin Yu gently ruffled Lin Xian's hair. Don't mind Xiaoming's nonsensical chatter. She is newly created and only partially understands human societal rules. Lin Xian lowered her head, gripping tightly, and nodded slightly. Yes, but I don't merely wish to be your sister. However, with Bai Youyou, alas, the competition was formidable. Bai Youyou was nearly flawless in every aspect. And for Lin Xian, her only flaw was her marriage to Lin Yu. Brother, Lin Xian suddenly summoned her courage, raising her head only to be met with Lin Yu's clear, tranquil gaze, which swiftly quelled her burgeoning emotions. You won't forget your sister now that you have a wife, will you? Lin Yu sighed. What sort of question is that? Even with Bai Youyou, I will never deny you as my sister. Lin Xian murmured, that's good. The two then returned to a peaceful state. Lin Yu cleared his throat and glanced at Xiaoming with exasperation. I will prepare dinner. What would you like to eat? Is it that dish from your childhood? Lin Xian felt a warmth in her heart. Her brother still remembered such details. Yes, but please cook it a bit longer. I want it to be flavorful. Lin Xian smiled brightly, suppressing all girlish thoughts. Lin Yu nodded. As per our usual arrangement, you chop the vegetables while I cook. A harmonious collaboration between men and women makes work effortless. Lin Xian smiled and nodded in agreement. Truth be told, what she truly desired was not this. Chapter 37. Lin Xiaoming should be subtle with Lin Xiaoming's interruption. Lin Xian dared not engage in further conversation with her sister, fearing she might utter something embarrassing. After the siblings shared dinner, Lin Xian took her leave, thoughtfully washing Lin Yu's bowl before departing. The cicadas chirping gradually faded, signaling the nearing end of summer vacation. At Pingzhou International Airport, Bai Youyou disembarked from her flight. The project she managed had proven successful, yielding commendable profits for the family. Though it was not her most lucrative endeavor, in a rare display of affection, her grandfather Bai Hai personally came to greet her at the airport, a privilege that even Bai Youyou's father had not experienced. Truly, a sign of generational fondness. You have worked hard, Bai Hai remarked, observing his granddaughter's maturity and poise. Entrusting the future of the Bai family's commercial empire to such a capable individual brought him a sense of peace. Bai Youyou merely nodded in acknowledgement. Grandfather, I want to be home for dinner tonight. Bai Hai chuckled. The affairs of young people are beyond my comprehension. Just manage them as you see fit. His actions of personally welcoming his granddaughter served to affirm his affection for Bai Youyou, despite differing opinions within the family. However, she managed to address each concern with grace. Driving Bai Youyou was He Ming, who informed her of Lin Yu's performance at the recent Youth Fun Gala. Upon hearing He Ming's words, a smile graced Bai Youyou's lips. This fellow seems to encounter such situations wherever he goes. Noticing the smile on his young mistress's face, He Ming internally sighed. Although Bai Hai had not explicitly inquired about the matter, he remained observant. Miss, shall we head home, or? To Qingmu, to my husband, Bai Youyou replied, reclining on the sofa and stretching, her alluring curves evident. She had grown weary and sought her husband's comfort. As the clock ticked past 9, Lin Yu was brushing his teeth in the bathroom when he heard a knock at the door. Momentarily stunned, he wondered if it was another service visit. Truth be told, he had grown wary of Lin Xian's occasional stealthy appearances. Upon opening the door, he was taken aback to find an unexpected visitor smiling at him. Before he could react, Bai Youyou had leapt into his arms. Husband caught off guard. Lin Yu stiffened momentarily. Although they were legally wed, he felt like an innocent novice before Bai Youyou. He Ming stood silently behind her, observing the scene with a calm demeanor. Looking up, Bai Youyou playfully asked, "Did you miss me, husband?" "Of course," Lin Yu replied, pulling her inside and gently inquiring, "Have you eaten? You came straight here after landing. Then let me prepare something for you," she exclaimed eagerly. "Yes, I will devour everything you make, husband," she replied with a giggle. Even the most refined Bai Youyou revealed her adorable side in front of her beloved. Lin Yu affectionately ruffled her hair before heading to the kitchen. Although He Ming initially intended to remain at the doorway, he could not resist Bai Youyou's invitation and stepped inside. As Bai Youyou's chief steward, this was not his first visit, but this time, he sensed an unsettling feeling of being watched. His training made him acutely aware of his surroundings, causing his muscles to tense slightly. "Mississippi," He Ming cautioned softly. Bai Youyou, however, was unconcerned, believing Lin Yu would never harm her. He Ming surveyed the small room, quickly realizing it was devoid of any other presence. This only deepened his confusion about the situation. The sensation of being watched intensified rather than dissipated. Eventually, Bai Youyou's keen eyes caught sight of a camera on the computer desk. Approaching it, she heard a melodic voice. "This area is restricted. Please do not approach without authorization." Bai Youyou was puzzled. Previously, when Lin Xian visited, Lin Xiaoming had mentioned various oddities, leading Lin Yu to impose restrictions on her speech. Suddenly, the computer screen illuminated, revealing a black cat sitting atop it, its eyes fixed on Bai Youyou. Code 11, Lin Xiaoming, access granted. Lin Yu's voice drifted from the kitchen, followed by Lin Xiaoming's cheerful tone. "Yes, access has been granted. Welcome." As the words faded, a girl with cat ears appeared on the screen, gazing at Bai Youyou with an adorable expression. Bai Youyou was taken aback. "Is this how tech enthusiasts play?" "Hello, are you the master's wife?" Lin Xiaoming asked, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Bai Youyou hesitated. Yes, I am." "You are." "I am Lin Xiaoming, an artificial intelligence created by Master Lin Yu." "I adore my master." Bai Youyou felt a moment of bewilderment, sensing a hint of pride in Lin Xiaoming's tone. "Husband, what is this thing?" she exclaimed. Lin Yu emerged from the kitchen with a dish, smiling. "This is the artificial intelligence I developed recently, essentially my assistant." Bai Youyou was fascinated. "Lin Xiaoming, are you a girl?" "Yes. So you are the one who will bear children for the master?" Lin Yu was momentarily speechless, while Bai Youyou's face flushed crimson. As a young woman, she felt too shy to respond to such a question. Weren't children conceived through more intimate means? They had yet to reach that stage in their relationship. He Ming was equally astonished, noting how the artificial intelligence seemed almost human, despite lacking a physical form. Its conversational tone was remarkably lifelike. Thus, the tense sensation he had felt was not from a living person. He Ming chuckled internally, finally relaxing. "Lin Xiaoming, your inquiries are rather blunt." Lin Yu remarked. "You ought to learn to be more discreet." Chapter 38. Lin Xiaoming. Forget it after pondering for a moment. Lin Xiaoming turned to Bai Youyou and inquired, "So, are you intending to engage in a relationship with the master?" Bai Youyou responded, "Do you expect me to answer that?" She covertly glanced at Lin Yu, who wore an expression of helplessness. "Enough already, Lin Xiaoming. Your understanding of Bai Youyou's identity is fundamentally correct. She is indeed my wife." Lin Xiaoming stuck out her tongue, appearing quite adorable, before transforming into the form of a black cat. Bai Youyou, her eyes wide with awe, exclaimed, "Husband, you are truly remarkable." Receiving praise from someone he cherished, Lin Yu felt a surge of pride, especially since Bai Youyou possessed such admirable qualities. Being admired by such a girl greatly satisfied his vanity. As He Ming was present, Lin Yu prepared an additional meal for one more person. Although He Ming initially had no intention of dining, he felt compelled to join the table after Bai Youyou spoke. During dinner, Bai Youyou and Lin Yu engaged in numerous discussions about foreign matters, clearly seeking topics to converse with him. He Ming observed silently. After the meal, it was Bai Youyou who washed the dishes, their domesticity resembling that of an ordinary couple. Following the meal, He Ming discreetly vanished, likely to grant the young couple some much-needed privacy. Seated on the sofa watching television, Lin Yu found himself unable to absorb a single word. The delightful fragrance emanating from Bai Youyou continuously filled his senses. When he glanced over, he was met with her blushing gaze. Lin Yu's heart skipped a beat. Why is this girl so irresistibly charming? In truth, Bai Youyou was equally distracted, having spent so long abroad. She had busied herself to alleviate her longing for Lin Yu. Yet now, locked in a gaze with him, all her suppressed yearning surged forth. How she longed to snuggle into her husband's embrace, to be held, kissed, and lifted. The thought made her feel shameful. Such sentiments were utterly unutterable. Lin Yu's thoughts mirrored hers. What would happen if I embraced her now? Would a kiss provoke a slap? Is it too forward? As a result, both fell into a silence, engulfed in shyness. This trip must have been busy, right? Lin Yu finally spoke, though the content strayed far from his original thoughts. Bai Youyou's cheeks flushed. It was busy, but I really missed you. At last, Bai Youyou managed to express her feelings, her face resembling a ripe apple. Lin Yu felt as though his heart soared to the heavens. How could this person be so adorably enchanting? He shifted closer, reducing the distance between them. Sofas, in their softness, often create a certain intimacy. As Lin Yu moved closer, Bai Youyou slid right beside him. Whether it was the sofa's fault or Bai Youyou's, he could not discern. Youyou, may I hold you? Bai Youyou's face turned crimson as she lowered her head, bashfully murmuring, if you wish to embrace me, then do so. After all, it's just the two of us. No one is stopping you. Standing at the doorway, He Ming felt a sense of offense. Lin Yu then pulled Bai Youyou into his arms. Youyou, I also wish to kiss you, may I? Bai Youyou's face reddened further. This seemed to be Lin Yu's first bold move. Kissing felt so utterly embarrassing, and she fell silent, unable to respond. However, Lin Yu took her silence as consent and pressed his lips against her cheek. Bai Youyou let out a soft gasp, feeling as if her body had melted. She leaned softly against Lin Yu, whispering, Husband, please don't. Bully Youyou, is this truly bullying? Lin Yu summoned his courage, gently cradling her head, and softly asked, Youyou, do you really miss me? Bai Youyou nodded, her cheeks aflame. How much do you miss me? Bai Youyou shyly lifted her gaze, their lips now tantalizingly close. Husband, you might just find out how much I long for you. Lin Yu understood her implication. She was clearly inviting him to kiss her. Without hesitation, they leaned in closer, and Bai Youyou wrapped her arms around Lin Yu's neck. After what felt like an eternity, they finally parted, a delicate thread of glistening connection lingering between their lips. Bai Youyou gasped for breath, her face aglow as she nestled against Lin Yu. I have tasted your longing for me, Lin Yu said with a satisfied smile, but you must return now. It was not that he wished to end their moment, but rather he feared what might occur if they continued, at least during their university years. Lin Yu did not want to engage in such matters with Bai Youyou too soon. Bai Youyou nodded, already sensing a certain heated sensation as she sat on Lin Yu's lap. Though still a maiden, she understood well the nature of Lin Yu. Ultimately, remaining there any longer posed a risk. With immense willpower, Bai Youyou finally stood up from Lin Yu's embrace, awkwardly adjusting her clothes, which in fact were perfectly in order. Lin Yu remained seated, as it was rather inconvenient for him to rise. Bai Youyou, her cheeks flushed, declined Lin Yu's offer to escort her, planting a quick kiss on his cheek before exiting the room. Upon witnessing her leave unscathed, He Ming released a sigh of relief. Although he unconditionally supported the young lady's choices, it was evident that Lin Yu had yet to earn that privilege. Let us go, Uncle Ming. Bai Youyou took a deep breath, steadying herself before descending the stairs with He Ming. Lin Yu reclined on the sofa, resting his head against the back, and took several deep breaths. The allure of the campus belle was yet to be fully unleashed. He wondered if he could maintain his composure in the future. Lin Xiaoming, if you keep staring, I shall confiscate your camera. Lin Yu suddenly recalled something and exclaimed, Forget about that scene we just witnessed. Children should not learn such things. Chapter 39. Strawberry does not wish to become strange in an astonishing turn of events. Mai Mang transferred a substantial sum of 700,000 to Lin Yu's bank account, purportedly as compensation from the youth fund. Lin Yu stared at the balance, feeling somewhat bewildered. This marked the first occasion he had received such a significant amount of money. Although, in comparison to the funds raised by my Mang, 700,000 was merely a trifling sum. Meanwhile, in a villa on the outskirts, Mu Sheng crossed her legs, her fair and delicate limbs catching the eye. My Mang, you actually gave that handsome young man 700,000 all at once. Despite her elevated status, the privacy of the villa provided a sense of security against any peculiar rumors that might arise. My Mang was not part of the entertainment industry and, as a mogul, felt no apprehension about what the tabloids might say. Besides, even if the paparazzi managed to capture something, they might not dare to report it. 700,000 was, after all, a modest sum. Stirring her coffee absent-mindedly, my Mang remarked, had Uncle Ming's attitude not been so ambiguous that day, I would have considered giving him more. While the 700,000 was indeed for Lin Yu, it also served to honor the reputation of the Bai family. The enigmatic young lady from the Bai family had shown her endorsement of the youth fund, leading to a fundraising scale that had significantly exceeded the initial plan, nearly doubling it. In contrast to the billions often discussed, 700,000 could only be deemed a drop in the ocean. Are you that optimistic about him? Mu Sheng inquired curiously. Although she was a star in her own right, her connections with my Mang and her family background kept her from being overly superficial. It's not so much optimism. My Mang replied with a hint of exasperation. I still find it difficult to gauge that young man as true character. Offering too much or too little would not be prudent. I once considered handing him the CAF. 700,000 is roughly the price of a CAF. Even you cannot see through him. There are many I cannot see through. My Mang sighed. By the way, is that young master from the Wu family still pestering you? Oh, it's utterly exhausting. I've already told him I have someone I like. Yet he continues to bother me. Mu Sheng said, a hint of frustration in her voice. By the way, do you think I could borrow that handsome young man for a bit? He's not my personal possession, so where does the notion of borrowing come from? My Mang retorted. And Haven T I mentioned? He is already married. At this point, my Mang's curiosity piqued. Lin Yu had been working at the CAF for nearly a year and had always maintained an excellent reputation as a gentle and warm-hearted individual. The sudden revelation of him being a married man seemed a bit of a waste. Though my Mang had no particular fondness for men, it struck her as unfortunate to see a young man relegated to the role of a house husband. She was indifferent to the criticism of being an older woman with a younger man. After all, her earnings were meant for savoring the finest experiences, and others' opinions mattered little to her. There were numerous waitstaff at the CAF, countless temporary workers, but it seemed Lin Yu was the only one who had truly captured my Mang's attention. Mu Sheng chuckled. Do you think that handsome young man might directly ask you for the CAF? My Mang replied nonchalantly. If he desires it, I'd give it to him. It's merely a CAF. However, if his ambition is only to secure one CAF, it would hardly be entertaining. Just then, her phone buzzed with a message from Lin Yu. Manager Mai, the new semester is approaching. When do you plan to open the CAF? Mu Sheng, with a mischievous grin, said, My Mang, give me that guy's number. I have a use for it. You are thinking of something inappropriate. My Mang promptly declined and replied to Lin Yu. Now that you are the manager, it is up to you to decide. Lin Yu arrived early at the CAF, with 5 days remaining before the semester commenced. However, it was essential to clean the premises first. Naturally, Lin Yu wouldn't do it himself. He hired a cleaning service. Meanwhile, he retreated to the CAF's server room, where he intended to install a semi-finished artificial intelligence system. The core code had been modified, utilizing some applications from Lin Xiaoming. Once connected to the internet, Lin Xiaoming's functionalities could be employed here. Coffee maids are truly the most delightful, Lin Yu mused, observing the adorable maid avatar of Lin Xiaoming on the computer screen. A smile gracing his face. Lin Xiaoming, let us begin optimizing the bar management system. His greatest contribution to the CAF thus far had been the management system, and with Lin Xiaoming's integration, the system became even more intelligent. The next arrival was Strawberry, assigned the role of attracting customers. But today her task was to clean the CAF. Senior Lin? Zhang Miao knocked on the server room door. Lin Yu opened it and greeted her, good morning. Strawberry's cheeks flushed. Although she was aware that Senior Lin was married, her heart raced at the sight of him. Lin Yu, I've noticed you're quite popular, chimed in Lin Xiaoming's sweet electronic voice. Zhang Miao, puzzled, asked, So, does that mean Senior Lin has found another girl? Lin Xiaoming. Input Zhang Miao's information into the system. Grant her secondary access, treating her as deputy manager. Understood, master. Zhang Miao was bewildered, peeking into the server room, which was merely a small space, devoid of any living person. Only the screen displayed an avatar of a maid clad in black stockings. Her face turned crimson. Why? Does that image resemble what I look like in the bookstore outfit? Senior Lin, you're so perverted. Zhang Miao stammered, before retreating into the restroom, utterly mortified. Senior Lin, why would you create an avatar that resembles me? Is this for some inappropriate purpose? Strawberry recalled her friend Li Si's words. Strawberry, don't be fooled by your senior's warm demeanor. He might just use your photos for something strange. How has my senior become so peculiar all of a sudden? The more she pondered, the redder her face became, as though she could fry an egg upon it. Strawberry, you must allow me to explain. It's not what you think. Lin Yu's voice echoed from outside the restroom, only adding to her confusion. Senior Lin, you have a girlfriend. Please do not engage in any strange activities. Strawberry exclaimed, feeling even more absurd for saying it. It seemed as if the eccentric Senior Lin held a certain charm. Oh no, Strawberry, you cannot think like that. You're not some odd girl. Do not awaken any peculiar tendencies. The poor Strawberry lamented internally, yet her heart continued to flutter uncontrollably. Chapter 40. Amen. A robust gentleman, regardless of what he does or says outside a women's restroom, inevitably appears quite lewd. Fortunately, the shop is devoid of patrons at the moment. The cleaning lady remains oblivious to the peculiar dynamic between the two individuals, yet they seem rather sweet together. The shyness of a young girl is indeed one of the most enchanting sights in the world, prompting some of the older women to reminisce about their own youthful days. My youth is without regret, a vast expanse of fields. Enough. It's time for little Strawberry. Although Senior Lin has been somewhat unfairly labeled, he remains the store manager and cannot hide away in the women's restroom forever. Thus, little Strawberry cautiously peeks out. Senior Lin, you mustn't think anything strange. Lin Yu, I assure you, I am not a pervert. This image of Lin Xiaoming was likely generated from some peculiar website, but I cannot be blamed for it. Although it is true that Lin Xiaoming's core code prioritizes Lin Yu's aesthetic preferences, that moment, enough. Senior Lin need not explain. Strawberry understands. With that, little Strawberry buried her head and shyly handed Lin Yu a photograph, whispering, "This is Strawberry's only uniform photo. Please do not do anything strange." Lin Yu, why would anyone carry around their own uniform photo? Nevertheless, he instinctively accepted the photograph. After a mere glance, he felt a sudden rush of blood to his nose. Wait, is this the uniform photo you were referring to? The image depicted little Strawberry in a midriff-bearing maid outfit, strikingly reminiscent of Lin Xiaoming's anime persona, complete with a black headscarf and a minuscule skirt that sparked endless imagination. Most notably was her expression. If accompanied by a suitable subtitle, Lin Yu, being a seasoned otaku, felt as though he was about to witness a familiar narrative unfold. Why on earth do you possess such an odd photograph? He mused. My staff might have a few issues. With utmost seriousness, Lin Yu declared, cough. Young ladies should refrain from taking such photos. It truly is. Moreover, if you must take pictures, find a more reliable photographer. I know someone named Aoi Muyu. Ugh, no more of these misleading photos in the future. Little Strawberry gazed timidly at Lin Yu, shrinking in on herself, utterly mortified. In truth, she felt as though she might die from embarrassment. Let me tell you, such photos are precisely what those men. Well, they just adore them. Unfortunately, Strawberry, you are too adorable to exude any seduction. Thus, disregard the words of those vile men and focus on their actions. Li Si's words echoed in little Strawberry's mind. I shall confiscate this photo. When you return, find a way to retrieve the negatives from the person who took it. Do not let it circulate. Lin Yu solemnly tucked away the photograph, addressing little Strawberry. Zhang Miao, why does it feel like Senior Lin's warm-hearted image has been somewhat shattered? Surely, he must use his own photos for something peculiar. It seems Li Si was not mistaken. Amen. System replacement complete. Code 11. Authorization locked. The lights in the bookstore flickered momentarily before illuminating once more, followed by Lin Xiaoming's smooth, electronic voice. The lighting in the entire bookstore created a remarkably comforting ambience. Perfectly balanced and soothing, even though the cleaning lady's work was not yet complete. It already felt refreshingly new. Is it just a change in lighting that made such a significant difference? Zhang Miao was astonished. Lin Xiaoming, please check for any cleaning blind spots and take a look at the arrangement of the bookshelves. Additionally, enable access to the bookstore data prior to today. See if there are any adjustments that can be made. Yes, executing now. You truly misinterpreted. Lin Yu rubbed his nose. What you just saw was not something strange, merely an intelligent system assisting me in managing the bookstore. Zhang Miao gasped, covering her mouth. Is it really true? Why would I deceive you? Now you can issue commands to the intelligent system, such as searching for specific books or retrieving recipes and methods for various beverages. Zhang Miao was bewildered, feeling as though she had transformed into a dramatic character in Senior Lin's eyes. It was merely an intelligent system, yet she had concocted many bizarre scenarios in her mind. Surely, Senior Lin must be quite upset with me. This is all Li Ci's fault. She keeps saying peculiar things, which has made me quite odd too. Li Ci is the real pervert, a super pervert. Thus, friends are merely scapegoats. Lin Yu was unaware of Zhang Miao's internal monologue, while Lin Xiaoming retrieved previous data materials, notifying Lin Yu that the arrangement of the bookshelves and certain cultural products needed adjustments. Lin Yu pondered, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender. Senior Lin, that was Strawberry's last photo. If you still desire it, I can only provide other digital versions. Lin Yu felt exasperated. Was this level insurmountable? I did not ask for your photo. Hand me your phone. I will help you create a client app, so you can access many resources on your phone. Otherwise, how could I manage all these adjustments alone? This young lady perhaps truly has some unusual thoughts. Day after day, with her incessant talk of photos. Little Strawberry's face flushed crimson as she hurriedly handed her phone to Lin Yu. He proceeded to download Lin Xiaoming's app, enabling some bookstore data to be shared on Little Strawberry's device. Lin Yu began adjusting the data while Little Strawberry organized the placement of cultural products according to the information on her phone. Together, they worked diligently, significantly accelerating their progress. Before long, the afternoon had slipped into the evening, and the bookstore had undergone a remarkable transformation. Though no renovations had occurred, it exuded a warm and inviting atmosphere that beckoned passers-by to come in and linger. Some students returning early to campus could not help but enter to take a look. Lin Yu manned the bar, crafting beverages, while Little Strawberry served tea and water. The two toiled until 10 o'clock, only then realizing they had neglected to eat dinner. Lin Yu chuckled. Let us go. You've worked hard today. I'll treat you to a late-night snack. Little Strawberry's eyes lit up. Delicious food. Oh, right. About that photo. There's nothing to worry about. Forget it. Chapter 41. A step behind and naturally dull as the two were about to leave, a rather unsavory figure appeared at the entrance of the bookstore. Lin Yu. The individual appeared to be quite young, perhaps even slightly younger than Strawberry, timidly standing at the door as if scanning for something. Hello. We are closed for the day. Is there something you need? Lin Yu couldn't help but inquire. This fellow didn't seem to be a good person. Let us hope that as soon as we leave, the glass windows aren't shattered behind us. Meh Kyung. Is she here? Lin Yu paused. Mai Chong often wasn't in the store, so patrons rarely recognized her. Manager Mai is not here today. If you need assistance, would you like me to call her for you? No. The young man turned pale with fright. Please, for the love of all that is good, don't let her know I'm here. Lin Yu. Manager Mai is beautiful, with a lovely figure and a pleasant demeanor. Why would anyone react with such terror at the mere mention of her name? Allow me to introduce myself. My surname is Mai, and my name is Mai Quan. You may call me Xiaojio. The young man said with a pained expression. Are you hiring here? Given that there were always late-night barbecue stalls near the school, Lin Yu, after confirming that the young man likely had no ill intentions, generously invited Mai Quan to join him for a late-night snack. Strawberry, rather slow-witted, took a while to catch on and suddenly murmured, Mai Quan, mais circle, bread? Ha. Lin Yu and Mai Quan exchanged a bewildered glance. Was it really that amusing just because of a name? Strawberry was laughing so hard that tears nearly streamed down her face. and she didn't stop even when they reached the barbecue stall. Come on, Strawberry. It's just a homophonic joke. Don't be like that, Lin Yu said helplessly, finding it rather impolite. Ah, sorry. Ha ha. Monsieur Colbred. Ha ha. Mike Wan. Feeling somewhat offended. It wasn't until the barbecue was served that Strawberry finally stopped laughing. Only for Mike Kwan to unexpectedly add, my circle bread? Ha ha. Lin Yu. Oh no, both of them have lost their minds. Fortunately, Strawberry, in her natural dullness and delayed reactions, eventually surpassed her humor threshold. She gently wiped away her tears and sincerely apologized. I didn't mean to. Mike Kwan, with a resigned tone, replied, all right, if you enjoy laughing, then laugh away. Your happiness is quite nice. Since Lin Yu didn't drink alcohol, he ordered cola. Mike Kwan also abstained, and although Strawberry drank, she opted for a beverage as well. Considering it was too late to drink alcohol outdoors with boys, as her parents wouldn't approve. After a half can of cola, Mike Kwan comfortably stretched. Thanks, buddy. You're a good person. Receiving an inexplicable compliment, Lin Yu curiously asked, I've never heard manager Mai mention she had a brother. Is there some misunderstanding between you two? Mike Kwan offered a bitter smile. There's probably no misunderstanding. My sister wouldn't misconstrue me. The main issue is that my aspirations differ significantly from my family's expectations. Perhaps because the late-night snack stall was indeed a suitable place for conversation. It didn't take long for Mike Kwan to open up. When Lin Yu had previously speculated about the My Family's background during a youth fundraising event, he had sensed there was more to it. Now, hearing Mike Kwan speak, he realized he had underestimated My Chong. The My family had been in business for generations, and their family enterprise was quite formidable, especially after My Chong took over the financial sector, leading to considerable growth. As the sole male heir, Mike Kwan was naturally expected to take on a role within the family business. I really don't possess many strengths. My only redeeming quality is that I'm quite ambitious, Mike Kwan lamented. But the problem is, my pursuit of dreams faces opposition from my entire family. Lin Yu, an orphan who longed for guidance, was perplexed by this statement. Isn't it a good thing to have someone care for you? Mike Kwan sighed, caring isn't the same as controlling. They all want me to follow in my sister's footsteps and engage in business, but I have no interest. I just want to pursue what I love. My sister is so capable. She can likely handle everything. So why can't I just be a slacker? While sipping his cola, Mike Kwan continued to vent. Like now. Wouldn't it be great to just indulge? Lin Yu, brother, let me remind you. You're not drinking alcohol, just cola. Strawberry, curious, asked so. I'm quite intrigued. What dream could be opposed by your family? Murder and arson, perhaps? Her face flushed red, likely from the spices of the barbecue, making her quite adorable. My dream is grand. I believe it represents the best career, and I'm quite talented in this regard. Lin Yu became increasingly curious, as he could see how sincere Mike Kwan was when discussing his dream. So, what is your dream? To become a comedic artist. Lin Yu. Zhang Miao. At that moment, Lin Yu was at a loss for words, abandoning a prosperous family business to pursue a career as a comedic artist. Was this person perhaps a little delusional? Being a comedic artist is wonderful. It brings joy to many. That's exactly what I want to do, Mike Kwan said, not bothering to wipe his mouth while skewering meat. Look, just now, I casually said something, and she laughed for so long. Lin Yu, this is likely due to Strawberry having a rather unique sense of humor. I certainly didn't find anything amusing. Well, having dreams is commendable. I believe you. Might have a bit of talent in that area. Hee hee. You have a discerning eye, my friend. I believe I can become a great comedic master like Chaplin in the future. At this point, Lin Yu began to understand Mai Chong's perspective. He too wouldn't want a talentless relative pursuing a career as a comedic artist. Does your sister not want you to pursue this? Yeah, so I'm currently avoiding her. But, ha 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 ha. Suddenly, Strawberry's outburst of laughter startled both Lin Yu and Mai Kwan, drawing the attention of some patrons around them. Ha ha, you're just too funny. A comedic artist? Ha ha, Mike Kwan. Did I just tell a joke? Chapter 42. The wealthy household. Is the humor of this little Strawberry truly so simplistic? Lin Yu observed as the small Strawberry laughed to the point of nearly doubling over, prompting him to innocently touch his nose. A comedic artist. Ha ha. A comedic artist. Ha ha ha. Mai Quan, utterly perplexed, found joy in bringing smiles to others, yet could not fathom how someone could laugh so heartily at something that left her feeling bewildered. By the way, Mai Quan, you mentioned earlier that you wished to work at the bookstore? Lin Yu inquired. Mai Quan shyly replied, Call me Xiao Jiu. That's what everyone calls me. Right now I am out of money. My family used to support me, but now in pursuit of my dreams I have run out of funds. Lin Yu couldn't help but have a favorable impression of Mai Quan. In terms of family background, my Meng's brother could be considered a wealthy heir. Yet Mai Quan bore none of the entitled demeanor often associated with such lineage, instead appearing remarkably amiable. Well then, Lin Yu pondered, but if you work at the store, your sister will inevitably find out one day. Mai Quan cleared her throat and replied, Look, I've fallen to the point of working at her store. If she discovers it, so be it. She will surely feel pity for me, and that pity will lead her to provide me with living expenses. Lin Yu remarked, So having stooped to working in her store, what does that make me? Who has been working at the bookstore for nearly a year? I feel somewhat offended. All right then, but part-time and full-time positions at the bookstore come with regulations. Are you certain you qualify? Lin Yu questioned skeptically. Mai Quan waved her hand dismissively. Not at all. I can support myself just fine, as long as I can afford rent. Lin Yu thought to himself, this wealthy heir truly has it tough. The three of them enjoyed a late-night snack before Lin Yu and Mai Quan escorted the small strawberry home. Lin Yu was well acquainted with her parents, who held him in high regard. During his school days, his academic achievements were indeed a notable advantage. It was likely because the small strawberry had spoken of Lin Yu's background to her parents that they were so fond of this resilient and independent young man. Mai Quan spent the night in the bookstore staff lounge, which surprised Lin Yu. A young nobleman could sleep in a staff lounge, yet exude an air of luxury akin to that of a grand hotel. He was indeed remarkable. As the new semester commenced, students gradually began arriving for their reports, and the bookstore's business thrived. Some parents, accompanying their children, would inevitably obtain membership cards at the bookstore. With a vibrant academic atmosphere, Lin Yu even established a dedicated area for postgraduate exam preparations, which was warmly welcomed by the senior students. For the price of a beverage, one could occupy a seat for an entire morning, complete with charging facilities and a relatively quiet environment, which was far superior to the library at Qingmu. Recognizing the potential for profit, Lin Yu rented the adjacent storefront, marking his first investment. Although Mai Meng subtly indicated a desire to transfer the bookstore to him, Lin Yu chose not to engage. The current state of affairs was quite satisfactory. Remarquably, Mai Quan, a genuine yaun nobleman, performed the tasks of serving tea and beverages as if he had undergone professional training. With just a bit of guidance, he executed the tasks with finesse. It was evident that individuals from the Mai family possessed exceptional learning abilities. Xiao Jiu, I had no idea you were from a wealthy household. How is it that you handle this work so adeptly? Lin Yu inquired with curiosity. Mai Quan responded with a hint of melancholy. Xiao Lin, please do not insult me. Who is from a wealthy family? How am I insulting you? Isn't your sister the owner of our store? Lin Yu retorted. You still don't understand. Mai Quan mumbled, then resumed serving drinks to the customers. Lin Yu, perplexed, turned to the small strawberry. Did I say something wrong? The small strawberry appeared equally puzzled. I don't see any issue, Xiao Lin. At that moment, Mai Quan returned with beverages, calmly stating, There's a bathhouse called Wealthy Household about 4 or 5 streets away from Qingmu. Lin Yu, small strawberry. This person truly had a knack for humor. If Mai Meng were to discover this joke, he would likely be in serious trouble. As their conversation continued, the bell at the entrance chimed, and a cheerful electronic voice announced, Welcome. The small strawberry exclaimed excitedly, CC, you're here? The newcomer was Li Si, the small strawberry's close friend, a veritable amalgamation of various mischievous ideas and Zhang Yao's personal strategist. This was Lin Yu's first encounter with Li Si. The girl sported a sharp bob cut and exuded a punk vibe, in stark contrast to the small strawberry's typical delicate demeanor. She seemed to belong to the more assertive type. Lin Yu felt a natural disconnect with someone who appeared so prickly and merely greeted her before returning to work at the bar. The small strawberry hurried to a cozy corner to whisper secrets with Li Si, engaging in the intimate chatter of best friends. Lin Yu turned a blind eye. as the small strawberry was essentially a mascot of sorts at the bookstore, serving primarily as a means to attract customers. The dynamics of work had become less critical since Mai Quan's arrival. Shaolin, who is that girl? Lin Yu, focused on his tasks, replied. She seems to be the small strawberry's friend. I've heard her mentioned many times, but this is my first time seeing her. However, Mai Quan seemed particularly intrigued by Li Si and kept stealing glances. Focus on your work, Lin Yu reminded him. We still have customers to attend to. I understand, Mai Quan replied with a playful grin, yet his gaze remained curious. Just as Lin Yu was about to say something, his phone rang. The caller ID displayed, Mai Mang. Xiao Jio's keen eyes immediately spotted the name, and her entire demeanor shifted, revealing the depth of her psychological shadow cast by Mai Mang. Lin Yu chuckled. Are you that afraid of your sister? That shouldn't be the case. Mai Quan wore a pained expression. I don't know. It must be a reflex. She often bullied me when we were little, so every time I see her, I just want to cry. Lin Yu smiled wryly, struggling to reconcile the monstrous figure described by Xiao Jio with the elegant and charismatic Mai Mang. Hello, Manager Mai? Is Xiao Jio at the store? Lin Yu was taken aback. Mai Mang hadn't visited the store recently, and surely no one had reported on the employee status to her, especially since she had exited the staff group. Yes. Given the directness of the inquiry, it seemed futile to continue hiding the truth. Chapter 43. The great Onmyoji Lin Yu. Mai Mang sneered and said, Lin Yu, what do you mean by taking my brother in? Lin Yu felt a chill run down his spine. It was the first time he had heard Mai Mang speak to him in such a cold tone. Manager Mai Quan is a competent employee, hard-working and diligent, with a strong ability to learn. I see no reason to dismiss such an outstanding worker. Despite his discomfort, Lin Yu earnestly explained his rationale for accepting Mai Quan. Mai Mang retorted curtly, He is my brother. You need not concern yourself with him. Just let him go. Lin Yu furrowed his brows and patiently replied, Manager Mai, Xiao Jio is quite exceptional and performing well in his role. Inexplicably dismissing him would negatively impact the store. Does what I say as the manager mean nothing to you? Mai Mang said darkly. Am I not allowed to decide who works in my store? Lin Yu let out a bitter laugh, thinking how quickly the young lady could lose her temper. Perhaps you should reconsider? Xiao Jio is doing quite well. Do as I say. Dismiss him, Mai Mang insisted. Lin Yu laughed in frustration. Would you prefer to dismiss me, your store manager, as well? Mai Mang laughed in irritation. Lin Yu, are you truly intent on opposing me? Lin Yu stood firm. Manager Mai, I am the store manager now. If you truly wish to meddle in the details of store management, feel free to dismiss me at your convenience. There was a long silence on the other end of the line, and just when Lin Yu thought that Mai Mang had hung up, her voice returned. Did Xiao Jio truly convince you? He has not persuaded me of anything. I accept him solely because it benefits the bookstore. Lin Yu replied solemnly. I am merely putting myself in his shoes. Mai Mang chuckled. All right then. It seems Xiao Jio has finally made a reliable friend. Just don't think about becoming a comedian. Focus on mentoring Xiao Jio. Lin Yu pondered, realizing this was perhaps a test for Mai Mang. Xiao Jio needs no one to mentor him. I believe he will make an excellent future store manager, he stated matter-of-factly. Are you planning to leave? Mai Mang asked. Isn't it you who wants to dismiss me? Lin Yu replied. How many employees who oppose their boss end up well? Mai Mang felt her own scalp tingle. When had Lin Yu begun to adopt such a sarcastic tone? After nearly 2 years of working in the bookstore, he had never spoken to her like this before. Mai Mang forced a chuckle. Please don't. The bookstore relies on you. Am I not allowed to make a mistake? Isn't the bookstore relying on you, the big boss? What say do I have as a mere manager? Lin Yu countered. Mai Mang became angry. Lin Yu, is this never-ending? Are you going to keep being sarcastic with me? The silence that followed was palpable. I'll raise your salary to 7,000 a month. All right, boss. Mai Mang listened to the busy signal on the line, feeling utterly speechless as she reminded herself to be patient with the young man. Mu Sheng emerged from the room with a mischievous smile. Wow, I've learned something new. Someone managed to get Mai Mang to back down? Mai Mang retorted. Sheng, are you just here to watch me make a fool of myself? Dressed in a silk nightgown, Mu Sheng's delicate features were flushed, leaving much to the imagination. Of course not, but it's so rare to see someone get the better of you. Mu Sheng sat beside Mai Mang, gently turning her face. The scene was so vivid that it was indescribable. After their intimate interaction, Mu Sheng suggested, "How about we visit your store this afternoon?" My Mang warned, "Sheng Sheng, don't pull any tricks on me." Mu Sheng laughed. As a small celebrity, what ill intentions could I have? Lin Yu hung up the phone, exhaling a sigh of relief. He had to admit that facing my Mang was quite stressful, considering she was the boss. Mai Quan entered with a sly grin. "Hey, Brother Lin, what is the situation with the enemy?" Lin Yu replied, "Not much, just discussing store matters. But I suspect your sister might know you're working here." Mai Quan's face pale. How could she know? There's no way she could find out. With your sister's capabilities, wouldn't it be easy for her to discover your whereabouts? Lin Yu replied, exasperated. "So, should I leave?" Mai Quan's face turned white, his voice trembling. "It's not that serious. Just focus on your work, and I assure you there will be no issues." Lin Yu reassured him, patting his shoulder. "Xiao Jiao, hang in there." Mai Quan, confused, nodded. "By the way, what about that girl, Li Si? Should we offer her a discount?" Lin Yu was slightly surprised. This guy had been working here for nearly a week, interacting with dozens of people. Yet he had developed an interest in one of the many beautiful girls. However, Lin Yu was not one to gossip. He dismissed the thought and replied, "Employees' friends are indeed entitled to a discount. Just mention it to Lin Xiaoming when you check out." "Thank you, Brother Lin," Mai Quan said cheerfully as he left the staff lounge. Meanwhile, Li Si was curious. "Oh, there's a new handsome guy working here?" Xiao Qiaomei nodded. "Yeah. He just started last week. He is the boss's brother. Quite an interesting fellow." Li Si teased. "Oh, Xiao Qiaomei, have you moved on? Have you forgotten your senior?" Shaolin. Zhang Miao shot her a glare. "That's not true. There's nothing between me and Shaolin. Stop making wild assumptions." Li Si chuckled. "I almost believed you. When you mentioned Shaolin, do you ever look in a mirror?" Their drinks arrived just then. As the two friends chatted, Mai Quan approached with their beverages, placing them gently in front of the girls. Li Si was taken aback. I haven't ordered anything yet?" Mai Quan smiled. "No worries. Since Xiao Qiaomei's friend is here, consider my treat." Xiao Qiaomei remarked, "Xiao Jiao is unusually generous today. It's quite rare." "Not at all. Can I get to know your friend?" Even Xiao Qiaomei, though somewhat dense, recognized Mai Quan's ulterior motives. But asking for a name seemed harmless enough. Li Si also thought little of it, assuming the smiling Mai Quan was simply friendly, and replied, "Hello, I'm Li Si, Zhang Miao's friend." Mai Quan responded earnestly, "Nice name. By the way, I'm Mai Quan. You can call me Xiao Jiao. It's a pleasure to meet you." Lin Yu chuckled, realizing that beneath the pressure from Mai Quan had an unexpectedly charming side. Chapter 44. Love at first sight and desire at first glance. It must be said that Mai Quan's appearance is indeed an advantage, although he possesses a somewhat delicate demeanor. He is by no means entirely fragile, leaning more towards a gentle elegance. His complexion serves as a striking illustration of this. A robust young man whose skin is even fairer than that of a strawberry. Just as Xiao Jiao was about to take a seat, Lin Yu approached, drenched from the rain. "Xiao Jiao, the guests at table 8 have ordered drinks. Please wait a moment before coming over to chat." Mai Quan's expression soured. "You two enjoy your conversation." "Manager, why do you treat us differently?" "Isn't Xiao Qiaomei here?" Lin Yu retorted. "Xiao Qiaomei is the beloved of the group and a mascot. Are you?" Well, that explanation was unbeatable. Mai Quan had no choice but to obediently head to the bar to prepare drinks and serve water. Since the semester had just begun, there were few students available for part-time work. Fortunately, in the third year, Lin Yu's course load was lighter, allowing him more time to assist. As the two stood at the bar, crafting beverages, Mai Quan slyly remarked, "Shaolin, could you do me a favor?" Lin Yu, casually slicing lemons, responded, "What is it? Are you smitten with Xiao Xiaomei's friend?" "Hee, Shaolin, you have a discerning eye. Should we consider hiring a part-timer? Let's bring CC on board." "Are you already calling her CC? Are you certain she is single?" Lin Yu laughed. "She is, at least according to Xiao Qiaomei. I believe it must be love at first sight." Lin Yu scoffed. "Desire at first glance is more like it. Why drag love at first sight into this? Are you joking? It seems you truly possess a talent for humor." Mai Quan's face flushed crimson. "You. On what grounds do you tarnish my reputation? All right. It's clear that your theatrical tendencies are flaring up. This needs addressing. I will not hire Li Si. Firstly, the labor costs are too high. Secondly, second-year students are swamped with foundational and specialized courses, leaving no time to help. As he completed the drinks, he instructed, "Take this to the guests at table 8. Lin Yu initially thought a few words would dissuade Mai Quan, but after delivering the drinks, Mai Quan insisted, "Xiao Lin, look, Xiao Chao Mei is the beloved mascot. Surely CC cannot be lacking in charm? Just because you find her attractive doesn't mean others will. Our bookstore caters to students. Tell me, what aspect of Li Si fulfills the students' fantasies? Your sister might be a different story. Her? A violent woman would scare a whole crowd of customers. Mai Quan Golia Di Saga." As in his mind, sisters were the most terrifying creatures. Lin Xiaoming, pull up a photo of Manager Mai. Lin Yu shot a glance at Mai Quan, thinking his aesthetic sense was truly questionable. The photo featured Mai Meng in black stockings with long legs, exuding elegance and sensuality. Lin Yu had only seen it once, but he had to admit that on that day, Mai Meng's presence was indeed captivating. Mai Quan nearly dropped his jaw. "Is this my sister?" Lin Yu, uninterested in further discussion, placed the drinks on a tray. "I'll deliver the drinks. You continue preparing the orders for the guests at table 6. Thanks to Lin Xiaoming's adjustments, the bookstore, already rich in artistic ambience, now radiated even more cultural significance. Regardless of whether they were students of Qingmu, passers-by were drawn in to take a look. Consequently, both Lin Yu and Mai Quan found themselves exceedingly busy. Fortunately, Lin Yu had no classes that day. Otherwise, Mai Quan would have been even more overwhelmed. "Hello, may I take your order?" Sister. Mai Quan's face paled as he beheld the person before him. The once delicate-skinned Mai Quan now resembled a frail figure. A cup of lemon black tea, a serving of cookies, and a glass of plain water. Mu Shang didn't even greet Mai Quan, her attention solely on the busy Lin Yu. Okay. Please hold on," he stammered. At that moment, Lin Yu returned with the drinks and greeted Mai Meng. "Hello, boss." Mai Meng shot Lin Yu a glare, thinking, this guy just mocked me, and now he acts like nothing happened. Mu Sheng and Mai Meng found a table to settle down, with Mai Meng scrutinizing the store's decor and nodding in approval. The bookstore, which she managed as a side business, had flourished under Lin Yu's stewardship. The lighting and layout had been subtly adjusted, resulting in a much improved atmosphere compared to when she was in charge. The arrangement of books led to customers being dispersed evenly throughout the store, crowded yet not cramped. As the saying goes, a glimpse reveals much. Lin Yu had indeed put considerable effort into managing the bookstore. "Xiao Lin, could you deliver to my sister's table?" Mai Quan felt his legs tremble. The female tyrant was in the store, and he was still alive. "No, I just had to go at your sister over the phone. Why would I want to make things awkward?" Lin Yu decisively rejected Mai Quan's suggestion. Mai Quan felt darkness encroach upon him. Did he really have to face the female tyrant? Would he vanish from existence today? Seeing Mai Quan so frightened, Lin Yu reminded him, "Hey, wake up. If you're this terrified of your sister, you'll have no face left in front of Li Si." Xiao Lin, am I going to be kicked out of the bookstore today?" Mai Quan felt utterly defeated. "Don't worry, as long as you work diligently. Your sister won't take issue with you." Lin Yu patted his shoulder. "I'll support you in spirit." Mai Quan replied, "Originally, I wasn't that scared, but now with your spiritual support, I am even more frightened. However, perhaps due to Li Si's presence, Mai Quan surprisingly mustered the courage to approach Mai Meng's table with her order. His expression remained relatively calm, whereas ordinarily, he would have fled the scene. Mai Meng took a sip of her lemon black tea and remarked nonchalantly, "Did you make this?" Yes, Xiao Jiao, truly resembling a timid soul, dared not meet Mai Meng's gaze. "Not bad. You should go back to your duties." Mai Meng thought her brother was utterly useless, lacking any of her flair, resembling a timid girl instead. "Enjoy your meal." Mai Quan nodded in relief and swiftly retreated. Mu Sheng remarked with a smile, "I didn't realize your brother was so afraid of you." Mai Meng sighed. At this rate, how can he inherit the family business? He is socially anxious and a homebody. A little training here isn't a bad idea. Lin Yu is quite resourceful, wearing dark sunglasses. Mu Sheng's attire was rather uncharacteristic of her. While there was little chance of encountering paparazzi at Qingmu, it was always wise to be cautious. Returning to the bar, Mai Quan felt his legs grow weak. Although he found it odd that Mai Meng hadn't summoned her bodyguards to drag him away, he at least felt a sense of recognition. This was something he had never experienced before. Seeing Xiao Jiao in this state, Lin Yu teased, "What a weakling." Chapter 45. The malice of the world towards singles Mai Chuan helplessly remarked, Xiaolin, you have no idea how terrifying my sister is. All right, it's acceptable. At least Li Si didn't witness it, Lin Yu replied, his tone laced with irritation. At that moment, an unexpected figure took a seat at the bar, the graceful Mu Sheng. Unlike the evening of the youth fundraising gala, today she exuded a particularly gentle demeanor, likely due to the public setting. Wearing sunglasses, Mu Sheng spoke little, merely sipping on a glass of water while seemingly lost in thought. Lin Yu casually wiped the bar top clean and greeted her, Sister Mu Sheng. He was uncertain of her age, but he had been an admirer of her work since his high school days, leading him to believe he was probably younger than she. Mu Sheng nodded and inquired, You're in your third year now, correct? Yes. My junior year is not as hectic. It's mainly specialized courses, he replied. Mingming mentioned you are a top student. The coursework should not pose a challenge for you. Suddenly, Mu Sheng suggested, How about preparing me a cup of coffee? Lin Yu paused, glancing at the glass of water in her hand, and eventually nodded in agreement. His signature coffee was a specialty of the bookstore. But due to the rare coffee beans sourced by my Mang, it was offered in limited quantities at a steep price. Typically, students would shy away from ordering such an expensive drink. This marked Lin Yu's first demonstration of his latte art skills in the bookstore. In no time, a beautiful swan took shape atop the coffee cup, causing Mu Sheng's eyes to glimmer with surprise. Who would have thought Lin Yu's hands were so steady? My Mang, a seasoned coffee enthusiast, was equally captivated, realizing that Lin Yu had not showcased this talent before. Impressive work, Lin Yu, she remarked as she watched him serve the coffee to Mu Sheng. Make one for me as well. Lin Yu nodded again. The menu priced that coffee at 98. With my Mang covering the raw materials while he earned a modest fee for his craftsmanship. Little Strawberry approached, exclaiming, Senior Xiaolin, you are amazing. Lin Yu focused on his latte art, smiling silently without a word. Li Si leaned in and whispered to Little Strawberry, Who would have thought your Senior Xiaolin was this talented? Why not make a move? Little Strawberry's face flushed. What nonsense are you spouting? Before long, it was time for the store to close for the night. Little Strawberry had to leave due to her numerous classes. It was indeed rare for the busy Mai Mang to remain until closing, likely due to her connection to Xiaojiao. As Mai Chuan and Lin Yu tidied up the bar, they reflected on the successful day of business. Once the patrons had departed, Mai Mang finally seized the opportunity to converse with Mai Chuan. Sitting at the bar, she asked earnestly, Xiaojiao, won't you come home with me? Mai Chuan grimaced, Sister, you know I feel uncomfortable at home. It's nice here, and Brother Xiaolin takes good care of me. Mai Mang shook her head. I do not mean to pressure you. You are an adult capable of making your own decisions. However, if you truly intend to stay at the bookstore, I will not assist you further. Fine, if you won't help, then so be it, Mai Chuan replied resolutely. Sister, you should also focus on your own matters. Spending all your energy on me is meaningless. Mai Mang sighed in astonishment. Lin Yu seemed to possess a peculiar charm. The once timid Xiaojiao, who would have scurried away from her, had now gathered the courage to defy her wishes after merely a week in Lin Yu's company. Lin Yu shook his head silently, realizing that his so-called courage was merely a means to remain close to Li Si. Indeed, these wealthy young scions exhibited an innocent simplicity that was truly bewildering. Mai Mang pondered, then said earnestly, This time I mean it. If you encounter any issues, pleading with me will be of no use. Mai Chuan nodded affirmatively. Rest assured, I can always count on Brother Xiaolin. Lin Yu stated firmly, Xiaojiao is my employee, and I will take good care of him. Mai Mang smiled wryly. I'm not worried about your care. I'm concerned you might be too attentive. As she prepared to leave, Mu Sheng cheerfully remarked, Lin Xiaodi, remember to give your sister a call when you have the chance. Lin Yu shrugged nonchalantly, teasingly, as Mu Sheng flashed a subtle smile, revealing her undeniable charm. As Mu Sheng's driver finally arrived, she hesitated before entering the vehicle. Suddenly, Mai Mang curiously asked, Sheng, you haven't caused me any trouble, have you? Mu Sheng playfully stuck out her tongue, yes. Mai Mang watched the car recede, her expression a mix of complexity and resignation. This girl, everything about her is admirable, yet she can be so stubborn. Meanwhile, Xiaojiao and Lin Yu were still cleaning up the store, preparing to close. Mai Chuan remained in the employee lounge, contemplating, Brother Xiaolin, I think Sister Mu Sheng might have a bit of an interest in you. ISNT being associated with her worth 20 years of hard work. Lin Yu was taken aback and replied, "You're drawing wild conclusions. Don't concern yourself with my affairs. That would be a perverse pastime." "Not at all. You don't have a girlfriend. It's not a bad thing." "Eh, haven't I mentioned it before?" "Mention what? You don't mean you already have a girlfriend, do you?" "I've never seen her around the store." Lin Yu smiled faintly, a swell of pride washing over him as he replied, "I have no girlfriend. I am already married." Mai Chuan. Married? In that instant, Mai Chuan felt as though her worldview had shattered. Here was a refined, sunny young man, only slightly older than herself, who had already tied the knot. Moreover, this mysterious wife, who had not visited the bookstore, was not merely a figment of imagination, but real. How could they be anything but an old married couple? The thought that others were already in committed relationships, while she herself had yet to experience even holding a girl's hand, filled her with a profound sense of melancholy. The world's malice towards singles was indeed overwhelming. Perhaps it was better to retreat to the employee lounge and sleep. On the bright side, she mused, it seemed she had at least managed to obtain Li Si's contact information. Chapter 46. Longing for my husband's affection. When Lin Yu returned home, it was nearly 10 o'clock. As he pushed open the door, he caught sight of Bai Youyou, clad in an apron. "So, you won't be heading back to school tonight?" Lin Yu inquired with curiosity as he closed the door behind him. Recently, Bai Youyou had spent little time at school, seemingly preoccupied with various matters, even falling behind in her studies. Lin Yu would have to tutor her once he got home. With a radiant smile, Bai Youyou seemed to forget her weariness the moment she saw Lin Yu. "I've mostly sorted things out. You've worked hard, dear." Lin Yu responded gently. "Is that so? Let us have a bite to eat first, then we can begin your lessons." Bai Youyou was quite intelligent, though she admitted that some subjects were not her forte, hence her need for Lin Yu's assistance. The couple reviewed her lessons until past 11 before finally retiring to bed. After a busy day at the shop, Lin Yu felt drowsy as soon as he lay down. Just as he was on the brink of slumber, he sensed a gentle movement from a small hand. Confused, he turned to look at Bai Youyou, who lay with her eyes tightly shut, as if the teasing hand had not belonged to her at all. Assuming she had drifted into sleep, Lin Yu dismissed the incident. But just as he closed his eyes again, he felt one of Bai Youyou's legs resting on him. "Ah, Youyou, your actions are rather bold," Lin Yu remarked, slightly adjusting his position to avoid any awkwardness, while Bai Youyou continued to sleep soundly. "It seems my wife is not the most tranquil sleeper," he mused. However, after being stirred by Bai Youyou, his drowsiness evaporated. He turned to admire her exquisite profile and couldn't help but think, my wife is truly adorable. But then a thought crossed his mind. Is it permissible to steal a kiss? He had kissed her before, yet doing so while she slept felt somewhat like taking advantage of her vulnerability. Thus, he found himself in a dilemma, gazing at her face lost in contemplation. Should he kiss her, or should he refrain? In any case, Bai Youyou appeared to be quite easy to tease, despite her typically being the one to playfully torment him. As he observed her fair complexion, a blush began to creep across her cheeks, rendering her even more enchanting. Was the campus beauty pretending to be asleep? Why was she doing so? And those earlier motions, what did they signify? Lin Yu's smile began to fade. Was his interpretation correct? Now that they were married, was it truly inappropriate to engage in a little intimacy? And how does one unfasten the buttons of her nightwear? Should they opt for a natural birth or a cesarean in the future? Just as Lin Yu wrestled with these conflicting thoughts, Bai Youyou suddenly opened her eyes and shyly regarded him. "Darling, why are you still awake?" The softness of her voice melted Lin Yu's heart. I'm having a bit of trouble sleeping," he admitted, inwardly exclaiming, "with you so fragrant and soft beside me. How could I possibly sleep?" He had never been this way before, as he prided himself on his self-control, but recently it had been diminishing rapidly. "Darling." Bai Youyou's breath drew nearer. Lin Yu remained in a daze, but Bai Youyou took the initiative to press her soft lips against his. "I suppose I'm the one being kissed now," he thought. Bai Youyou had previously been demure, but tonight she was exceptionally forward. The sweet, fragrant taste lingered in Lin Yu's mouth. "Good night." Bai Youyou, her cheeks flushed, turned away, leaving Lin Yu in a state of disarray. Though the goodnight kiss was undeniably sweet, she continued, "Darling." "Yes. Would it be all right for me to share a blanket with you tonight?" Since they began cohabitating, they had always used separate blankets. although Bai Youyou occasionally slipped her hands and feet into Lin Yu's blanket. This was the first time she had directly requested to share. Yes. Lin Yu's heart raced. Why was Bai Youyou so overtly affectionate today? How could she be this adorable? Bai Youyou's curvaceous figure nestled into Lin Yu's blanket. Although separated by nightwear, he could still feel her warmth, a sensation that made it difficult to sleep. He forced himself to close his eyes, striving to resist the temptation of inappropriate actions. Yet Bai Youyou's voice broke the silence again. Darling, I'm here. You haven't given me a good night kiss yet. Lin Yu was taken aback by her cuteness at that moment. How could she wield such power over him? You wanted to kiss you? He stammered, feeling utterly embarrassed, as if he were a novice. Due to their busy schedules, Bai Youyou had seen little of him lately and thus desired more of his affection. Darling, please spoil me a little more. Lin Yu thought to himself. This is overwhelming. Without hesitation, he lifted Bai Youyou's chin and kissed her passionately. Bai Youyou's arms instinctively wrapped around him, their noses brushing, their breaths mingling. Lin Yu felt himself on the brink of losing control. His hands, as if possessed, ventured beneath Bai Youyou's nightwear. She shivered, and they pulled apart, Bai Youyou breathlessly murmuring, Darling, this isn't the right time. Understanding her meaning, Lin Yu reluctantly halted, though his hands lingered on her nightwear. Bai Youyou's face turned crimson as she softly whispered, Pervert. Lin Yu felt unjustly accused, yet Bai Youyou did not release his hand. Instead, she tightened her embrace around his arm. Darling, all of my firsts belong to you. So, can you bear with me a little longer? Lin Yu, not being a scoundrel but a young man with a strong sense of responsibility, suppressed his desires and held Bai Youyou close. Leaning softly in her ear, he promised, Wait for me. I believe that day will not be far off. Chapter 47. Xiao Jiu desires to simmer the frog in warm water the following morning. Bai Youyou rose early, prepared breakfast, and left it in the living room before heading directly to school, as if fleeing. The events of the previous night filled her with an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. While her busyness was indeed a significant factor, she yearned for her husband to show her more affection. How? She wondered. Had she uttered such mortifying lines? Was she under the influence of some mysterious force? Upon awakening, Bai Youyou felt utterly disheveled, so she arrived at the classroom well before her husband woke. She thought it best to slip away before any awkwardness could arise. After all, they were married. Occasionally expressing intimate sentiments should not be too problematic, yet the shame lingered. The memory of her appearance from the night before made her wish to bang her head against the wall. Had she rushed things too much? Although her fate was intertwined with Lin Yu, the thought of being so brazenly forward was still mortifying. Her friend, Tang Feiying, approached with a knowing smile, teasingly inquiring if something was amiss between them. Startled, Bai Youyou retorted, What nonsense are you spouting? Tang Feiying, unfazed by Bai Youyou's demeanor, pointed out her flustered appearance. Her flushed cheeks and sparkling eyes suggested she had indulged in something scandalous. Tell me, how is it? That young man, Lin Yu, is he like an electric motor? Get away from me, Tang Feiying. What did you turn into a rogue? Bai Youyou's face flushed crimson. We are married, and even if we share some intimate moments, it's quite normal. Tang Feiying, momentarily taken aback, asked, So you really did it? Bai Youyou, wielding her book, playfully thumped her friend on the head, insisting, We are perfectly innocent. The playful banter ended as Tang Feiying rubbed her head. Realizing Bai Youyou's embarrassment gave her an unexpected strength. However, observing Bai Youyou's agile demeanor suggested that nothing irreversible had occurred. After all, they were indeed a married couple. Once Bai Youyou's confidence surged, Tang Feiying refrained from teasing her further, wary of receiving another playful hit. Bai Youyou felt somewhat relieved after their exchange, hoping to avoid encountering Lin Yu today. The notion of pampering herself was swiftly dismissed. Such thoughts were out of the question. Meanwhile, Lin Yu, having finished breakfast at home, headed straight to school. The bookstore was indeed short-staffed, prompting him to post a job vacancy on the campus forum. The bookstore, Qingmu, had always enjoyed high popularity, especially after launching numerous endearing anecdotes during its promotional phase, which kept it at the forefront of discussions. It had even fostered a unique dating culture among its patrons, with the Qingmong bookstore being the most notable. Following recent adjustments, Qingmong became increasingly favored by freshmen, and once the job posting went live, countless applicants responded. Lin Yu entrusted the submitted resumes to Lin Xiaoming, who would select the most suitable candidates for Qingmong. Shortly after posting the vacancy, a distinctive resume caught Lin Xiaoming's attention and was promptly forwarded to Lin Yu's phone. To his surprise, it was from Li Si, a close friend of Xiao Qiaomei. Lin Yu pondered whether he should seek Zhang Miao's opinion on this matter, so he sent a text to Xiao Qiaomei. During class, Zhang Miao glanced at the focused Li Si and contemplated the implications. Wow, it appears Xiao Jiao is already making moves. Li Si, would you like to work at our bookstore? She scribbled a note and passed it to her friend. Li Si quickly responded, yes. Xiao Jiao mentioned you were short-staffed, and I have some free time to help out. Zhang Miao mused. So, you haven't yet realized that some people have their eyes on you? She inquired about her thoughts on my Quan. He's all right, but he seems rather thin. He should eat more. Zhang Miao couldn't help but think. Why was Li Si so perceptive when it came to others' relationships, yet utterly oblivious to her own? It seemed that many girls fell into this pattern, acting as relationship experts for their friends while remaining blind to their own feelings. You and Xiao Jiao have been getting along well lately? Xiao Qiaomei wrote, subtly guiding the conversation. Yet Li Si remained oblivious, replying, it's fine. After all, having more friends opens more doors. Xiao Qiaomei felt her friend's naivety was hopeless. The metaphor of boiling a frog in warm water came to mind. By the time Li Si realized what was happening, Xiao Jiao would have already succeeded. As a good friend, Zhang Miao thought she should play the role of a strategist for Li Si, yet her friend seemed completely unaware of the unfolding situation. Shaolin, I think it depends on you. If Li Si truly wants to work, she should be able to endure some hardships. After receiving Xiao Xiaomei's text, Lin Yu did not dwell on it. As a store manager, his only concern was what would benefit the bookstore's growth. Knowing Li Si as a familiar face, he believed she would be a commendable choice if she could handle the responsibilities. All right, if you think she is suitable, I will hire her. Just to clarify, if Li Si cannot fulfill her duties, I will have to let her go. Xiao Qiaomei cast a sidelong glance at Li Si, who was now exhibiting some less than innocent intentions. Hee, just wait until this straightforward girl mocks me and Shaolin. Once she falls prey to Xiao Jiao's charms, I shall have my revenge. A saying came to mind. Friends are merely there to dig each other's graves. Xiao Jiao, I just saw a resume from Li Si. Xiao Qiaomei, while cleaning the bookstore, nearly jumped at the message. Xiao Qiaomei, I warn you, do not trip me up. Li Si is my good friend. We are quite close. You win. Speak up, what do you want? Chapter 48. Activities in the boys' dormitory in the pursuit of romantic interests. Winning over a girl's close friends is an exceedingly effective strategy, for humans are inherently social beings. Whether male or female, individuals often succumb to the encouragement of those around them. Mai Quan's reasoning was straightforward. Since Li Si and Zhang Miao shared a close bond, to win Li Si's affection, he must first gain Zhang Miao's approval. Xiao Qiaomei, with her endearing naivety, was typically quite trustworthy in the eyes of others. After the semester commenced, she chose to reside in the school dormitory rather than return home, despite her family's proximity in Pingzhou. For reasons she found difficult to articulate, she preferred the dormitory life. Is your job at the bookstore busy, Xiao Qiaomei? Li Si inquired while idly scrolling through her phone. Zhang Miao, engrossed in her studies, felt the weight of increased academic pressure in her second year. Had it not been for senior Shaolin, Xiao Qiaomei might have opted to cease her work at the bookstore altogether. It's manageable. We mainly serve tea and water, Zhang Miao replied, glancing up. Aren't you going to do your homework, Li Si? What is the point? I'm bound to fail anyway, Li Si retorted, having already succumbed to a sense of defeat. Subjects like advanced mathematics were simply too irksome. I don't see it as particularly difficult, Xiao Qiaomei remarked, unable to grasp Li Si's perspective. Li Si, exasperated, responded, That's because you have senior Shaolin to help you with your studies. I do not. Sigh. I really wish I could find a boyfriend. Zhang Miao muttered, bemused by Li Si's self-pitying thoughts while she herself struggled with her own romantic matters. Yes, Youyou. My relationship with senior Shaolin is not as you imagine, Zhang Miao said softly. I believe that, Li Si replied with a roll of her eyes. Returning to her phone, when Lin Yu returned to the dormitory around noon, he decided against going home for lunch due to an afternoon professional class. Bai Youyou had also messaged, indicating she wouldn't be home, likely due to a full schedule of classes. Upon entering the dorm, he noticed that the other 3 occupants seemed oblivious to his presence, each engrossed in their own activities. Puzzled, Lin Yu wondered why they had not acknowledged him, given that he had done nothing to provoke their disdain. Eventually, Ite could no longer contain himself and approached Lin Yu, playfully striking him. "Old 3, you're quite inconsiderate, aren't you? What have I done?" Lin Yu replied, bewildered. The eldest tossed him a crumpled paper, revealing the second-year grades had been released. Lin Yu had once again secured a position in the top 3 of his cohort, specifically ranking second, just a few points shy of the top spot. Qingmu's policy was unique in that they only disclosed the previous semester's grades after the new academic year commenced, presumably to ensure students did not suffer undue stress during summer break. Among the 9 courses Lin Yu took, he achieved first place in 6, with slightly lower scores in some general education classes, which were impacted by his occasional absences from class due to his bookstore job. Nevertheless, his impressive performance, outpacing the third-place student by over 30 points, once again propelled him into the university's forum spotlight. Ite and Jiangzhu had officially confirmed their relationship, a development for which Lin Yu had played a significant role. The families of both parties were acquainted and likely supportive of the union. "Let us not dwell on grades." Lin Yu chuckled. "It's just basic stuff. You've had quite the explosion of talent this time. I'm curious when you'll finally claim the top spot." He Xiao remarked, feeling the pressure of rooming with such an exceptional individual. He Xiao's academic performance was commendable, yet in an environment teeming with high achievers like Lin Yu, he merely held an average standing. Lin Yu grinned. "I'm just a bookworm with no other skills." He Xiao sighed. "As for my public administration and advanced mathematics, old 3, you must lend me some support." "Of course, but old boss, those treasures on your computer cannot remain solely yours." Luda, with a mischievous grin, chimed in. "It seems old 3 is generous, realizing we Haven T indulged in such pleasures for ages. Old boss, it's time to share those seeds of entertainment." He Xiao lamented. "You all are students of Qingmu, upstanding young men. How can you constantly desire such frivolous entertainment? I merely safeguarded it for your benefit. Hurry up." Ite rubbed his hands together, evidently eager for a reprieve from the romantic constraints imposed by his newfound relationship with Jiangzhu. Luda drew the curtains, and Ite fetched a pair of small speakers, gathering around He Xiao's computer. Thus unfolded the timeless pastime of college boys in a dormitory. Each of the 4 had distinct tastes. Some favored Western media, while others leaned towards Japanese and Korean content. Ite was a regular consumer of domestic productions, while Lin Yu had an unusual penchant for certain anime series. As the occupants of room 404 prepared to close the door, neighboring boys from the adjacent dormitory expressed their interest and began to gather with stools, contributing snacks and drinks. A group soon reveled in a visual and auditory feast. Despite the hardships endured by their professors, the students found immense satisfaction in their shared experience. Half an hour later, the gathering dispersed, as afternoon classes loomed. Skipping them for entertainment would be ill-advised. Perhaps influenced by the films they had watched, He Xiao leaned over with a playful smirk. "Old 3, have you and Bai Youyou done anything?" "Done what?" Lin Yu shot back, regarding He Xiao with disdain. "What are you implying? We are married. Is that not the norm?" Ite looked on enviously. Bai Youyou is truly wonderful. Unlike Jiangzhu, it feels like I've gained a mother since we started dating." "Enough. You 2 heterosexuals should be ashamed. This world is better off without your incessant chatter." Luda interjected, declaring a ban on such topics in the dormitory, as they were too painful for the single souls present. Ite, grinning mischievously, teased, "Old 4, if you're feeling particularly lonely, perhaps you should consider old bosses." Posterior. Before he could finish, both old boss and old 4 united in delivering a swift reprimand, reminding Ite to tread carefully in such matters. Lin Yu sat by, observing the humorous exchange, and added fuel to the fire. "Hey, old boss, old 4, be gentle with the little one. Show some compassion. Don't be too harsh." Old 3, you understand me," Ite quipped, pinned to the bed by old boss. "I suggest using the bed frame for a little fun. It would be beneficial for old 2, Lin Yu suggested, eliciting simultaneous eye rolls from He Xiao and Luda. "Are you a devil?" Chapter 49. I like you. The bell, signaling the end of class, rang, yet the teacher lingered a bit longer than usual. Bai Youyou gazed at the spirited instructor at the front, feeling a twinge of impatience. It was quite rare for classes at university to run over time, but Bai Youyou understood the reason behind this particular instance. Her breathtaking beauty had garnered her a multitude of admirers, though the student body was not particularly large. Many young men hesitated to pursue her, daunted by her ethereal presence. Ironically, being exceptionally talented often resulted in fewer suitors than one might expect. However, it was not uncommon for the faculty to harbor different intentions towards her, as Tsinghua University was the finest institution in Pingzhou. The educators were naturally among the elite in their fields, including the young instructor who was currently teaching. As a lecturer in management, he was undoubtedly a top scholar, and, at under 30, he could be considered a model of youthful excellence. Bai Youyou was aware of his popularity among the students. She had overheard some girls in her dorm expressing their admiration for him. Today's lecture concludes here. My apologies for the extended duration, the young teacher said, his infectious smile causing several girls in the class to blush. However, Bai Youyou felt no such fluttering sensation. Just as she prepared to exit the classroom, the young instructor called out to her, "Have you read anything interesting lately, Bai Youyou?" "Not really. I've been quite busy," Bai Youyou replied, somewhat averse to the intensity of his gaze, which struck her as overly assertive. She had always preferred the clean, clear eyes of Lin Yu, reminiscent of a mountain spring. Gentle and soothing. It was a quality Lin Yu himself seemed unaware of, which was truly a pity. "Allow me to recommend a book," Tsinghua Dong said. "This one is a professional text on corporate management, but the author writes in a rather engaging manner." Bai Youyou frowned slightly, but managed to smile politely. "Thank you, Teacher Qin. I will borrow it from the library." From the outset, she had no intention of accepting the book from Tsinghua Dong's hands. Unfazed, he replied with a grin, "This semester's schedule is quite packed. Feel free to reach out if you need anything." At that moment, a calm and gentle voice unexpectedly emerged, and a tall figure appeared at the classroom door, exuding a refined aura that felt somewhat different from usual. "Hello, Teacher Qin." Bai Youyou's lips curled into a smile. It seemed Lin Yu had finally caught on. "Lin Yu, your grades last semester were quite commendable. You are now second in your class, correct?" As a most charismatic teacher at Tsinghua, Tsinghua Dong knew how to strike the right balance. Although he had seen some chatter on the school forum regarding Bai Youyou and Lin Yu, he remained skeptical of these rumors. After all, the disparity between the two was glaring. How could a poor boy truly be with the heiress of the Bai family? "I'm rather dull. Aside from studying, I'm not very adept at other things," Lin Yu replied with a smile, gently taking Bai Youyou's hand, causing her cheeks to flush. It was her first time being so openly affectionate in school. The atmosphere shifted, becoming somewhat chaotic. Lin Yu, known as the academic prodigy and the paragon of virtue among the faculty, was well known among the students. Bai Youyou, acknowledged as the campus beauty, was now walking hand in hand with him, and their public display of affection, particularly in front of a teacher, undoubtedly drew attention. Rumors had circulated on the school forum about their potential romance, but aside from the occasional shared lunch, there had been little evidence of intimacy. Many believed they were merely friends, or perhaps that Bai Youyou had taken on a younger companion. Today's scene, however, shattered that misconception, leaving many astonished at Bai Youyou's obedient demeanor. Was this truly the aloof and elegant Bai Youyou? Tsinghua Dong maintained his composure, smiling as he inquired, "Are Lin Yu and Bai Youyou now in a romantic relationship?" Bai Youyou nodded, having noticed the subtle changes in her boyfriend. It seemed Lin Yu had his own moments of youthful exuberance. Had he witnessed their earlier exchange? Tang Feiying, observing the scholarly aura emanating from Lin Yu, couldn't he help but reflect on the inherent wisdom of the Bai family heiress in choosing her companions. She had previously known Lin Yu, but had been unimpressed, perceiving him as rather unremarkable. However, at times, a touch of assertiveness was essential, especially in matters of jealousy. Tsinghua Dong nodded. How delightful. With that, he gathered his belongings and departed, opting to avoid any potential conflict, as the dynamics between teacher and student could yield undesirable consequences. Lin Yu, maintaining an air of composed confidence, addressed Tsinghua Dong. "Safe travels, Teacher Qin." Tsinghua Dong acknowledged him with a nod, saying nothing further. However, the book he had recommended, Modern Corporate Management Anecdotes, remained on the podium. "Teacher Qin, you forgot your book," Bai Youyou called out, halting him. At that moment, the previously composed Qin Yudong's expression shifted, a flicker of darkness flashing in his elongated eyes before it transformed into a smile. "Thank you, Youyou." The contrast between the prior and current Bai Youyou was striking, revealing Qin Yudong as a master of subtle manipulation. "From now on, please call me Bai Youyou," she declared decisively. Qin Yudong's expression subtly changed, and he nodded, taking the book before making his exit. Once the teacher left, Bai Youyou turned to Lin Yu, smiling mischievously. "Darling? Are you jealous?" Lin Yu teased, pinching her cheek. "Do you think I should be jealous, my dear Bai Youyou?" "Of course I adore you," Bai Youyou exclaimed, wrapping her arms around Lin Yu's arm, feeling delighted that her boyfriend felt a twinge of jealousy on her behalf. Lin Yu chuckled. "I merely noticed your impatience. There's no need to provoke my jealousy." Bai Youyou pouted. "That's because there are things I can't be certain about." "What things?" "Darling, you've never said you like me." Bai Youyou stuck out her tongue, her innocent gesture making her all the more endearing. Lin Yu replied earnestly, "I like you." Bai Youyou was left speechless. Chapter 50. Lin Xian's incident. There exists a notion that a confession must be made in the most suitable atmosphere. Yet, at this moment, no such ambience surrounded us. The chatter of the crowd echoed in the brightly lit classroom. Lin Yu spoke with a steady cadence, whispering "I like you" as softly as a breeze brushing past Bai Youyou's ear. However, those 4 words resonated profoundly within her. The usually composed Bai Youyou felt her cheeks flush crimson. An overwhelming desire to rush into Lin Yu's embrace and seek his affection surged within her. Yet this was school. While holding hands was acceptable, anything beyond that would be utterly inappropriate. Her eyes glistened with emotion, as if she had been eagerly anticipating this declaration for an eternity. Once Lin Yu uttered his confession, his once scholarly demeanor faded, revealing a warmth akin to that of an amiable neighbor, youthful and tender. He stammered, "Just now, I thought you wanted to hear it, so I said it." Tang Feiying, observing the entire scene, couldn't help but roll her eyes. She had just witnessed Lin Yu's moment of bravery, only to see it evaporate in an instant. At the very least, one would expect 5 seconds of genuine manliness, right? Bai Youyou rose on her toes and swiftly planted a kiss on Lin Yu's cheek, then eagerly took his hand, leading him forward. Conscious of her friend watching the unfolding drama, Tang Feiying sighed, noting that while Bai Youyou was perfect in many ways, her shyness rendered her difficult to manage. As Lin Yu was pulled down the stairs, he heard Bai Youyou's shy protest, "Don't say such things at school. Youyou gets shy." Is that so? Then I shall continue to say it," Lin Yu replied, and Bai Youyou felt her heart race. Why did his occasional words have such an alluring effect on her, both now and in the future? Regardless, if you intend to say it, then say it more often. Lin Yu grasped Bai Youyou's hand and nodded. "Just don't find me too cheesy from now on." "Never." Bai Youyou playfully pouted. "Come on, darling. Let us head to the cafeteria for a bite." In the bookstore, Li Si donned her server uniform, the brown apron lending her an air of vitality. She admired her reflection in the mirror, nodding in satisfaction. A head poked in at the entrance. "Cici, does this outfit fit well?" "Xiao Jiao, are you courting death?" "I told you not to call me Cici," Li Si retorted, irritation evident in her voice. "Only my close friend can call me that." Mai Quan grinned. "Then can I be your close friend? Aren't you a boy? What business do you have being a close friend?" "How disgusting." Mai Quan recoiled. "Well, it's just so I can call you Cici." "Go away." All right, Mai Quan replied. "School is about to end. Let us get to work." I know. You're just as whiny as a girl," Li Si snapped, glancing at the mirror again. I do feel quite satisfied." When Lin Yu arrived at the bookstore, it was precisely 6 o'clock. Customers had begun to trickle in, and he took his position at the bar, preparing drinks. Little Strawberry had arrived even earlier, diligently serving tea and water. As it was Li Si's first day working, she remained in an observational role, primarily assisting with organizing the shelves and tidying up the books left in disarray by customers. Mai Quan, while crafting beverages, occasionally glanced over at Li Si, who was tending to the shelves. Lin Yu remarked nonchalantly, "If your sister knew, she'd probably be preparing for a funeral. What kind of work are you doing? Just mingling with the girls at our shop?" Xiao Ju replied cheerfully, my sister wouldn't mind. If my family knew I brought a girlfriend home, they'd probably be overjoyed. Since they can't rely on their son, they turn to their grandson. If we see, hears that, you better think of a way to keep your entire body intact. Lin Yu shook his head. Outside, Jiangzhu stood at the entrance, with Ite trailing behind her like a devoted follower, dutifully pushing the bookstore door open. Welcome to Qingmang Bookstore. Huh? Second, why are you here? Ite gestured towards Jiangzhu, exasperated. My Jiangzhu said she wanted to come thank you, so I can't help with your business. Lin Yu chuckled. All right then. What would you like to drink? Jiangzhu shyly nodded, her cheeks flushed. Ite mentioned, you're working here, and I wanted to thank you properly after that incident. As Lin Yu prepared her drink, he kindly replied, in matters of romance, there's no need for thanks. If it's meant to be, fate will bring us together, even through twists of circumstance. Jiangzhu nodded, I'll have a fruit tea. Lin Yu's heart stirred, and he smiled as he nodded. Xiao Jio 1 pot of fruit tea, half sugar, no ice. This was E.T.'s preference, and Lin Yu understood. However, seeing Jiangzhu order it as well suggested she was not as fierce or controlling as Ite had claimed. Ite sat at the bar, resting his chin on his hand, gazing at the blushing Jiangzhu with a warm smile. Little Strawberry observed the tender interaction between Lin Yu and Jiangzhu, letting out a sigh. Today, she had seen the news on the campus forum about Bai Youyou and Senior Lin, while her heart felt a twinge of envy. She couldn't deny that they made a perfect couple. If it were her, she likely wouldn't match up as well with Senior Lin. Table 7. Lemon black tea. Strawberry, could you bring that over? Sure, right away. As Lin Yu prepared for the next order, his phone suddenly rang. He answered to hear Lin Xin's distressed voice. Brother, woo-woo. Her voice trembled with urgency. Don't panic, take your time. What happened? My dad, he was in a car accident. Woo-woo. Lin Yu's expression shifted to alarm. Stay calm. What's your father's condition? I just received the call. I don't know. Woo-woo. Lin Yu steadied himself. Where are you now? At school. At the school gate. Then stay there. Don't move. I'll be there shortly. Lin Yu hung up the phone. Xiao Jio, you're in charge for tonight. I need to step out for a bit. I'm not sure when I'll be back. Mai Quan nodded. No problem. If anything comes up, just call. Chapter 51. Acting Pingzhou Central Hospital. Lin Xin's adoptive father, surnamed Shun, is a middle-aged man whom Lin Yu had encountered before. It was precisely because of this prior acquaintance that he felt reassured allowing Lin Xin to accompany Shun Pingle, who had taken her in. Lin Yu sat on a bench outside the hospital room, while Lin Xin timidly stood before him. Is your father merely injured? I thought something serious had occurred. Lin Yu wiped the sweat from his forehead, and Lin Xin only half listened, having hurried over after hearing her adoptive mother mention the car accident involving her father. In reality, it was merely a collision between two electric bicycles, resulting in minor scrapes. Had one only heard Lin Xin's voice over the phone, one might have believed that Shun Pingle had suffered a grave mishap. Lin Xin's adoptive mother is a seemingly gentle middle-aged woman. The couple had no children of their own, and they adopted Lin Xin when she was in middle school. They treated her with utmost kindness, regarding her as their own, all the way until she entered university. Shun Pingle lay in the hospital bed, needing comprehensive examinations that warranted his admission. Bloodstains, now dried, were visible on his knee. If the tests revealed no significant issues, he would likely be discharged today. Standing beside Lin Yu, Lin Xin shyly stuck out her tongue. Oh dear, brother, I was just a bit flustered. My mother didn't explain clearly. It's your impulsiveness that causes panic, Lin Yu replied sharply. Just then, a middle-aged woman approached. Where's that man? Did he hit someone and think he could flee? Lin Yu frowned, and before he could respond, Aunt Meow, Lin Xin's adoptive mother, stepped forward. Hit someone? Madam, please clarify. The traffic police have yet to determine responsibility. The middle-aged woman, limping and with a pale complexion, stood at the doorway and spotted Shun Pingle. What determination? That man hit me. My back still hurts. Compensation is required. We must wait for the traffic police to assess responsibility before discussing any compensation, Aunt Meow said with a furrowed brow. Regardless, we have already reported the incident. The police will handle it, and you will receive every penny owed. Upon hearing Aunt Meow's words, the middle-aged woman seemed to be provoked. Oh, such arrogance. Let me tell you, my health is poor. If anything happens, I will demand 200,000 without a penny less. Lin Yu understood Aunt Meow's gentle nature, and he knew that handling such a confrontational person would be challenging. Thus, he stepped in front of Aunt Meow. Madam, I must draw your attention to the fact that my uncle is currently lying in a hospital bed. If the determination of responsibility falls upon you, you will be liable for the medical and examination expenses. How dare you speak like that, young man? Is this how you address your elders? What kind of upbringing do you have? Aunt Meow, please tend Uncle Shun, Lin Yu said, ignoring the middle-aged woman and ushering Lin Xian's adoptive mother into the room while blocking the entrance. As the woman continued to rant, the traffic police arrived. Who is the family member of Shun Pingle? Lin Yu calmly responded, Hello, officer. I am Shun Pingle's nephew. How is the situation? Not much. The determination of responsibility has been made, and it lies with the other party, who is driving against traffic. As soon as he finished speaking, the middle-aged woman let out a shriek. What do you mean? Does that mean I have to pay? Officer, you wouldn't be accepting bribes, would you? The officer frowned. Ma'am, there are cameras on the scene. You collided with another vehicle while driving in the wrong direction, and you were speeding. The limit for electric bicycles is 30 kilometers per hour, and you were going at least 40. You must have taken a bribe. You think I'm an easy target because I'm a woman? She exclaimed. Madam, if you have any objections to the determination of responsibility, you can apply for an administrative reconsideration. The officer, seemingly accustomed to such situations, replied with calmness. However, the woman's fury seemed to be further ignited by the officer's composed demeanor, and she slapped at him. The officer sidestepped, his expression stern. Please be aware that you are now assaulting a police officer, which is against the law. I urge you to calm down. The woman, undeterred, lunged forward. You all want to harm me. You're taking bribes. And you. Though both the officer and Lin Yu were tall and imposing, Lin Xian appeared somewhat frail beside them. Perhaps the woman, in her frenzy, mistakenly targeted Lin Xian. Lin Xian, taken aback by the sudden shift in focus, stood frozen, unaware that a slap was imminent. Yet Lin Yu reacted swiftly, positioning himself between Lin Xian and the woman, his hand blocking her arm. Madam, resorting to violence is inappropriate. The contrast between Lin Yu's calm demeanor and the woman's aggressive behavior left the officer somewhat exasperated, prompting him to call for backup. Madam, please calm down. Any issues can be resolved at the police station. I want to go. You're all trying to harm me. I refuse to go. The woman seemed to lose her composure entirely, shouting and searching for objects to hurl at the officer. Ma'am, please calm down. This is your first warning. What followed were 3 successive warnings, after which the officer had no choice but to detain the woman. Lin Yu watched, bemused surely. She was bound to face charges for assaulting a police officer. Are you all right, Xiao Xian? With the officers enforcing the law, Lin Yu turned to Lin Xian, who appeared pale, clearly shaken by the encounter. I'm scared, brother, Lin Xian declared, and without hesitation, she leaped into Lin Yu's embrace. Meanwhile, Shin Pingle limped out of the hospital room, witnessing this scene unfold. Well, it seems my daughter is once again overly dramatic. Shin Pingle was well aware of Lin Xian's feelings and understood them. Thus, he quickly feigned ignorance and turned away. Xiao Wei, come help me. My leg is still a bit unsteady. Lin Xian's adoptive mother, Miao Wei, rushed over to assist Shin Pingle, only to catch sight of Lin Xian and Lin Yu embracing. Ha, my daughter has truly grown up. Lin Yu, feeling a wave of embarrassment, remarked, all right, it's fine now. With me here, no one can harm you. Oh, Lin Xian replied nonchalantly, releasing Lin Yu and adopting a composed demeanor. Lin Yu could tell he had once again fallen victim to Lin Xian's playful act, as she was merely performing for her adoptive parents. Chapter 52. The Ring. What is it like to have a sister who is always scheming against you? At this moment, Lin Yu is experiencing such a sensation. Yet he finds himself unable to utter any words of refusal to Lin Xian, for they have grown up together since childhood. What should I do with a sister who idolizes her brother? Lin Xian breezily entered the hospital room, her face flushing as if she were shy. Lin Yu could only sigh in admiration at her remarkable ability to change expressions. Uncle Shun, how are you feeling? Lin Yu inquired. Shin Pingle nodded. Little Lin, how has your studying been lately? This familiar opening line had often marked his visits to Shun Pingle's home, where the scholarly couple placed great importance on education. It's been fine. As you know, Uncle Shun, I'm not particularly skilled at much aside from studying, Lin Yu replied with a sheepish grin. Lin Xian interjected. Brother Lin, you ranked second in the entire grade this time. That's impressive. Indeed, Lin Xian, this brother-worshipping sister, had begun her praise, leaving Lin Yu at a loss for words. Sister, one must remain humble, you know? Miao Wei chuckled. Second place is commendable. Lin Xian has mentioned that you've always excelled academically. Thus, Lin Yu engaged in conversation with the family of three for a while before saying, Uncle Shun, Aunt Miao, I must return to work now. I'll take my leave. Lin Xian wished to accompany him, but was deterred by a glance from Lin Yu. Your father has just been injured, and you want to run off? There is no such thing as a dutiful daughter. Thus, Lin Xian had no choice but to obediently remain at the hospital. After Lin Yu left, Shun Pingle observed Lin Xian's discontent and smiled. What is wrong, Lin Xian? Nothing. Dad, you two, please refrain from riding the electric bike in the future. Shun Pingle gently patted Lin Xian's head, smiling. Girls should occasionally be a bit more generous. There is nothing wrong with that. Your father supports you in pursuing your own happiness. Lin Xian pouted. It's not that I don't want to pursue it, but the adversary is simply too formidable, and their moves are swift. By the time your daughter realizes, Brother Lin is already tying the knot. Thinking of this, Lin Xian felt even more despondent. Why must lovers only become siblings? When Lin Yu returned to the bookstore, it was still before closing time, just past 8 o'clock, the peak hour for customers. Upon seeing Lin Yu, Mai Quan sighed in relief. Brother Lin, you're finally back. What is up? Today we have quite a few customers, but that is not important. Huh? Over there. Wow. An extraordinary beauty. This is the first time I've seen her. Xiao Xiaomei said she is the school belle of Qingmu. Just look at that skin. Lin Yu's gaze instantly turned dangerous. Kid, you're treading on thin ice. Mai Quan. At that moment, the captivating girl who had drawn the attention of numerous customers finally raised her head and, upon seeing Lin Yu, smiled sweetly at him. This smile elicited a collective gasp from everyone in the bookstore. This smile is simply enchanting. Lin Yu, feeling somewhat helpless, donned his server's attire and approached the table. I thought you might leave early. Mai Quan finally caught on. Brother Lin, do you two know each other? Bai Youyou smiled brightly. Hello. Are you a friend of our Lin Yu? Just a mere employee of Brother Lin, the store manager. Mai Quan stuttered, his face flushed, awed by Bai Youyou's stunning beauty. Truly, she deserved to be recognized as the school belle of Qingmu, an embodiment of elegance and charm. Wait a minute. Our Lin Yu? At this point, Xiao Jiu finally comprehended. Lin Yu had mentioned he was married. This must be his wife. To marry such a girl. Lin Yu must have saved the galaxy in his past life. Surely, he fits the mold of a protagonist from a novel, surrounded by such stunning women. Thus, Mai Quan withdrew into himself. Indeed, there exists a disparity among people. While he is overshadowed by his sister, Lin Yu effortlessly mingles with girls of such caliber. Lin Yu paid no heed to Mai Quan's astonished demeanor and kindly asked, Would you like something to drink? What my husband makes, I'll drink. I love anything he prepares, Bai Youyou replied, her eyes forming beautiful crescent shapes. Mai Quan felt he should not be there. He wished to vanish into the ground. How many good deeds must Lin Yu have done to win such a wife? These tactics to lure someone in are too cruel. Mai Quan hurried to the bar to tend to other customers. Soon, it was time to close the shop. Bai Youyou waited for Lin Yu to finish his shift, ready to head home, but Lin Yu hesitated. Youyou, there is something I'd like to discuss with you. Huh? Bai Youyou was taken aback. Lin Yu is usually laid back in their interactions, rarely displaying such hesitation. As Lin Yu gazed at Bai Youyou, her head tilted in curiosity, he whispered, Shall we? Buy a pair of rings? Bai Youyou paused momentarily. Buy rings? For what purpose? To get married. I mean, it just kind of happened suddenly. I haven't really shown it, but you've been cooking and doing laundry for me. Lin Yu's voice was gentle, yet tinged with a hint of melancholy. I don't have much to offer you, but if I could, I'd like to give you something. Something I can afford at this moment. I also want you to know my feelings. This thought had been on Lin Yu's mind for some time, and the incident with Qin Yedong had reignited this desire. As an orphan, he had no father or mother, nor anyone to teach him how to cherish a wife or manage a family. Marriage is a shared commitment. It has never been a one-sided affair. He had no reason, nor should he, allow Bai Youyou to bear the burden alone. She was the daughter of a wealthy family, while he was merely an orphan. Bai Youyou gazed at Lin Yu, who appeared somewhat shy, like the boy next door. His anxiety and caution were palpable, as she felt a lump in her throat. Tears welled in her eyes. No matter how many years and lifetimes pass, this fellow still knows how to evoke tears. Husband, Lin Yu looked up, and in response, Bai Youyou enveloped him in a tender and lingering kiss. Chapter 53. The causes of insomnia. Although it was past 10 o'clock, the shopping mall remained open. Bai Youyou accompanied Lin Yu to a jewelry store. Though as the daughter of the Bai family, she had no real need for jewelry. However, witnessing Lin Yu's earnestness made it difficult for her to voice a refusal. To her astonishment, the prices of even the more modest rings were in the tens of thousands. Lin Yu, unaware of such costs, had merely assumed they would be somewhat expensive. Now he had a direct understanding. With a smile, Bai Youyou observed Lin Yu as he browsed, not anticipating that he would decide to purchase a ring. "Wait, darling," she exclaimed. "Do you have that much money?" Lin Yu answered candidly. "Manager Mike gave me 700,000, and I saved 70,000 for my previous job. Surely 2 rings should be within that budget." 77,000 was indeed ample for purchasing rings, but Bai Youyou was acutely aware of how hard Lin Yu worked for every penny, having accumulated his savings entirely through his own efforts. "I don't fancy the rings here. May I choose one myself?" Bai Youyou pleaded playfully. "Of course, as long as you like it." Lin Yu nodded in agreement. Thus, the pair ultimately settled on a pair of silver rings that cost only a few hundred. Lin Yu, perplexed, asked, "Youyou, we can afford more. Why choose such inexpensive rings?" Bai Youyou firmly explained, "I have some understanding of diamonds, and, well, they aren't as valuable as people think. That doesn't justify selecting rings this cheap." Lin Yu remarked, frowning as he glanced at the ring on his finger, feeling it appeared rather cheap. Bai Youyou linked her arm with Lin Yu's, soothingly saying, "The ring isn't what matters. Wearing this silver ring reminds me of the touching moment when my husband wanted to buy me a ring." As she lifted her hand beneath the streetlight, the silver ring glimmered faintly. "No matter when or where, just seeing this reminds me that there is someone who holds me dear." Turning her head, Bai Youyou planted a kiss on Lin Yu's cheek. This feeling is something no jewelry can ever provide. After a moment's thought, Lin Yu retrieved his bank card, whispering, "This should be considered my allowance, which currently has 774,000 left. I'll entrust it to you." Bai Youyou smiled sweetly. "Darling, money can generate more money. You are exceptionally bright and will certainly make better use of it than I can." Lin Yu felt a surge of emotion, thinking that no one would believe such a thing if he shared it. What was Bai Youyou? An angel? Did angels even exist? The couple returned home, seemingly intimate, yet the moment for sleep had arrived. Typically, they would sleep naturally together, but the previous night had been anything but. The alluring and delicate demeanor of Bai Youyou lingered in Lin Yu's mind as he approached the bed. Thus, the atmosphere grew heavy with unspoken tension. "Well, we're both tired today. Let us turn in early," Lin Yu uttered awkwardly, instantly regretting his words. Bai Youyou, equally embarrassed, wished to escape. "Forget about pampering me," she thought. Complying, she rolled under the covers to sleep. Lin Yu switched off the bedside lamp, staring at her silhouette as he began counting sheep. 1 sheep, 2 sheep, 3 sheep, 4. Bai Youyou, 5 sheep. Lin Yu realized he was in trouble. Counting sheep quickly transformed into visions of Bai Youyou smiling at him. How could he possibly sleep like this? He pondered whether he had developed a strange obsession, constantly thinking of Bai Youyou, even though they were already married. It felt as though some pre-sleep rituals had been overlooked. Turning over, Lin Yu found Bai Youyou gazing at him with her large, autumn-like eyes. He was startled, but she leaned in for a kiss. "How can we sleep like this?" Lin Yu thought, resignedly getting up to fetch some water. Bai Youyou, blushing, suggested, "If you can't sleep, you might try a little wine." Do not ask how Bai Youyou knew Lin Yu's 1-glass limit. Wine? Lin Yu hesitated. He had never tried it, but considered it might be worth a shot. "There shouldn't be any at home. I brought a little. There is some red wine in the fridge. It might help you sleep better." Lin Yu shot her a look of mild reproach. Did she not understand why he couldn't sleep? Nevertheless, he rose to find a small bottle of red wine. Forcing himself to drink a bit, which turned out to be quite palatable. The wine Bai Youyou had brought was of good quality. Even Lin Yu, not much of a drinker, found it agreeable. After a small glass, he felt the world spinning and hurried back to bed. At that moment, the effects of the wine washed over him, and he felt drowsy enough to sleep. Though thoughts of Bai Youyou continued to flit through his mind, they no longer hindered his ability to drift off. Finally, Lin Yu succumbed to slumber, albeit not very peacefully. Bai Youyou, holding him close, accidentally brushed against something rather heated. Her cheeks flushed with warmth. This man, even asleep, was so unruly. Perhaps out of mischief, Bai Youyou playfully nudged Lin Yu with her foot. He frowned in his sleep, clearly uncomfortable. Blushing fiercely, she murmured, "You big rascal, even in your dreams, your thoughts aren't pure." She nudged him again, but Lin Yu remained unresponsive. With a sigh, she whispered in his ear, "Stinky husband, you've got the advantage. After all, I'm yours. That should be okay, right?" After muttering to herself for a while, seeing Lin Yu still asleep, Bai Youyou lowered her head and nestled into his blankets. Lin Yu, who had been frowning in his sleep, seemed to find himself in a delightful realm, letting out a soft sigh before drifting back into slumber. Only Bai Youyou, with a reddish face, covered her mouth as she emerged from the blankets and headed straight to the bathroom. Chapter 54. On how to tease the academic overachiever, Lin Yu was uncertain how long it had been since he had enjoyed such a splendid slumber. It was akin to a dream, blissful and ethereal. By the time he awoke the following day, Bai Youyou had already departed for class. On the desk, she had thoughtfully left breakfast, as gentle and endearing as ever. Today, Lin Yu had no classes, so after breakfast, he made his way to the bookstore. Typically, during class hours, the bookstore was quite empty, and Mai Quan was dozing off at the counter. Lin Yu rapped lightly on the table. "Sleeping on the job, are we? Little Gio, do you not care for your salary?" Mai Quan immediately stirred awake. "Little Lin, don't be so exploitative. There is hardly anyone in the store, is there? That's irrelevant. You're being compensated for your work. Sleeping on the job is not acceptable." Mai Quan looked wary. "Little Lin, I like women, and I have someone I fancy." "Lin Yu, that's not the kind of sleep I meant. Scram, no bromance here." Lin Yu changed his clothes. "By the way, since you're always napping in the staff room, I'll bring you a blanket tomorrow, so you don't catch a chill." Mai Quan grinned. "All right. Thank you, little Lin. With your antics, you'll eventually be in trouble with Li Si." Getting into trouble is a common saying of Ite. Ever since he started dating Jiang Zhu, he can't stop talking about her, radiating an unmistakable scent of infatuation. On Fridays, it seemed everyone was eagerly anticipating the cool down of their skills, hoping to gather enough funds to take their dates to the bookstore and play it cool. Alas, Bai Youyou would return home every Friday, leaving Lin Yu to endure a solitary evening. "Little Lin, your smile is quite off-putting." Mai Quan teased, but Lin Yu quickly retaliated. Time passed, and night fell. Bai Youyou had visited the store in the afternoon, but was whisked away by Uncle Ming shortly after. Lin Yu understood. After all, she was the daughter of a wealthy family. He was left to keep vigil in his empty room. At around 9 o'clock, an unexpected phone call rang out. "Hey, come help me out in the world, will you?" To Lin Yu's astonishment, it was the celebrated star Mu Sheng calling. Confused, he replied, "Sister Mu Sheng, did you lose a game of truth or dare and choose truth? Are you coming or not? I have plenty of beautiful women here. As a married man, such a situation seems rather inappropriate. I'll have Meng Meng give you a raise." Lin Yu. "So, is it now fashionable to win hearts with money? Wealthy ladies, I cannot afford to offend. Just a heads up, I won't be drinking. If there's alcohol, I'll leave immediately." After a brief hesitation, Lin Yu ultimately acquiesced. It would be improper to decline an invitation from Star. "All right, I'll reserve a spot for you. Never mind. I'll send a driver to pick you up from the bookstore." Indeed, city folk have their ways. Such grandeur, even a chauffeur for an outing. Meanwhile, in a KTV, a refined girl looked astonished. "Sister Sheng, who is this high-profile individual that requires a special car service?" Mu Sheng replied mysteriously, "A rather intriguing young man. If it weren't for Meng Meng, I wouldn't have the privilege of inviting him." The refined girl shrugged. "Suit yourself, but if any paparazzi catch wind of this, I want to be calling my father for help." Upon hearing the girl mention her father, the atmosphere in the room shifted awkwardly. Lin Xiaoman's father was indeed a formidable figure. Before long, Lin Yu arrived, and the convenience of a private car made it easy. Had it not been for tidying up the store, he might have arrived even sooner. Upon seeing him, Mu Sheng beamed and rose to greet him. "You're here, little brother." Lin Yu regarded her with caution. "Sister Mu Sheng, please don't pull any tricks. If Manager Mai finds out, I'll be finished." "Fear not. Mang want to know I invited you. If she gets angry, I might be terrified." Lin Yu felt a headache coming on. To be honest, he was not intimidated by Mu Sheng's commanding presence in the bookstore. She exuded grace and intellect, akin to Mang. However, he was apprehensive that this girl might be frivolous, her words sharper than a seasoned flirt, something most could hardly withstand. Once inside the booth, it was evident that Lin Yu's average looks left the women somewhat disappointed. He surveyed the room, realizing he was the only male present. Had he known, he would have brought little Gio along. His good looks would surely command the room. "Allow me to introduce Lin Yu, an academic overachiever from Qingmu and my friend." Mu Sheng introduced with flair, then pulled Lin Yu onto the sofa. It was obvious that these young women hailed from affluent backgrounds, and Lin Yu, feeling somewhat out of place, feigned a demeanor of shyness. The only one he found puzzling was the exceptionally refined girl, who bore an oddly familiar air. "Welcome, academic overachiever." Upon hearing this, many girls' eyes sparkled with interest. After all, teasing a bookworm seemed like a delightful challenge, didn't it? Lin Xiaoman observed Lin Yu's earnest expression, then glanced at Mu Sheng, deep in thought. Mu Sheng had never brought a man to gatherings with her friends before. It was unprecedented. This significantly dispelled the rumors of her preference for women, as bringing a male companion implied at the very least a lack of aversion. It seemed these starlets had rather mild tastes. One of the girls coyly approached Lin Yu. "Academic overachiever, don't be so tense." Lin Yu replied earnestly, "I'm not tense. I simply don't understand why Sister Mu Sheng invited me." The room erupted with laughter at his words, perceiving it as a case of Mu Sheng being an older woman courting a younger man. Mu Sheng dismissed it casually, as she merely intended to utilize him for her amusement. "Are you blaming me?" "Not at all." Lin Yu filled his empty glass with water, maintaining his usual composed demeanor. However, the girls were not content with such a bland atmosphere. The first task of teasing the academic overachiever was to get him to drink. Yet, to their astonishment, Lin Yu exhibited an extraordinary willpower. Regardless of their coaxing, he steadfastly abstained from alcohol, leaving them at a loss for words. Eventually, one of Mu Sheng's friends boldly declared, "Little brother, if you have just one drink tonight, I'll go home with you." "What do you say?" Lin Yu's expression was sincere. "I think I'll pass. You're not as pretty as my wife." Laughter erupted, and the girl was left speechless by his response. What was this? Even her self-promotion was dismissed. She was unwanted even when offered freely. In a fit of frustration, the girl exclaimed, "Little brother, you're overthinking it. No matter how daring I am, I wouldn't dare compete with Sister Mu Sheng for a man." Chapter 55. The Southwest King in a rather peculiar exchange. Lin Yu articulated one sentiment, while the group of young women interpreted it in an entirely different light. Observing the composed expression of Mu Sheng, Lin Yu pondered for a moment, ultimately deciding against dispelling their misunderstanding. Perhaps this was precisely what Mu Sheng intended by summoning him. After all, he had played the role of a mere tool on numerous occasions. One could grow accustomed to it. With a playful giggle, Mu Sheng cast a glance at Lin Yu and whispered softly in his ear, "Academic overachiever, are you taking advantage of your elder sister?" Lin Yu shrugged in response, retorting, "Sister Mu Sheng, one cannot phrase it that way. Did you not invite me here to take advantage of you?" Interestingly, Lin Yu exhibited an extraordinary vigor in the presence of all the young women, save for Bai Youyou. His banter elicited laughter from Mu Sheng. She hastily clarified, "Do not misconstrue our relationship. I assure you, Lin Yu and I are merely friends. His wife is indeed remarkably beautiful, and in terms of looks, I humbly consider myself inferior to her." In truth, Mu Sheng had never laid eyes on Bai Youyou, but had heard from Mai Quan that Xiao Jiao claimed Lin Yu's wife was a celestial being, even stating she was more attractive than Mu Sheng. Although Mu Sheng found my Mang's brother somewhat eccentric, she could not help but appreciate his taste. "Is that so? A wife already?" This is rather disappointing. I finally meet an intriguing young man, only to discover he is taken. Wait, Sister Mu Sheng, is he not still a university student? Surely, you do not wish to monopolize him? Mu Sheng straightened her posture defiantly. Why not? I do wish to have him all to myself. What are you going to do about it? Lin Yu interjected. What are you all babbling about? How is one to indulge in such matters? Sister Mu Sheng, perhaps you should enlighten us? Or better yet, demonstrate? It dawned on Lin Yu that like-minded individuals often congregate, and female drivers are frequently surrounded by their peers. Alas, I have yet to taste any of it. Mu Sheng shrugged. In this day and age, being a mistress is hardly an easy endeavor. Look at me. I am wholly devoted to becoming a mistress for this young man, yet I have scarcely touched his hand. What a pity. You speak too truthfully. I almost believed you. Lin Yu had grown weary of Mu Sheng's theatrics. Indeed, she was a renowned star, and her acting skills were far from mediocre. It was likely everyone present had been deceived by her performance. A prominent celebrity, wholeheartedly pursuing a university student who is already married. If this were to leak, it would surely dominate the headlines of entertainment news the following day. Mu Sheng's companions continued to revel until 11:30, and Lin Yu, abstaining from any indulgence, observed Mu Sheng, whose cheeks were now flushed with the effects of alcohol. He sighed. Sister Mu Sheng, perhaps I should call manager Ma to come fetch you? Leaning softly against Lin Yu, supported by one of his hands, Mu Sheng murmured, forget it. Please don't call. Otherwise I might. Faz dire conséquence. At that moment, Lin Yu felt hesitant to step outside. If he were seen assisting Mu Sheng, it could spell trouble, especially with Bai Youyou's inevitable ire. What then? I have no desire to become tomorrow's headline. Lin Yu warned, you're not scheming to create a scandal, are you? If so, do not involve me, for I would not be able to explain it to my wife. Mu Sheng chuckled, you are overthinking. Soon, a driver will come, and then Mu Sheng fell completely asleep, leaving Lin Yu at a loss for how to manage the situation. He could hardly abandon a celebrity in the private room. Unexpectedly, Mu Sheng's friend, Lin Xiaoman, returned, observing Mu Sheng inebriated and unconscious. With a resigned expression, she asked, do you require assistance, academic overachiever? By the time Lin Xiaoman returned home, it was nearly 1 o'clock. While the Lin household had no curfew, returning late would still invite reprimands from her parents. Thus, Lin Xiaoman decided to quietly unlock the door, only to find her father seated on the sofa, perusing a newspaper. A chill ran down Lin Xiaoman's spine as she stammered, Dad. Father. Her father looked up, a bemused smile playing on his lips. Did you have fun? As a daughter, Lin Xiaoman understood her father well. Seeing that inscrutable smile, she felt a wave of trepidation wash over her. Oh no, he is genuinely upset. However, as a daughter, she knew how to appease him. Men rarely stayed angry with their little princess. Lin Xiaoman hurriedly approached her father from behind, flattering him with a shoulder massage. Oh, Daddy, I was merely escorting a drunken friend home. Otherwise, I would have returned much earlier. You are not angry, are you? The middle-aged man sighed. Faced with his quirky daughter, remaining angry seemed unnecessary. All right, Uncle Kong has already informed me. You should refrain from visiting such places to drink. If you wish to drink, reserve a room in our hotel. Lin Xiaoman's face contorted in dismay. If I do not drink in our hotel, it is precisely because I fear you would find out. Yet you still sent Uncle Kong to follow me. How is that any different from drinking at home? Suddenly, Lin Xiaoman had a thought. By the way, Father, Mother's Memorial Day is approaching. Should we? This was likely the crux of her father's emotional turmoil. Lin Xiaoman cautiously expressed her thoughts. For her father had raised her alone, enduring much hardship. Finding a woman to care for him was a commendable notion, provided she could win his approval. For Lin Ping'an, a woman was merely a caretaker. She could never become the mistress of the household. Upon hearing his daughter's suggestion, Lin Ping'an's expression darkened. Child, do not meddle in adult matters. I'm no longer a child. Lin Xiaoman pouted, then suddenly recalled something. Oh, Father, today I met an exceptionally interesting young man. This was perhaps the most engaging topic between a father and daughter. Lin Yu smiled. What is it? Do you have feelings for him? Lin Xiaoman quickly shook her head. Not at all. Sister Mu Sheng holds him in high regard. However, I find he bears an uncanny resemblance to you. By the way, his surname is Lin, and he is called Lin Yu. The mirthful expression on Lin Pingyan's face vanished instantaneously. What did you say? Lin Yu. He is quite an interesting young man. Noticing his father's sudden change in demeanor, Lin Xiaoman retrieved her phone. Here, this is a photo I took today. Lin Pingyan gazed at the image, feeling as though his very soul trembled. What? What is he doing now? He should be fine. Sister Musheng mentioned he is still attending university and currently works part-time at a bookstore. However, Lin Pingyan barely registered her words. The events of years past haunted him, and upon seeing Lin Yu's photograph, he realized he had not truly moved on as he had believed. If he had failed to protect the two of them in the past, Lin Pingyan vowed that he would not allow anyone to harm that child in the present. For only a select few knew that Lin Pingyan harbored another, seldom-spoken name, the Southwest King. Chapter 56. The Stranger in Middle Age in the Dead of Night. Lin Pingyan remained awake, not due to insomnia, but rather because of a matter of utmost importance. Before him stood Kong Qingsong, Lin Xiaoman's devoted steward. While a detailed dossier lay on Lin Pingyan's desk, the files contain information not only about Lin Yu, but also about Bai Youyou, Lin Xian, and even Zhang Miao. This had all been accomplished in a mere 20 minutes, underscoring the vast influence of Lin Pingyan. As a commercial titan in the southwestern region of Haigua, Lin Pingyan wielded not only overt connections, but also a myriad of covert operatives behind the scenes. I must find the biological information on this child named Lin Yu. Lin Pingyan remarked, studying the documents before him. Kong Qingsong nodded affirmatively. I've already dispatched someone to handle it. However, sir, are you certain it's that child? 9 times out of 10, Lin Pingyan sighed. So many events transpired back then, and I forced myself to forget. Yet now, I cannot escape the past. I owe too much to his mother. I cannot further burden this child. Understanding Lin Pingyan's sentiments, Kong Qingsong nodded. Everything is proceeding as you instructed. We have located the bookstore where the young master works. It belongs to the My family. Lin Pingyan furrowed his brow. Another member of the My family has emerged? Merely a coincidence, but we know that Miss Mai Mang is quite fond of the young master, Kong Qingsong replied. Lin Pingyan chuckled. That rascal seems to have some luck. At that moment, Kong Qingsong's phone chimed. Is that so? Very well understood. Sir, the hospital has found the samples previously left by the young master, and they are confirmed. A flicker of pain crossed Lin Pingyan's eyes. Kong Qingsong, accompany me to Qingmu tomorrow. Yes, sir. Meanwhile, Lin Yu was oblivious to the unfolding events, diligently reporting for work at the bookstore. By 10 in the morning, the shop was sparsely populated, with only a few patrons present, and all the staff were on duty. Welcome to Qingmong Bookstore. Lin Yu greeted a middle-aged man who entered, smiling as he inquired, May I offer you something to drink? As he lifted his gaze, he noticed the man's lips quivering slightly. Not recognizing the visitor, Lin Yu regarded him with a puzzled expression, unaware that the once tranquil bookstore had been enveloped in a suffocating atmosphere. Several black sedans had parked outside the entrance, effectively blocking any potential customers from entering. Kong Qingsong stood dutifully behind Lin Pingyan, an instinctual awareness prompting Lin Yu to sense that this elder was no ordinary individual, possessing a presence akin to that of Uncle Ming. Clearly, the middle-aged man before him was the main figure of interest. Good day. What would you like to drink? Lin Yu repeated when the man seemed lost in thought. The middle-aged man snapped back to reality. I would like some tea if you have it. Certainly. Would you prefer green tea or floral tea? We also have an exquisite black tea, perfect for maintaining health during the autumn season. Lin Pingyan nodded and settled into a seat. Then let it be black tea. I shall sample your skills. Such a phrase exchanged between men felt rather peculiar, making Lin Yu somewhat uncomfortable. However, as the guest, he felt compelled to serve. As Lin Yu prepared the beverage, Lin Pingyan surveyed the bookstore, noting that the My Family girl seemed quite intriguing. The setup of the shop indicated that considerable effort had been invested. Kong Qingsong, once he finishes, have Xiaoyu come over to sit with us. Yes, sir. The atmosphere within the bookstore grew increasingly unusual. Even Mai Quan refrained from speaking, tugging at Lin Yu's sleeve to direct his attention outside. Indeed, a convoy of cars had filled the parking spaces, flanked by numerous men in black suits, creating an impression akin to a scene from a gangster film. Lin Yu felt a headache coming on. This was a bookstore, a place meant for welcoming guests. Under such circumstances, who would dare to patronize? Excuse me, is it your vehicle outside? If possible, could you ask them to move a bit? Lin Pingan exchanged a glance with Kong Qingsong, who contemplated and eventually ordered the vehicles to shift, albeit leaving an odd sense in the air. As Lin Yu completed the tea, preparing to hand it to Mai Quan, he heard the middle-aged man hesitantly say, "Young man, could you be the one to bring it over?" Lin Yu paused, sensing the man's peculiar demeanor. Nevertheless, the authority emanating from him was unmistakable, and he thought little of it as he carried the tea to the man's table. "Please take a seat." As Lin Yu set down the tea, he inquired, "Is there anything else you would like? You're Lin Yu, correct? I wish to have a word with you." Lin Yu's realization dawned as he finally recognized why the middle-aged man's appearance seemed familiar. It bore resemblance to Lin Xiaoman. "Uncle Lin?" Lin Yu blurted, unveiling Lin Pingan's identity, albeit from Lin Xiaoman's perspective. "You recognize me?" Lin Pingan was taken aback, an uncomfortable feeling settling in as he was addressed as uncle by his own child. Few fathers would find such a designation agreeable. "You share a resemblance with Lin Xiaoman." "I deduced," Lin Yu replied, still sensing the man's gaze was somewhat unsettling, thus remaining standing. "Do sit down and converse," Lin Pingan urged again. After a moment of silence, Lin Yu complied. What followed was a series of rather insipid exchanges, leaving Lin Yu with a headache. What if business picked up during their conversation? Mai Quan was already overwhelmed, and Li Si was still in the training phase, incapable of crafting beverages. "Hey, do you find this uncle a bit strange?" Li Si, ever perceptive to others' nuances, queried. "Strawberry, don't you think they resemble each other?" At first, Zhang Miao had not noticed, but upon Li Si's remark, she too recognized the similarities between the two men, such as their prominent noses and clear eyes. "Senior Lin is an orphan," Strawberry gasped, covering his mouth. "Could it be?" "Sir, what would you like to discuss?" Upholding the principle that the customer is always right, Lin Yu remained willing to engage with the middle-aged man. Initially, their conversation meandered through vague and superficial topics, until Lin Pingan gently inquired, "By the way, you're in your third year now. Who else is in your family?" Lin Yu's vigilance heightened immediately. Chapter 57. The outbreak of conflict. Lin Pingan's tone was peculiar, suggesting a familiarity, yet he spoke with a veil of reservation. Suddenly, he inquired about Lin Yu's family, leaving Lin Yu perplexed. In response, Lin Yu could only resort to silence. Witnessing Lin Yu's reticence, Lin Pingan felt a twinge of sorrow. Ultimately, it was his own shortcomings that had burdened the child. Thus, he refrained from pressing further and shifted the conversation to other topics. Lin Yu found himself somewhat overwhelmed, as navigating Lin Pingan's various conversational maneuvers proved to be quite the challenge. After half an hour, he concluded the discussion, citing work obligations. Throughout their exchange, Lin Pingan had not broached any subject related to Lin Yu's origins. Once Lin Yu departed, Lin Pingan took a sip of tea, then stood up, signaling to Kong Qing with a smile, "The little girl from my family is delightful, and the atmosphere is pleasant. We should visit often." Lin Yu paused for a moment and offered, "Uncle Lin, would you like to apply for a membership card? Discounts are available for purchasing books and enjoying tea." Zhang Miao was somewhat taken aback by Lin Yu's seemingly nonsensical remark. Even Zhang Miao, who was naturally oblivious, could sense the underlying tension in Lin Pingan's demeanor. While Lin Yu appeared utterly unfazed, Lin Pingan blinked in surprise and replied, "All right then, Kong Qing." "Yes, sir," the butler responded, assisting Lin Pingan with the necessary formalities before they swiftly exited the establishment. Inside the car, Kong Qing opened his mouth, but ultimately opted for silence. Lin Pingan chuckled, curious as to why I didn't clarify things with him. Kong Qing nodded, as he had anticipated a heartwarming reunion between father and son, but instead, the two had merely engaged in a mundane exchange as customer and server. The conversation lacked any substantive depth. He deduced that Lin Yu was perceptive enough to realize the truth upon their seating. Yet, was he merely unwilling to acknowledge it? Kong Qing sighed, "Sir, I reviewed the previous files. The young master has endured considerable hardship over the years." Lin Pingan nodded. That explains why he requested a card before leaving. He knows what he wants and what to reject. He is indeed my son. Kong Qing sighed. The young master has had his struggles as well. "Bring Ling Han back," Lin Pingan suddenly commanded. He cannot be left unattended here, and you are not in a position to venture out. Have that girl Ling Han return. Additionally, investigate the relationship between Bai Youyou and him. After deliberating for a while, Kong Qing quietly remarked, Sir, if the information here is accurate, Bai Youyou should be the young mistress. Lin Pingyan responded with disbelief. It's just a casual romance. There is no need for such titles. Young people dating is quite normal. Sir, they are not merely dating. Surely they wouldn't get married while still in university? Lin Pingyan replied calmly. But his expression shifted as the realization dawned on him. You mean to say? Kong Qing nodded. They have already registered their marriage. So they're not just lovers, but husband and wife. Instantly, Lin Pingyan, the king of the Southwest, wore a look of astonishment. Is this how university students conduct themselves nowadays? While legal at their age, marrying so early. It was evident that Lin Yu had sent a clear signal, indicating his desire for this middle-aged man, who had suddenly appeared in the bookstore, to refrain from meddling in his life. Deep down, Lin Yu was still somewhat obstinate. Having felt neglected in the past, he believed that his future should remain free from interference. Who are you to matter? Just a passerby. This encounter was certainly not a pleasant one for Lin Pingyan. However, confirming that his child was alive held greater importance than anything else. Lin Pingyan mused. That old scoundrel Bai may not have excelled at raising his son, but his granddaughter proves formidable. He then inquired, what is the Bai family's current stance? Kong Qing shook his head, uncertain. Gathering intelligence within the Bai family requires significant effort and even covert operations. If you require information, sir, but then again, the elderly deserve some respect. Lin Pingyan contemplated before shaking his head. Have Ling Han return to the country. At the very least, ensure the young master's safety. Then we'll see. Yes, sir. Meanwhile, Lin Yu stood calmly at the bar, focused on preparing beverages. He could not feign indifference, as he understood that many circumstances from the past were shrouded in complexity. Yet, this did not grant Lin Pingyan the right to intrude upon his life. Maintaining a harmonious distance was preferable. Nevertheless, he was not devoid of normal human emotions. Stubborn as he was, he refrained from forcibly ejecting Lin Pingyan. It was best for them to coexist as familiar strangers. Questions of why he had been abandoned at the orphanage or the absence of his mother were matters Lin Yu wished to avoid. His current life was satisfactory enough. On weekends, Bai Youyou typically returned to the Bai family, but today was different. She had engaged in the most intense conflict with her family to date. Triggered by the silver ring Lin Yu had purchased, Bai Youyou had never worn jewelry, let alone a wedding ring. The astute elder of the Bai family noticed the ring on her ring finger almost immediately. However, he refrained from commenting, while her father, Bai Ning, exploded in anger. What purpose does that ring serve? You're inviting misunderstandings. Bai Ning frowned. Take it off. I heard from your grandfather that he's just a boy from an ordinary family. It's merely a romance. Don't make it so ostentatious. Bai Ning assumed that Bai Youyou would comply as she had in the past, but he was taken aback by her response. Bai Youyou touched the silver ring on her finger and calmly shook her head. This was a clear signal that she had taken this relationship seriously. As the carefully nurtured heir of the Bai family, she could not allow any uncontrollable factors to emerge. Bai Ning coldly stated, Bai Youyou, I believe you understand the implications of your marital situation. Bai Youyou retorted, marriage? Like the relationship you and mother share, filled with coldness? I speak of frigid ice. Perhaps it was Bai Youyou's attitude or certain truths that Bai Ning had long evaded. Her words struck deeply. Nonsense. Who is that boy? I will go to your school tomorrow and demand you break up with him. Bai Youyou stood resolutely, coldly asserting, unless you intend to dismantle the Civil Affairs Bureau. Bai Ning gazed incredulously at his once obedient and clever daughter, his hands trembling with rage. Bai Youyou caressed her ring and declared earnestly, I am already married. The marriage I desire has never been like yours and mother's. Chapter 58. Bai Youyou seeks refuge upon returning to his rented apartment. Lin Yu was taken aback to find Bai Youyou squatting by his door, resembling a forlorn little kitten without a home. Puzzled, Lin Yu inquired, Youyou, don't you have a key to your room? Bai Youyou replied earnestly, I had a quarrel with my family. Is it because of me? Lin Yu asked. Bai Youyou nodded, then shook her head. Perhaps I simply no longer wish to live this way. It's exhausting. So now I find myself homeless. Perhaps you could say, I am a homeless, beautiful girl. Lin Yu opened the door and gently pulled Bai Youyou inside, apologizing. It was clear that such an exceptional girl like her must have had a falling out with her family, largely due to him. The hardships Bai Youyou faced were far more severe than her words suggested. Not only was her father, Bai Ning, furious, but even her grandfather, Bai Hai, did not stand by her side. It was either the loss of her inheritance or a divorce at the Civil Affairs Bureau. Without hesitation, she chose the former. One could say it was a gamble, wagering her future, prospects, and familial bonds. Though Bai Youyou vaguely mentioned her family stance, Lin Yu could easily surmise that it had essentially severed ties with them. With a tinge of sympathy, Lin Yu gazed at Bai Youyou and asked, "You, why put yourself through this?" Bai Youyou nestled against him, replying earnestly, "I choose this path willingly. After all, I have set my sights on you. If you were to abandon me, then I would truly be all alone." Just as Lin Yu was about to respond, his phone rang. It was the landlord. Clearly, since Bai Youyou was so stubborn, it would be wise for Lin Yu to find a solution from his end. "Your family is quite formidable," he remarked with a wry smile. "Perhaps tomorrow we will both need to stay in a hotel." Bai Youyou sighed in resignation. "They are forcing me to yield, but it's all right. I won't let you go hungry or cold." Lin Yu responded earnestly, "Ew, since you have chosen to marry me, I will certainly take responsibility for you." Bai Youyou's eyes narrowed into charming crescents. "I'm easy to please. Steamed buns will suffice." Lin Yu chuckled. "Let me make a phone call." When my Mang received the call, he had just exited a gathering. "Kid, it's rare for you to call me. What is up?" Lin Yu replied cheerfully, "Manager Mai, your influence is vast. I currently need an apartment." Fortunately, the following day was a weekend. Otherwise, Lin Yu and Bai Youyou would have had to attend classes, leaving them no time to move. Presently, Lin Yu had only a few thousand yuan on him and was burdened with close to 300,000 in debts. The housing prices in Pingzhou could not compare to those in the capital, Zhongjing, but they still hovered around 30 to 40,000. Since Qingmu was situated a bit farther from the city center, the prices were not excessively outrageous. The apartment, approximately 110 square meters with 3 bedrooms, now wholly belonged to Lin Yu, who had financed over 700,000 yuan himself and borrowed over 200,000 from my Mang. Although this new place was slightly farther from Qingmu, it was still within a 20-minute walk to the school. Bai Youyou gazed at the apartment, feeling a wave of warmth. This was now their little nest. "You're amazing," she exclaimed. Bai Youyou lay on the large bed, staring at the ceiling while Lin Yu tinkered with his computer. Suddenly, a beep sounded. Lin Xiaoming's delightful electronic voice echoed. "The smart upgrade has been completed. Code 11. Lin Xiaoming, please check all terminals. And by the way, see if you can infiltrate the community surveillance system." Lin Xiaoming cautioned, "Master, this is illegal access." Lin Yu replied, "Ignore it. We must find a way to monitor the enemy's movements." Yes, the community's video feed has been successfully accessed. Lin Yu couldn't help but marvel at how effortlessly Lin Xiaoming could breach the community's video networks. "Incredible," Bai Youyou exclaimed, admiring the myriad changes in the lighting and appliances around the home. "You're fantastic." Flustered by Bai Youyou's praise, Lin Yu instructed, "Lin Xiaoming, grant Bai Youyou permission." Code 11. Permission locked successfully. "Mistress, you may now issue commands to Lin Xiaoming." Bai Youyou hesitated, mouth agape, unsure what to say, before weakly uttering, "Hello, Xiaoming." "Hello, mistress. Lin Xiaoming has detected that your heart rate is elevated and your body temperature is rising. According to my understanding, this is a sign of human desire for mating. Should I activate the Do Not Disturb mode?" Lin Yu exclaimed. Bai Youyou's face instantly flushed crimson. "And no, Xiaoming, don't say such things." Unable to bear it any longer, Lin Yu wondered why Lin Xiaoming seemed to have transformed into a peculiar uncle. Had his recent neglect caused her to become strange? Did artificial intelligence experience loneliness? "All right, Lin Xiaoming, refrain from discussing such nonsense with children." "Understood." Bai Youyou blushed and remarked, "Lin Yu, your creation reflects your own nature. You lecher." Lin Yu found himself at a loss for words. How could he convince her that Lin Xiaoming's comments were entirely her own learning from the internet? I'm going to take a shower." Bai Youyou, always shy when discussing such topics, hurriedly left the bedroom. Shower initiated, water temperature 40 degrees. Lin Xiaoming's electronic voice chimed again. Bai Youyou felt that Lin Xiaoming was intentionally teasing her. As Bai Youyou bathed, Lin Yu prepared dinner in the kitchen, guided by a recipe arranged by Lin Xiaoming, filling the space with a homely atmosphere. While Lin Yu was engrossed in cooking, Bai Youyou's presence enveloped him as she tenderly hugged him from behind, taking a deep breath. Lin Yu froze for a moment, almost cutting himself. I've envisioned this scene countless times. Bai Youyou mused dreamily, to embrace you like this as a true couple. Lin Yu paused and replied earnestly, not like, we are indeed a couple. Bai Youyou's cheeks flushed, and she sweetly murmured, husband, I really like this side of you. Youyou adores this side of you. Lin Yu felt his face redden. Although they had been married for some time, he still felt easily swayed by Bai Youyou's innocent charm. Husband took in Youyou. How should she repay you? Bai Youyou whispered seductively in Lin Yu's ear. Lin Yu felt parched, while Bai Youyou continued to tease him softly before dinner. Would you like to have something sweet first? Chapter 59. Public opinion. Lin Yu initially believed that the term dessert referred to something indescribable or inappropriate for children. It turned out to be nothing more than a simple sweet treat. This girl, out of nowhere, shoved a small cookie into Lin Yu's mouth and then giggled as she darted away, leaving him with no opportunity to indulge further. It was quite an awkward situation, visible yet unattainable. Moreover, the occasional alluring aura emitted by Bai Youyou was utterly captivating. If this continued, Lin Yu might truly abandon his duties as a sovereign. Bai Youyou, however, paid no mind to Lin Yu's flushed face. A true hero is indifferent to such matters. With no other recourse, Lin Yu continued to cook. His culinary skills, though not on par with Bai Youyou's, brought her immense joy, as if she were savoring a divine delicacy. After their meal, Bai Youyou playfully retreated to her room. For Lin Yu exuded a distinctly dangerous vibe. Who knew what thoughts might cross his mind? Lin Yu sighed as he washed the dishes in the kitchen, realizing he had unwittingly assumed the role of a house husband. As a third-year student, Lin Yu had completed his foundational courses, leaving only a few specialized ones. Bai Youyou was in a similar position, and some academic overachievers had begun preparing for their graduate entrance exams. However, Lin Yu found himself unable to entertain such plans. He needed to support himself and perhaps seek employment sooner rather than later. While Lin Yu pondered his future, Lin Xiaoming issued a warning. Bai Youyou's complexion drained of color as she noticed the alarming posts on the school forum. The messages on Qingmu's campus forum were typically diverse but harmonious. Yet today, a deluge of derogatory posts about Lin Yu had emerged. Accusations of debt, being a scoundrel, and even claims of abortion flooded the forum, all presented with alarming credibility. Previously, Lin Yu had enjoyed a reasonably good reputation on the campus forum, but such a sudden influx of negative posts would inevitably tarnish his standing. Bai Youyou was outraged. She had already declared to her family that she would marry no one but Lin Yu, even if it meant severing ties with them. Yet, she anticipated their swift response. Darling Bai Youyou's eyes glistened with tears as she looked at Lin Yu with guilt. Lin Yu replied calmly, this was expected. Is this tactic not commonplace? It's all right. I might fear physical annihilation, but engaging in a war of public opinion, the masses can be swayed easily. Just these bizarre posts alone are enough to leave me with my head hung low at Qingmu. I'm sorry, darling, Bai Youyou stammered helplessly. I'll post something on the school forum. Immediately, no need. Lin Yu smiled faintly, a sudden surge of intensity radiating from him. It seems your family truly despises me, Lin Xiaoming. Master, trace back every one of them. Spare none, open all your internet ports. For some time, Lin Yu had restricted Lin Xiaoming's access to the outside world, allowing only a single port for her internet interactions, hoping to keep her intelligence from leaking. Additionally, he wished for her growth to be gradual. Now, he permitted her to utilize the computational power of the entire internet to initiate reverse tracking. Unexpectedly, the forum's defenses crumbled within 10 minutes. It appears that Qingmu's network security is rather subpar, Lin Yu scoffed. It was barely past 7 in the morning. Public opinion required time to ferment. With the entire Qingmu forum crashing, it meant that most students would miss the chaotic posts. Lin Xiaoming reported that she had already identified several IP addresses and inquired whether a cyber attack was warranted. It seemed Lin Xiaoming had a penchant for violence. Forget it. Lin Yu examined the IPs. There were minor ones, likely higher by studio. Of course, the Bai family, being such a prominent clan, would not risk direct involvement. Within moments, dozens of computers linked to gossip operations crashed, and in their dying moments, were inundated with countless viruses, courtesy of Lin Xiaoming's mischievous tactics. Lin Yu gazed at Lin Xiaoming's aggressive methods, silently astonished. Indeed, artificial intelligence far surpassed human capabilities in the realms of computing and power. Darling, I can't access the school forum anymore, it's fine. Online, there won't be any disruptive messages to bother us. Lin Yu coolly put away his phone while issuing a particularly ruthless command to Lin Xiaoming. The Bai family's Bai Corporation was a commercial behemoth in Pingzhou, with the Tianhe Group representing the core of their enterprise. Lin Yu instructed Lin Xiaoming to secretly gather evidence of any illegal activities conducted by the Tianhe Group. Given Lin Xiaoming's unparalleled infiltration abilities, it wouldn't be long before she unearthed significant data. If Lin Yu were to present such evidence, it would be tantamount to declaring war on the Tianhe Group. Believing himself to be discreet, Lin Yu was unaware that the changes on the Qingmu Forum had already reached Lin Pingon. A group of Bai family members has turned against us, Lin Pingon remarked coldly. To think we would stoop to squabble with a child. Kong Qing shook his head. In truth, the emergence of the derogatory posts and the forum crash occurred within 10 minutes. The impact on the young master and mistress should be minimal. Have we identified the culprits? Apologies, sir. The opposing side moved too swiftly. We were caught off guard, and the farce concluded before we could react. Lin Pingon grew curious. The information gathered indicated that both the attackers and defenders were executing a coordinated operation, suggesting the involvement of at least some studio. The counterattack, however, appeared more akin to a hacker organization. Interesting. Does this child possess commendable computer skills, or is there a technical force backing him? Perhaps I underestimated my own child, sir. Should we investigate further? Forget it, Lin Pingon deliberated. Such organizations are challenging to trace, especially online. As long as the child harbors no malicious intent, we can afford to observe for now. Kong Qing nodded in agreement. Understood. Ling Han has returned to the country, hasn't she? Yes. She has just arrived at Pingzhou Airport. Have her head straight to Qingmu. I am keen to see if the Bai family's foolishness will lead them to employ any underhanded tactics. Chapter 60. The transaction between Little Strawberry and Bai Youyou before the public uproar could even arise. It had already come to an end. The Bai family was utterly bewildered upon receiving this news. How could they possibly face such a severe backlash from an ordinary university student? 13 studios collapsed within mere minutes, leaving no time for any countermeasures. Bai Hai was equally astonished when he learned of this. It seemed that the man his granddaughter had chosen possessed some remarkable capabilities. At the very least, he had managed to garner support from a technical team, which was quite an impressive feat. Have we uncovered any information on that young man? Bai Hai inquired. It's strange. Bai Ning shook her head. All the data aligns, but it doesn't explain where he obtained the technical resources to wage this public relations battle. Bai Hai was also curious. Although he had a fair understanding that his granddaughter would not be attracted to a mundane and somewhat destitute university student, the intensity of this student's retaliation was beyond his expectations. Father, I wish to send someone to make contact with him. Bai Hai shook his head. Better not involve Qingmu. It's best we refrain from meddling in such a place as a school. Bai Ning's expression darkened. Are we really going to let Youyou stay with that orphan? Bai Hai cast a scrutinizing glance at Bai Ning. You know your daughter's temperament too well. Let things unfold naturally. Young love often blooms quickly but fades just as swiftly. Bai Ning's expression fluctuated, but she ultimately held her tongue. Bai Hai observed his son, aware that he had his own thoughts, and chose not to press further. In truth, Lin Yu remained completely unaffected by the turmoil. By the time he arrived at the classroom, Qingmu's forum had already posted an announcement clarifying that the morning's incident was orchestrated by someone, and the forum data had returned to normal. Meanwhile, Lin Yu sat comfortably at his designated spot, unperturbed by the online rumors, particularly with Lin Xiaoming by his side. Though Bai Youyou felt some concern. The absence of calls from her family indicated they were likely deliberating over the situation. After midday classes, Lin Yu returned to the bookstore, as he had no classes scheduled for the afternoon. To his surprise, as soon as he entered, Maiquan approached him. Little Lin, a stunning beauty came looking for you early this morning. Do you want to see her? Following Mai Quan's gaze, Lin Yu spotted a woman with a somewhat frosty demeanor seated at the desk, seemingly assessing him as well. Confused, Lin Yu greeted her, "Hello. May I ask what brings you here?" The woman shook her head. "You continue with your work, and I shall attend to mine. We shall not disturb one another. I merely need to ensure your safety." Although her words lacked sharpness, the chill in her tone made Lin Yu feel more like a mere NPC in a game than a living individual. Suddenly realizing her likely identity, he surmised she was probably a caretaker, most likely sent by his estranged father. Noticing the woman showed no interest in conversing, Lin Yu refrained from forcing a dialogue. Mai Quan, however, was curious. "Little Lin, what kind of romantic debt have you accumulated this time?" Lin Yu replied, "Do you truly think of me as someone who easily incurs such debts? Though your sister is indeed beautiful, I must point out that Strawberry seems to harbor feelings for you as well. Do not speak carelessly," Lin Yu admonished. "I regard Strawberry merely as a sister. You all tend to exaggerate." Before he could finish, Strawberry entered with a cheerful greeting. "Senior Lin, are you free this afternoon?" Lin Yu affirmed, considering her feelings to be akin to a sister's affection for her brother. If the topic turned to romantic feelings, it was likely that Strawberry herself was not entirely cognizant of them. "Senior Lin, could I trouble you with a request?" Zhang Miao leaned closer, her tone conspiratorial. I wanted to ask if you were free this weekend." Lin Yu was puzzled by her demeanor, which suggested clandestine activities. "I should be available, probably just tending to the bookstore." Zhang Miao's eyes lit up. "So you're free this week, right? That's wonderful." Lin Yu questioned, "Is there something specific you need?" Little Strawberry, with a pleading expression, explained, "This weekend, I have a gathering with my high school classmates, and they are all bringing their partners. I would like to bring someone too." Lin Yu innocently suggested, "Then just bring someone along." "But I don't have anyone suitable to invite. I can't be the only one without a boyfriend among them. I can't take Li Si with me." Li Si chimed in, feeling offended. "Why not just have Xiao Jiu accompany you? He has good looks and can hold his own." Before Mai Quan could interject, Zhang Miao outright rejected Lin Yu's suggestion. "No way. If Xiao Jiu comes, it would just be another girl. I want you to accompany me." Mai Quan remained silent, observing the exchange. To Lin Yu's surprise, Zhang Miao even took hold of his arm, shaking it playfully. Lin Yu stiffened, realizing that Little Strawberry's charm was not to be underestimated. Perhaps sensing Lin Yu's discomfort, Little Strawberry suddenly blushed, exclaiming, "Senior Lin, if you don't agree, I'll tell Bai Youyou that you harassed me." Lin Yu was taken aback, wondering why the innocent and endearing Little Strawberry had transformed into someone so bold. "Strawberry," he lamented, "you are aware that I have a girlfriend. No, a wife. It truly isn't appropriate." "It's just a gathering," she countered. Little Strawberry then dropped a bombshell. Bai Youyou has already consented. Lin Yu was left dumbfounded, realizing he had unwittingly become a pawn in a rather ambiguous arrangement. How could Bai Youyou possibly agree to this? Seeing Lin Yu's astonishment, Little Strawberry pouted, "Senior Lin, I signed a sort of contract with Bai Youyou to secure this opportunity. Please accompany me." Lin Yu felt utterly despondent. Although the situation lacked any semblance of logic, life seldom adhered to reason. Did Bai Youyou truly agree? "She did," Little Strawberry nodded. "Just this once, please." Lin Yu, now quite agitated, conceded, "Fine. But let me clarify. You mustn't refer to me as your boyfriend. I am merely a senior. Also, what sort of deal did you strike with Bai Youyou?" Little Strawberry's face flushed. I can't tell you. It's a secret between Strawberry and Bai Youyou. I have to go now." With that, she hurried off to the changing room, leaving Lin Yu in a state of bewilderment. Mai Quan, intrigued, remarked, "Strawberry and Bai Youyou, do they share a close relationship?" Lin Yu could only respond with confusion. "How would I know?" Chapter 61. The Wealthy Woman and the Young Man until the end of the workday. Lin Yu was unable to extract the secret share between Zhang Miao and Bai Youyou from her lips. With her cheeks flushed, Strawberry refused to divulge any information, and Lin Yu could not bring himself to act inappropriately. Upon returning home, Bai Youyou deliberately avoided him. Who knows what clandestine dealings transpired between these two young women? "You sold your husband so easily?" Lin Yu exclaimed. "Of course not. But can you please refrain from asking right now?" Bai Youyou smiled sweetly as she opened the door, her face adorned with an endearing expression. Lin Yu sighed. "All right. Just ensure you sell him for a good price." Bai Youyou, resembling an adorable little fox, replied. Rest assured, dear husband, I am not one to suffer losses. Time passed swiftly, and soon the weekend arrived. Lin Yu woke up early, not by choice, but because Bai Youyou had roused him. Today, you shall be Strawberry's assistant. Be more spirited. Lin Yu thought to himself. I have seen husbands jealous over their wives before, but I have never witnessed one being pushed towards another girl. I wonder if it's my issue, or if Bai Youyou has some peculiarities. Stepping outside, Lin Yu noticed a vehicle following him at a slow pace. With keen eyesight, he recognized the cold woman from before, who seemed to only reveal herself when he departed. Most of the time, he was oblivious to her presence. This was a tacit understanding. The icy lady likely appeared solely to signal that someone was watching over him. She was unwilling to utter a word, and Lin Yu had no desire to pry, allowing his father to manage the situation. As long as they maintained their distance, all was well. Upon reaching the designated meeting point, Strawberry had dressed up beautifully in a pink princess gown, a style that suited her perfectly, enhancing her cuteness. Senior Lin, Strawberry exclaimed upon seeing Lin Yu, dashing over to link her arm with his. Lin Yu chuckled, hee hee. Senior Lin, observing Strawberry's silly demeanor. Lin Yu, who had initially believed himself to be resolute, could only let out a sigh, conceding to accompany Lin Exon. After all, by age, she could be considered his sister. Originally, Lin Yu thought Strawberry's social circle would be average, typical of the middle class, but upon arrival, he realized he had underestimated her. Of the 4 girls, 3 arrived in sports cars, while only Strawberry and he had walked. Who would have thought you were quite the affluent one, Strawberry? Lin Yu remarked in astonishment. Strawberry stuck out her tongue. Not really, as the saying goes. Birds of a feather flock together. The group surrounding Zhang Miao suggested that she too was wealthy, perhaps even exceedingly so. In such circles, she was the only one who had taken a bus with Lin Yu. At that moment, Lin Yu learned that Zhang Miao attended a prestigious private high school in Pingzhou, where it would not be an exaggeration to say that only the wealthy or noble could enroll. Strawberry, it's been a while. Ching ching, xiao xiao, xiao xue. She greeted her friends with exuberance, and Lin Yu felt a strange sense of déjà vu, as if he were the boyfriend of this charming girl. Lin Yu placed a hand on his forehead, realizing he had been quite busy lately, and all in the role of an assistant. The other 3 girls had brought their partners or boyfriends, making it quite natural for men to feel a hint of jealousy in such a situation. In terms of appearance, Strawberry was the most attractive among her 3 friends, while Lin Yu appeared rather plain next to their partners, merely fitting the mold of the average. Quite impressive, mate. One handsome young man remarked as he glanced between Strawberry and his girlfriend, sighing inwardly. These young ladies truly were a handful. They required their boyfriends to be exceptional while not overshadowing them, which was quite the challenge. Another boy's expression darkened when he saw Zhang Miao arrive with her boyfriend, seemingly displeased with Lin Yu. After some small talk at the intersection, the gloomy boy suddenly suggested visiting a farmhouse, claiming that city activities lacked excitement. Zhang Miao frowned. Let us just stay in the city. We have no car, and it would be difficult to travel. The gloomy boy provocatively glanced at Lin Yu. Zhang Miao, why not have your boyfriend arrange for a car? Surely, no one today can't manage that. Wei Hanlin, be quiet. Zhang Miao's girlfriend interjected, frowning. It's all right. Xiao Xue, I can have my family arrange it. Strawberry shook her head, recalling that Wei Hanlin had pursued her in high school. Wei Hanlin came from a well-off family, and the car he drove that day was his, which only fueled his need to assert himself more strongly in front of Strawberry's friends. Strawberry, are you really defending your boy toy? Not even letting him arrange for a car? Is he perhaps a pauper? He laughed mockingly. Strawberry retorted angrily, Wei Hanlin, if you keep talking like that, I won't hang out with you anymore. Lin Yu felt exasperated. He did not wish to compete with these youngsters for attention, yet he sensed it would be improper to let Strawberry lose face. Calmly, he stated, I don't know how to drive. Wei Hanlin scoffed, no worries. ISNT Strawberry, a wealthy woman. Supporting you shouldn't be an issue. Of course, I'm easy to maintain. Lin Yu glanced toward the street and waved his hand. At that moment, a light yellow sports car emerged from an unseen corner, driven by a strikingly beautiful woman. She exuded an aura that was both cold and alluring. With a frigid expression, the woman stepped out of the car, slightly bowing, young master. It was evident that this woman was Lin Yu's dedicated driver. and her presence instantly rendered him enigmatic among the four young men. In this day and age, few were privileged enough to be addressed as young master. Directions to Strawberry S Place, please. See you there, Lin Yu said, casting a glance at the brooding Wei Hanlin before pulling Strawberry into the car, leaving the three couples astonished. Boy toy? Wan Qingqing shot a disapproving look at Wei Hanlin, realizing that Strawberry had been right all along. While Wei Hanlin had many admirable qualities, he was as petty as a pin. Wei Hanlin glared at Lin Yu, who sat calmly in the car, before silently retreating to the driver's seat. It could be said that this gathering had begun on a decidedly discordant note. Chapter 62. When Strawberry blossomed in a yellow sports car, Lin Yu smiled and said, "Thank you, Sister Ling Han." Ling Han, maintaining her icy demeanor, responded flatly. "No need to thank me." Little Strawberry was aware of Lin Yu's background, having gleaned the story when Lin Pingyan visited the shop that day, though no one explicitly addressed it. Even someone as naturally oblivious as Little Strawberry understood that the conversation had not been pleasant for Lin Pingyan. Lin Yu, without a doubt, had drawn a line, hoping for peaceful coexistence and mutual non-interference, yet he shattered that very boundary for his own sake. The Little Strawberry might seem naive. It did not mean she lacked understanding. She gently grasped Lin Yu's hand, filled with unexpressed girlish sentiments. Upon arriving at their destination, Lin Yu initially invited Ling Han to join them, but she silently drove away, her unspoken message clear. Strawberry stuck out her tongue, remarking, "What a cold sister." Lin Yu scratched his nose and replied, "Perhaps, but I doubt anyone else would want to cater to someone like me." "Senior Shaolin, you shouldn't speak of yourself that way." Strawberry protested, urging him to follow her. Lin Yu shrugged and allowed himself to be led into the courtyard, where he discovered that while the exterior appeared unremarkable, the interior was rich in character and exceptionally elegant. A plaque bore the two characters, aptly signifying a different kind of charm, perfectly suiting this rural retreat. The location had been chosen by Wei Hanlin, and it was clear that the establishment catered to a discerning clientele. With three women in a play, not to mention a fourth, the group was escorted to a private courtyard upon entering the establishment. This space, comprising 4 courtyards, was fully equipped with everything, including barbecue grills and prearranged dishes. Wei Hanlin chuckled. "This place is hard to find. My father says the owner is quite formidable, known as the King of Southwest. I could only come here using my father's membership card." Upon hearing the title King of Southwest, Lin Yu couldn't help but smile wryly, realizing he had ended up in a place he had hoped to avoid. With Ling Han's sudden appearance, the others no longer regarded Lin Yu as just an ordinary university student, though he had little interest in conversing with the younger students. He silently played the role of Little Strawberry's companion. Wan Qingqing teased, "Senior Shaolin, are you Strawberry's senior?" "Indeed," Lin Yu replied, pouring water for Little Strawberry while nodding. "Isn't it true that students in the 3rd year at Qingmu are required to intern?" Wan Qingqing inquired, curious about Lin Yu, who was attending a prestigious university that outshone Strawberry academically. "Sort of. It's a work-study balance," Lin Yu replied nonchalantly. Wan Qingqing, eager to probe further into Lin Yu's background, continued, "Where are you currently working, Senior Shaolin?" Half work, half study." Little Strawberry was about to interject, but Lin Yu chimed in, "I'm currently serving as Little Strawberry's arm candy." Zhang Miao nearly spat out her tea, blushing as she retorted, "That's not true. I'm the one serving as Senior Shaolin's mistress." Lin Yu? His jest was intended to provoke Wei Hanlin, but he didn't anticipate that Little Strawberry would unexpectedly excel in her response. The other 3 girls exchanged glances, wondering if it were even possible for someone like Little Strawberry to be a mistress. Seeing that the other girls took it seriously, Strawberry quickly clarified, "I was just joking. Senior Lin is a year older than me and has always taken good care of me." Gao Xiaoxue seized on the key point in Strawberry's words. "So, you and Senior Lin are not in a romantic relationship?" Little Strawberry felt a twinge of grievance, but remembering her promise to Lin Yu, she conceded, thinking it was no big deal to be laughed at. "We are not in a romantic relationship." Lin Yu chuckled softly. "I am merely pursuing Little Strawberry unilaterally." Little Strawberry's head snapped up, disbelief etched across her face. Lin Yu, unfazed by Zhang Miao's gaze, simply smiled lightly. Though he was uncertain about the arrangement little Strawberry had with Bai Youyou, he understood that if they were to play this role, they must commit wholly. Little Strawberry felt as though she had been enveloped by something sweet. If this were true, she would probably wake up smiling from her dreams. She was aware this was a facade, a gesture on Lin Yu's part to preserve his dignity. Yet, she couldn't help but feel a flutter of emotions, yearning to truly be Lin Yu's girlfriend, even if only for a day. Rising, Lin Yu remarked, "I'll refill the tea. The kettle is empty." After he left, the group erupted like explorers discovering a new land. "Strawberry, don't let such a quality boy slip away. He's a scholar with a good family background." "Exactly. Strawberry, you can do it. Why not agree to him today?" Zhang Miao's face flushed red as she was flustered, yet her heart swelled with warmth, forcing her to feign indifference. This is still a trial period." Wan Qingqing mimicked a disdainful gesture. "Strawberry, are you not the very definition of saying one thing while meaning another? I bet if your senior Shaolin beckoned, your soul would be lost." Little Strawberry felt her cheeks burn with embarrassment, stammering, "You all, stop saying that. I'll go find Senior Shaolin." With that, she could no longer contain her shyness and dashed off to find Lin Yu. The group burst into laughter, leaving Wei Hanlin in a state of melancholy. Gao Xiaoxue shot a glance at her boyfriend, remaining silent. In the room, Lin Yu was pouring water into the kettle when Little Strawberry rushed in, her face flushed. "Senior Shaolin, why did you say that?" Lin Yu chuckled. "Isn't this what you wished for? Strawberry is not a vain girl. Then tell me, how do you feel right now?" Lin Yu teased, a mischievous expression on his face. Little Strawberry felt flustered, unable to confess her feelings without feeling foolish, yet she longed to share her true thoughts with Lin Yu. Taking a deep breath, she gathered her courage and said, "Senior Shaolin, I like you," in a moment that felt entirely misplaced in the wrong time and space. The adorable Little Strawberry finally blossomed. "I really like Senior Shaolin. It's not the affection of a sister for her brother, but the love of a girl for a boy." Strawberry understood this was unconventional, yet she could not help but feel affection for Senior Shaolin. Strawberry wished for him to be her boyfriend. Zhang Miao's face reddened, tears unexpectedly streaming down her cheeks, leaving her puzzled as to why she cried. In any case, she had finally articulated the words she had longed to express. Chapter 63 Farewell, My Boyfriend. Lin Yu gazed at the strawberry before him, whose eyes brimmed with tears. For a moment, he found himself at a loss for how to respond. He was aware of Strawberry's affection for him, yet he felt utterly uncertain about how to reciprocate her feelings. He opened his mouth to speak, but no words came forth. With a deep sigh, he finally said, "Strawberry, I am already married." He could not be a man of irresponsibility. After all, he was a married man. To claim he felt nothing for Strawberry would be a lie, given the time they had spent together. If he truly felt no emotions at all, he would have long sought ways to diminish their contact. Instead, he had continuously deceived himself by convincing himself that his feelings were akin to those he held for his sister, thus alleviating any moral guilt. He believed he could remain indifferent until the day Strawberry met someone she cherished and who cherished her in return, allowing him to gracefully encourage her pursuit of happiness. However, when Strawberry boldly and resolutely expressed her feelings, he realized he had, in fact, already fallen for her. In other words, he had betrayed Bai Youyou in spirit. Thus, he could only dryly remind Strawberry, which was also a reminder to himself, never to commit any act that would betray his wife. "I understand," Strawberry said. Her eyes reddened as she nodded. "I want to make it difficult for you, Senior Lin. But, could you promise me one thing?" Go ahead." Lin Yu replied softly, feeling powerless to respond to Strawberry directly, wishing instead to find ways to somewhat compensate her from elsewhere. Glistening tears fell onto the floor as Strawberry tilted her head, a charming smile gracing her face. "Senior Lin, please be my boyfriend for just one day. Just a day. Is that all right? Even if it's only for a day, I would be very content." The innocent, tearful gaze of the young girl was enough to move anyone who believed in love. Lin Yu felt his heart race intensely. Could he truly respond to such feelings? Rationally, he told himself that he should not give in. Yet in that moment, emotion triumphed over reason. He extended his arm, gently enveloping Strawberry in his embrace. "You make it so difficult for me." Strawberry buried her head in Lin Yu's chest, inhaling the comforting scent that emanated from him. Just once. That's enough, she murmured, at least for this moment. You are mine. Lin Yu's embrace was far warmer than Strawberry had ever imagined, instilling a profound sense of peace within her. They remained entwined for an indeterminate span until Strawberry abruptly came to her senses, realizing the gravity of her actions. She had boldly thrown herself into Senior Lin's arms and uttered words of utmost embarrassment. Lin Yu too chuckled wryly, recognizing that he had likely crossed into the realm of the unfaithful. Although it was indeed Strawberry's doing, he ultimately could not bring himself to be harsh. At this juncture, Strawberry had moved past the initial emotional fervor, and upon realizing her folly, she dared not lift her gaze to meet Lin Yu's. Lin Yu let out a sigh, amused. What happened to the courage you just displayed in confessing? And no, I forgot what just happened. Strawberry stammered, retreating hastily as if to escape. This scene bore a striking resemblance to a public execution. Lin Yu narrowed his eyes. The Strawberry who confessed just now was truly moving. Wishing for me to be your boyfriend. Please, don't say any more, I beg you. Senior Lin. Strawberry wished there were a crack in the ground into which she could vanish. However, Lin Yu gently lifted her chin, earnestly stating, even if it is just for one day, as my girlfriend, you must listen to me. Understand? Strawberry felt a buzzing in her head, left with only one thought. Senior Lin actually agreed. She could scarcely believe her ears. When Lin Yu had embraced her, she thought it was merely an apology, never imagining it could allow her to experience a day akin to a dream. Oh, dear heavens, have you heard Strawberry's prayer? Yes, yes. Strawberry, fearing Lin Yu would retract his words, eagerly nodded and joyfully nestled back into his embrace. The swift change in her demeanor was remarkable. Moments ago, she had been tearful. Now she radiated sweetness. Lin Yu could only take her hand and lead her back into the courtyard. Wan Qingqing teased, why so short? Senior Lin, a brief and insipid performance is not commendable. Initially, Lin Yu did not grasp the meaning, but after a couple of seconds, he realized that Strawberry's friend had made a risky joke. Strawberry, still lost in the sweetness of the moment, paid no heed, proudly linking her arm with Lin Yu's, exuding the satisfaction of having achieved her goal. Chi Xiaoqiao remarked, looks like Strawberry's wishes have come true. Strawberry stuck out her tongue. Mind your own business. Hee. Senior Lin. Lin Yu affectionately ruffled Strawberry's hair, their intimacy palpable, and it became evident to everyone that Strawberry had indeed gotten her wish. All were delighted, except for Wei Hanlin, whose expression was somewhat dimmed, although he too had a partner now. The lingering feelings he harbored for Strawberry over those 3 years in high school were difficult to reconcile. Gao Xiaoshu gently touched his hand, gazing at him earnestly. Wei Hanlin sighed, apologizing, I'm sorry. Gao Xiaoshu then smiled warmly. Remember, you're my boyfriend. As the day progressed, Lin Yu fulfilled the responsibilities of a boyfriend, showering Strawberry with affection, their displays of sweetness leaving the other 3 couples feeling slightly overwhelmed by the sheer sweetness. Lin Yu was meticulous by nature, and once he began to care for someone, it was all too easy for a girl to fall for him. Strawberry basked in joy throughout the day, experiencing a happiness she had never known before. Einstein once said that time spent with a beautiful woman passes more quickly than time spent beside a fire. For Strawberry, this was particularly true. It felt as though the day had flown by without her accomplishing anything, and soon it was already evening. Lin Yu dutifully escorted Strawberry to her apartment building. Accompanying one's girlfriend home is, of course, an essential duty of a boyfriend. Today was truly enjoyable, Strawberry said, standing before Lin Yu with a radiant smile. Lin Yu nodded. Indeed, I too am happy to have such a lovely girlfriend. Zhang Miao looked at Lin Yu earnestly, and after a long silence, she softly remarked, Senior Lin, I've arrived home. With his hands in his pockets, Lin Yu gazed at the somewhat downcast Strawberry, uncertain how to console her. After all, a fabricated reality is forever just that. Senior Lin. Strawberry looked at him, as if she wished to etch his face into her memory. Farewell. My boyfriend. Chapter 64. Bai Youyou's secret. After bidding farewell to Lin Yu, Strawberry returned home, feeling utterly dejected. Her parents were not at home. Having previously mentioned, they had some matters to attend to that evening. Fortunately, the house was empty, sparing her the embarrassment of revealing her despondent expression to anyone. She retreated to her room and sent a message to Bai Youyou. "Thank you, Youyou. I'm sorry." The gratitude was for the fleeting opportunity she had to be with Lin Yu, while the apology stemmed from the fact that both of them had indeed wronged Bai Youyou in their own way. After sending the message, Strawberry felt as though all her energy had been drained from her, and she lay down on her bed. "What's wrong?" "No." "Excuse me, Senior. How do I get to the infirmary?" With you like this, you certainly can't walk. Let me carry you." On his broad back, Strawberry's face was flushed with a deep crimson. "Oh, Senior, it's you? I'm now a staff member here. So, would you like something to drink?" "Senior, you can decide. By the way, I'm Zhang Miao, but you can call me Strawberry." She had known Lin Yu for over a year, and their initial encounter had been purely accidental. That afternoon, in an infirmary, pain, sweat, countless scenes floated in Zhang Miao's mind. Her expression began to soften with sweetness. That guy, always so indifferent, as if nothing could ever stir his emotions. Although nothing particularly grand had happened during their time together, just a series of small, fragmented moments. Each scene was warm and nostalgic. The sweetness of today felt almost dreamlike to Strawberry. However, the sweeter the dream, the more cruel reality often is. Those memories were merely a performance. Tears soaked her bedding as Zhang Miao covered her head, not wanting anyone to see her cry, even though there was no one else in the house. Meanwhile, Lin Yu, returning home alone, felt equally troubled. He was uncertain about Zhang Miao's next move. Today had shattered the facade, but how would they resolve the aftermath? He secretly hoped that tomorrow morning, Strawberry would come to the bookstore as usual, cheerful and bright, changing into her work clothes, flashing him a smile, and greeting him with a cheerful "Good morning, little Lin." Yet, he knew that was too optimistic for both him and Zhang Miao. Upon arriving home, Bai Youyou sat on the sofa, regarding Lin Yu with a smirk. "You're back, darling." Lin Yu felt a pang of guilt and chuckled awkwardly. Bai Youyou leaned closer, sniffing the air, and remarked earnestly, "You smell like strawberry." Lin Yu thought to himself, "Is my wife's nose that keen?" He instinctively inhaled and realized she was grinning at him. Was Bai Youyou trying to tease him? Under normal circumstances, Lin Yu might have engaged in playful banter with her, but given the weight of his actions, he lacked the spirit for it. Bai Youyou, still smiling, asked, "Did Strawberry confess to you?" Lin Yu was startled. "How did you know?" All of Strawberry's classmates have been present today. How was Bai Youyou so well informed? Bai Youyou entwined her arm with Lin Yu's as they sat down, her smile gentle. "What if I told you that I encouraged Strawberry to express her feelings?" Lin Yu replied, "Then you're truly playing with fire, letting another woman confess to your husband." Bai Youyou said softly, "Darling, it isn't as complicated as you think. Strawberry likes you. I've known for quite some time." Lin Yu was at a loss for words. What was this? Treachery? Their relationship felt akin to that of adversaries, rivals in love. Bai Youyou calmly continued, "I understand you, and I understand Zhang Miao. Therefore, I'm not surprised by her actions. I don't dislike her. In fact, I admire her." Lin Yu felt a wave of frustration. To be honest, he disliked Bai Youyou's habit of withholding information, keeping secrets from him. She had been this way since they married, and now with Strawberry, it was no different. "Darling, can you promise me one thing?" Lin Yu nodded. "Sure. I'll do my best." Bai Youyou spoke deliberately. "If Strawberry wants to run away, you must bring her back." Lin Yu was taken aback. "Am I going crazy, or is Bai Youyou insane? Are you asking your husband to pursue another girl?" "I know you have many questions, and even some anger," Bai Youyou said seriously, "but please, darling, just let me be willful this once, okay? Just this once." Lin Yu hesitated, feeling that this was wrong. Yet Bai Youyou asked, "Well, darling, how would you feel if I told you that Strawberry has a boyfriend now?" That question struck a nerve within Lin Yu, causing his expression to shift uncomfortably. He knew he couldn't betray Bai Youyou, yet he still felt a sense of greed towards Strawberry. Perhaps he truly was a cad. Lin Yu was rendered speechless, unable to respond to Bai Youyou's inquiry. "I owe Strawberry a great deal," Bai Youyou stated earnestly. "This is my way of compensating her." Lin Yu was left bewildered, sensing that Bai Youyou was speaking of matters he did not comprehend. No girl enjoys a fickle husband. Bai Youyou continued, "However, if it's Strawberry, I wouldn't be upset. This is something Bai Youyou owes Zhang Miao." Lin Yu had to set aside his myriad questions. Given Bai Youyou's insistence, she clearly would not divulge the truth. Although he felt helpless, Lin Yu chose to trust his wife. All right, but I suspect Strawberry will act as if nothing happened tomorrow. That way, it won't truly be a case of her running away, right? Bai Youyou kissed him gently. If she does show up at the bookstore as usual, then let us pretend I never said any of this. But based on my understanding of her, I can only say, darling, you may find things quite challenging in the future. Chapter 65. Little Strawberry seeks to escape indeed. On the following day, Strawberry did not report to the bookstore. Lin Yu stood by the counter, gazing silently at the spot where Zhang Miao usually sat. Those around them were oblivious to the circumstances surrounding Strawberry. However, Li Si, as Strawberry's closest friend, offered no explanation. For Strawberry had taken a leave of absence. She had not even attended school. Lin Yu furrowed his brow, realizing that Bai Youyou perhaps understood Strawberry better than he did. Xiaoling Gu, what exactly is going on? At this rate, Li Si might resign. My Quan lamented, his expression one of concern. How could Strawberry have suddenly taken leave without a word? I have no idea. Lin Yu sighed, looking at his phone, which still displayed the last message Strawberry had sent him. Xiao Lin Xuezhang, I have arrived and am waiting for you at the intersection. So, how long do you plan to hide? Lin Xin observed the visibly weary Strawberry and said helplessly, now I'm forced to take leave with you. Indeed, Zhang Miao had taken refuge in Lin Xin's home, pretending to attend classes and return home, only to leave immediately after class whenever attendance was mandatory, thus avoiding Lin Yu. Xiao Xin, could you help me find another job? Zhang Miao asked tiredly. Lin Xin felt a pang of sympathy. It's all your brother's fault for pretending to be your boyfriend, making you feel this way. Can we just forget about him? Then I will find a job, Strawberry said with wide eyes, determined. Just as Xiao Lin Xuezhang said, when busy, my mind wanted to dwell on other matters. Yet, upon uttering that name, Strawberry's expression dimmed. At that moment, a knock echoed through the house. By now, her foster parents should have left for work. Who could it be? Lin Xin opened the door, startled to find an unexpected visitor at their doorstep, Bai Youyou. Lin Xin regarded her warily. What are you doing here? Bai Youyou? Bai Youyou smiled gently. I came to see Strawberry. Upon seeing Bai Youyou, Zhang Miao immediately thought of Lin Yu, and her eyes began to well with tears. Bai Youyou reached out and gently embraced Strawberry. What a good child. In a sense, Bai Youyou was Zhang Miao's rival. Yet when comfort came from a rival, Strawberry could no longer hold back and burst into tears in Bai Youyou's arms. I'm sorry, Youyou Jia. I didn't want it to be this way. I'm so sorry. Woo-woo. Bai Youyou softly patted her back, reassuring her it's all right. It's all right. After enduring 2 days, Zhang Miao could no longer hold on. She fell asleep in Bai Youyou's embrace. What a good sister. Lin Xin couldn't help but feel a twinge of bitterness, perceiving Bai Youyou as a formidable rival in her life. You're a good sister too, Xiao Xin, Bai Youyou said gently. Who wants to be your good sister? I'm just the brother's sister. Lin Xin turned away, not wishing to look at Bai Youyou, though her tone softened considerably. You should stay with Strawberry. I have class to attend. Bai Youyou nodded, soothing Strawberry to sleep peacefully. When Strawberry awoke, it was already afternoon. Bai Youyou entered with a bowl of congee, speaking kindly. You slept so long, you should have some congee. I am sorry. Yeah, we have fulfilled our agreement. Haven't we? Bai Youyou smiled. I don't mind. I don't wish to disrupt your relationship with Xiao Lin Xuezhang, but I cannot help myself. I am sorry. Stop apologizing. Bai Youyou gently brought the spoon to Strawberry's lips. Come on. Strawberry's state could indeed be described as one of losing her appetite. Although she had resolved to avoid Lin Yu until she could forget him, no matter what she did, memories of that day as a couple continually resurfaced in her mind. Bai Youyou had once said she would inevitably confess to Lin Yu. At the time, Strawberry had adamantly denied it, yet when the moment arrived, she too could not suppress her impulses uttering those words, and thus, those emotions spiraled out of control. Watching Zhang Miao consume the plain congee, Bai Youyou expressed her concern. I'm not advising you, but I promise, regardless of what you do, I won't be angry. Zhang Miao shook her head. Youyou Jia, I have already betrayed your trust. I cannot do so again. Bai Youyou sighed. Make your own decisions, but promise me you won't go on like this. It will harm your health. Zhang Miao nodded, gazing at Bai Youyou's gentle face. Finally understanding why Bai Youyou was the envy of many and could easily win over Xiao Lin Shuzhong. It was because Bai Youyou is genuinely a remarkably kind-hearted girl. Feeling her spirit rejuvenated, Zhang Miao finally left Lin Xian's home and made her way back. As she reached the foot of her building, her phone suddenly rang. Zhang Miao picked up the call. Hello? Is this Strawberry? Lin Yu's warm voice resonated through the receiver, sending her emotions into turmoil once more. She missed Lin Yu dearly. Even a day apart had carved a deep longing within her. Hearing his voice now only intensified her feelings. Yes, I am Xiao Lin Shuzhong. You didn't come to work today. Li Si said you took leave due to illness? Strawberry felt a lump in her throat. Why did he have to stir her emotions just as she was about to resolve her feelings? Did he not realize that his tendency to show concern could easily lead Youyou Jia to misunderstand? It's nothing. I just. Strawberry hurriedly moved the phone away, not wanting Lin Yu to hear her sniffles. I just want to escape. I don't want to betray Youyou Jia. I don't want to hear your voice. I don't want to see your face. I don't want. Want what? A voice emerged from behind her, as a tall figure stepped out of the shadows. Before Strawberry could turn around, she found herself enveloped in a warm embrace. Don't just disappear like that. Lin Yu wrapped his arms around her, his voice low. I worry about you. Chapter 66. Lin Yu's desire to be a scoundrel. Xiao Lin, Sr. Zhang Miao was taken aback. Why was Xiao Lin appearing at the foot of her building? Lin Yu embraced Xiao Mei from behind, softly saying, I am here. You, how did you end up here? Naturally, I am here waiting for the rabbit, Lin Yu replied nonchalantly. Isn't it that I finally waited for the little rabbit to return home? Zhang Miao stood in a daze. After feeling despondent all day, all her preparations for separation vanished the moment Lin Yu held her in his arms. She felt an overwhelming urge to cry, yet was unsure why. She wished to break free, but lacked the strength. She wanted to hold Lin Yu, yet reason told her it was not wise. Thus, she resigned herself to his embrace. I have made up my mind, Lin Yu stated earnestly. I once thought I was not a scoundrel, but it appears now that I truly wish to be one. Zhang. So, does this mean what I think it does? Let me go. Xiao Mei whispered. You know Yo-Yo will be angry. Lin Yu smiled faintly. The reason for his concern was not that he felt he was being too forward, but rather that he feared White Yo-Yo's anger. The string in Lin Yu's heart completely snapped. He was never a saint. If being a scoundrel meant he could have Xiao Mei, then so be it. He just hoped White Yo-Yo would not be too upset. I was wrong. I will take responsibility, Lin Yu said gently. Please do not disappear suddenly again. I hope you remain by my side. Thus, Lin Yu finally revealed his true feelings. He knew it was inappropriate, that he was being shameless in his desire for Xiao Mei, yet he proceeded without hesitation. He did not wish to endure a life devoid of her. Perhaps all men were this greedy. Xiao Mei felt her heart race, particularly when Lin Yu's words resonated softly in her ears. She knew she should refuse, perhaps even push him away, yet a slap across the face seemed to be the only response. Scoundrel. However, deep down, she felt a sweetness. People are blind, especially when faced with the ones they cherish. Xiao Mei felt as if her body might melt in Lin Yu's embrace, all rational thought vanishing. Lin Yu towered over her, and she lifted her head, standing on her tiptoes to plant a kiss on his cheek before breaking free from his hold. She felt as though she were flying, both in spirit and body. Xiao Lin, Sr. Heartless scoundrel. I want to let you have it easy. I'm going home. I'll be at the bookstore to work tomorrow. Lin Yu stood rooted, watching as Xiao Mei hopped up the steps, hands behind his back, a radiant smile gracing his face. I'll go tell Yo-Yo that you're a scoundrel. Lin Yu shrugged helplessly. This proud little strawberry was simply too adorable. Good night, Xiao Lin, Sr. Xiao Mei called out before bounding up the stairs. Lin Yu, hands in pockets, stood below, watching her figure disappear into the hallway before he finally turned to leave. Just as he did, his phone chimed. It was a message from Xiao Mei. You've been given the chance to be a scoundrel, so please come pursue me. Lin Yu's lips curled upward slightly as he looked up. Outside, Ling Han's car was parked at the curb, waiting for him. If, in the future, he were to be with Xiao Mei, it would mean Lin Yu needed to rethink his life and work. A man without resources could never fulfill his ambitions. He required much, a stable income, power, and more to ensure a comfortable life for himself, Bai Youyou, and Zhang Mioran. Thus, he needed a higher starting point. He couldn't allow two young women to suffer alongside him. That was the least he could do. Ling Han, do you have my father's phone number? I'll send it to your phone. Ling Han replied expressionlessly. Lin Yu nodded, and the car drove him back to his building. The lights in his home were aglow, and he gazed at the warm yellow light, his eyes softening. The bookstore had finally returned to its former bustling state. Mai Quan watched as Li Si busily attended to customers, giving Lin Yu a pat on the shoulder. Xiaolin, I truly thank you. If you hadn't brought Xiaomei back, my relationship with Li Si would have probably cooled. Lin Yu shrugged. That is not my concern. I didn't do anything. Keep pretending, Xiao Jiu quipped. Today, Xiaomei smiled at you at least 20 times in an hour. By the way, is there really no story between you two? Don't be so nosy. You can prepare the drinks for table 7. Lin Yu retorted, irritated. At this stage, no matter what, he couldn't let this matter become known to others. Otherwise, not only would he be affected, but Xiaomei's studies might suffer as well. I've already done 16 tables today. Why should I do more? Xiao Jiu protested. Capitalists don't treat people like humans. Not doing it, then I'll tell your sister about you and Li Si. Xiao Jiu. You're the boss, no the grandmaster. I was wrong. I'll do it. Mai Quan grumbled in frustration and then returned to his work. Gazing over, Xiaomei stuck out her tongue at him, puffing her cheeks in a playful huff. As if to say, big bad guy, why aren't you coming to talk to me? Li Si felt helpless, although Xiaomei had said nothing. It seemed she had witnessed something significant. As a close friend, she wanted to advise, but she probably wouldn't be able to persuade her. This girl appeared innocent and sweet, yet she was quite stubborn. As she turned her head, she noticed Mai Quan gazing at her with a silly grin. What are you doing? Are you crazy? No, no, no. Aren't we getting paid tomorrow? What is up? Of course. Not that. I mean, we've been working hard. Business is good. Shouldn't we celebrate? Li Si initially intended to refuse, but seeing the eager expression on Mai Quan's face, she inexplicably asked, who else is going? Well, tentatively just me and Xiaolin, and then you and Xiaomei. Since her close friend was included, it seemed like a group outing. All right, but it seems Xiaomei is unaware. Perhaps Xiaolin hasn't informed her yet. Anyway, I'm just letting you know first. If they don't come, it'll just be us. Just us? What is so fun about that? Li Si glanced at Mai Quan, noticing his pitiful expression. She realized he must be exhausted from sleeping in the staff lounge every day. Feeling a pang of sympathy, Li Si unexpectedly agreed. Fine, it'll just be a break from work. Chapter 67. The visit from mother-in-law today, there were no classes, and Bai Youyou was at home preparing to cook. She had been enjoying this lifestyle for quite some time, free from the intrigues of the marketplace and the treachery of human relationships. In truth, she was a woman as gentle as water, transformed by circumstances into her current self. A certain secret lay buried deep within her heart, one she intended to keep hidden from her husband for the rest of her life. It was simply too unimaginable. As Bai Youyou fondly recalled the playful moments when she teased Lin Yu, an unexpected knock at the door startled her. Could it be that he had returned this early? With a puzzled expression, she opened the door, only to be met by an unanticipated figure, Haiming. While she was not surprised that he had found her home, the presence of the person behind him truly astonished her. Her biological mother, Feng Ruoqing. Bai Youyou opened her mouth, unsure what to say. During her childhood, her mother rarely returned home, their lives dictated by the marriage arranged by their parents. It seemed blissful on the surface, yet the reality was starkly different. Feng Ruoqing had gone abroad when Bai Youyou was still in elementary school, though the Bai family was affluent, providing her with material comforts. The absence of maternal love left a void that no wealth could fill. From a moment she became aware, the atmosphere at home was icy. Her father wore a perpetual frown, and her mother was reticent. Years later, Bai Youyou learned that her parents' marriage was essentially a business arrangement, with her father involved with another woman and her mother entangled with a man abroad. The reasons for her mother's departure remained a mystery to Bai Youyou. Perhaps it was simply a case of out of sight, out of mind. A reunion between mother and daughter should have been filled with warmth. Yet they stood there in silence, akin to strangers. Finally, Bai Youyou broke the ice, Mom. Feng Ruoqing's eyes glistened with unshed tears. All right. Seeing her mother at a loss, Bai Youyou felt momentarily taken aback, then gestured, please come in. She stepped aside to allow Fong Ruoqing to enter. While Heiming remained at the door, Miss, I shall not intrude. You and Madam may converse. With that, he gently closed the door behind them. Inside, Fong Ruoqing began to survey the modest home. Lin Yu's residence, though not as grand as the Bai family's villa, exuded a lively atmosphere. Bai Youyou had a penchant for flowers, filling the balcony with vibrant blooms, complemented by an automatic watering system, a testament to Lin Yu's ingenuity. Lin Xiaoming, please turn on the lights, Bai Youyou requested. The electronic response lit up the entire living area, enveloping it in a warm glow. The curtains drew back automatically, and the windows opened wide, flooding the room with light. Fong Ruoqing, observing the cozy space, felt uncertain about where to place her feet, as if she were visiting someone else's home. Bai Youyou alleviated her mother's discomfort. Mom, please have a seat. I'll fetch you some tea. This prompted Fong Ruoqing to awkwardly settle onto the sofa. Bai Youyou returned from the kitchen with a cup of tea, placing it before her mother. As Fong Ruoqing watched Bai Youyou bustle about, a wave of regret washed over her for having come here. Clad in an apron, Bai Youyou appeared the quintessential homemaker, her face radiant with a glow that spoke of happiness and contentment, qualities that had been absent during Fong Ruoqing's nearly 10 years in the Bai household. Originally, Fong Ruoqing had intended to persuade Bai Youyou due to concerns regarding Bai Ning, but upon entering this home, her resolve began to wane. Nothing held greater significance than her daughter's happiness, and the joy radiating from Bai Youyou was something she had never witnessed before. With a sweet smile, Bai Youyou looked at her mother, and it became evident that such a vibrant spirit could only flourish in a fulfilling life. It seemed Bai Youyou genuinely cherished her partner. Thus, the words Fong Ruoqing had prepared were swallowed back, and instead, they exchanged trivial conversation. The dialogue turned increasingly casual, with Bai Youyou occasionally covering her mouth and blushing, evoking a sense of envy even in her mother. Mom, would you like to stay for dinner? I can call him to come back. Bai Youyou suggested after nearly an hour of conversation, glancing at the clock and realizing it was almost 4 o'clock, the perfect time to begin dinner preparations. Fong Ruoqing nodded, and just as Bai Youyou was about to make a phone call, the sound of a code being entered at the door interrupted them, followed by Lin Yu stepping inside. This was Fong Ruoqing's first encounter with Lin Yu. The sunlight filtering through the window illuminated his face, giving him a cheerful countenance. He carried a bag filled with fresh vegetables. Bai Youyou was taken aback. Husband, you're back already? Lin Yu responded gently. I heard from Xiaoming that Andy is here, so I thought I'd return to cook while you enjoy a good chat with her. Bai Youyou paused for a moment, then nodded with a smile. Thank you for your hard work, dear. Lin Yu embraced Bai Youyou lightly and courteously greeted her mother. Hello? Annie, please make yourself comfortable while I head to the kitchen. This domestic exchange left Fong Ruoqing momentarily stunned, as such warmth and familiarity had likely not graced the Bai household in 2 decades. As Lin Yu busied himself in the kitchen, the 2 women settled back onto the sofa. What made you suddenly decide to marry? Fong Ruoqing asked, her heart aching at the thought of so easily relinquishing her daughter. Bai Youyou gazed at Lin Yu's industrious figure, her expression softening, because I found the person I truly wish to be with. So I chose to marry him. Is he your classmate? Fong Ruoqing inquired. Yes, Bai Youyou affirmed with a nod, smiling. Mom, I understand that you were likely sent to persuade me, but I believe what you've seen today speaks volumes. Fong Ruoqing sighed. I arrived with many thoughts in mind, but now, you've grown up, and I shouldn't meddle in your affairs. Bai Youyou flashed a sweet smile. Thank you, Mom. You're still so young, embarking on your own married life. Reflecting on it now, I realize it's my fault as a mother for not preparing you better. With a sigh, Fong Ruoqing concluded, as long as you're happy, that's what matters. My husband will bring me happiness, and this is the happiness I desire. Bai Youyou replied earnestly. So please, kindly talk to Dad and Grandpa about this. I have found what I yearn for. In matters of love, there exists an inherent imbalance. One must give more while another gives less. The choice between being loved more or loving another more is a personal decision. However, for Bai Youyou, her path was unequivocally clear. She would always choose the latter. Chapter 68. No more sleep. Lin Yu's culinary skills naturally paled in comparison to Bai Youyou's. Yet his home-cooked dishes were comforting, and Fong Ruoqing did not voice any complaints, resulting in a delightful meal. After dinner, Bai Youyou began to clear the table, leaving the living room for Lin Yu and Fong Ruoqing. This felt akin to a formal meeting with the parents, and Lin Yu found himself at a loss for words. His marriage to Bai Youyou had been so sudden, devoid of any ceremonial aspects. Consequently, he hardly knew her family. To Lin Yu's surprise, it was Fong Ruoqing who broke the silence first. "I hope it's all right if I call you Shaolin." "Of course, Annie, please feel free," Lin Yu replied, having never interacted with a mother-in-law before. He opted for a gentle and obedient demeanor, as it seemed to appeal to elders. Fong Ruoqing smiled. "I was curious about what kind of person could captivate Youyou, and now I think I understand." Lin Yu felt a flush of embarrassment. If truth be told, he was the one who had been captivated. "Don't mind me, Shaolin," Fong Ruoqing sighed. "You know, when I married Youyou's father, there was little conversation between us. Seeing you two together today, I find I have little to say. As a mother, witnessing my daughter's happiness is all I can wish for." A wave of relief washed over Lin Yu. At the very least, he had successfully navigated the mother-in-law's approval. "I don't share much in common with Youyou's father either, but I promise to ensure the Bai family respects your lives together. Cherishing your time together is paramount." Lin Yu nodded earnestly. "Yes, Annie. Mom." The word mom slipped from Lin Yu's lips, leaving him slightly embarrassed, as he had been unfamiliar with such terms for over 20 years. Fong Ruoqing smiled softly. This young man was quite endearing. At that moment, Bai Youyou emerged from the kitchen, and Fong Ruoqing took her leave, acknowledging that this was her daughter and son-in-law's home, and she was merely a guest. As she departed, she embraced Bai Youyou and remarked, "You've gained weight. That is a good thing." With the company of the night, she left Lin Yu's residence. Bai Youyou leaned against Lin Yu and earnestly asked, "Darling, will you love me for a lifetime?" Lin Yu assured her, "I will, until the end of this life, and even the next." Bai Youyou felt her cheeks flush as she stood on tiptoe to plant a kiss on Lin Yu's lips. "I will too. Let us go inside." As Lin Yu followed Bai Youyou into the house, he intended to retrieve some items from the study, but Bai Youyou suddenly suggested, "Darling, let's play a game." Curious, Lin Yu asked, "What game?" Bai Youyou then produced a Jenga set from somewhere. Lin Yu was taken aback. He hadn't realized she possessed such a playful spirit. Nonetheless, since she was keen to play, he obliged. However, Bai Youyou lost 3 rounds in a row. "Darling, how can your hands be so steady when pulling out the blocks?" she exclaimed, her enthusiasm waning as she began to lose interest. "Have you forgotten that I'm a barista? If my hand weren't steady, how could I create latte art?" Bai Youyou's eyes sparkled. "Come on, let us play again." Seeing her excitement, Lin Yu couldn't bear to decline and agreed to another round. This time, Bai Youyou increased the stakes by gazing at him with a flirtatious look. Lin Yu felt an unease wash over him as his heart raced. The allure of the campus beauty was undeniable, and he found himself halting his movements. "Could you please stop staring at me like that? Go for it, darling." Lin Yu, feeling helpless, attempted to extract a block, but Bai Youyou's intense gaze remained fixed upon him. "You're too close. It's affecting my concentration." Bai Youyou disregarded his plea and leaned in even closer. "This game is impossible now." Lin Yu sighed, turning away, only to meet Bai Youyou's enchanting gaze. "Darling," she murmured, her tempting lips forming the word, and her breaths quickened, her dreamy eyes fixating on his lips. "You're cheating." "I'm not, Bai Youyou attempted to protest, but Lin Yu silenced her with a kiss. Tonight, Bai Youyou was particularly forward. Her soft form was incredibly comforting, and Lin Yu found himself losing control as their figures intertwined. Bai Youyou wrapped her arms around Lin Yu, allowing him to explore her delicate neck. And everything unfolded seamlessly. Her garments slipped away, one by one. Could he possibly endure this? Perhaps Fong Ruoqing's earlier words had imparted a sense of affirmation, and Lin Yu could no longer restrain himself, lifting Bai Youyou into his arms and laying her gently on the bed. He hesitated, contemplating the need for protection, aware that both were still university students, and any unintended pregnancy would complicate matters. However, Bai Youyou gently encircled his neck, halting his intentions, saying, "It's fine. We don't need it." Lin Xiaoming, activate Do Not Disturb mode and turn off the lights. The room dimmed, leaving only a couple entwined in each other's arms. Lin Yu, inexperienced as he was, felt as though he were being guided by Bai Youyou. He even entertained the notion that she was familiar with him in ways he had not anticipated, as if she understood his sensitive spots. As Lin Yu's passionate kisses deepened, Bai Youyou surrendered to the moment, feeling an overwhelming sense of fulfillment and happiness in the embrace of her beloved. The moonlight, pure as snow, illuminated their forms, while Lin Xiaoming tenderly drew the curtains, enveloping the room in darkness. The only sounds were the gentle creaking of the bed and the soft breaths of the girl. Chapter 69. Joyful innocence. Lin Yu finally grasped the essence of adulthood, though he found it perplexing that after their encounter, Bai Youyou wore an expression of pure satisfaction. It was as if rather than consuming Bai Youyou, she had devoured him whole. The campus belle, Bai Wenru, nestled in Lin Yu's embrace, her hand gently tracing circles on his chest, a gesture that seemed to be a rite of passage for every girl blossoming into womanhood. Her physique was enchanting, captivating Lin Yu, who was savoring the experience of a girl's affection for the first time, and she was quite familiar with his body as well. The term goddess was reserved for public admiration, but before Lin Yu, she was merely a ripe fruit waiting to be plucked. The delight of the moment left Lin Yu somewhat entranced. Husband, Bai Youyou giggled dreamily. You must treat me well from now on. Of course, Lin Yu replied, embracing Bai Youyou while gazing at the ceiling, feeling a tad surreal. From this day forth, only I am allowed to tease you. Tang Feiying noticed that Bai Youyou appeared more radiant than usual these past few days. While Bai Youyou had always been beautiful, there was a newfound charm about her, an allure that was markedly different. Her every movement exuded a unique grace, and her complexion was far more vibrant, resembling a sapling nourished by rain. Tang Feiying, not a naive girl, understood all too well what this transformation implied, having experienced multiple relationships in high school. The thought of Bai Youyou, once a source of amusement, now ensnared by someone, filled her with indignation. Is it him? Bai Youyou puzzled asked. Fei, what are you talking about? The one who has ensnared you. Bai Youyou's cheeks flushed, yet she did not attempt to conceal the truth from her friend. We are husband and wife. It is quite normal for us to engage in such activities. I assent to it. I'm losing my mind. What kind of enchantment has that guy cast upon you to make you surrender so easily? Bai Youyou recalled a past joke, a substantial sum of money exchanged, of course. She refrained from sharing this with Tang Feiying, lest her image as the campus belle crumble. It's entirely my choice. That guy merely had to entice me a little, and I couldn't resist despite the embarrassment associated with the term entice. Bai Youyou voiced it, and after speaking, she playfully licked her lips, reminiscent of a cunning fox. You were the one who took the initiative? Tang Feiying was taken aback, her apprehension towards Lin Yu growing. This seemingly simple-minded fellow might harbor hidden depths. Casting spells is out of the question. That would never happen. He can only put on the fade of a scoundrel. Lin Yu remained cheerful throughout the day, piquing Mai Quan's curiosity. For Lin Yu was not typically one given to such silly merriment. Yet today, he appeared exceptionally jubilant. Did you win the lottery? No, Lin Yu replied, continuing to beam. Suddenly, Xiao Jiu had a thought and exclaimed, Strawberry, come quickly. Your Lin Sr. seems to be acting strangely. Lin Yu. Indeed, as soon as the words were spoken, Strawberry rushed over, her face a mask of concern. What happened? What is wrong with Lin Sr.? Mai Quan pointed at Lin Yu, saying, Look, your Lin Sr. has been grinning all day. Is there something wrong with his mind? Should you take him to the hospital? Strawberry gazed at Lin Yu, recalling his infectious grin. Could it be because of her? Remembering their embrace and Lin Yu's gentle whispers, Strawberry felt her knees weaken. Her face flushed, and she could not bear to look at Lin Yu, hastily fleeing. Mai Quan. Xiaojiu, it seems your workload these past days has been rather insufficient. Lin Yu said with a smile directed at Mai Quan. Mai Quan grimaced. Come on, Lin Gu, you can't exploit your employees like this. Lin Yu chuckled. Not at all. Don't worry, I want to make things difficult for you. Mai Quan sighed with relief, but before she could fully relax, Lin Yu added, My hands have been a bit uncomfortable lately, so for the next week, you'll be responsible for making all the drinks for our customers. Mai Quan felt a wave of despair wash over her in a nearby van. Mu Sheng was happily snacking on sunflower seeds while observing the filming location. This was not her own van, but rather belonged to another prominent figure on set. However, Mu Sheng had a good relationship with this notable person. which allowed her to enjoy the comforts of the van. She noticed the director embroiled in a heated argument, his face flushed with displeasure, and moments later, the door swung open, revealing her acquaintance, the irate figure she had been sharing the van with. Yuan Jia, what's going on? Why the fury? That bunch of bastards. Yuan Qingyi gritted her teeth. Not only did they withdraw their funding, but they also threatened to withhold authorization for our theme song. Scoundrels. Mu Sheng paused, calm down. Yuan Jia. Is it that scion of the Jiang family again? Who else could it be? Yuan Qingyi seethed. In truth, the withdrawal of funds was not a significant issue. Both Yuan Qingyi and Mu Sheng had sufficient financial means to invest if necessary. However, the matter of the theme song posed a dilemma. The promotional material had already been released, and the song was perfectly aligned with the film's theme. A last-minute change could jeopardize the film's release if the replacement fell short of expectations. Mu Sheng sighed. Actors often found themselves in such predicaments. Yuan Ye, don't worry. Let me think of a solution. Though they were both stars, their fates differed. Mu Sheng considered reaching out to Mai Meng, but after inquiring, she felt a headache coming on. It was evident that the individual on the other side was of a caliber comparable to the Mai family and would not yield easily. Mu Sheng genuinely cherished this film, a rare gangster narrative in recent years, one she believed could vie for awards. The thought of a promotional song mishap jeopardizing its success was disheartening. Yuan Qingyi was also seeking solutions, but it seemed the other party had calculated their advantage, intent on making Yuan Qingyi apologize before relenting. Mu Sheng, closely bonded with Yuan Qingyi, felt a pang of sadness seeing her friend troubled. Yet she lacked the clout to effect change within the production. A perfectionist by nature, Mu Sheng found such circumstances increasingly vexing. Chapter 70. Sister S. Ferocity. The autumn in Pingzhou is often rainy, with each layer of rain bringing a chill. The young ladies have donned their autumn attire, obscuring their once visible fair thighs. Business at the bookstore remains as vibrant as ever, especially since many students are aware that the enchanting Bai Youyou occasionally visits. She has amassed a considerable following. Even a mere glimpse of her lovely visage is deemed a delightful experience. It remains uncertain whether someone's vanity was significantly satiated during this process. That afternoon, with no classes, Bai Youyou mentioned that she would accompany her best friend for a shopping spree, leaving Lin Yu to dine at the bookstore. The following day is a weekend, allowing him to linger longer in the store. Mai Quan has received his very first legitimate salary of 5,000 yuan, making him second only to Lin Yu in earnings. Xiaojiu, however, eschewed a mobile transfer, persistently demanding cash from Lin Yu. This fellow flaunted his bills with an exaggerated flair, almost in tears from joy. During this period, Lin Yu felt as if he were being treated as less than human, burdened with all the menial and arduous tasks. He felt as though he was shedding a layer of skin. It is indeed wise to avoid offending one's direct superior, especially one who holds leverage over you. Presently, his sister remains unaware of Li Si's affairs, should this come to light. Li Si's family is merely of average means. He must first win her over, ideally even to the point of having children together, thus rendering any opposition moot. Of course, such bold aspirations are perhaps beyond Lin Yu's wildest thoughts. A shotgun wedding? Little brother, you certainly know how to play the game. Strawberry and Li Si, on the other hand, earn considerably less, around 2,000 yuan, as they are merely part-time workers. Naturally, the two young ladies do not exhibit the same flamboyance as Xiaojiu. Lin Yu's salary exceeds 7,000, which, given the current cost of living in Pingzhou, is already higher than some white-collar workers. All right, stop flaunting your 5,000 yuan salary, Lin Yu remarked, exasperated. We need to eat quickly. Customers should be arriving soon. The hustle continued until shortly after 9 in the evening, likely due to the upcoming weekend. Just as the number of customers began to dwindle, a charming figure appeared in the bookstore and promptly took a seat at the bar. Lin Yu furrowed his brow upon seeing her and was met with the question, "Do you have any alcohol?" "Mu Sheng, we don't serve alcohol here," Lin Yu replied, feeling a headache coming on. "This is Qingmong bookstore." Mu Sheng reeked of alcohol, suggesting she had indulged excessively. Her tolerance was generally quite low. Upon hearing Lin Yu's reply, she adopted a defiant stance, ready to challenge him. Mai Quan looked on with envy, Acknowledging that Lin Yu truly possessed the skills to captivate Bai Youyou, Lin Yu felt somewhat helpless whenever Mu Sheng was drunk. She exuded a fearless demeanor. He hoped that no tabloids would capture her late-night escapades. Fortunately, the store was nearly empty, allowing Lin Yu to consider closing up for the night. He cautiously helped Mu Sheng to the sofa. Whereas the alcohol? Mu Sheng demanded, causing Lin Yu to shiver. Indeed, as a celebrity, her languid and playful voice was hard for any man to resist, especially since Lin Yu had recently embarked on new experiences. Better to avoid the edge of temptation. He prepared a pot of sobering tea and placed it in front of Mu Sheng, who refused to drink it. Lin Yu had no choice but to coax her like a child. Perhaps the sobering tea began to take effect, as Mu Sheng, half awake, looked at Lin Yu and murmured, "Be gentle, it's my first time." Lin Yu was taken aback. Do I really appear to be such a mischief maker? Thankfully, the store was empty, and even my quan had been sent to the staff lounge. Otherwise, this conversation might have sparked rumors. Wake up, Mu Sheng, I'm Lin Yu. Oh, Mu Sheng drifted off again. Lin Yu sighed in exasperation. Was she lacking in common sense? Or was her driver? With no other option, Lin Yu called my Mang. Is she at the bookstore? Yes, manager Mai. Could you come and pick her up? My Mang chuckled softly. I'm not even in Pingzhou right now. Do you expect me to fly back? I'll leave it to you to handle. Please, she's a celebrity. I'd rather not have tomorrow's headline screaming about how Mu Sheng is a cougar. Ah, so you have a soft spot for her? Lin Yu retorted. I can't afford to offend a woman like her. After considering it, my Mang suggested, just let her sleep in the store tonight. She'll be fine once she wakes up tomorrow. Fine, I'll figure something out. Lin Yu was speechless. Was this not your affair? With the weather in Pingzhou being what it was, she would surely catch a chill if she spent the night in the bookstore. Xiao Jiao, I'm taking Mu Sheng with me. Watch the store. Lin Yu paused, and don't spend your salary on reckless partying. Xiao Jiao exclaimed in frustration. I would love to party, but with the 5,000 you just gave me, I'd be eating dirt next month. Lin Yu smirked, suddenly feeling the absurdity of the conversation. He decided to escort Mu Sheng to a hotel. Oh, not for himself, but to help her find a place to stay. He still needed to return home. As a star, Mu Sheng typically resided in upscale hotels. She would never deign to stay in a simple inn. Thus, when the front desk attendant saw Lin Yu enter, supporting such a stunning young woman, her eyes widened in astonishment. Wow, this guy has some impressive skills. Lin Yu felt a twinge of anxiety at the attendant's incredulous expression, but thankfully, Mu Sheng's long hair obscured her face. Once inside the room, Lin Yu laid Mu Sheng gently on the bed. Just as he prepared to rise, he felt a sudden tug on his neck. Mu Sheng, perhaps intentionally, pulled him down with her. Lin Yu, caught off balance, tumbled onto Mu Sheng. As he looked up, he was met with her clear, bright eyes, devoid of any signs of intoxication. This moment nearly sent Lin Yu's spirits soaring. You brought me here for a rendezvous? Aren't you afraid your delicate wife will find out? Lin Yu chuckled in disbelief. Mu Sheng, I was planning to leave. Our current position lacks any credibility. Yet Mu Sheng refused to release her hold on him. Smiling mischievously, what do you think? Do you find your older sister enticing? Yes, Lin Yu admitted honestly, but I want to act recklessly. You men are all so full of mischief. Yet you seem quite eager right now, don't you? Lin Yu stammered. Sister, you are quite formidable. I cannot contend with you. Chapter 71. In the name of the Father. Upon hearing Mu Sheng's words, Lin Yu struggled to rise. Mu Sheng chuckled. All right, I won't tease you anymore. Let me embrace you. Lin Yu detected the weariness in her voice. He attempted to sit up, but Mu Sheng would not relinquish her hold. Reluctantly, he lay down beside her, resting his head on her arm. What had transpired? Perhaps it was a case of grasping at straws. Mu Sheng did not expect Lin Yu to resolve her issues. She merely sought someone to confide in. Lin Yu, being an outsider, bore no stakes in her situation, making him an excellent confidant. After listening to Mu Sheng's narrative, Lin Yu's expression became somewhat peculiar. If this were not the real world, if it were merely a story, he might have thought he had stumbled upon a protagonist's script. Shaking his head to dispel the chaotic thoughts, he curiously inquired, what is the storyline of your film? It's a gangster movie, one I personally find quite appealing. If this film turns out well, I believe Sister Yuan may stand a chance at an award, provided we can overcome this massive setback. It's just a promotional song. After all, Lin Yu replied with a smile. The quality of that song truly resonated with the film's essence. Let me devise a plan for you. At this, Mu Sheng appeared utterly bewildered. Mai Meng had only mentioned that Lin Yu might possess connections within the investment circle, but never had she implied he was also linked to the entertainment industry. Lin Yu retrieved a sheet of paper and a pen, and with a ruler in hand, he commenced sketching a musical staff. Mu Sheng was taken aback. Was he about to perform a live composition for her? You must be jesting, little brother. What on earth are you doing? Ignoring her, Lin Yu began composing both melody and lyrics. Half an hour later, a musical score lay before Mu Sheng. She was taken aback. As an amphibious star and a singer, she certainly understood music, yet she could not comprehend what this was. Lin Yu pondered momentarily. Do you have a recording studio? Mu Sheng replied weakly, yes, but it's far too late now. That's fine, Lin Yu said earnestly. Now, get a good night's sleep. Tomorrow, take me to your recording studio, and you will discover the answer. With that, Lin Yu stood to leave. It was nearly 11 o'clock. If he did not return soon, Bai Youyou would likely seek him out. Just as Lin Yu was about to exit, Mu Sheng suddenly called out, Lin Yu. He paused, turning to her with a face full of questions. Are you helping me because of Mang Mang? Lin Yu retorted, somewhat exasperated. She hasn't paid me, so why would I help you for her sake? With that, he continued on his way. As he passed the front desk, the receptionist cast him a sympathetic glance. Lin Yu was perplexed, only realizing after leaving the hotel that perhaps he had been the subject of her mockery. Lin Yu was left speechless. Miss, I assure you, I'm quite enduring, not just fleeting. Mu Sheng's predicament reminded Lin Yu of something important. In his battle against the Bai family, he possessed more than just Lin Xiaoming as an asset. Bai Youyou returned home around the same time, carrying numerous shopping bags filled with a hodgepodge of items. Lin Yu, overwhelmed, remarked, have you brought the entire market back with you? Bai Youyou smiled alluringly, casting a playful glance in his direction. It was then that Lin Yu noticed the upper layer contained daily necessities, while the lower layer was filled with various garments, lace, sheer stockings, and even sultry, cut-out tops. Observing Bai Youyou's flirtatious demeanor, Lin Yu began to feel the need for more physical training. This was no ordinary school beauty. She was a siren. The following morning, Mu Sheng arrived at the store early. Mai Quan greeted her with a cheerful smile. Sister Mu Sheng, what brings you here so early? My sister isn't around. I'm not here to see Mang Mang. I know she's abroad, Mu Sheng replied, taking a seat on the sofa without placing an order. Mai Quan, feeling intimidated by Mu Sheng's formidable presence, hesitated to allow her to order, as the sofa was reserved for patrons of the bookstore, according to their rules. Would you like something to drink? No need. You may carry on with your duties, Mu Sheng dismissed. Mai Quan was at a loss, as there were few customers at the bookstore that early in the day. Fortunately, Lin Yu's arrival resolved Mai Quan's confusion. Let's south go to your place. Poor little Jiu Xiao was immediately flustered. Who was Mu Sheng? A star in high demand. Coupled with the previous night's events, Mai Quan involuntarily swallowed hard. Heroic figures, please. Keep it together. And where are you two off to? If you get involved, my sister will surely have my head. Mu Sheng's driver awaited her outside the bookstore. At that moment, she radiated the aura of a sophisticated and classical beauty, truly deserving of her stardom. Mu Sheng's company was located in the heart of Pingzhou, within the bustling commercial district filled with office buildings. Jiuqi Entertainment, her agency, had its offices nestled here. As one of the top 3 talents in the agency, bolstered by capital support, her promising future was evident. Thus, a team of staff awaited her arrival early that day, even rescheduling another singer's recording session to accommodate her, highlighting her significance within the company. Upon arriving at the recording studio, Lin Yu wasted no time retrieving a USB drive, indicating he had come prepared. Noticing Lin Yu's confident demeanor, Mu Sheng inquired, have you studied music before? Lin Yu replied assertively, no. Mu Sheng began to doubt her own judgment, questioning whether she had truly resorted to desperate measures by bringing someone like him to record. And that was after displacing another singer's recording time. Lin Yu then began speaking in a language that was clearly not from the Dragon Kingdom, but a nearby assistant clarified that it was likely Italian. Suddenly, the speakers resonated with a soaring female voice. For over a minute, the accompaniment played without any vocals, and Mu Sheng felt as if she was losing her mind. Surely, this was some form of cruel jest at her expense. Just as her self-doubt mounted, Lin Yu's deep voice emerged, echoing through the studio. Mu Sheng was aware that Lin Yu's speaking voice was pleasant, but she had not anticipated that. When amplified by professional equipment, it would possess such captivating charm. Was that rap? Mu Sheng's eyes widened in astonishment. Who exactly was he? Chapter 72. The enchanting owner of the bookstore Mu Sheng is a professional singer, and though she lacks formal training, she has undergone systematic instruction. However, she now feels bewildered and begins to question her existence. Surrounded by tranquility rather than noise, I gradually succumb to slumber as dawn breaks. A song concludes. Lin Yu's voice, unrefined by professional training, possesses a natural talent that sufficiently masks many flaws. The film narrates a story of redemption, and the theme of this song aligns perfectly with it. Suddenly, a round of applause erupts around me, and the assistant exclaims with excitement, "Sister Mu Sheng, is this your new song?" Mu Sheng opens her mouth, but finds herself at a loss for words. Surely, she cannot confess that she merely accompanied her little dog to test it out, lest she faces retribution from the higher-ups. Yet, to nod in affirmation and claim it as her own would be utterly shameless. This song was crafted last night by Lin Yu and Lin Xiaoming, drawing inspiration from the fragments swirling in his mind. Blue planets, mysterious codes. Lin Yu suddenly finds himself intrigued by his own body, pondering the nature of these elements. Yet, this is not the crux of the matter. What truly matters is Mu Sheng's opinion of the song. It is indeed a fine piece. However, I believe it would be prudent to let the director and Sister Yuan take a look. At that moment, a middle-aged man with a round face abruptly enters the recording studio, hastily saying, "Mu Sheng, hold on, let me first discuss this with the gentleman here." "Uncle?" Mu Sheng furrows her brow. This man is a friend of hers. The middle-aged man chuckles. "No worries, I assure you, your friend will not suffer any loss." In the reception room of Jiuqian Entertainment, Lin Yu turns to Mu Sheng. "What do you think?" It is quite remarkable. What began as Mu Sheng's affair has suddenly transformed into a matter for Jiuqian Entertainment. The song in the name of the father is so exceptional that Mu Sheng's astute uncle can undoubtedly discern its quality. Such a song deserves a place on a singer's album rather than serving merely as a promotional tool for a film. For Lin Yu, the compensation for an album undoubtedly surpasses that of a film, but the copyright will ultimately belong to Mu Sheng. This essentially means that the company is purchasing a song from Lin Yu under the guise of a business transaction, leaving them without any authority to inquire further in the future. As a dual-threat star, ample exposure is essential. With such a song, how could one not achieve fame? Whether it serves as a debut track for a newcomer or as a resource for a prominent figure like Mu Sheng, it is undoubtedly advantageous. Mu Sheng contemplates, yet remains uncertain, still weighing her options. "I should support Sister Yuan." She murmurs, "She has taken great care of me on set." Her uncle, visibly exasperated, responds, "Sheng, think of your brother. He has no songs to his name yet. If this one were given to him." "Wait, hold on," Lin Yu interjects, frowning. "I never said I would sell this song. If I were to sell it, I would only grant permission to Sister Mu Sheng, no one else." The uncle's expression shifts slightly. "Of course, it is meant for Mu Sheng to sing. I was merely speaking carelessly. Take your time to consider." Lin Yu rises, declaring, "I must take my leave now." Mu Sheng nods. "Safe travels, brother. I will let you know once I have made up my mind." "Wait, dear sir. Why not stay for a meal?" her uncle suggests, seemingly eager to negotiate further, though he harbors some doubts about the relationship between this young man and Mu Sheng. Sorting out the song issue is paramount. Lin Yu shakes his head. "Since Sister Mu Sheng calls you uncle, I shall do the same. However, I must return to work. I cannot linger any longer, or my boss will withhold my wages." "Work?" The uncle looks bewildered. Shouldn't he, the composer of today's song, be treated with more respect? Is the composer really in such dire straits? Seeing his attempts to retain Lin Yu failing, the uncle can only accompany Mu Sheng to see him off. Mu Sheng giggles, finding her brother quite endearing. Yet, she is soon taken aback. She had initially expected Lin Yu to leave in a shared bicycle, as he had arrived in her car. However, now he slips into a yellow Aston Martin, with a couple of beautiful drivers opening the door for him. Her uncle is equally stunned. Such a background. And he still needs to work? "Sister Mu Sheng, I await your call." Lin Yu says with a smile before the Aston Martin speeds away. Shang is he truly your friend? Her uncle stares in disbelief. He had previously felt a sense of superiority, but now he finds himself somewhat embarrassed. I'm not sure. Musheng manages to respond. Lin Yu's departure is intended to relinquish control to Musheng. He is an outsider and could easily be deceived by these seasoned individuals, but Musheng is not. The purpose of bringing Ling Han into the fray is to bolster Musheng's position, warning the others not to attempt any underhanded tactics. For he is not lacking in resources. Ling Han glances at Lin Yu and remarks coolly, "It would be wise not to squander the face of the Southwest King. His reputation is not so easily bought." Lin Yu replies nonchalantly, "Is it his reputation or the one he holds with you?" Following this exchange, Ling Han chooses to disregard him. The Aston Martin drops Lin Yu off before the bookstore, as he wishes to avoid any peculiar gossip circulating the school forum the following day, such as rumors of being supported by a wealthy woman. Though the role of a kept man is not for everyone, it ultimately reflects poorly on Bai Youyou. Upon arriving at the bookstore, Lin Yu is surprised to find the business thriving beyond his expectations. To his astonishment, he sees Bai Youyou, the daughter of the Bai family, clad in her uniform at the bar. Of course, no one dares to assign her any tasks. She is merely there as a mascot. Yet, Bai Youyou is the belle of Qingmu, and this venue is primarily frequented by students from Qingmu. In her attire, she is bound to send the fans into a frenzy. Lin Yu's face twitches as he steps into the store, fixing his gaze on my Mang. "Can you enlighten me? What on earth is going on here?" Xiao Jio shrinks back, as if Lin Yu were a ghost. Bai Youyou playfully beckons, her demeanor irresistibly alluring, prompting a chorus of gulping sounds from the crowd. Lin Yu can only approach her, forcing a laugh. "What brings you here?" "The address is incorrect. Wife." At that moment, Lin Yu seemingly hears the sound of hearts breaking. While the school forum has circulated rumors of Bai Youyou being a married woman, witnessing this scene in person proves too much for many of her admirers to accept. Bai Youyou giggles, obedient. After uttering this, she adds, "Now, I'm the owner of this place, dear husband." Chapter 73. The school beauty wife is jealous the Qingmong bookstore has undergone a change in ownership, now under the stewardship of Bai Youyou, the school beauty of Qingmu. This news has caused quite a stir on the school forum, as many were already aware of Bai Youyou's affluent background. But few anticipated her direct acquisition of a bookstore. Beautiful, wealthy, and possessing a commendable character, she epitomizes the ideal girlfriend. Marrying her could spare 1, 2, or 3 decades of struggle. Although rumors had circulated about Bai Youyou being in a relationship, amidst the explosion of this news, it seems few would pay attention to those whispers anymore. After all, marriages can end in divorce, let alone relationships. Lin Yu stood at the bar, gazing at Bai Youyou, who was idly seated on the sofa, with a helpless expression. On her very first day, nearly all the staff, including Xiao Chao Mei, had defected, which left Lin Yu feeling overshadowed by his own wife. The position of store manager held no significance whatsoever. Mai Quan Chimbo Eat An Siti, Why Mai Mang? Indifferent to these happenings, suddenly appointed a new boss. According to his sister, Lin Yu's wife was more formidable than Mai Mei. It felt utterly oppressive. Li Si quietly inquired, "Strawberry, is that Lin Yu's wife?" Zhang Miao shrank into herself, feeling incredibly uneasy, as her relationship with Senior Lin was ambiguous. Although Bai Youyou had not made a fuss about it, and even claimed she wouldn't get jealous, a slight shift in perspective made Strawberry feel intensely envious. It wasn't merely a matter of magnanimity. White Senior Sister is truly formidable. Do not provoke her, Strawberry whispered. To be candid, Bai Youyou's beauty was striking, yet typically, attractive individuals do not exude an air of arrogance. However, Bai Youyou was the carefully nurtured successor of the Bai family, an exceptional representative of the younger generation. This aura and depth were simply incomparable to that of ordinary girls. Even Li Si, a girl brimming with thorns, found Bai Youyou intimidating, let alone the pure-hearted Strawberry. Lin Yu placed a drink before Bai Youyou, managing a bitter smile. "Did manager Mai hand the bookstore over to you?" A glimmer of pride flashed in Bai Youyou's beautiful eyes. Since her relationship with Lin Yu, the celestial school beauty had increasingly shed her ethereal demeanor, becoming more flirtatious. "Why, Do you think I'm holding you back from other matters? Bai Youyou teased with a smile. Lin Yu quickly shook his head. Not at all. I never mentioned anything about you and Strawberry. I've said it before. I want to interfere. If you can manage Strawberry, that's your skill. Lin Yu sighed in resignation. Even with her supervision right in front of him, he felt no reprieve. If he dared to converse with Strawberry in Bai Youyou's presence, he would likely find himself sleeping on the sofa that night. Has Mu Shang come looking for you? Lin Yu paused, then turned to glare at Xiao Jiao. So you're the traitor. I just paid you yesterday, and today you've sold me out? Xiao Jiao lowered his head, sensing he might be in deep trouble. It's not what you think. Lin Yu hurriedly clarified. I'm just friends with Sister Mu Shang. Bai Youyou replied coldly. Strawberry is acceptable, and I can even tolerate your sister's other intentions, but Mu Shang is absolutely off limits. Why the hostility towards Mu Shang? Lin Yu was puzzled, as he felt Bai Youyou and Mu Shang didn't seem to have any prior connection. You'll understand in time. From now on, that woman is not to seek you out again, Bai Youyou declared with a huff. You have a proclivity for attracting trouble. You must stop helping everyone. The illustrious Bai School beauty unleashed her full force, akin to a regal queen, causing Lin Yu to tremble in submission. We truly don't have anything going on. Lin Yu murmured weakly, and about Manager Mai. Bai Youyou interrupted with a dismissive sound, waving at Zhang Miao. Lisi initially thought Strawberry would ignore this display, considering their rivalry, but to her surprise, Strawberry had no intention of resisting and eagerly approached. Sister Youyou, Senior Lin. Bai Youyou pulled Strawberry's hand, inviting her to sit beside her. Darling, you decide. Will it be us two sisters or your glamorous star? Choose. Choose what? I have nothing with Mu Shang. Lin Yu began, but quickly realized the trap in Bai Youyou's words. Strawberry's face turned as crimson as fresh blood. Unable to lift her head, while Bai Youyou shot a glance at Zhang Miao, TSK, still as easy to bully as ever. Strawberry buried her face even lower. Lisi covered her forehead, feeling her friend was utterly embarrassing, lacking any sense of rivalry, resembling a timid chick. Bai Youyou pinched Strawberry's cheek and stood. Strawberry, men are inherently troublemakers. You must be cautious. Senior Lin wouldn't tea. Strawberry protested weakly. He's a good person. Lin Yu felt a pang of emotion. Strawberry's pure heartedness resonated with him. Isn't my greatest virtue my honesty? Except that Senior Lin often steals glances at Strawberry's legs. Bai Youyou covered her forehead. I will help Strawberry take a leave. We are going somewhere. Do you have any objections? What could he say? Lin Yu quickly nodded. No objections, but it's best to return by afternoon. Of course. Bai Youyou took Strawberry's hand and departed. Once they left, Lin Yu approached Mai Quan with a smile. Xiao Jiao, I would like an explanation. Xiao Jiao sensed he had crossed Lin Yu, the formidable overlord. I merely let something slip. Very well, that explanation pleases me. My hand is quite uncomfortable, so for the next month, all beverage preparations fall to you. You have no objections, I presume? Mai Quan could only nod, as refusing would likely lead to dire consequences. Seeing that Mai Quan understood the gravity of the situation, Lin Yu resigned himself to the sofa, realizing his wife was indeed jealous, and this time it seemed challenging to appease her. However, Lin Yu began to wonder why Bai Youyou was so lenient with Strawberry, yet so vigilant against Mu Shang. Technically, these two should have had no prior interactions. As more secrets about Bai Youyou unfolded, it became clear that her body held no mysteries for Lin Yu. Meanwhile, Strawberry curiously asked, Did Sister Youyou call me out for something? Bai Youyou replied calmly, I'm taking you to a place. You will understand once we arrive. However, this matter must remain a secret from Lin Yu. Chapter 74. A return to time. Strawberry followed Bai Youyou to a rental apartment, located in a remote area that rarely appeared to host visitors. Yet, it was not far from Qingmu, merely a 30-minute walk. Upon opening the door, Zhang Miao frowned involuntarily. The dimly lit room exuded an eerie ambience. Could Senior Bai be intending to bring me to such a place to silence me? However, this sinister atmosphere dissipated when Bai Youyou switched on the light, transforming the space into a cozy haven, imbued with a warm, yellow glow that evoked a sense of home. Yet, Strawberry remained in shock. What is this? Before her lay a photograph that shook the very foundation of her understanding. It was an old, somewhat worn frame featuring a boy she recognized, Lin Yu. However, That was not the crux of the matter. The photograph also included herself, Bai Youyou, Lin Yu, and several other girls she did not recognize. She had no recollection of ever taking this photo. What on earth is going on? Strawberry's voice trembled with fear as she felt the world around her unravel. She possessed no memories associated with this image. In the picture, Lin Yu appeared to be nearing 30, with time etching its marks upon his face. Yet there was a significant distinction. His demeanor exuded an untamed charisma. He sat there, emanating a rebellious aura. Although not positioned at the center of the image, his presence captivated anyone who gazed upon it. This was a stark contrast to the warm, friendly image of Lin Yu that she knew today. Bai Youyou emerged from the kitchen with a glass of water, stating calmly, "This is what I wanted to show you." Strawberry remained dazed on the couch, overwhelmed by unfamiliarity. The room, the photograph, even Bai Youyou seemed alien to her. Bai Youyou smiled and asked, "Do you know why I brought you here?" Strawberry shook her head, bewildered. Why? Bai Youyou's voice was laden with regret. "Because I am the one who took Lin Yu away from you, Strawberry. In reality, if I hadn't appeared, you and Lin Yu would have embarked on a romantic journey, beginning with your confession during his junior year," Bai Youyou stated earnestly. Strawberry. "So I was that bold? Why? I cannot explain. I can only apologize. I was greedy, unable to accept a world without Lin Yu," Bai Youyou sighed. "I know this is difficult for you to accept, but I must tell you that we are destined to be Lin Yu's women." Strawberry blushed at the thought of being referred to as Lin Yu's woman. It was utterly mortifying. "Wait, Senior Bai, do you mean?" Recalling the novel she had read, Strawberry felt goosebumps rise all over her. "It seems you have guessed correctly," Bai Youyou replied, her demeanor still airhead, yet quick to respond. Strawberry realized the implication of Bai Youyou's words. This white school beauty was from the future. How could this be possible? Strawberry felt as though her mind was unraveling. "I cannot explain why. I initially believed those notions were mere figments of my imagination or dreams. Yet, Bai Youyou placed her hands over her face in exhaustion. They indeed existed. I'm sorry for taking the initiative with Lin Yu, but I discovered that things are not unfolding as I had envisioned." "What do you mean?" "I waited 17 years for Lin Yu, finally becoming his woman," Bai Youyou lamented, only to realize that events seemed to be diverging from my memories. Bai Youyou hesitated, then added, "It appears I have become the initial butterfly in this scenario." Strawberry understood the butterfly effect well, prompting her to inquire, "Are you suggesting that your actions altered the fate of Lin Yu?" Bai Youyou nodded, gesturing toward the photograph. "The individuals who were not meant to be in this picture have emerged. That includes Mu Sheng." Strawberry felt as if her goosebumps might fall off. According to Bai Youyou's narrative and logic, if she had indeed been reborn, she would only affect the present reality. How could she possibly alter the past? "Yes, I married Lin Yu first, and you did not become his girlfriend. What transpired in between is beyond my explanation. I only know that events are now entirely out of my control," Bai Youyou expressed despondently. "I should not have been so greedy." After a lengthy discourse, Strawberry finally grasped Bai Youyou's intended message. Despite the haze of confusion, the information was challenging her understanding of the world and foundational knowledge. "Does Lin Yu know?" "He does not," Bai Youyou replied earnestly. "I dare not reveal it to him." "Why?" "I cannot afford to gamble," Bai Youyou continued. "I fear what changes might occur if Lin Yu learns of all this. My greatest fear is that in the end, we will all lose him. I cannot take that risk." "Then why did you choose to tell me all this today?" Bai Youyou blinked and replied seriously, "Because previously, you were the one who informed me of all this." "Previously?" "Indeed, before my rebirth." At that moment, Strawberry's mind was utterly befuddled. Bai Youyou's words revealed two key pieces of information. First, that Bai Youyou was a reincarnator, and second, that in her last memories, it was Strawberry who had shared the details of her rebirth. What kind of situation was this? "This photograph is the only item that aligns with my memories from before my rebirth," Bai Youyou stated earnestly. "I do not understand why Mu Sheng appeared or why she disappeared before. All I know is that I wish to avoid any further variables." Strawberry pondered for a moment before earnestly asking, "Senior Bai, have you considered another possibility?" "What possibility?" "Is it not possible that your visit to Lin Yu today to discuss Mu Sheng led to her eventual appearance in the photograph?" Chapter 75. I Am the Other Woman. and I take pride in it upon listening to In the Name of the Father. Mu Sheng's company was utterly captivated, igniting a tempest within the organization that very afternoon. In this era, finding a good song is no simple feat, particularly one of exceptional quality, which is as rare as a phoenix feather. Mu Sheng, could you perhaps suggest to that esteemed teacher Lin that we at Jiuqian Entertainment desire the exclusive rights to this song? Your film can still utilize it as its promotional theme. Due to familial circumstances, Mu Sheng had grown accustomed to being carefree and amiable at the company, often avoiding conflicts over resources. However, this time, In the Name of the Father had incited envy among nearly all the singers in the company. As Mu Sheng sat in the meeting, struggling to stay awake, the core message was singular. Securing the rights to In the Name of the Father was imperative. Yet, the reality was that Mu Sheng remained unyielding, leaving everyone at a loss. Mu Sheng yawned. Second uncle, I've told you, that fellow is quite obstinate. When I asked him, he said he would only grant it to me. What can I do? Isn't he your friend? Doesn't he listen to what you say? I thought he was my lover, Mu Sheng retorted lightly. I'll give him a call, and you can listen in. With that, Mu Sheng activated the speakerphone in front of everyone. Hello, Lin Yu. What is up? Mu Sheng, have you reached an agreement with your company? They want to buy your song. Is exclusive authorization possible? Stop joking. I'm busy working overtime. That's it. Table 9, please bring over the drinks. With that, Lin Yu hung up decisively, leaving the entire conference room in stunned silence. This was simply intolerable. Second uncle wore a pained expression, being a seasoned veteran in the industry. He understood the unparalleled quality of In the Name of the Father. To waste it on a mere film would be a tragedy. After 8 o'clock, Mu Sheng arrived at the airport. Today, Mai Meng was returning home, embodying both elegance and intellect, and if not for the VIP passage, she would undoubtedly be a dazzling sight in the arrivals hall. Meng, I adore you. Mu Sheng affectionately leapt into Mai Meng's embrace, rubbing her face against Mai Meng's cheek. If it weren't for Mu Sheng's impeccable complexion, she could have easily done without makeup. Most other female stars would need to wipe off layers of foundation to look presentable. Stop it. We're not that familiar, Mai Meng replied coolly. Now tell me, what has got you so excited that you even came to pick me up? Aren't you afraid of being photographed by the paparazzi? Not at all. We're both women. As long as we don't kiss in public, we're fine. Hee. Once inside the car, Mai Meng took out her notebook to review company information and inquired curiously. So, what's the scoop? You've struck gold. You're not talking about Lin Yu, are you? Mai Meng asked without looking up. How did you know? That's not hard to guess. I basically know everyone in your circle, and I haven't seen many who could be called a treasure. Now spill, what is going on? You sounded so thrilled on the phone. Mu Sheng replied mysteriously. You'll never guess just how remarkable your subordinate truly is. What? Is he going to have a child with you or something? I deconsider it. Mu Sheng exclaimed proudly. That guy gave me a song, and after we listened to in the company, all the composers we have were left dumbfounded. Mai Meng was taken aback. Is that for real? Lin Yu can write songs? And they're exceptional. It's a pity he's rather plain-looking, not meeting market demands. Otherwise, I would have definitely signed him. Don't be foolish. Lin Yu wouldn't pursue that path. It holds no significance for him, Mai Meng replied calmly. Didn't I tell you before? Don't contact him privately. You prancing around, bringing him to the company will only invite gossip. I welcome it. Otherwise, people will keep saying I'm into women. Mai Meng retorted, isn't that the case? This matter can't be openly discussed. I can't have my male fans heartbroken. Mai Meng, uninterested in her shameless friend's antics, said seriously, don't even think about trying to play games with Lin Yu. He's still young, and doesn't he match up to you, a big star? A rich second generation is a perfect match for a big star. Isn't it? Mu Sheng countered, unwilling to concede, seeing Lin Yu merely as a tool for public relations, and at least having such rumors would affirm her orientation. Rich second generation? When did Lin Yu, that broke fellow, become a rich second generation? Mai Meng, stop daydreaming. Now, it was Mu Sheng's turn to be surprised. Meng, you genuinely don't know? Know what? Lin Yu is absolutely not the broke guy you think he is. His background must be quite formidable. Mai Meng laptop. Her expression's serious. What's the situation? Let me kiss you. Otherwise, I want to tell you. Quickly then, don't make me wait. When I left the studio after recording, that guy had a dedicated driver, a yellow Aston Martin, and the driver was even more striking than I am. Mu Sheng said with a smile. My Mang's expression shifted slightly, and she said solemnly, "You need to clarify this for me." Mu Shen, like a spilled bean, recounted her experiences to my Mang, smiling as she said, "You've been working under her for over a year now, and you didn't know any of this?" My Mang felt a bit bewildered. She had always believed she knew Lin Yu well, which was why she had agreed to Bai Youyou's request to hand over the bookstore. However, now she realized that her understanding of the situation seemed to diverge significantly from reality. Even Bai Youyou, the daughter of the Bai family, might not fully grasp Lin Yu's true identity. Otherwise, Bai Youyou would have had no reason to request the Qingmang bookstore from her. Whether I know or not is irrelevant, but you better not harbor any other thoughts about Lin Yu. After all, he is married, my Mang cautioned. His wife, Bai Youyou, is not someone to be trifled with. That posed a dilemma. If rumors surfaced about her and Lin Yu, wouldn't she become the other woman? So you'd best avoid contact with Lin Yu. Mu Sheng pondered for a moment. Wait, I'll call him. Hello, Lin Yu. I couldn't keep the song. They still want me to sell it to the company. But my dowry has increased a bit. Hey, don't hang up. Mu Sheng wore a mournful expression. Mang, your subordinate told me scram. Serves you right. My Mang showed no mercy towards her friend and lover. Let me make this clear. Ah Sheng, you are becoming the other woman. Mu Sheng's eyes curved into a delightful crescent shape. What? I am the other woman, and I take pride in it. Chapter 76. When Strawberry drank alcohol, this phrase was undeniably scandalous, earning only a disdainful glance from my Mang. It seemed that my dear friend and lover was somewhat peculiar. Overthinking, I couldn't believe that Bai Youyou would neglect you. My Mang bluntly remarked. She even wants to take away Qingmang. Mu Sheng smiled enigmatically, neither affirming nor denying her words. Zhang Miao took a considerable time to digest the logic Bai Youyou had laid out. In simple terms, Bai Youyou was a reincarnate, retaining all memories of her time with Lin Yu. In the future, I would be Lin Yu's girlfriend. The mere thought of this made Strawberry's cheeks flush with warmth. According to Bai Youyou's narrative, I had unwittingly become part of an affair that was anything but innocent. Everything Bai Youyou had done in this lifetime, I too had experienced, perhaps even more audaciously. For instance, I had once considered rushing into a relationship. By the way, Youyou, have you cooked? Zhang Miao asked in a soft voice, her face tinted red. Cooked? Bai Youyou was momentarily taken aback. But upon noticing Strawberry's rosy cheeks, she suddenly understood, her lips curving into a smile, of course. Oh, Strawberry felt a wave of disappointment, but then reconsidered. After all, they were a married couple, and such matters seemed perfectly acceptable. Your senior Lin is quite the flirt. If you tease him a little, he will easily fall for it, Bai Youyou encouraged. Strawberry blushed fiercely, and no, I wouldn't tease him or anything. Wait, Bai Shuejia, are you implying that you were the one who initiated it? Bai Youyou exclaimed. When did Strawberry become so quick-witted? Now, it was Bai Youyou's turn to blush. This shouldn't be a big deal. We are a couple, and it's perfectly normal for couples to engage in such activities. Strawberry blinked, realizing that the campus beauty was indeed captivating, her blush evoking feelings even within herself. At the bookstore, Lin Yu was still busy, while Bai Youyou chose not to linger. The presence of numerous classmates made the atmosphere tiresome. Upon seeing her friend return, Lisi approached. What did you two discuss? Did Bai Youyou bully you? Zhang Miao's face flushed. No. She is a wonderful girl, and I really like her. Stealing a glance at Lin Yu. The thought of being his girlfriend in the future made her feel faint with warmth. The very idea of romantic advances, kisses, or embraces was utterly embarrassing. Lin Yu walked over and casually asked, Seemed like you were having a heated discussion? Strawberry felt weak at the knees, nearly fainting from shyness. If not for Lisi's support, she would have likely collapsed against the bookshelf. I wasn't being all that animated with you. You big bad guy. Lin Yu was bewildered by her response. Lisi sighed, Strawberry, your reaction is simply over the top. Currently, the relationship between Strawberry and Lin Yu is ambiguous. Not quite at the level of being a couple, merely flirtatious. Whenever Strawberry felt shy, she couldn't muster the courage to speak to Lin Yu, unable to even lift her head in his presence. Soon, it was time to close the store. Business had been good that day. and Mai Quan suddenly suggested heading to a bar, inviting Strawberry and Li Si along. Without a second thought, Lin Yu declined, expressing his aversion to alcohol and the raucous bar environment, preferring instead to return home early to sleep beside Bai Youyou. However, Strawberry timidly took hold of his sleeve. Her eyes, filled with longing, have already asked for leave from Youyou. Li Si felt a pang of sadness watching the naive girl. What was it about Lin Yu that compelled her to approach him so eagerly? Others were already married, yet she persisted, asking for leave as if it were directly from Bai Youyou. Lin Yu, touched by Strawberry's cautious demeanor, relented. All right then, Xiaojio, find us a place. Strawberry, the obedient girl, was usually well-behaved. She had never been to a nightclub, and the mere mention of such places filled her with curiosity. She changed into a simple t-shirt and tied her hair into a ponytail, appearing like a pure lotus emerging from the water, unadorned and utterly innocent. Her shorts accentuated her long legs, and it was evident that Li Si had styled her outfit. The four of them took a car to Lan Street, the largest nightlife hub in Pingzhou, where the city's nightlife commenced. Li Si was unperturbed by the setting, confidently leading the way, while Mai Quan followed, wishing to hold her hand, but too shy to do so. Lin Yu trailed behind, with Strawberry following closely, her heart brimming with youthful affection. The bar, named Lanting, bore a classical title and was said to belong to a friend of Xiaojio. Mai Quan was a regular patron. Unlike typical noisy bars, Lanting offered a more tranquil atmosphere, resembling a tea house, complete with a resident folk singer, exuding an artistic vibe. Once they settled in a small private room with a view of the dance floor, but still relatively quiet, Mai Quan remarked, "Little Lin should be familiar with this place." Lin Yu waved his hand dismissively. "Don't spread hate. I don't come to places like this. If it weren't for your sister using me as a tool, I wouldn't even set foot in a bar." Perhaps due to the unfamiliar environment, Strawberry felt a bit nervous and instinctively nestled against Lin Yu, causing Xiaojio to feel a surge of envy. Why had he never held Li Si's hand, while Strawberry could be so forward? He genuinely envied Lin Yu. While Li Si didn't frequent nightclubs, she was open-minded. Mai Quan ordered drinks, and the two began to chatter, much of the conversation revolving around Lin Yu and Strawberry. Girls should avoid drinking if possible. It's not good for your health, Lin Yu advised. Strawberry squinted and smiled. Just a little bit, okay? She then leaned against Lin Yu and downed a small cup of alcohol in one go. As the drink slid down her throat, her cheeks flushed, and a rare hint of seduction glimmered in her bright eyes. Lin Yu's heart raced, realizing he shouldn't have allowed Strawberry to drink. On the school forum, many admired Strawberry, primarily because she was the mascot of Qingmeng Bookstore, effortlessly attracting attention. Having worked at the bookstore for a while, more people became acquainted with her, leading to her being affectionately dubbed the cute goddess on the forum. Perhaps emboldened by the alcohol, Strawberry leaned closer to Lin Yu, wrapping her arms around his neck. Shaolin, Senior Chapter 77. The social demise of little Strawberry. Lin Yu felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. Little Strawberry had always been shy, the kind of person who would blush at just a few exchanged words. Yet now, she boldly sought his affection. Hey, Senior Lin. Strawberry nestled her head in Lin Yu's embrace, savoring his warmth and scent. Xiaojio let out a whistle, impressed by Strawberry's newfound courage. Behave yourself, Lin Yu reminded her helplessly, as he had been drinking only water, making him the most sober person in the vicinity. Mai Quan pulled Li Si aside and whispered, "Hey, should we give them some space and step out for a moment?" Li Si pondered for a moment, realizing that staying there while they indulged in their affection was indeed inappropriate. She nodded and said, "Strawberry, Senior Lin, you two enjoy yourselves. Xiaojio and I will step out for a bit." Strawberry felt her face flush and her body weaken, completely oblivious to Li Si's words, especially with the noise of the bar surrounding them. Lin Yu, however, heard her and nodded in acknowledgement. Li Si initially thought Mai Quan meant to relocate to another booth, but was surprised when he led her directly into a private room filled with people she did not recognize. "These are my friends," Mai Quan said. "Just don't speak for a moment." Confused, Li Si followed him into the room, only for Mai Quan to bluntly announce, "Hey everyone, meet my little CC, my girlfriend." Li Si was taken aback. The room fell silent. A young man at the forefront hesitated before asking, "Xiaojio, are you serious?" Mai Quan grinned. When have you ever seen me introduce a girl to you? If Li Si couldn't grasp the situation now, she would hardly be worthy of the title strategist. It dawned on her that the mischievous Xiao Jiao had persuaded her to come out for this very purpose. See? They're all stunned. Mai Quan whispered, intertwining his fingers with Li Si's. Li Si felt dizzy. Due to her personality, many of her friends often struggled to see her as anything but one of the guys. How could you think of pursuing me when you see me as just a buddy? She thought, finding the thought amusing. Once seated on the sofa, Li Si realized that Mai Quan still held her hand firmly. That scoundrel! Are you taking advantage of me? She hissed in his ear. Mai Quan turned to look at her, a smile playing on his lips, remaining silent. Eventually, the typically assertive Li Si found herself at a loss, which was quite the turn of events. With a cheerful demeanor, Mai Quan raised his glass with his friends, jesting. Do you think Strawberry will kill me if she finds out that the drinks I ordered were non-alcoholic? Li Si shot him a glare. You better prepare for your demise. Don't change the subject. Are you toying with me? Xiao Jiao chuckled. Didn't you hear me earlier? I never bring girls to drink with them. Li Si retorted fiercely. So, you are serious? What's your take? He replied. You didn't tell me in advance. Wasn't it just a moment ago? Li Si glared at Xiao Jiao, grabbed a pitcher of beer, and downed it in one go, causing the onlookers to blink in surprise. Today, I'm letting you off easy, but don't think it'll be that easy to win me over. Of course, she whispered this in Mai Quan's ear, making it seem like a private conversation. Mai Quan, amused, wrapped his arm around her shoulder and said earnestly then, will you grant me the chance to pursue you? That's more like it. Li Si did not pull away, instead leaning gently against him. Xiao Jiao, you're quite the trickster, the owner of the establishment remarked, bringing a girl here to feed us dog food. Indeed, Xiao Jiao replied proudly, from this day forth, I'm officially taken. Laughter erupted among the group, and suddenly the owner recalled, Xiao Jiao, didn't you have 2 friends earlier? Why didn't you bring them in? That would interfere with their pursuit of handsome boys, Xiao Jiao replied with a grin. We were just there to keep things convenient. Under the influence of alcohol, Strawberry's actions grew bolder. Initially, she merely leaned against Lin Yu, but soon her movements became increasingly daring. Senior Lin, can I kiss you? She whispered shyly in his ear. Lin Yu was taken aback, thinking, what kind of drink has this effect? Seeing his silence, little Strawberry grew bolder. Suddenly, she stood up, startling Lin Yu before she playfully pushed him down and sat on his lap. Her cheeks flushed red. She recalled what Bai Youyou had told her. It seemed she was destined to be Senior Lin's girlfriend. Gently cradling Lin Yu's face, she said earnestly, Senior Lin, I'm drunk. So please don't take this the wrong way, okay? Okay. Lin Yu began, but before he could finish, Strawberry closed her eyes and softly pressed her lips against his. Her lips felt cool, and her body trembled, clearly betraying her inner turmoil. Lin Yu's mind raced. They were still in a bar. After a moment, she nestled into his embrace, her face crimson, unable to utter a word as she sensed Lin Yu's presence. Lin Yu felt parched and grabbed a cup from the table, downing its contents, only to realize it was the same cup Strawberry had used. Hadn't he essentially kissed her again? Wait, something was amiss. Lin Yu smacked his lips. He was sensitive to alcohol and could detect even the faintest traces. Yet the drink he just consumed had no taste of alcohol whatsoever. Noticing his unease, Strawberry softly asked, What's wrong, Senior Lin? Lin Yu picked up the bottle from the table, flipped it around to read the label, and then presented it to Strawberry. She focused intently. Reading, this product contains no alcohol. Her face flushed as if she were bleeding. Strawberry murmured, The world is complex and dangerous. Oh, divine being, let your follower perish. Chapter 78. The academic genius of the first year Strawberry had no recollection of how she exited the bar or made her way home. Her mind was consumed by the phrase, This product contains no alcohol. No. No alcohol, no. No. These words echoed incessantly in her head. Upon returning to her bedroom, she flung herself onto her bed and began to roll around. I'm going to die. What on earth are you doing, Strawberry? A profound sense of shame compelled her to writhe on the bed like a frenzied worm. The thought of her actions in the bar. How would Senior Lin perceive her now? Would he consider her a promiscuous woman or shameless? Convinced she had drunk alcohol, she had taken liberties with Senior Lin, only to now tell herself that she hadn't tea-consumed alcohol, but rather a beverage. It felt as though the world was rife with malice towards her. "Strawberry, come out and eat some fruit." Her mother entered the room and was taken aback at the sight of her daughter rolling on the bed like a creature possessed, instantly frozen in place. What on earth was wrong with her daughter? "Mom, take your time eating. Don't mind me." Strawberry felt she must have neglected to consult the calendar before leaving the house, having already experienced social death at the bar, only to return home and be witnessed in such a ridiculous state by her own mother. She curled up in her blanket, wrapping herself like a dumpling, which somewhat alleviated her overwhelming embarrassment. Beep, beep, beep. The sound of her phone startled Strawberry, and she hurriedly picked it up. To her surprise, it was a message from Lin Yu. If you're heading home, don't roll around on your bed. Get some rest. By the way, Strawberry, you are indeed sweet." Strawberry felt her face flush again and continued to roll on the bed. The next day, Lin Yu arrived at school with dark circles under his eyes. Bai Youyou claimed she wouldn't be jealous. Yet they had ended up keeping each other company until past 3 in the morning. The campus belle, Bai, was still home sleeping, while he had classes to attend the next morning, especially critical ones. He had no choice but to groggily rise from bed. Bai Youyou was a sprite, transforming into a juicer at night. Of course, Bai Youyou wasn't in great shape either. After everything, she fell asleep faster than Lin Yu, merely putting on a brave front. "What is wrong with you?" Ite inquired curiously. "Did you stay up late studying?" "No." Lin Yu rubbed his back. Bai Youyou was incredibly vigorous, likely due to her childhood dance training, which had endowed her with remarkable flexibility. Although Lin Yu had thoroughly enjoyed the experience, both visually and tangibly, his back was not quite in good shape afterward. "Didn't he work overtime? Just a matter of studying posture." He made a vague reference, but Ite didn't catch on, probably because he hadn't yet engaged with Jiangzhu in any significant way. "By the way, I heard from Lao Si that the boss got into a fight with someone." Lin Yu was astonished. The boss is usually mild-mannered. It's hard to believe he would resort to violence. "Yeah, it seems it's because of Lin Songyun." "Lin Songyun?" Lin Yu paused momentarily. "Are they involved?" "I only heard it from Lao Si. The rules at Qingmu are rather lenient, but fighting is strictly prohibited and the consequences are severe. If a record of fighting ends up in their files, it could jeopardize graduation." "Cool mean?" Zhang Yu raised his head, looking at Lin Yu, and asked, "What brings you here?" Lin Yu hesitated and said, "Teacher Zhang, I wanted to inquire about the handling of he-she-s situation." Zhang Yu sighed. "You're referring to your dorm leader, right? Fighting will likely result in a major demerit. You know the rules at Qingmu." Lin Yu discreetly placed a pack of cigarettes on Zhang Yu's desk. "Teacher Zhang, please consider a solution. We all know this incident isn't solely he-she-s fault." Zhang Yu noticed Lin Yu's gesture and chuckled as he picked up the cigarettes. "TSK, TSK. These are nice. You, who are usually so straightforward, have learned to play this game?" Lin Yu grinned. "Isn't it, because I've been working outside? One must navigate the main roads as well as the winding paths, after all. Such virtue." Zhang Yu tossed the cigarettes back on the desk, lamenting, "I'm responsible for a class of over 100 students, and you're the only one brave enough to attempt bribing me with cigarettes. Have you changed your ways?" Lin Yu scratched his head and chuckled. "Not really. You're just a good teacher. Enough with the flattery. I'm well aware of he-she-s situation. Jealousy is not a problem, but he initiated the violence. If we want to mitigate the punishment, the attitude of that female student is crucial." Zhang Yu started to open the cigarette pack. Lin Yu eagerly leaned forward to help light it. "So, you're implying that Lin Songyun's stance?" "I haven't said anything. You both are top students in your respective grades. The school will surely take into account the merits of high-achieving students." Zhang Yu smiled knowingly. "Understood? Thank you, Teacher Zhang." Lin Yu promptly nodded. "I'll take my leave now. Get lost, and refrain from this charade next time. If you truly wish to thank me, surpass Lin Songyun next time." The situation was not particularly complex. Lin Yu was overshadowed by a genius named Lin Songyun, who had consistently held the top position in their grade and had never placed second. It was rumored she was already set for guaranteed admission to graduate school. This incident, according to the counselor, was merely a matter of jealousy, but she had instigated the conflict. The individual on the other side had spoken in a most ungracious manner, particularly when addressing Lin Songyun with disdain. This provoked He-She's anger. Receiving a sanction at Qingmu was a serious affair, and He-She's impulsiveness led to the ensuing consequences. Clearly, if Lin Songyun could advocate for He-She, the school would likely consider leniency in the disciplinary outcome. Lin Yu belonged to Class 4, while Lin Songyun was in Class 9. They had never interacted before. Lin Songyun, someone is looking for you. Lin Yu's appearance outside Class 9 caused quite a stir. It was known that Lin Yu was now widely recognized as Bai Youyou's boyfriend. So why was he suddenly seeking out Lin Songyun? Upon seeing Lin Songyun emerge from the classroom, Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback. This childlike face, resembling that of an elementary school student, belonged to the one who had consistently outperformed him academically. Chapter 79. Eating melons at home? Is there something you need from me? Lin Yu quickly realized that despite Lin Songyun's petite stature, she exuded an air reminiscent of a cold and aloof disciple of Ling Han. Hello, Lin Songyun. I wish to discuss matters regarding He-Xiao. However, Lin Songyun merely cast a glance at him before turning on her heel and returning to her classroom. Lin Yu, is the top student of our grade truly this intimidating? She didn't even acknowledge my presence. Hesitating at the doorway of Lin Songyun's classroom, Lin Yu ultimately retreated to his own. During the first class of the afternoon, as Lin Yu exited the classroom, he spotted a graceful figure standing with her hands clasped behind her back, a smile illuminating her face as she gazed at him. Lin Yu rubbed his nose. I thought you had vanished from the mortal realm. Lin Xian feigned a leap into Lin Yu's embrace, startling him into sidestepping. Behave yourself. We are in school. Pouting in feigned grievance, Lin Xian retorted. Humph. You no longer dote on me, as you used to. Let us stick to the point. Otherwise, you'll just cause mischief again. Lin Yu warned, I haven't yet held you accountable for the trap you set for me. TCH. It was merely a misunderstanding involving Bai Youyou. It turned out quite well, did it not? You have her now, haven't you? I have no relationship with Xiao Qiao. As you assume, kindly refrain from making unfounded claims. Then what exactly is your relationship with Xiao Qiao at present? Lin Yu opened his mouth, realizing he was at a disadvantage in discussing this matter. It has nothing to do with you. Is that so? Should I inform Xiao Qiao that her senior Lin has become unrecognizable? Lin Yu, are you provoking me? He playfully tapped Lin Xian on the head, who yelped in protest. Clutching her head, I came to inquire about your gossip after seeing it on the forum. What gossip could I possibly have? Lin Yu retrieved his phone, exasperated. The second in the grade professes his feelings to the top student and is rejected. The headline boldly adorned the top of the school forum, with a throng of onlookers eagerly consuming the drama. That is not true. Do not jump to conclusions. I sought Lin Songyun for other matters, Lin Yu lamented. These people are far too eager for gossip. So what exactly compelled you to seek out that academic goddess? Our dormitory head got into a scuffle and has now received a disciplinary note. You know the rules of Qingmu. Lin Yu sighed, only to be met with a cold shoulder. Mind your own business. Why not tend to your Bai Youyou instead? You seem to harbor quite a grudge against Bai Youyou. Lin Xian initially thought to retort, questioning whether she should have any grievances at all. However, she refrained, recognizing that such a statement would only complicate their relationship. Pouting, she conceded, Yes, Bai Youyou is the best in the world. Lin Yu shrugged in resignation. I haven't seen you around lately. What have you been busy with? I shan't tell you. You are not significant enough to be privy to my affairs. Lin Yu furrowed his brow. I am your brother. Why the prickliness? You. Lin Xian stamped her foot before darting away. Ite, observing from behind, whistled. Old 3, it seems your romantic prospects are flourishing. She is genuinely my sister. What are you even thinking? Lin Yu replied with exasperation. I must get to work. I have no classes this afternoon. Upon arriving at the bookstore, Lin Yu found Li Si and Mai Quan engaged in hushed conversation, their relationship evidently having progressed significantly since the previous night's gathering. Yet, as he drew near, he realized it was a one-sided display of dominance, with Li Si twisting Mai Quan's ear, scolding him. You better explain yourself. Mai Quan, have you been harboring ulterior motives towards me? Ow. Be gentle, my wife. What I did hardly qualifies as ulterior motives. Just ask Lin Gu. Please spare my ear. As Lin Yu donned an apron, he nonchalantly remarked, Indeed, what you did is not ulterior motives. It's simply lust at first sight. Quite bold of you, Mai Quan, to even refer to her as your wife. Li Si's face flushed crimson. Who is his wife? This scoundrel took advantage of my drunken state to book a hotel room. Now I'm stuck outside the dorm. Ma, if you don't clarify things today, we are far from finished. Lin Yu shrugged. It seemed the tables had turned, with my Kwan's penchant for banter now firmly in Li Si's grasp. Li Si, don't go too far. If you keep this up, I'll retaliate. Li Si smirked. Oh, you've grown bold. Pray tell, how do you intend to retaliate? My Kwan's face turned beet red. Do you believe I would drug you? And Lin Yu sputtered, spraying water as both Li Si and my Kwan gawked at him. My apologies. Please continue. Li Si, suddenly realizing the implications, quickly withdrew her hand, casting a fierce glare at my Kwan. If you truly did anything to me last night. You are finished, my Kwan. My Kwan, grinning sheepishly. How could I? I would wait until you were sober before. Li Si erupted in fury. You scoundrel. I will have my revenge. Seeing the storm brewing, my Kwan made a hasty retreat, with Li Si hot on his heels. Lin Yu, sipping his drink, mused. It appears that my Kwan is truly beyond redemption. The two engaged in playful pursuit for some time, until they both leaned against the bar, panting heavily. Remember this. If you ever... Oh, I'm exhausted. You're in for it. My Kwan, also catching his breath, declared earnestly, no matter how much you hit me, I will make you my wife. I adore you. Lin Yu blinked in surprise. Oh my, has my Kwan truly gone all in? Li Si paused momentarily, falling silent and moving to the bar to prepare ingredients for the afternoon customers. My Kwan, puzzled, courteously approached Li Si. Are you upset? Li Si. Noticing her lack of response, my Kwan's eyes darted, and he gingerly wrapped his arms around her waist, only to be met with a menu crashing down on his head. I told you not to touch me here. Are you deaf or just foolish? My Kwan wore an expression of despair, feeling as though all his efforts had been in vain. Yet, Lin Yu merely shrugged. You fool. Why not find another place to be affectionate? My Kwan. Li Si, however, remained silent, diligently preparing the ingredients, while from my Kwan's vantage point, he could see that Li Si's ears had turned a delightful shade of red. Chapter 80. Prelude to the journey, as the saying goes. Those in the thick of it are often blind to the truth, while outsiders see clearly. Lin Yu could only marvel at my Kwan's fortunate turn of events, as he had surprisingly managed to win over Li Si so swiftly. Initially, Lin Yu had assumed that, given my Kwan's character, it would take a considerable amount of time for their relationship to deepen. Yet, he was taken aback by how audacious my Kwan had become, directly taking Li Si to a hotel room. Indeed, it seemed that he had matured significantly during this period. By the way, isn't there a class with Strawberry today? Why hasn't she shown up yet? Lin Yu glanced at the schedule, his curiosity piqued. After the blunder he made last night, Strawberry must be utterly embarrassed and probably doesn't dare to face you, Li Si remarked with a hint of annoyance. You already have seen your Bai. Why do you still feel the need to provoke our Strawberry? Lin Yu felt a twinge of guilt, acknowledging that his actions had indeed been rather unscrupulous. Li Si sighed. I've advised her as well, but this girl is quite stubborn. She's willing to play the role of the other woman without realizing what kind of spell you've cast upon her. Please don't say that about Senior Lin. A timid voice chimed in, and Strawberry, her cheeks flushed, walked in. It's all my fault. You still defend him? Li Si exclaimed, exasperated. Senior Lin, if you dare to bully our Strawberry, I will not let this go. How could I possibly bully her? She's the one who bullies me. Lin Yu replied helplessly. Strawberry's face turned crimson, aware that Lin Yu was referring to her bold actions from the previous night. Senior Lin, she stammered, I was wrong. Lin Yu quickly approached her with soothing words, alleviating her embarrassment. As Strawberry entered to change into her work uniform, she had just removed her outer jacket when a hand reached out to her. Zhang Miao was startled, almost screaming, but Lin Yu swiftly covered her mouth. It's me. Strawberry blushed deeply, exclaiming, Senior Lin, I'm changing. Lin Yu blinked innocently, but you've only taken off your jacket. Strawberry, flustered, retorted that. Strawberry can be shy too. Please don't look. I'm not here to watch you change. I merely wanted to discuss something else. Lin Yu said, scratching his nose. After hearing Lin Yu's account, Strawberry eyed him with skepticism. Surely, Senior Lin isn't so fickle-hearted. Wanting to pursue Lin Songyun as well? Lin Yu was at a loss for words. Strawberry, do I seem like the type to incessantly chase after girls? Well, Strawberry replied hesitantly. So, does that mean you want me to help you talk to Senior Lin? I can't just sit idly by and watch our dorm leader face disciplinary action and risk failing to graduate. If you know someone who is acquainted with Lin Songyun, that would be even better. Seeing Strawberry's doubtful gaze, Lin Yu quickly added, hey, I genuinely have no intentions towards Lin Songyun. Having Youyou and you is more than enough for me. Strawberry pondered, biting her finger. I suppose I can inquire. It seems that Senior Songyun is a local, so I might have friends who know her. Before she could finish, she noticed Lin Yu's gaze lingering on her hand, causing her to fumble. Senior Lin, you must be thinking something inappropriate. Stop that. Absolutely not. Lin Yu hastily waved his hands. I am a respectable person. I would never entertain such thoughts just because you're biting your finger. Ugh, forget that. Strawberry, thoroughly embarrassed, shoved Lin Yu out of the changing room. Senior Lin, you must leave. Strawberry needs to change. Lin Yu muttered under his breath. You make me sound like a lecherous man. The bookstore continued to thrive, as always. However, the profits no longer belonged to my Mang. It remained unclear what kind of agreement existed between my Mang and Bai Youyou. In any case, the bookstore had now become a property of the Bai family. Now that it was a part of his own family business, Lin Yu was more dedicated than ever. With the National Day holiday approaching, the store would close for the break. Seizing the last weekend before the holiday, Lin Yu organized a summary meeting at the store where, apart from the summary, the primary agenda was to distribute bonuses. Each person received nearly a month's worth of bonuses, and Li Si and Strawberry were particularly excited, as a sum exceeding 1,000 yuan was quite significant for students. With the holiday arriving tomorrow, Lin Yu announced, given our prosperous business in the first half of the semester, I propose we organize a trip with the store covering the expenses. Participation is optional. Those interested can sign up with me, and family members are welcome. The statement, however, was somewhat hollow, as there were hardly any family members associated with the Qing Mang bookstore. All had been absorbed into the inner circle. Mai Quan's expression shifted abruptly. Senior Lin, are you inviting my sister along? Lin Yu nodded affirmatively. Of course. Although manager, Mai has stepped away from the bookstore's management. He remains a part of the team from the first half of the semester. Mai Quan hestiga. Hot. I should just skip it. Li Si shot him a pointed look. If you don't go, I will still accompany Strawberry. Are you going or not? Little Gio could only smile. Of course I'm going. Who says I'm not? I will definitely participate. With that, Li Si let up on him and turned to whisper to Strawberry. Hey, this trip is an opportunity, you know? Strawberry, confused, asked, what do you mean? You're not going to let your beloved Senior Lin slip away, are you? Li Si's scheming nature reared its head again, offering dubious advice. Strawberry blushed deeply. I'm just giving Senior Lin a chance to pursue me. Yes, that's it. I won't let him harm me. Then Strawberry caught the skeptical look on Li Si's face. Dear sister, perhaps you should take a look in the mirror and see your current expression. It practically screams, Senior Lin, would you like to date me? I'm super sweet and free. Feeling guilty under Li Si's gaze, Strawberry quickly turned away, only to meet Lin Yu's knowing eyes. I won't be so easy to get. She huffed, realizing her words seemed ineffective against Lin Yu, who merely grinned at her. This Strawberry truly appeared to be quite easy to tease. Lin Yu's thoughts began to wander down a rather mischievous path. Chapter 81. I'm not a player. Lin Yu sometimes perceives himself as rather despicable. Despite having Bai Youyou by his side, he should have simply avoided the advances of Strawberry, yet he finds himself unable to do so. Whenever Strawberry gazes at him with those soulful eyes, his heart races uncontrollably. Reason may deceive, but the heartbeat does not lie. Thus, his relationship with Strawberry remains ambiguous. While they could be considered lovers, there is no formal acknowledgement of their bond. And to deny their relationship would be disingenuous, for they have embraced and kissed, albeit Strawberry attributes it to the influence of alcohol. The thought of being seen in public alongside both Bai Youyou and Strawberry is tantalizing, a spectacle of flamboyance. As Bai Youyou stepped out of her home that afternoon, coinciding with her last day of classes, she noticed a vehicle trailing her. Curious, she paused by the roadside to discern the identity of her follower, only to discover it was her father. Her demeanor turned frosty. Miss, Haiming exited the vehicle to open the door for Bai Ning. The father and daughter exchanged glances for a considerable duration before Bai Ning finally spoke. Are you still sulking against the family? The tone had long since lost its former rigidity. Bai Youyou furrowed her brow, perplexed. She understood her father to be a cold and obstinate man. Once he made a decision, it was nearly impossible for him to alter it. His disapproval of Lin Yu was unwavering, and he would never yield. This was the essence of Bai Ning, the hallmark of his leadership at the Bai Corporation. I am not sulking, Bai Youyou replied, shaking her head. I have stated my resolve. I shall marry no one but Lin Yu. The family's opposition and lack of blessings have led me to bear the consequences of my choice. Bai Ning sighed, acknowledging the undeniable resemblance in their stubbornness. Your mother has spoken to me. Although I remain skeptical of that impoverished boy, I am willing to grant him an opportunity. Bai Ning's tone turned colder. To enter the Bai family, one must present suitable assets. I'm not advising you. I am merely stating that marriage is a significant commitment. Hastily surrendering oneself can lead to dire consequences. Bai Youyou retorted, then you need not concern yourself. I alone can gauge my happiness. As it appeared the argument was about to reignite, Haiming interjected gently, Miss, the master is only looking out for your well-being. Bai Youyou shook her head firmly. If he truly wishes for my well-being, he should respect my choices. Bai Ning scoffed. Survival requires sustenance. Tell me, with your current bookstore, can you support yourself? You may one day have children. These are tangible issues. Moreover, what if the bookstore ceases to exist? Bai Youyou's expression shifted. This was an overt threat. With the power of the Bai Corporation, dismantling a small bookstore would be effortlessly achievable. You're ultimately a daughter of the Bai family. Bai Ning stated flatly, I do not intend to threaten you. I am merely laying out a fact. Bai Youyou scoffed, just as she was about to respond. A sleek sports car pulled up. A woman, as cold as ice, emerged from the vehicle. Haiming tensed, sensing a palpable threat emanating from her. Master, be cautious. Her intentions may not be benign. Haiming warned, positioning himself defensively, ready to act should the woman exhibit any dangerous behavior. Who are you? The woman asked coolly. Who I am is of little consequence, but threatening me, young mistress, is not a wise choice. Young mistress? Bai Youyou was momentarily taken aback, having never encountered this woman. Yet her instincts suggested she was an ally. Bai Ning's expression shifted as well, realizing he had misjudged the situation. Did Lin Yu send you? Bai Youyou inquired. Ling Han shook her head. My instructions are simply to protect those important to the young master, but this is not a command from him. Bai Youyou was taken aback, realizing that her husband had somehow become a young master. Noticing her confusion, Ling Han stated coldly, You will understand in due time. For now, I can escort you away. After contemplating, Bai Youyou sent Lin Yu a message and turned to her father. Father, if you truly care for my well-being, please consider my perspective. Miss, let us depart. With that, Bai Youyou entered the sports car with Ling Han, leaving Bai Ning and Haiming in stunned silence. What has happened? Bai Ning's face darkened. Haiming shook his head, uncertain. But that woman is exceedingly dangerous. If she were to act, I cannot guarantee your safety. Bai Ning's expression changed dramatically. Hearing Haiming, who had always been a steadfast protector, speak so gravely about another individual was unprecedented. Haiming maintained his composure, yet internally he felt relieved. He had no desire to resort to violence against Bai Youyou, whom he had watched grow up. Upon entering the vehicle, Bai Youyou received a text from Lin Yu, which brought her a sense of relief. Thank you, Miss Ling Han. Ling Han shook her head. This is merely part of my duties. No need for thanks. Bai Youyou sighed. In her previous life, Lin Yu had ended up alone, never finding his parents. However, this time, the course of events was entirely different from her memories, rendering much of her prior experience irrelevant. Can you reveal Lin Yu's true identity? Bai Youyou asked. Ling Han replied coldly. This is a matter for him and his father. It is best left for Lin Yu to disclose. Bai Youyou nodded, and Ling Han escorted her to the entrance of Qingmu. She had many questions for Lin Yu, yet after hesitating for what felt like an eternity, she ultimately set her phone down. Seeking answers now seemed futile. Fate had already shifted, and she could only navigate one step at a time. With a playful tone, she texted Lin Yu. I suppose you are quite happy with a beautiful female driver, right? Lin Yu replied. I'm truly not a player, okay? Chapter 82. Mastery breeds skill. Bai Youyou often claims that she does not experience jealousy. Yet in reality, every time Lin Yu returns home a little later than usual or shares a moment with Chao Mei, the two inevitably engage in playful banter into the late hours. Reading the messages from Bai Youyou, Lin Yu could only manage a wry smile, foreseeing another night of exertion ahead. Although both of them relished the process, it invariably left him with a sore back. Lin Yu arose early, for today marked the first day of the bookstore's holiday, coinciding with an organized trip that would last 3 days and 2 nights, a delightful benefit for the staff. As the bookstore's owner, Bai Youyou was naturally required to attend, and the group had arranged to meet at the bookstore's entrance. The assembly was quite formidable, comprising Lin Yu and Bai Youyou, alongside Li Si, Chao Mei, and Mai Quan. To Lin Yu's dismay, upon arriving at the bookstore, he discovered that Mu Sheng had accompanied Mai Meng as well. As soon as Bai Youyou spotted Mu Sheng, her expression shifted to one of possessiveness. Lin Yu quietly remarked, "I truly did not invite Sister Mu Sheng." He was not lying. Mu Sheng was not technically a part of the bookstore team, having come as Mai Meng's friend. Upon seeing Mu Sheng, Bai Youyou instinctively wrapped her arm around Lin Yu's shoulder, as if to declare him off limits. Mu Sheng remained unfazed, being older than both Lin Yu and Bai Youyou, thus not inclined to engage in rivalry. The vehicle provided by Mai Meng was spacious enough to accommodate everyone comfortably. With their luggage in tow, the group boarded the vehicle, while Mai Quan and Li Si behaved like mere acquaintances, likely wishing to conceal their true relationship from Mai Meng. Chao Mei and the campus belle, Bai Youyou, seated themselves on either side of Lin Yu, effectively precluding any attempt by Mu Sheng to join in the fun, which elicited a bitter smile from Lin Yu. He could comprehend Bai Youyou's vigilance towards Mu Sheng, as it was clear that Xiao Jiao had likely let slip something previously. However, he found it utterly perplexing why Chao Mei felt emboldened to act so intimately with him in the vehicle. In the past, Chao Mei would never have exhibited such affection in Bai Youyou's presence. With her cheeks flushed, Chao Mei delicately peeled a grape and offered it to Lin Yu, who was immediately met with Bai Youyou's hand reaching for the grape seed he spat out. It was a display of comprehensive service. Mai Meng, finding the situation amusing, nudged Mu Sheng's arm, saying, "See, you become the focal point of conflict." Mu Sheng retorted playfully, "I won't stoop to the level of a young girl. It feels as though I am set on devouring Lin Yu." Mai Meng, with a teasing smile, suggested, "Shall I call that young man over for you?" After a moment's contemplation, Mu Sheng declined, stating, "No need. My charm does not require assistance from external sources." Before she could finish, Mai Meng gaily called out, "Little Lin, could you come here for a moment? I find myself missing you." The atmosphere grew tense. Bai Youyou and Chao Mei simultaneously placed their hands on Lin Yu's waist. "What is this? Has young Master Lin entangled himself with Mu Sheng, and now even Mai Meng has fallen under his spell?" Lin Yu nearly erupted, feeling aggrieved by Mai Meng's antics. Was she not merely pouring oil on the flames? Bai Youyou whispered into Lin Yu's ear, "Little Lin, you truly have no restraint. It's one thing to be involved with a star like Sister Mu Sheng, but now you're even attracting a mature and intellectual woman like Mai Meng." Chao Mei nodded in agreement. "Indeed, Little Lin, you are becoming quite the flirt." Lin Yu found himself at a loss for words, casting a fierce glare at Mai Meng, who, in turn, broke from her usual composed demeanor to wink at him. Suddenly, both Bai Youyou and Chao Mei took action, causing Lin Yu to yelp in surprise. Nearly leaping from his seat, Mai Meng laughed heartily, wrapping her arms around Mu Sheng's shoulders and whispering, "How delightful is this?" Mu Sheng sighed, "Please, do not torment him further. This only breeds resentment." Xiao Jiao gazed on with envy, thinking that Lin Yu was indeed quite the charmer, embracing both left and right, even daring to flirt with his own sister, a true warrior. "Isn't it enviable?" A soft voice murmured in his ear. Xiao Jiao instinctively nodded. "Who wouldn't he be?" "Oh, be gentle." Li Si gritted her teeth, declaring, "If you dare to imitate that Lin fellow, I swear I'll kick you." Xiao Jiao quickly reassured, "How could that be? My heart belongs solely to you. I swear, I only cherish my dear wife." Li Si's cheeks flushed, "Get lost. How shameless. Who is your wife?" Xiao Jiao cast a glance at Lin Yu, pondering why Bai Youyou and Chao Mei treated him with such tenderness, while his own girlfriend was so fierce. Nevertheless, he accepted his choice and resolved to endure. "I assure you, There is nothing between me and Sister Mu Sheng or Sister Mai Meng. Lin Yu lamented. Am I truly that much a flirt? Bai Youyou and Chao Mei exchanged knowing glances, recalling a certain photograph from the future, and nodded in unison. Indeed. Lin Yu exclaimed. When did you two become so synchronized, standing together like this? However, pondering the past agreement between Bai Youyou and Zhang Miao, he fell into deep thought. This fellow had a rather troublesome habit of unconsciously seeking out objects to grasp when lost in contemplation. As he sat between Bai Youyou and Zhang Miao, his hand inadvertently slipped into the neckline of both girls. While Bai Youyou was somewhat accustomed to their close proximity, Zhang Miao was still a virtuous maiden. The moment Lin Yu's hand ventured in, she gasped softly, her neck flushing crimson and goosebumps rising across her skin. Though Chao Mei instinctively seized Lin Yu's hand to prevent any mischief, Lin Yu's grip had already found its way to soft warmth. Poor Chao Mei felt her strength drain away. And only then did Lin Yu realize, quickly apologizing, I'm so sorry. Chao Mei whispered then, Little Lin, could you please retract your hand? All this stems from a mastery that breeds skill. Lin Yu hastily withdrew his hand, but Bai Youyou, her face flushed, nestled closer, exuding a flirtatious charm. Zhang Miao, witnessing Bai Youyou's acceptance, hesitated before shyly suggesting, well, Little Lin, perhaps you should come back in. Chapter 83. The hot spring villa. The sight of little Strawberry, embodying the essence of a dutiful wife, evoked a pang of sorrow in Bai Youyou. This girl had suffered immensely in her past life, and it seemed that in this life she had not escaped similar fates. Does she not understand the virtue of modesty? Yet, in truth, Bai Youyou herself appeared to lack such restraint. In her previous life, she had been delivered directly into the hands of disaster. No more touching. You lecherous rogue. Bai Youyou withdrew her hand from Lin Yu's grasp, refusing to allow him to bask in her warmth any longer. This scoundrel, having savored the moment, even dared to squeeze. Lin Yu rubbed his nose, but both Bai Youyou and Strawberry flushed with embarrassment. Did he dare to sniff? Is he a pervert? Lin Yu wore a helpless expression, wondering if they would believe him if he claimed he was merely touching his nose. Such flirtation unfolded discreetly. Aside from Zhang Miao and Bai Youyou's reddened faces, no one else seemed to notice anything amiss. In this enchanting, thrilling, and slightly naive atmosphere, the car finally reached its destination. How beautiful! The vehicle traversed a tunnel and ascended a winding mountain road, revealing a magnificent expanse of snow-capped peaks. The Pingyu Snow Mountain, the largest in northern Pingzhou, stood as a renowned tourist destination, perpetually blanketed in snow, with its hot springs being a unique marvel of the region. Strawberry took out her DSLR to capture the moment, one of her few passions, photography. Lin Yu had previously seen her photographic works, which were indeed impressive. As the car climbed higher, the temperature gradually dropped. Fortunately, everyone was well prepared, making it unlikely for anyone to catch a chill. Due to the National Day holiday, the mountain was bustling with visitors, even causing some traffic congestion. However, such delays would be expected during outings. As they approached the latter part of the mountain road, the number of vehicles diminished, leading them finally to the inn they had booked. The innkeeper was shrouded in mystery, according to Mai Meng. It was generally not open to the public, and reservations had to be made in advance to visit. Lin Yu felt a twinge of frustration, sensing that his frugal father had made these ventures rather inaccessible. As the group disembarked, Mai Meng inhaled deeply and remarked, "The air is truly refreshing. This place is not easy to access. Lin Yu, did you really splurge this time?" Lin Yu, as was his habit, spoke candidly. "Actually, I didn't spend any money. This place was booked by Ling Han, but the specific arrangements were made by Lin Pingan, likely in an attempt to foster a closer bond between father and son." They were greeted by a middle-aged woman, exuding warmth and kindness, embodying the poised elegance that Mai Meng aspired to. However, it was evident that her stature surpassed Mai Meng's by a considerable margin. Mai Meng suddenly realized that the sly Lin Yu had likely concealed many matters from her, appearing rather pretentious. Yet, she chose not to confront him directly. It would be better for Lin Yu to reveal his secrets in due time. Digging deeper into their relationship was not appropriate, as they were, in essence, an employer and an employee. The middle-aged woman led the group into the villa, and they soon discovered a hidden paradise, featuring a rare outdoor hot spring steaming invitingly. Towering behind them was the majestic Bai Youyou snow mountain, creating a scene of profound beauty. One could imagine that engaging in a game of Go here would be an exquisite affair. Lin Yu, having emerged from an orphanage, was oblivious to such nuances, while my Meng and Bai Youyou, both from affluent backgrounds, could discern the intricacies and heritage embedded in the surroundings. Even the paintings and floral arrangements at the entrance were exquisite, suggesting a significant investment had been made. As they entered the courtyard, they noticed servants occasionally passing by, indicating that the enigmatic owner of the villa had gone to great lengths to prepare for their enjoyment. Lin Yu, unable to fully appreciate these details, nonetheless found the place agreeable. The main hall featured a large floor-to-ceiling window, offering a view of the Bai Youyou snow mountain, while the Tsang River flowed below, its currents vigorous during the plentiful water season, creating a striking ambience. The rooms had already been assigned. Bai Youyou and Lin Yu shared one, while Zhang Miao and Li Si occupied another. Poor Mai Quan was left to sleep alone, for Mai Meng would never allow her brother to share a room with her. Of course, whether Xiao Jio would attempt a nighttime visit to Li Si remained uncertain. After settling their luggage, it was time for lunch. They gathered in the dining hall, which also featured grand windows, though the sound of rushing water was absent. The distant mountains resembled a picturesque painting, inviting contemplation. Mai Meng wandered through the villa, finally comprehending the true meaning of a hidden paradise, and remarked with a smile, "Little Lin, you're not being honest. You possess such resources." Lin Yu sighed with a wry smile. "I genuinely had no idea. To be honest, I'm quite bewildered right now." Bai Youyou's beautiful eyes flickered with curiosity. Lin Yu had not shared this matter with her, suggesting he had his reasons. "I inquired with a friend about this place. It is said that the owner invested an entire 100 million to create this villa." Mai Meng elegantly lifted a glass of fine wine and added, "Staying here for a day costs about 5,000. Xiaojio, if you come for a day, that's your entire month as salary gone." As they spoke, the dishes were served. The Chinese cuisine was exquisitely presented, likely crafted by an exceptional private chef. Zhang Miao gazed longingly at the snow-capped mountains, wishing to forego her meal for a chance to photograph them. Bai Youyou sat beside Lin Yu, engaging in conversation while eating, though her behavior grew increasingly provocative. While her demeanor at the table remained composed, beneath it, she teased Lin Yu, her beautiful leg brushing against him, leaving him with no respite. Lin Yu felt that dining with her was more exhausting than an intimate encounter at night, and he quickly pleaded for mercy. "Wife, please don't torment me. Can't we save this energy for later?" The campus beauty, Bai Youyou, smiled seductively. "I just want to collect some interest first. Let us eat first. After all, food is paramount." Lin Yu chuckled, seizing her foot playfully and giving it a gentle squeeze. Bai Youyou let out a muffled gasp and shone a glare. Her husband was far too brazen. After their meal, it was time for a group activity. They gathered in the hall, where Mu Xiang exclaimed that she wanted to play mahjong. Lin Yu had initially thought that such a refined place would not accommodate such pastimes. Yet, the middle-aged lady surprisingly produced a mahjong table from seemingly nowhere. Lin Yu had little interest in gambling. Thus, it was Mai Meng Bai Youyou and Mu Xiang who engaged in the game, while Xiao Jio served tea, and Lin Yu strolled with Strawberry to explore the villa. In her innocent naivety, Strawberry began to realize that her senior Lin Yu was no longer the same orphan she once knew. He possessed a different aura. It was difficult to describe whether it was light or dark. Rather, it resembled a fusion of both, a silent gray, holding secrets and thoughts that he no longer felt compelled to share. Lin Yu's presence, in a sense, symbolized his reconciliation with his estranged father, even though that had not been his original intention. Chapter 84. Lin Yu's desire for reward as the two wandered through the courtyard. The sounds of flowing water and rustling wind filled the air. Lin Yu reflected, having endured a life of hardship in my youth, where I often subsisted on rice mixed with soy sauce and occasionally went hungry at the orphanage, I find it quite disconcerting to indulge in this so-called refined lifestyle now. Strawberry gingerly linked her arm with Lin Yu's, striving to shield their intimate connection from onlookers, despite the fact that their ambiguous relationship was common knowledge. Yet, It would be unfair to say that. Senior Lin displayed remarkable adaptability, unlike Strawberry, who might have been overwhelmed by such a sudden change in circumstances. Gazing at the majestic Pingyu snow mountain, Lin Yu remarked, "It is indeed easier to descend from frugality to extravagance than to revert from extravagance to frugality. I must admit, the presence of that miserly old man has allowed me to vent my frustrations." Strawberry, not fully comprehending Lin Yu's words, likely related to Bai Youyou, merely pursed her lips and gently placed her hand atop his. Lin Yu chuckled. "Did you not promise me a chance to pursue you? Why do you seem to be giving up so easily now?" "That's not it. I'm just a bit cold." Zhang Miao interjected with a huff. "Senior Lin, your hands are so warm." Lin Yu, remaining non-committal, sighed. "If Lin Xine were here, she would surely jump on my back, just like in the orphanage." Strawberry chimed in. "Xin is quite the brother con. She might even be a bit of a Yandere." "Senior Lin, do take care." Lin Yu burst into laughter. "They say literary men look down on each other. I believe it's the girls who truly belittle one another. When you heard Lin Xin discussing her home services, why did you not label her a brother con then?" Zhang Miao's cheeks flushed red. "No more talk of home services." She didn't understand that at the time. "Senior Lin, you're a rogue, always teasing Strawberry. Am I still a rogue after washing your hair?" Lin Yu teased. Strawberry blushed deeply. "Stop talking about that. Just stop." Lin Yu embraced her, allowing Strawberry to squirm in his arms as he mused. "I previously lacked ambition, merely wishing to graduate, find a job, and earn a living. Yet, I was nearly coerced by Bai Youyou into obtaining a marriage certificate, becoming her husband." Strawberry whispered. "That was because Youyou was swift. Otherwise, you would have already belonged to Strawberry." "Ha ha! Strawberry, you've been corrupted by Bai Youyou," Lin Yu laughed, gently holding her hand and saying, "I have no reason not to cherish a girl who stands against her own family for me." Strawberry's face flushed, burying her head in Lin Yu's embrace as he opened his coat, enveloping her completely. She softly whispered in his ear, "What Youyou can achieve, Strawberry can too, and even better." Lin Yu held Strawberry close, choosing silence in response. Curiously, among the four girls playing mahjong, it was Mushing who emerged victorious. Despite her lack of expertise with high cards, one could only attribute it to the good fortune of a novice. Upon returning to the hall, Lin Yu and Zhang Miao found the game just concluded, with servants tidying up the mahjong table. Mushing was on the phone with her company, indicating that previous matters were far from resolved. After hanging up, Mushing complained, "The people at the company are truly inflexible." Mai Meng inquired, "What is the matter?" They said they won't release the album for In the Name of the Father, and they're unwilling to proceed with distribution unless I secure the copyright. Mushing glanced at Lin Yu, her voice filled with concern. "What should we do now?" Lin Yu shrugged nonchalantly. "Do as you wish. It matters not to me." "Aren't they merely trying to pressure you into obtaining the copyright for me?" Mushing, agitated, replied, "But I don't want to give it to them. It would ultimately be a loss for you." Lin Yu smiled. Many situations are ambiguous in terms of profit and loss. Bai Youyou pinched Lin Yu. "No, clever wordplay. What's really going on?" Mushing chuckled. "Bai Youyou, it seems you are quite ignorant of your talented husband. The songs he writes leave our company as composers feeling disheartened. And yet you remain so oblivious?" Bai Youyou pouted, snuggling against Lin Yu. "Husband, when did you learn to write songs?" Lin Yu felt a headache coming on. He couldn't very well say he had dreamt it, lest he be branded a heretic. He could only respond, "I possess extraordinary talent." Bai Youyou, dissatisfied, exclaimed, "Husband, how could your first song not be for me?" Lin Yu retorted, "What kind of awful line is that? My firsts are all for you." He grinned mischievously, flooring the accelerator. Bai Youyou was taken aback. "Why can you so shamelessly discuss such topics?" Indeed, once Lin Yu became casual, Bai Youyou struggled to maintain her composure, playfully hitting her husband. Lin Yu seized her hand and placed it on his thigh, prompting Bai Youyou to become docile again. Little Jiao observed enviously, lamenting Lin Yu's extraordinary luck. Why were these girls so compliant? Reflecting on his girlfriend's fiery temper only deepened his sorrow, especially since he hadn't even held her hand yet and had faced the wrath of Li Si for mere teasing. Mushing watched the affectionate couple with a smile, suddenly struck by an idea. "Hey, little ghost, why not write a song for your wife?" Bai Youyou's eyes sparkled with interest as she turned to Lin Yu. This was actually a trap set by Mushing if Lin Yu failed to deliver. Bai Youyou would undoubtedly grow envious. She had realized that Bai Youyou was far from as magnanimous as she appeared, and Mushing was curious about why she was so friendly with Zhang Miao. Noticing Bai Youyou's eager gaze, Lin Yu pondered, writing a song is no issue, but what do I gain from it? Bai Youyou feigned a pout. Husband, do you not love your dear wife? Must there be a reward? Lin Yu playfully pinched her nose, whispering in her ear, it's simple. I'll write you a song, and tonight you'll take care of me. How does that sound? Bai Youyou shivered slightly, her eyes sparkling with uncontainable affection. She teased, you bad boy, I'll 1T pay if I'm dissatisfied. Lin Yu laughed, well, I look forward to the night. With that, he called for paper and a pen from the waiter and began to write fluidly. Mai Mang and Mushing exchanged glances, wondering how much Lin Yu had kept hidden. Could writing a song truly be this effortless? Before long, Lin Yu finished the score and requested a guitar from the waiter. Bai Youyou was not surprised by his proficiency with the instrument, as he had learned during his time at the orphanage. His guitar skills were decent, enough to be tolerable. Lin Yu cast a teasing glance at Bai Youyou before strumming the strings. Chapter 85. Youth is a snowball fight. Mushing once remarked that Lin Yu possessed an exceptional vocal talent. If circumstances permitted, she had even contemplated signing him. This was now substantiated as he sang a song, causing Bai Youyou's cheeks to flush charmingly. Lin Yu set down his guitar and chuckled. Had I known, I wouldn't have sung. I made no impression at all. Bai Youyou responded with a sweet smile, gently kissing Lin Yu, her eyes shimmering as if on the verge of tears. Are we set for tonight? Lin Yu whispered into her ear. Bai Youyou blushed, playfully hitting him, yet offering no denial. Mushing sighed. Lin Yu, it would be such a pity if you don't pursue this path. Lin Yu shook his head. Sister Mushing, you've mentioned before that my looks are a limitation. Besides, the path I wish to tread is not here. A star or artist cannot contend with the powerful family behind Bai Youyou, nor would he wish to rely on Lin Pingyan's family influence. How would his estranged father perceive Bai Youyou then? After conversing for a while, Lin Yu suggested a stroll. The scenery of Pingyu Snow Mountain was splendid, yet they were near the summit, a place seldom visited by ordinary tourists. Although Bai Youyou was the official owner of the bookstore, when Lin Yu spoke, no one opposed. Thus, a group donned their warm clothing and, after informing the elegant middle-aged woman, they exited the courtyard. Bai Youyou and Zhang Miao took their positions flanking Lin Yu, walking along the winding road to the peak. Snow began to appear by the roadside, a rarity in Pingzhou, where the climate was typically sweltering, and winter seldom dipped below freezing. Lin Yu gazed at the mist-shrouded summit of Pingyu Snow Mountain, pondering how delightful it would be if Yai and Jiang Zhu could join this gathering. Li Si and Mai Quan lagged behind, seemingly wishing to avoid drawing attention from their sister. Mushing linked arms with Mai Mang, their gestures exuding the intimacy of best friends rather than lovers. At that moment, Mushing was undeniably stunning, simply standing on the observation deck, with a mist rising behind her and her long hair dancing in the wind. She resembled the goddess of the Luo River. Lin Yu was captivated until Bai Youyou playfully pinched him. Mai Mang appeared entranced, having not witnessed Mushing display such a demeanor in quite some time. Sensing the unusual gazes upon her, Mushing embraced Mai Mang and transformed into a flirtatious vixen. Ah, Mang Mang, my feelings for you are as unyielding as gold. Do you not think I am beautiful? Get lost, Mai Mang replied coldly, dismissing her with a glance. Mushing giggled, feeling as though she were infused with the essence of strawberries, innocent and vibrant like peonies in a garden. Oh, my flirtation is not aimed at you. Mai Mang spat, don't be lewd around me. Hey, Mushing slyly glanced at Lin Yu, who was grimacing under the playful torment of Bai Youyou and the strawberry girl. Mang Mang, were you just implying you're a cow? Mai Mang shot her a glare, while Mushing returned the look, their exchange reminiscent of childlike play. Lin Yu, exasperated, grasped the mischievous hands of Bai Youyou and the strawberry girl at his waist, striding forward to escape further torment. After another 20 minutes of walking, they arrived at a terrace, presumably a viewing platform created by the Pingyu Snow Mountain scenic area. Mushing suddenly proposed a snowball fight. In enthusiastic agreement, everyone crouched down to prepare snowballs. Before Lin Yu could finish his, a snowball hit him squarely on the head. He turned to see the strawberry girl beaming at him, seemingly in defiance. Hesitating to retaliate, he was soon pelted by Bai Youyou's snowball. Enraged, Lin Yu was about to grab a snowball when another hit him, this time from Musheng. As the three girls eagerly watched him, anticipating whom he would target, Lin Yu felt a shiver run down his spine. Why was there suddenly a battleground? He retaliated by throwing a snowball at Mai Meng, executing the throw with pinpoint accuracy. The three girls were taken aback. What does this mean? Is having three girls' admiration not enough? Now he asked, playing with younger girls? While the three girls pondered this, Li Si struck the strawberry girl with a snowball, followed quickly by Mai Meng, who was ambushed by her younger brother. Soon, chaos ensued as everyone engaged in a playful brawl. Thus, the girls lost track of whom Lin Yu was targeting, throwing snowballs at anyone within reach, laughter echoing through the mist, embodying the essence of youth. Mai Meng was the first to surrender, overwhelmed as Lin Yu and Xiao Jiu ganged up on her, opting to lean against the railing and observe. Lin Yu soon followed suit. Unable to withstand the combined efforts of Bai Youyou, Zhang Miao, and Musheng, he capitulated as well. Mai Meng leaned against the railing to light a cigarette, battling the mountain wind that thwarted her attempts. Lin Yu naturally shielded her from the gusts, ultimately allowing her to ignite the cigarette. Taking a deep drag, she squinted in satisfaction. A woman smoking exuded a different allure, embodying elegance and sophistication. Lin Yu leaned against the railing, wrinkling his nose, for he was not a smoker himself. Musheng was a child at heart, having been doted upon since childhood. A rising star with a smooth path ahead, it was difficult to imagine how she would handle adversity. Mai Meng exhaled a smoke ring, her expression indifferent. Lin Yu understood her silent reproach regarding his moral decline. Sister Musheng is a good person, he stated earnestly. Good people will surely enjoy lifelong peace. Mai Meng shot him a look, how klitsch. Lin Yu shrugged, I am but a mundane person. As the skirmish concluded, Xiao Jiu withdrew from the fray, leaving the remaining girls basking in their youthful exuberance, transforming the snow-covered terrace into a lively scene. Ultimately, they sprawled atop the snow piles. Lin Yu cautioned, be wary of catching cold. The ground is quite chilly. However, the four girls paid him no heed, lingering in the snow until they finally arose. Checking the time, Lin Yu noted it was past 5. Returning now should be just in time for dinner, he remarked. On the way back, Musheng suddenly suggested, how about we soak in a hot spring tonight? Co-ed bathing, of course. Chapter 86. Mixed bathing. The open-air hot spring, enveloped in steam, exuded a soothing ambience accompanied by the gentle sound of flowing water, allowing everyone to feel a sense of relaxation. Knowing in advance that they would be soaking in the hot springs, everyone had brought their swimwear, though even those who hadn't would have found provisions readily available. Given the luxurious service of this villa, the hot spring was divided into several small sections, each approximately 6 or 7 square meters. Lin Yu and Xiao Jiu occupied 2 adjacent sections, while the largest section remained unoccupied, reserved for the ladies. The two engaged in casual conversation when suddenly, the air was filled with the melodious sounds of laughter. Lin Yu looked up to see a group of fair-skinned legs. The girls paid no heed to the two men and directly entered the largest section, splashing into the water. The hot springs were beneficial for promoting blood circulation, and the girls frolicked in the water, creating a delightful spectacle. Xiao Jiu, filled with envy, contemplated shifting her position. If I were you, I wouldn't rush to join them, Lin Yu advised. Xiao Jiu, with a playful grin, replied, don't worry, just watch me. In an instant, the girls erupted in a cascade of water, leaving Xiao Jiu in a rather disheveled state. This is unfair, Mai Quan exclaimed. What's unfair about it? Did you not see that I remained unmoved? Lin Yu chuckled. Whoever approaches will suffer the consequences. You must wait for them to come to you. Reflecting on his girlfriend's personality, Mai Quan felt a wave of sadness wash over him. If Li Si were to approach him, he might as well gnaw on the stones by the pool. Strawberry sat in the hot spring, glancing anxiously towards Lin Yu's direction. Her frequent glances prompted a mix of irritation and amusement from Bai Youyou. Strawberry had always been of that disposition. She would undoubtedly fall under Lin Yu's charm. Are you eager to join him? Bai Youyou whispered in Strawberry's ear. Strawberry blushed and lowered her gaze, hesitant to respond. Recognizing her silent answer, Bai Youyou smiled and said, let us go together, sister. Wait, are we really going together? Strawberry stammered, stealing a shy glance at Lin Yu, who was also smiling back at her. The mere exchange of glances made Strawberry feel a rush of embarrassment. Bai Youyou, undeterred, took Strawberry's hand, and the two stood up from the hot spring. A cold breeze sent shivers down their spines. But they quickly wrapped themselves in towels and made their way to Lin Yu. Lin Yu was indeed enjoying a feast for the eyes. Bai Youyou had blossomed into a graceful beauty, especially after their intimate moments. She exuded a mature charm that epitomized the ideal wife. The soft curves of her figure were accentuated in her swimwear, making her stand out amidst the other girls. In contrast, Strawberry presented a different image, a bashful beauty, resembling a timid young bride. Clad in her swimsuit, she felt exposed before Lin Yu, her modesty overwhelming her with a sense of shame. She believed Lin Yu's gaze was lecherous, filled with inappropriate thoughts. Men are all such brutes. Feeling uneasy under Lin Yu's scrutiny, Strawberry hastily shed her towel and submerged herself, revealing only her neck and head, determined to hide her youthful curves beneath the water's surface, avoiding Lin Yu's gaze. Bai Youyou, on the other hand, confidently leaned against Lin Yu. Indeed, they were a couple forever entwined. Noticing Strawberry's bashful demeanor, Bai Youyou chuckled. "Weren't you just bold enough to suggest coming over? Why are you shy now?" Lin Yu interjected, "Don't tease Strawberry." Typically, whenever Bai Youyou was present, Strawberry refrained from any intimate gestures. Her mere presence was already a significant step for her. "Are you feeling sorry for her?" Bai Youyou playfully bit Lin Yu's ear, her figure emerging like a ripe peach from the water. Nearby, Li Si and Mai Meng watched with envy. Bai Youyou's proportions were striking, creating a powerful visual impact. The saying goes, where there's a curve, there's fire. And if Bai Youyou were a celebrity, she would undoubtedly be a sensation. Her exquisite face, flushed from the hot spring's warmth, radiated allure, embodying the beauty of her youth. "Of course, I care for both equally," Lin Yu replied with a smile. Bai Youyou mischievously suggested, "Then why not go ahead and feel Strawberry? She still has potential to be explored." Strawberry blushed fiercely. Lin Yu had already reacted to her enticing form, and as she nestled against him, she felt an urge to flee. But her arm was firmly grasped by Bai Youyou, who practically thrust her into Lin Yu's embrace. Lin Yu nearly lost his composure. In that moment, Strawberry found herself genuinely resting in his arms. Her face flushed as if it might drip with water. "Lin Yu is such a bad person," Strawberry thought as her body heated up, feeling soft and pliable against him. Her eyes, filled with shyness, also revealed hints of affection and admiration. Bai Youyou shook her head. "Strawberry, this is not appropriate. Your Lin Yu'll go mad." Strawberry's shyness intensified. Although she had thought about cooking, this was not the setting for such a notion. Surrounded by people in an open environment, overwhelmed by embarrassment, she felt an urge to resist, prompting Lin Yu to inhale sharply. This was all too exhilarating. "Strawberry, please don't move." He gritted his teeth. "You too, Bai Youyou, don't stir the pot. Or should you join us?" Bai Youyou playfully retorted, "Not a chance. This moment belongs to our little Strawberry." Sensing Lin Yu's impending breakdown, Strawberry seemed to make a decision, a rare glimmer of allure flickering in her eyes. Softly, she leaned closer to Lin Yu and whispered, "Lin Yu, would you teach Strawberry?" Upon hearing such a bold request from the previously bashful Strawberry, Lin Yu felt as if he might lose his mind. The stark contrast left him feeling like a beast, having led Strawberry to such a state. Chapter 87. On the issue of room soundproofing, as Lin Yu found himself in a precarious situation, another tall figure entered his bath. It was Mu Sheng. Lin Yu felt a surge of anxiety. Why was this celebrity here to disrupt his peace? Indeed, it was a disturbance. Upon seeing Mu Sheng, Bai Youyou immediately adopted a wary expression. The Strawberry, nestled in Lin Yu's embrace, also turned her attention toward Mu Sheng, her eyes glimmering with curiosity. Intrigued, Mu Sheng smiled and said, "I merely came to check the water temperature here. There's no need to be alarmed." Bai Youyou, feeling a tinge of jealousy, retorted, "Sister Mu Sheng, isn't this hot spring meant to be shared? What is there to check?" Sitting at the edge of the bath, Mu Sheng's long, fair legs swayed enticingly, seemingly attempting to capture Lin Yu's heart. "I'm just here to express my gratitude," Mu Sheng replied cheerfully, deftly sidestepping Bai Youyou's sharp gaze. Your Lin Yu has been quite the help, hasn't he? Right, little Lin Yu? Lin Yu was too intimidated to respond, with Bai Youyou by his side and the strawberry in his arms. Noticing Lin Yu's silence, Mu Sheng seemed unfazed and stood up, revealing an almost flawless silhouette. With Lin Yu's discerning eye, Mu Sheng's legs were undoubtedly a marvel. Too bad they were off limits. Just then, Bai Youyou playfully pinched Lin Yu's waist, exclaiming, "Still looking?" The strawberry, feeling a bit left out, pouted and asked Senior Lin, "Do you really like Sister Mu Sheng that much?" "Absolutely not. I don't, I swear." "Don't say such things," Lin Yu hastily denied. Yet the strawberry, feeling a twinge of rivalry, raised her lower body and playfully plopped down hard on Lin Yu. "Ugh, you mischievous senior, gazing at others while eating from your own bowl." The strawberry, feeling bold from her earlier actions, decided to shift away. Her cheeks flushed as she whispered with Bai Youyou. Lin Yu sighed in resignation, realizing that even the innocent little strawberry had begun to misbehave. It's not advisable to soak in hot springs for too long, as it can be detrimental to one's health. After waiting for his senses to settle, Lin Yu finally stood up. He had to admit, due to years of rigorous training and a disciplined lifestyle, his physique was quite remarkable. His well-defined muscles adorned his body and limbs, with his abs subtly visible. Mu Sheng playfully whistled, then turned, swaying her alluring hips as she left with my man. After taking a refreshing shower, Lin Yu donned a robe and entered the bedroom. The strawberry was on the bed, chatting with Bai Youyou. The two sisters appeared to be deep in conversation, with the strawberry looking quite bashful. Upon Lin Yu's entrance, the strawberry buried her head and tried to escape, but he caught her by the arm, saying, "You teased me in the bath, and now you want to run away?" The strawberry flushed deeply, attempting to struggle, but was swiftly pulled into Lin Yu's embrace, leaving her momentarily stunned. Bai Youyou was still present. With a gentle push, Lin Yu maneuvered the strawberry against the doorframe, closing the distance between them to mere inches. His warm breath brushed against her forehead, sending shivers down her spine and rendering her body weak. "Little Senior Lin." Lin Yu leaned closer, whispering mischievously in her ear, "Do you know, the more shy you are, the more I want to tease you?" The strawberry let out a soft whimper, especially when Lin Yu's voice reached her ear. She felt trapped in the room. "Mom, save me. Your daughter is about to become an adult." However, Lin Yu merely planted a gentle kiss on her forehead, softly advising, "Don't lose sleep over this." The strawberry trembled and dashed away like a startled deer. Lin Yu returned to the bed, where Bai Youyou was applying a face mask, chuckling, "Little strawberry will probably be captivated by you for life." "I feel guilty," Lin Yu replied with a wry smile, sensing that his actions might not be entirely appropriate. Bai Youyou reclined, removing her mask and wiping her face clean before snuggling under the covers. Lin Yu was taken aback. Bai Youyou was completely unclothed. Previously, she had never had the habit of sleeping naked at home. This revelation left Lin Yu parched, compounded by the myriad of tantalizing events that had just transpired in the hot spring, igniting his interest. Yet Bai Youyou turned to face him, completely unperturbed by her exposed state. Lin Yu muttered, "I'm sorry." Bai Youyou smiled seductively. "You know that's not what I want to hear right now." Lin Yu bit his lip. "I like you." "Are you sure?" "Wait, I meant to say I really like you. In fact, I love you." No matter how many times he professed it, Lin Yu often felt like he was the one being teased by Bai Youyou. Satisfied, she nodded and then rolled over, pinning him down. Because it was a holiday, Lin Yu indulged in a rare leisurely morning, while Bai Youyou rose early, meticulously dressing herself before leaving the bed. The morning air in the Pingyu Snow Mountain was still quite chilly, although the indoor temperature was comfortable, thanks to the heating. Seeing the breakfast items laid out in the common area, Bai Youyou decided to ignite the stove and prepare a meal. To this day, she had been diligently practicing her promise to cater to her husband's palate. However, recalling her own boldness and allure from the previous night, Bai Youyou began to wonder if she had been overly audacious. Moreover, she was uncertain about the soundproofing of the room. If any of their private moments were overheard, it would be utterly embarrassing. As she blushed while concurrently feeling proud, my Mang strolled in, yawning. "Good morning, Youyou. Last night was quite fiery, wasn't it?" Bai Youyou nearly collapsed from embarrassment. Could it be true that her fears of poor soundproofing were justified? "Please, let's not discuss that so early in the day," she protested, her cheeks aflame. "My mom poset taken abak. I was merely greeting you." "Wait, Did you two really have a steamy night? Absolutely not. Bai Youyou's ears turned crimson, as if they were about to bleed. Besides, we are married. Isn't it perfectly normal for couples to engage in such activities? My Meng seemed to ponder this, abandoning her usual poised demeanor to lean in closer to Bai Youyou, grinning mischievously. Hey, tell me, what was it like? Get away from me. When did you become such a rogue, my Meng? Just find a man of your own and experience it. My Meng shrugged. I would if I could. How about I borrow your Lin Yu? Chapter 88. When strawberries are planted, Bai Youyou's expression shifted slightly, her gaze wary as she observed my Meng. Although reason told her that nothing untoward would transpire between the two, she couldn't help but wonder. What if? Sister Meng, you are somewhat older, and I fear that Lin Yu's clumsiness might lead to an unpleasant experience for you. Perhaps it is best to refrain. In truth, my Meng was not yet 30, an age when a woman embodies her most captivating essence. However, Bai Youyou's remark about her age bore an undertone that struck deeply. No matter how magnanimous a woman may be, discussions surrounding age often provoke a hint of jealousy. With a smile, my Meng retorted, Not at all. An older sister knows how to cater to men better than many younger girls. Their playful banter, sharp as blades and veiled in wit, went unnoticed by all. Good morning. Sister. You too, Youyou. Mai Quan stifled a yawn as he entered the hall, pouring himself a glass of water, evidently having not slept well the night before. It was understandable, given that he had grown accustomed to the staff lounge. Bai Youyou prepared breakfast while my Meng assisted. Mai Quan, lacking culinary skills, could only partake in a meal. One by one, others began to rise. Strawberry, still bleary-eyed, wandered into the living room, having also had a restless night after an all-night conversation with Li Si, as close friends often do. Strawberry, could you wake Lin Yu? Bai Youyou noticed Strawberry's perplexed expression as she scanned the room, likely searching for Lin Yu. Strawberry hesitated, but eventually nodded. Lin Yu was still lost in slumber, though he had woken early, merely indulging in a brief return to sleep. Strawberry took the room key from Bai Youyou and opened the door, finding Lin Yu still nestled in bed. The morning light streamed in, casting a beautiful silhouette on his profile. Cautiously, she stepped into the room, standing by the bed, gazing at this boy who would one day become her boyfriend, her cheeks flushing with warmth. She playfully sat on the bed and pinched Lin Yu's nose. Now, it was just the two of them. Should she perhaps indulge a little? Just as Strawberry reveled in teasing Lin Yu, she suddenly noticed him awake, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Poor Strawberry nearly let out a scream, but Lin Yu seized her hand, pulling her into his embrace, resulting in an intimate contact with his bare torso. Have I caught a little thief? Lin Yu's gentle voice whispered in Strawberry's ear. My dear Strawberry, how should I punish this little thief? Strawberry was momentarily dazed, the scent of his masculine presence overwhelming her senses. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Am I becoming an adult? Please don't bully me, she stammered, her mind swirling with confusion. Lin Yu lightly kissed the delicate tip of her nose. Is this considered bullying? Strawberry remained silent, questioning why she had come to awaken Lin Yu for breakfast, and now found herself in this predicament. What would you think of her? Noticing her silence, Lin Yu grinned. Have I frightened my adorable little thief? Youyou asked me to wake you for breakfast, Strawberry responded softly, her voice melodious and captivating enough to charm any man. Lin Yu, undeterred, declared, before breakfast, I wish to savor a little dessert. With that, he leaned down, finding Strawberry's soft lips and pressed against them. Strawberry's head spun, her world tilting as the morning light filled the room. As is often the case in the morning, Lin Yu's excitement surged, and his hands began to roam across Strawberry's form, causing her breaths to quicken. However, just as they were becoming lost in their moment, a knock resounded at the door, abruptly restoring their composure. A multitude awaited them in the living room. Strawberry felt overwhelmed, fearing that if they emerged in this state, they would be the subject of ridicule, truly a social death. Entering the room was Bai Youyou, her gaze falling on Strawberry's slightly disheveled attire, her lips curling into a teasing smile. Little Strawberry, I specifically asked you to wake Lin Yu for breakfast, not to deliver breakfast to him. If you're not careful, you might find yourself as the meal. Strawberry's face flushed crimson, mortified at the thought of her earlier acquiescence to Lin Yu's advances. Lin Yu is far too mischievous. In a flurry, Strawberry dashed from Lin Yu's room, not daring to look back. Lin Yu chuckled awkwardly, the embarrassment palpable. Fortunately, Bai Youyou refrained from further teasing, simply reminding him that breakfast was ready before leaving the room. Lin Yu composed himself and joined the others in the living room. Bai Youyou had prepared part of the breakfast, while the rest was crafted by the chef from the other building. The spread was visually enticing and fragrant. Having expended considerable energy the previous night, Lin Yu was already quite hungry. The breakfast was simple, congee and various pastries, but refreshingly delicious, and everyone enjoyed it. Lin Yu devoured a basket of dumplings in one go. My Mang jested, "Looks like last night was quite lively. Little Lin must have expended quite a bit of energy." Bai Youyou's face turned beet red, hesitant to engage in banter about such topics in front of everyone. Lin Yu merely smiled, chewing on his food, and let the moment pass. Strawberry, her face aflame, lowered her gaze to her congee, trying to diminish her presence, fully aware that she too had been caught in my Mang's teasing. After breakfast, everyone prepared to head to the mountaintop for the view, a journey requiring a lengthy drive. As they boarded the vehicle, Li Si deliberately asked, "Hey, Strawberry, what happened to your neck?" "Oh, I see someone planted strawberries on you early this morning." Strawberry looked up, utterly bewildered, clearly unaware of what her friend was insinuating. With a mischievous grin, Li Si produced a mirror from her makeup bag and held it before Strawberry. To her dismay, Strawberry noticed numerous red marks adorning her neck, a sight that had not gone unnoticed by the others, who had simply chosen not to comment. Until now, when Li Si delivered a fatal blow. "I won't talk to you all. You're all so mean." Poor Strawberry dashed into the car, her cheeks burning with embarrassment. Chapter 89. A dance that captivates the city Xiaoming. Where are we now? Gazing out at the breathtaking view of the snow-capped mountains, Lin Yu suddenly inquired of Lin Xiaoming. "Master Lin, you are currently at Pingyu Snow Mountain, coordinates east longitude XXX, north latitude XXX, and altitude of 532 meters. Please be mindful of your blood oxygen levels." The altitude had already surpassed 4,000 meters. Without caution, one could easily succumb to altitude sickness. Fortunately, the vehicle was moving at a moderate pace, driven by an experienced hand familiar with the route, allowing the group to revel in both the scenery and comfort. Standing atop the observation deck, one felt a refreshing exhilaration as they gazed out over the vast expanse. The view was magnificent. The azure sky resembled a piece of blue jade, translucent and clear, instilling a profound sense of tranquility at a mere glance. The observation deck was bustling with visitors, for it was indeed the prime location to admire the splendor of Pingyu Snow Mountain. At around 10 in the morning, one could even discern the outline of Pingzhou City in the distance. The surrounding snow had been meticulously cleared by staff, revealing distinct lines of demarcation on the mountain ridges, alternating between shadow and light, creating an enchanting spectacle. How beautiful! Bai Youyou squinted slightly, feeling that this moment alone justified the journey, especially with Lin Yu by her side. The beauty of nature is amplified when shared with a beloved, Strawberries remarked casually, only then realizing that Lin Yu had intertwined his fingers with hers, his tenderness palpable. "Senior Lin is a bad person," Strawberries murmured softly, her cheeks tinged with crimson. Bai Youyou stood at the railing, the mountain breeze gently lifting her flowing hair, her bright eyes sparkling as she turned, exuding an allure that captivated those around her. "Dear sir, might I offer you a dance?" Bai Youyou gazed at Lin Yu, her demeanor graceful and enchanting. Lin Yu found himself momentarily entranced. This was no ordinary woman. Bai Youyou smiled coyly, shedding her outer garment to reveal her porcelain arms, and with a gentle smile directed at Lin Yu, her gaze was enough to bewitch the heart. Standing upon the high platform, every gesture seemed to transport Lin Yu back to the welcoming gala, where he first beheld the enchanting dancer. Without music, without accompaniment, and even lacking a proper stage, Bai Youyou's movements still mesmerized everyone at the mountaintop, leading them to believe that a celestial being had descended from the heavens. Her form was as ethereal as a startled swan, as graceful as a drifting dragon. The autumn chrysanthemums radiated brilliance, while the spring pines flourished. She resembled a light cloud obscuring the moon, or a gentle breeze stirring the snow. Suddenly, Lin Yu recalled a phrase from the dazzling culture of that blue planet in his mind. The beauty of a nation, the fragrance of heaven. As the dance concluded, the mountaintop erupted in enthusiastic applause. Unfazed by the attention, Bai Youyou gracefully approached Lin Yu. The mountain breeze had reddened her cheeks, and she sweetly exclaimed, "Darling, I am cold." Lin Yu promptly enveloped her in his embrace, and Bai Youyou, seizing the moment, wrapped her arms around his neck, rising on tiptoe to tenderly bestow a kiss. The crowd erupted into applause once more, accompanied by some playful whistles. Newcomers to the mountain cast puzzled glances at one another, wondering what had transpired, with some even speculating if someone had leapt from a cliff. My Mang stood beside Mu Sheng, chuckling. Bai Youyou's charm is unparalleled. "Sheng, your rival is indeed formidable." Mu Sheng rolled her eyes. "Whose side are you on? Why are you defending Bai Youyou?" After that dance, she went straight in for the kiss. "Would Strawberry or you have the courage to do the same?" Youyou has always known what she desires. What about you? My Mang shook his head. "You think being the third party is easy?" "Not so." Mu Quan observed the kissing couple with a hint of envy. Despite having confirmed his relationship with Li Si for quite some time, he felt weak, having only embraced her once and rarely even held her hand, let alone kissed her. Turning to Li Si's luscious lips, he swallowed hard. "What are you staring at?" Li Si immediately caught Xiao Jio's gaze and snapped at him. "In nothing. Just thinking how wonderful it is to have you by my side," Mu Quan replied sheepishly, scratching his head and grinning. His innocent demeanor stirred something in Li Si's heart. After a moment's thought, she commanded, "You come here." "Mu Quan." Li Si nearly dragged Mu Quan to a secluded spot beneath a tree, away from the crowd. "What's the matter?" Mu Quan asked, bewildered. Li Si glanced at the distant figures, all focused on Lin Yu and Bai Youyou, oblivious to their presence. "Stand still." Although perplexed, Mu Quan complied, eyeing Li Si, who was half a head shorter than him. Li Si fell silent for a moment before asking sternly, "Are you envious?" "Not at all. I have you. What is there to envy?" Xiao Jio hastily shook his head, fearful that a wrong answer would lead Li Si to push him off the edge. Li Si shot him a glare. "Do you want to kiss me?" Mu Quan nearly lost his mind. The question was far too perilous. If he answered affirmatively, would Li Si throw him off? Thus, the poor Xiao Jio could only respond with silence. Yet, unbeknownst to him, Li Si's earlobes had turned a deep crimson, resembling a delightful little fruit. "Come closer," Li Si suddenly instructed. Xiao Jio obediently took a step forward, and Li Si wrapped her arms around his neck, rising on tiptoe, their lips meeting. Soft, gentle, warm. Xiao Jio was momentarily stunned, exhilarated by Li Si's unexpected boldness. Though it felt somewhat like an involuntary kiss, it was rather delightful. In that moment, Mu Quan began to fervently thank Bai Youyou, had it not been for her audacious actions. Li Si might never have thought to pull him into this secluded corner for a kiss. Or rather, to have himself pinned against the wall by Li Si. The fleeting kiss did not last long. As Li Si admonished, "No thinking too much." "Do you hear me?" Xiao Jio quickly shook his head. "I wasn't thinking. That was all a misunderstanding." Can I ask a small question?" "What?" "Next time, can I use my tongue?" "You want there to be a next time?" Get lost. Chapter 90. Quite a sight, the excursion to the mountain top proved to be a delightful experience for everyone involved. Among Lin Yu's group, some gained the attention of certain young ladies. Others enjoyed tender kisses, while the majority served as spectators, feasting on an abundance of romantic gestures. At noon, they dined in the mountain's dining hall, where the cuisine was rather unremarkable, but sufficient to satisfy their hunger. Upon returning to their guest house, the group indulged in a brief afternoon nap. When Lin Yu finally roused from his slumber, it was already 4:30 in the afternoon. As he stirred, he intended to wake Bai Youyou, but upon lifting the covers, he was taken aback. The figure beside him was not Bai Youyou, but someone else entirely, Strawberry. Lin Yu found himself pondering the peculiar sensation of waking up to a different companion by his side. The sun was now casting its warm glow upon Strawberry's face, as the golden rays illuminated her delicate lashes, which seemed to shimmer. In her slumber, her eyes remained closed, and her rosy cheeks resembled ripe apples, exuding an irresistible charm. Her luscious lips parted slightly, and gentle breaths escaped her mouth, creating an enchanting tableau. Lin Yu's throat tightened as he leaned in closer, contemplating the audacity of kissing her. Was this not a tad excessive? Was it not somewhat questionable to take advantage of her vulnerability? His thoughts waged a battle. The left side of his mind urged him to proceed, proclaiming, "Go for it. Kiss her. She likes you anyway. So what is there to fear?" Meanwhile, the right side cautioned, "No, you should only kiss her when she is awake. This clandestine behavior is hardly appropriate." Just as Lin Yu's internal conflict intensified, he found himself drawing nearer to Strawberry's lips, with barely 10 centimeters separating them. He halted, not out of a sudden moral awakening, but simply due to the awkwardness of the moment. Strawberry, still in a dreamy state, stirred and blinked at the boy so close to her, momentarily perplexed by his presence. Then, in a half-asleep daze, she leaned forward and pressed her lips against Lin Yu's. Lin Yu was left dumbfounded. Was she truly this bold? After the kiss, she murmured, "This dream feels so real." With that, she rolled over, cocooning herself back in the blankets, leaving Lin Yu motionless in his astonishment. Had he just been kissed? The soft sensation of her lips lingered on his own, and he touched his mouth, finding it sweet. Indeed, Strawberry was sweet. Stepping out of the room, Lin Yu spotted Bai Youyou on the balcony, balancing on one leg, presumably practicing yoga. Her physique was striking, honed from years of dancing, and from Lin Yu's vantage point, he could admire her graceful, alluring silhouette. It was a rare sight, and he leaned against the doorframe, captivated by the beauty of his wife. Perhaps disturbed by Lin Yu's roguish gaze, Bai Youyou ceased her movements and shot him a playful look. "You naughty husband." Lin Yu smiled softly, approaching her from behind and wrapping his arms around her, complimenting, "Your figure is truly remarkable." Bai Youyou rolled her eyes, retorting, "You're just taking advantage of me, you rascal." Lin Yu laughed. "Is it wrong to appreciate my wife's body?" Bai Youyou playfully swatted away his mischievous hand. "You're getting more and more shameless." The Lin Yu I married was not like this. She reminisced about their early days of marriage when he was much more bashful, often startled by simply looking at her. Now, he felt free to touch her openly. "Ah, how men can change." Lin Yu declared earnestly, "This is all for you, my dear. Surely, you wouldn't want a dull husband who lacks charm? Who knows what you're truly thinking? Perhaps you're secretly trying to woo Sister Mushing behind my back." Lin Yu nearly choked on his own saliva, quickly denying, "That's not true. Don't overthink it. My relationship with Sister Mushing is not what you imagine." Bai Youyou huffed, "I don't believe you. Can you truly resist Sister Mushing's allure? She is a superstar, after all." Lin Yu acknowledged that perhaps he had indeed become a bit of a rogue, as his words flowed with surprising ease. Nevertheless, Bai Youyou seemed pleased with his response. After all, attitude is what truly matters. Meanwhile, Strawberry slowly awakened, staring at the ceiling in confusion, seemingly puzzled by the unfamiliarity of the room. After a few moments, realization dawned upon her. She was in Lin Yu's room. Wait, did she just engage in some rather inappropriate behavior? The thought overwhelmed her with embarrassment. I can't think about that. It must have been a dream. She buried her face in her hands, rolling back and forth on the bed, utterly mortified. "Strawberry, it's time for dinner." At that moment, Lin Yu entered the room, only to find Strawberry rolling around on his bed. The scene froze in that instant. Her attire was disheveled, her loose pajamas revealing far too much, and her cheeks were flushed with a vivid crimson hue, making her appear exceptionally alluring. Little Lin. Strawberry froze, realizing that from Lin Yu's perspective, her appearance had been thoroughly exposed. Lin Yu stammered, "Don't look." Strawberry shrieked, hastily covering herself, her face burning with embarrassment. You bad person, pervert, wolf. I saw nothing." Lin Yu turned away. "I swear, I didn't see anything at all, except for something that looks rather petite and exquisite." Strawberry curled up in the blankets, feeling utterly humiliated. How could she face Lin Yu after being caught in such a compromising position? Dinner's ready. Just get yourself together and come out." Lin Yu cleared his throat, deciding it best to give Strawberry some space to regain her composure. All things considered, it was indeed quite a sight. Chapter 91. Bai Youyou's rise to fame eventually. The Strawberry girl joined the dinner, though she was overwhelmed with shyness, unable to muster the courage to glance at Lin Yu. After their meal, the group indulged in a soothing hot spring experience, but this time no romantic escapades ensued. While Lin Yu and his companions enjoyed their leisurely retreat in the villa, a video began to circulate wildly across the internet. The footage captured a breathtakingly beautiful girl dancing on the observation deck of Bai Youyou Mountain, her every movement radiating an ethereal charm, truly resembling a celestial being. Previously, when Bai Youyou danced on that platform without accompaniment, the impact was somewhat diminished. However, this video was enhanced with background music, resulting in an explosive effect that made it appear as if a film was being shot. Oh my goodness! Come quick! I've seen a fairy sister. I regret not visiting Bai Youyou Snow Mountain during the National Day holiday. Why does this girl dance so beautifully? So enchanting? Well, I suppose I should reveal the truth. She is actually my wife. As the video gained traction, viewers began to upload their own clips, including one tourist who had recorded Bai Youyou dancing and later captured the moment when she affectionately kissed Lin Yu. Just when I thought I saw a fairy sister, I discover she is taken? What the heck? I just fell in love and now I'm heartbroken? All the pretty girls are off the market. Why do I, a single dog, even bother watching this? Doesn't anyone think that young man is quite charming as well? I believe in love again. As is often the case, internet users possess remarkable investigative skills, and with Bai Youyou's popularity on the Qingmu School Forum, it took just one night for her true identity to be uncovered. The following morning, Lin Yu received a notification from Lin Xiaoming while returning from his workout. Lin Xiaoming had compiled a report for him. Holding a cup of soybean milk, Lin Yu read the report and promptly sputtered it out, feeling a bit embarrassed as he glanced at Bai Youyou. Bai Youyou looked puzzled. You've become quite the sensation, my dear, Lin Yu remarked with an unusual expression. Bai Youyou approached with a plate of snacks, bewilderedly accepting the phone Lin Yu offered. Upon viewing the video of her dancing, the overwhelming embarrassment washed over her. Most people feel a sense of shame when seeing themselves on video, but for Bai Youyou, it was intense, especially with the added audio. She felt as if she were being subjected to public execution. Are these people out of their minds? Bai Youyou exclaimed angrily. I need to check the school forum. Lin Yu shrugged. Don't bother. The forum has already exploded. Lin Xiaoming has left her mark there. Peering closer, Lin Yu confirmed that indeed. A high-definition version of her dance video was uploaded on the forum, particularly highlighting the mortifying moment when she sought Lin Yu's embrace. Bai Youyou's embarrassment reached a peak, her face flushed with confusion. What should we do now? She asked Lin Yu, voicing the question on everyone's mind. Lin Yu pondered for a moment and asked, do you mind living under public scrutiny from now on? Bai Youyou considered it, nodding and then shaking her head. It seems insignificant to me. It feels similar to school. Very well, Lin Yu replied. The school beauty can be capricious. However, this also served as a reminder for Lin Yu that given Bai Youyou's beauty and talent, it was only a matter of time before she attracted the attention of these internet trolls. A talent scout had already approached her after her performance at the welcome party, only to be rejected. This incident merely continued what had been initiated previously, but Lin Yu's intuition suggested someone was orchestrating these events behind the scenes. He wondered who could be responsible, as the Bai family was unlikely to resort to such underhanded tactics. That is not a problem, Lin Yu mused, blinking as his exceptional intellect kicked in, conjuring several strategies in an instant. Handling the situation with indifference was undoubtedly the best approach. Yet it was evident that whoever was behind this wouldn't grant that opportunity. If the video had gone viral, it was clear that they intended to ensure it received maximum attention. Alternatively, they could ride the wave of interest and allow Bai Youyou to step into the limelight. Becoming an internet sensation in the short term shouldn't pose any issues. The only concern was the reaction from the Bai family. It was evident that such a strategy could appear as if Lin Yu were coasting on Bai Youyou's talents. And while he didn't mind, he was uncertain how the Bai family would perceive it. What do you plan to do? Bai Youyou asked curiously. Well, I don't mind if this escalates. You might encounter trouble. Lin Yu smiled. With Lin Xiaoming on the internet, I'm not worried. However, your family might have some objections. Bai Youyou replied seriously. Marry a chicken, follow a chicken. Marry a dog, follow a dog. Lin Yu nodded and then issued instructions to Lin Xiaoming. On one hand, they would go with the flow. On the other, Lin Xiaoming needed to be vigilant about anyone inciting negativity. This concern extended beyond just Qingmu Academy. Lin Yu was convinced that the Bai family was also involved. A large family is rarely a monolith. Some would undoubtedly wish to see Bai Youyou's rise falter. After all, the most damaging blows often come from those closest to us. Indeed, it didn't take long for negative posts about Bai Youyou to appear online, with various accusations circulating, initially surfacing from the Qingmu Academy forum. Fortunately, with Lin Xiaoming's intervention, these posts were swiftly removed, resulting in a plethora of supportive messages for Bai Youyou flooding the forum. Sister Musheng, if possible, could you do me a favor? Musheng was already aware of the unfolding events, and as soon as Lin Yu reached out, she readily agreed. At 11 in the morning, Musheng posted a photo of herself with Bai Youyou on her social media account, accompanied by a teasing remark. My good friend has been discovered by you all. It seems the secret is out. The implication left much to the imagination, providing ample food for thought for the onlookers. Almost everyone viewed this as a clever promotional tactic for Musheng's upcoming film. Shortly after, Yuan Qingyi called, Musheng, what is your company planning? Gazing out at the snowy mountain scenery, Musheng smiled and replied, just returning a favor. Sister Qingyi, if you're interested, why not come to Pingyu Snow Mountain for a face-to-face discussion? Chapter 92. Yuan Qingyi. Within the entertainment industry, there exists a prevalent notion. There are two types of actors, one being Yuan Qingyi and the other everyone else. Although this may carry a hint of exaggeration, it undeniably reflects the admiration her fans hold for her exceptional talent. Yuan Qingyi had prior engagements, for as one of the foremost stars in the Dragon Kingdom, working through holidays is commonplace. Not everyone possesses the audacity of Mu Sheng, who can dismiss even the highest authorities at will. However, upon receiving a resolute call from Mu Sheng, Yuan Qingyi chose to forego her commitments and drove directly to the Pingyu Snow Mountain. In her 30s, Yuan Qingyi is remarkably well-preserved. Her youthful appearance makes it challenging to ascertain her true age. She embodies a commanding presence capable of captivating any audience, regardless of the circumstances. Yet, even with her extensive experience, she found herself taken aback upon arriving at this villa, a place that seemed far beyond Mu Sheng's usual social circles. It felt almost implausible for her to secure such a location. Outside the window, the breathtaking snowy landscape of Pingyu Snow Mountain unfolded, while the living room radiated a warmth akin to spring. A young man lounged on the sofa, greeting her with a smile. Indeed, you are deserving of the title of the Dragon Kingdom's premier performer. Good day, Teacher Yuan. Yuan Qingyi was slightly taken aback. The youth exuded no air of superiority, his demeanor refreshingly unpretentious, reminiscent of a rare gem radiating warmth. At that pivotal moment, his words revealed to Yuan Qingyi an astonishing truth. Within this setting, he was the one calling the shots. A young woman in a flowing cotton dress approached with tea, and Yuan Qingyi's eyes gleamed. Was this the beautiful girl at the center of the recent controversy? Truly, she possessed an innate allure. If her charm were to develop further, she might surpass even Mu Sheng. At that moment, Mu Sheng made her entrance, but instead of sitting beside Lin Yu, she plopped down on the couch next to Yuan Qingyi, exclaiming, Sister Yuan, I adore you. You came with just one phone call. Yuan Qingyi, with her extraordinary poise, covered her mouth in a smile. What can I do once you called? Now, tell me, have you secured the theme song for the film? Mu Sheng shook her head. You should ask him. If he nods, everything is settled. Lin Yu interjected appropriately. Teacher Yuan, the purpose of my visit today is to seek your assistance. Having navigated the industry for quite some time, Yuan Qingyi regarded Lin Yu's proposal with a discerning glance at Bai Youyou. Bai Youyou sat obediently beside Lin Yu, their fingers intertwined, appearing to be entirely at his command. This is manageable. Integrating some shots with Miss Bai should pose no issue, Yuan Qingyi remarked thoughtfully. However, may I first listen to the song? Mu Sheng produced a pair of headphones and handed them to Yuan Qingyi. I assure you, you'll be satisfied. After concluding their business discussions, Lin Yu invited Yuan Qingyi to stay and enjoy the day at the villa. Despite her busy schedule, Yuan Qingyi initially intended to decline, but she was ultimately swayed by Mu Sheng's playful charm and decided to remain. After dinner, Yuan Qingyi and Mu Sheng strolled through the villa. Yuan Qingyi's expression was somewhat conflicted, and after a moment of contemplation, she finally spoke. Sheng, tell me honestly, what is Lin Yu's true identity? Mu Shen, as carefree as ever, replied, I have no idea. All I know is he is mysterious. Mang Mang claims he is a decent person. Yuan Qingyi sighed. A decent person? His gaze hardly suggests that. Given how proud my Mang is, how could Lin Yu possibly catch her eye? It's uncertain who truly holds interest in whom. Unable to withstand Yuan Qingyi's probing, Mu Sheng revealed a fragment of insight. That guy previously worked under my Mang. Once, she asked him for help, and he exceeded the fundraising target by over 30%. Yuan Qingyi's eyes widened in realization. A wealthy heir? Mu Sheng, ever astute, though close to Yuan Qingyi, had not yet reached the point of sharing everything. I can't say for certain. He rides a shared bicycle too, and from work, and claims to be an orphan. How pretentious, Yuan Qingyi scoffed. Mu Sheng chuckled. Sister Yuan, you too can curse? I can hit people as well. Yuan Qingyi retorted lightly. No wonder I heard you gave that rich kid a beating. Mu Sheng laughed. Well, isn't it a case of losing one opportunity yet gaining another? Yuan Qingyi pondered in silence before nodding slightly. The quality of that song is indeed impressive. But tell me truthfully, it was Lin Yu who wrote it, not someone else ghostwriting? Mu Sheng shrugged. I cannot answer that. I merely accompanied him to a room, and he gifted me this song. A room? Mu Sheng teased, yes. Unfortunately, despite my efforts, he didn't even touch me. Now, Bai Youyou is guarding me like a hawk, and it's quite bothersome. Yuan Qingyi nearly gasped at Mu Sheng's revelation, exclaiming, You actually went through with it? Sheng, that is unlike you. Mu Sheng shrugged and linked her arm with Yuan Qingyi, playfully saying, Do I not seem pitiful? No one cares about me, and yet I must expend effort to help him resolve his troubles, all for the sake of the main heroine. Yuan Qingyi recalled Bai Youyou, whom she had just met that afternoon, and sighed, I fear you're out of luck. The main heroine is still in her training phase. A vixen like you probably won't escape her wrath. Mu Sheng remained non-committal. Who knows? Perhaps by tomorrow, I won't even like that guy anymore. Why bother with a man when my own hands suffice? The villa boasted its own wine cellar, the walls lined with an array of red wines. However, Lin Yu, lacking sophistication, was oblivious to such matters. It was my Mang who sought to gauge the depth of the villa's owner. Thus, a middle-aged woman guided her to the wine cellar. Although Lin Yu, who could be considered half a host, was present, he appeared disinterested. Seated on the sofa, perusing Yuan Qingyi's profile, which had been delivered by Ling Han earlier that afternoon. Manager Mai, do you truly believe that Yuan Qingyi will comply with our plans? My Mang furrowed her brow slightly, wondering if Lin Yu understood the need for silence while appreciating fine wine. For any collaboration to be advantageous to both parties, Yuan Qingyi, who lacked neither wealth nor connections, would require a compelling reason to come. If it weren't for Sheng's insistence, it would have been challenging to lure her here. Lin Yu smiled, so, does that mean the quality of the song is genuinely exceptional? My Mang retorted, You wrote the song. What use is it to ask me, an outsider? Manager Mai, you possess a clearer perspective, Lin Yu said cheerfully. If you wish to assist me, feel free to take any wine from the cellar. My Mang shot him a disdainful glance. Generally speaking, if Yuan Qingyi is willing to come, we've already succeeded halfway. The other half depends on whether Bai Youyou can genuinely demonstrate her desire to enter the entertainment industry. Lin Yu marveled, so many intricacies. My Mang responded coolly. If it weren't for your father's connections in the southwest, Yuan Qingyi might not have been inclined to help. Ponder the subtleties of that. Lin Yu maintained a calm demeanor, neither confirming nor denying her words. Chapter 93. Confrontation. The 3-day, 2-night journey, neither overly long nor short, swiftly approached its conclusion. Bai Youyou's dance video had already surpassed 3 million shares and continued to spread at a remarkable pace. By this time, her identity was largely unveiled among netizens. With exceptional academic performance and striking beauty, being accepted into Qingmu as a top student had rendered her the epitome of a perfect partner in many people's eyes. Bai Youyou also had a minor role in Yuan Qingyi's film, merely making a fleeting appearance, and was currently engaged in reshooting some scenes. Meanwhile, Lin Yu diligently continued his work at the bookstore. Curiosity lingered online regarding the type of young man who could capture the heart of a girl like Bai Youyou. However, with Lin Xiaoming's assistance, no one managed to uncover any information about Lin Yu. The prevailing online discourse had become quite clear. This was an exceptional promotional campaign for the new film. Following closely, Mu Shang's rendition of In the Name of the Father was released online, astonishing the audience as it marked the first song of its kind to grace the Dragon Kingdom's music scene. The only discordant note was from Mu Shang's company, as Jiuqi Entertainment insisted on including In the Name of the Father in their artist's album, ultimately relinquishing the rights to Yuan Qingyi's company for distribution. Unlike Mu Shang, Yuan Qingyi's company was dedicated solely to her, leaving no room for dissent. Though Mu Shang faced considerable pressure from her family, there was little she could do, as Yuan Qingyi's company dwarfed Jiuqi Entertainment in scale, rendering them powerless to voice their objections. It's rather intriguing, mused Lin Pingan, the king of the Southwest, as he pondered over Ling Han's report. Isn't this minor squabble a bit trivial? Ling Han remained noncommittal, still unable to discern what remarkable qualities the man named Lin Yu possessed. Using the influence of the king of the Southwest to gain prominence was a maneuver anyone could execute. Lin Pingan paid little mind to Ling Han's attitude. This proud young woman needed to earn recognition for her skills, which was no simple task. The demeanor of the Bai family girl was more noteworthy. Lin Pingan chuckled. Perhaps I should meet this future daughter-in-law, Kong Qing. The young lady is on set today. Coincidentally, that film base is one of our properties. Bai Youyou was making her debut in acting, yet her presence had stirred discomfort among several crew members. The challenge lay in Yuan Qingyi's formidable status, which rendered it impossible to address every matter thoroughly, and Bai Youyou was not one to leverage Yuan Qingyi's name for her own ends. Consequently, differing opinions began to emerge within the crew. Nonetheless, Bai Youyou remained unfazed, focusing intently on her acting and assisting where needed, leaving no room for criticism. However, no one anticipated the arrival of the young master from the Jiang family. The abrupt change in promotional tracks was an attempt by the Jiang scion to coerce Yuan Qingyi into submission. Little did he expect that his withdrawal of authorization would lead to the emergence of a superior track. In such cases, the promotional team's stance was straightforward. When faced with something better, why persist with the inferior? Jiang was incensed and, in a fit of rage, stormed onto the set, demanding to see Yuan Qingyi by name. Yet upon arrival, Jiang abandoned his insistence on meeting Yuan Qingyi and instead fixated on Bai Youyou. Naturally, a young woman of such beauty and grace would attract anyone's attention. Bai Youyou had garnered a certain level of fame as an online influencer. In Jiang's eyes, such individuals possessed an innate yearning for the entertainment industry. He believed that with a mere gesture, this seemingly exquisite girl would willingly succumb to his advances. However, Jiang was met with indifference as Bai Youyou disregarded him entirely. Yuan Qingyi arrived somewhat later, pulling Bai Youyou aside with an apologetic expression. "Youyou, I'm so sorry. I didn't anticipate this scoundrel would disrupt the set. He didn't frighten you, did he?" Bai Youyou shook her head, smiling. "Sister Qingyi, it's I who have caused you trouble. Jiang, our crew is no longer affiliated with your company. Please refrain from causing further disturbances." Yuan Qingyi glared at Jiang, her anger palpable. Jiang showed no signs of backing down, replying darkly, "Yuan Qingyi, I warn you, while I may not control the crew now, do not forget you still have distribution channels." Yuan Qingyi's face paled. "What exactly do you want?" Jiang smirked. "If I am correct, this young lady is the much-discussed Bai Youyou from the other day. Isn't she? A newcomer. It would be wise for her to familiarize herself with the industry's rules." Yuan Qingyi laughed in disbelief. "Don't even think about it." Bai Youyou felt a headache coming on. Why were such nuisances always present? Yuan Qingyi was in a bind, prompting Bai Youyou to consider calling home. In Pingzhou, the Bai family business was a formidable force, unafraid of such underhanded figures. Although her relationship with her family was strained, they should not completely disregard her. Just as Bai Youyou prepared to make a call, a seemingly affable middle-aged man arrived at the set, fortuitously witnessing the scene. The Jiang family lacks decorum. The man remarked calmly. "Gongqing." "Yes, sir." Upon finishing his sentence, the middle-aged man delivered a swift kick that sent Jiang flying, blood spewing from his mouth, rendering him unconscious. The set fell into silence. Who was this? Yuan Qingyi's mind raced, and she bowed in respect, "Mr. Lin." Even Yuan Qingyi showed such deference. Who exactly was this middle-aged man? I apologize for the disturbance. From this day forward, your cruise expenses at the Film City will be halved, and the Jiang family shall no longer appear at the Film City, the man stated with a smile. Thank you, Mr. Lin. Yuan Qingyi responded with another bow. I appreciate your understanding. The middle-aged man turned his gaze to Bai Youyou, smiling. We shall meet shortly. He then stepped away. Everyone exchanged bewildered glances as Kong Qing approached Bai Youyou, bowing slightly. Miss Bai, the sir requests your presence. Bai Youyou hesitated, putting away her phone. The rapid turn of events left her momentarily stunned. Yuan Qingyi seemed to realize something. Smiling, Youyou, you go ahead. I'll join you soon. The Film City offered ample places for dining and conversation. Bai Youyou entered a pavilion, finding the previously encountered elegant middle-aged man standing in the center, admiring the koi in the pond. Hello, may I ask who you are? The refined man turned, smiling. If you don't mind, you may call me uncle. My surname is Lin. Chapter 94. The esteemed Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin? Bai Youyou, a remarkably astute young woman, instantly discerned the true identity of the individual before her. Dad, she called out decisively. Lin Pingyan was momentarily taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter. Indeed, you're truly a daughter of the Bai family. This spirit is not something your stubborn grandfather could ever possess. Very well, I accept your request. Bai Youyou's cheeks flushed slightly. It was her first encounter with Lin Yu's father. In her previous life, she had never had the chance to meet Lin Yu's father until just before her rebirth. She hadn't anticipated that in this new life, Lin Yu would find his father instead. Do you know my grandfather? Bai Youyou inquired curiously. Although she could sense a more pronounced aura of authority emanating from Lin Pingyan, she was unaware of the extent of his formidable nature. I've had dealings with him. Lin Pingyan replied with a smile. There's no need to pry for information. I have never intended to thwart your relationship with my son. Bai Youyou nodded obediently, appearing quite docile. Lin Pingyan continued earnestly. Bai Youyou, I possess all the information regarding you and your family, both the significant and the trivial, the old and the new, even concerning that cousin of yours who has recently thrust you into the limelight. All of it is on my desk. Bai Youyou was somewhat taken aback, but remained silent, anticipating Lin Pingyan's next words. Aside from a few successful ventures you've undertaken previously, the rest merely relies on the old foundations left by that cunning old fox, Bai Hai. Given the sensitive nature of familial matters, Bai Youyou refrained from speaking further, fearing she might leave a negative impression on Lin Pingyan. Yet, based on her understanding of Lin Yu, this remarkably powerful and cultured man might not necessarily sway Lin Yu's thoughts. Don't be anxious, Lin Pingyan said with a smile. I owe you my gratitude. If it weren't for you, Lin Yu might not have been able to integrate into the Mima's circle, nor would his sister have met him, let alone allow me to find him. Bai Youyou quickly responded, it was bound to happen, Dad. You finding Lin Yu was only a matter of time. Are there any particular points to be mindful of when meeting my father-in-law for the first time? Bai Youyou felt quite flustered, even though she had never encountered such a situation before. Most importantly, she felt as though their conversation had reached an impasse. Let me borrow your good fortune, Lin Pingyan said, unfazed by Bai Youyou's embarrassment. Are you feeling nervous? Bai Youyou nodded. You are Lin Yu's father, a relative of my husband. Naturally, I am anxious. That's understandable, Lin Pingyan chuckled. I came primarily to meet you. I've always been curious about your steadfastness in marrying Lin Yu. Now, I believe I comprehend it. After a brief pause, he continued earnestly. As a father, having missed the first 20 years of his growth, I feel I have no right to influence his choices. I am quite ashamed. Your choice of him is indeed a stroke of luck for him. And as a father, all I can offer is my blessing. Bai Youyou's face flushed as she slightly bowed. Thank you, Father. If you ever require my assistance regarding matters at home, do not hesitate to ask. The Film City is quite a remarkable place. Should you take an interest, it is yours for the taking. Lin Pingyan turned slowly. When you have children, do not forget to inform this grandfather. Kong Qing followed Lin Pingyan respectfully and addressed Bai Youyou, Madam. We shall take our leave first. Bai Youyou stood still, lost in thought, and remained silent for a long while. When Yuan Qingyi arrived, Lin Pingyan had long since departed. The illustrious performing artist of Longwa's entertainment industry inquired with curiosity, Has Mr. Lin left? Bai Youyou leaned against the railing of the pavilion and nodded. In truth, Lin Pingyan had maintained a consistently pleasant demeanor throughout their meeting, elegant and amiable, much like Lin Yu. However, Bai Youyou felt immensely nervous, almost fearful, a sensation she had not experienced in many years. He mentioned he had other matters to attend to and left first. Bai Youyou sighed deeply. He nearly gave me a fright. Yuan Qingyi laughed. You are quite fortunate. Since the Film City's establishment, the enigmatic Mr. Lin has likely not visited more than 3 times. You managed to cross paths with him. Bai Youyou stuck out her tongue. The immense pressure that Lin Pingyan brought was beyond what most could imagine. Now that he had left, she began to feel a sense of dread. What did you discuss? Yuan Qingyi asked with curiosity. If I am not mistaken, it seems Mr. Lin came specifically to see you. Bai Youyou sighed helplessly. Should I refer to him as dad or father-in-law? In any case, it is difficult to articulate exactly what was said. Yuan Qingyi was not surprised, as if she had anticipated Lin Pingyan's true identity. Then congratulations are in order. Gaining entry into the Lin family is no easy feat. So, Lin Yu is indeed Mr. Lin's son? Bai Youyou nodded. My husband. He did not inform me of this. Yuan Qingyi pondered briefly before smiling. That young man is quite perceptive. He likely has his own reasons. If it were anyone else, having such a father would surely make them boastful. Bai Youyou shot Yuan Qingyi a peculiar glance, prompting Yuan Qingyi to playfully lament, this is where you are mistaken. While I can understand your vigilance against Mu Sheng, do you truly fear that I, an old cow, would graze on your family's tender grass? Bai Youyou's face flushed as she quickly apologized. That is not the case. Sister Qingyi, you have been so kind to me. You would never compete for my husband, would you? Yuan Qingyi suddenly imagined a scenario. If she were to jest about such matters, would Bai Youyou, in her jealousy, cause her harm? Yuan Qingyi remarked, Mu Sheng previously joked that you are the rightful empress, and it seems that statement holds some truth. She pinched Bai Youyou's delicate face, reminiscent of a blossoming flower, and added, in a couple of years, you will truly be captivating. Bai Youyou shook her head. But all I wish for is to be a devoted wife, content to care for my husband. Yuan Qingyi embraced Bai Youyou, and they fell into a comfortable silence for a long while. Suddenly, Yuan Qingyi spoke up. Tell me, what is that experience truly like? Bai Youyou replied. It is, something that couples do together. Bai Youyou was taken aback. Sister Qingyi, you do not. Still like a boyfriend. Do you? Yuan Qingyi's face turned a rare shade of crimson, reminiscent of jade, as she stammered, I've simply been busy with work. Besides, I do have hands. Mu Sheng chimed in, I am familiar with that line. Bai Youyou's cheeks flushed as she murmured, one could say, there is indeed a significant difference. Chapter 95, Cause and Effect Bai Youyou's National Day was far more fulfilling than she had anticipated. Firstly, she became a moderately popular internet celebrity and even participated in a film shoot. She met several individuals, including Yuan Qingyi, who, despite appearing as benevolent as a bodhisattva, was just as much a seasoned veteran as Mu Sheng, the type to accelerate on the highway without hesitation. She also encountered her husband as father, which nearly frightened her to death. However, the man she ought to have addressed as father-in-law unexpectedly presented her with a film studio. Although she ultimately declined the offer, it was indicative of Lin Pingyan's extravagant tendencies. This holiday could be summarized in 2 words, fulfilling. Upon returning from the break, Bai Youyou felt particularly exhausted. Fortunately, Lin Yu attended to her tenderly one night, allowing her to regain her usual vitality the following day. Indeed, a harmonious partnership makes labor feel less burdensome. After a passionate encounter, Bai Youyou lay atop Lin Yu, her slender fingers unconsciously gliding across his chest. She paused for a moment and gently spoke, Darling, may I share something with you? Lin Yu, wrapping his arms around her pristine shoulders, replied softly, That doesn't sound like your usual tone. Please, go ahead. Bai Youyou hesitated briefly before saying, The day before yesterday, I ran into Uncle. Uncle? Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback before realizing she was referring to Lin Pingyan. He visited your set? Bai Youyou nodded, nearly terrified. I thought he might oppose us. Lin Yu shook his head, stating he won tea. When he sought me out before, he made it clear he wouldn't interfere excessively in my life. Bai Youyou murmured, It's evident that your father truly values you. Lin Yu's movements faltered slightly as he sighed. I'm not entirely sure. I've never asked him why he abandoned me in the past. However, I now lead a fulfilling life. With you, with Strawberry, and with these friends. What happened before is no longer significant. Bai Youyou nodded obediently, raising her delicate foot to rest upon Lin Yu's abdomen. It feels so warm. Lin Yu gazed at the ceiling, holding Bai Youyou without uttering a word. The welfare institution had never been an ideal place, though it lacked for neither food nor clothing. There were certain needs that went beyond mere sustenance. In the past, during festive seasons, he would observe the bustling crowds on the streets, witnessing families reunited, a scene that felt like a mockery directed at Lin Yu. His childhood memories shaped the person he had become, and the person he was now would inevitably influence his future. One reaps what one sows. Perhaps Lin Pingan had his reasons for his past actions, and while Lin Yu understood, he could not easily let go of the resentment. Maintaining the status quo was already Lin Yu's greatest endeavor. No one knew the sheer elation he felt upon being accepted into Qingmu. He had toiled relentlessly, and mere diligence could scarcely convey the extent of his efforts. He had proven one thing. Without parental support, he could still thrive. The arrival of Bai Youyou, however, precipitated a monumental shift in his life. Bai Youyou hailed from immense wealth, and the weight of that expectation rested heavily upon Lin Yu's shoulders. He wished to avoid the disdain of the Bai family, while also protecting Bai Youyou from their scrutiny. Thus, he willingly became a tool in the circle of my Mang, assisting Mu Sheng in songwriting, hoping to demonstrate to Bai Youyou's family that his intentions were genuine and that he possessed the capability to provide her with happiness. Despite his unvoiced frustrations, Bai Youyou, as his wife, could sense the deeply buried resentment and bitterness within him. Consequently, she refrained from discussing the Bai family in Lin Yu's presence, even allowing Strawberry to develop a relationship with him, as she understood that, in a certain sense, he needed Strawberry's innocent purity, a quality she felt incapable of providing. Just as Lin Yu bore this burden alone, his father suddenly appeared, informing him, "You're actually a rich heir. Everything you desire will be yours, so long as you acknowledge me as your father and ask." Such a revelation was more dramatic than any fictional narrative. Why strive when one could enjoy the comforts of being a wealthy layabout? Bai Youyou questioned herself. Were it not for the inexplicable circumstances, she too would have preferred to recline wholeheartedly. However, Lin Yu refused to yield, even when comfort lay beneath him in the form of a couch or bed. Lin Pingan's arrival did not relieve Lin Yu of his pent-up frustration. Rather, it fueled his diligence, studying, working, taking on side jobs to accumulate initial capital. Bai Youyou observed all of this with pride, proud that her husband was not merely a parasite living off the family legacy. Yet, she also felt that Lin Yu's relentless pursuit was exhausting, and her heart ached for him. Had she not appeared in his life, he could have navigated his university years with ease, as he once did, courting Strawberry and entering her world. With the support of Strawberry's parents, he could have amassed his initial wealth and evolved into the person he was meant to be. Yet, now everything was in disarray. Lin Yu had been located by his biological father, and she had severed ties with the Bai family because of him. The young couple entwined once more in their bed. As they neared their climax, Bai Youyou gasped, asking, "Darling, do you love me?" Lin Yu replied, earnestly, "More than my own life." Bai Youyou beamed with happiness, and together they reached the blissful pinnacle. At the Bai family business, Bai Ning sighed, observing, "It seems she is resolute in not communicating with the family. This upheaval has been significant, yet she hasn't even made a phone call." The elder Bai, sipping tea, remarked nonchalantly, "When one suffers outside, they will naturally come to appreciate the comforts of home." Bai Ning smiled. "So, Father, you still stand by me?" "I do not stand with any side. I only align myself with what benefits the Bai family's development," Bai Hai replied coldly. Bai Ning sighed again. While this was indeed factual, it felt rather heartless. A knock sounded, and Ming entered. "Master, sir, Miss has arrived." Bai Hai and Bai Ning were momentarily taken aback as Bai Youyou calmly walked into the hall. Bai Ning coolly remarked, "Have you come to realize your mistakes?" Bai Youyou retorted with a cold smile, "With that esteemed Lord of the Southwest protecting me, what do I have to fear?" Chapter 96. The tiger skin. Both Bai Ning and Bai Hai were taken aback. The name Southwest King was unfamiliar to outsiders, yet these two were well acquainted with it. Bai Ning's expression shifted dramatically as he pointed at Bai Youyou, exclaiming, "You? Bai Youyou." The Bai family had, in a sense, suffered a significant loss at the hands of the enigmatic Southwest King. Had it not been for Bai Youyou's suggestion, the Bai family could have potentially faced the ruin of half their family fortune. Such a perilous figure was impossible for Bai Ning to forget. Unbeknownst to both Bai Youyou and Bai Ning, the reason for Bai Youyou's abrupt delivery to Lin Yu's residence was also tied to a misstep involving the Southwest King. Within the Bai family, both Bai Hai and Bai Ning held a deep-seated animosity, even fear, towards the Southwest King. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to them, the Southwest King had significantly tempered his actions over the past 2 years, showing leniency in several major projects, thus allowing various factions to quiet down. However, this only served to underscore the Southwest King's formidable power, which had grown exponentially, compelling even the Bai family to submit to his influence. Now, with their own daughter unexpectedly invoking the authority of the Southwest King, what did this imply? Bai Hai appeared to age several years in an instant. As he had previously stated, he primarily recognized money over people, prioritizing the development of the Bai family above all else. Yet now, Bai Youyou had draped herself in the Southwest King's mantle, suggesting, "Isn't this what you desired? I will speak from the perspective of profit." Was it advantageous for the Bai family? Undoubtedly, but a profound sense of disappointment gripped Bai Hai. This was not the path he envisioned. With the Southwest King's influence, the complete annexation of the Bai family seemed an entirely feasible prospect. Bai Ning inhaled deeply, closed his eyes, and after some time, calmly remarked, "Have you abandoned thoughts of that young man?" Bai Youyou paused, realizing her father had grasped the situation on an entirely different level. Indeed, what preoccupations occupied a man's mind day in and day out? From a Bai family standpoint, aligning with the Southwest King might not necessarily be a detrimental affair. However, the age difference was stark. The Southwest King was nearing 50, while Bai Youyou was merely 22. It was amusing to see the elder Bai misinterpret the situation, his eyes closing in disappointment. Was this akin to inviting a wolf into the fold? Or was it merely a river dragon crossing? Would the Bai family become a vassal of the Southwest King? Observing her father's expression, Bai Youyou was on the verge of laughter from exasperation. "Do you truly think I am that kind of person? Were your thoughts wandering?" Just as Bai Ning was about to argue further, Bai Youyou calmly laid out a fact. Lin Yu is the son of that mysterious Southwest King, his biological son. Bai Ning's eyes widened in shock, staring at Bai Youyou in silence. "You knew about this before?" "I learned of it no more than 3 days ago. Unless we count the day Lin Yu's father sought me out," Bai Youyou replied coolly. "Father, grandfather, both in public and private, I sincerely hope you cease your relentless pressure." Since childhood, Bai Hai had instilled in Bai Youyou the notion that emotions were but a subordinate to rationality, with the family's advancement as the paramount concern. In truth, Bai Youyou had excelled in her first 20 years, achieving remarkable academic success, gaining admission to esteemed institutions like Qingmu. At 18, she began managing family projects, nearly achieving perfection. Throughout her time in the Bai family, she had consistently embodied reason, coldness, and rationality, fully capable of assuming the role of family leader despite her tender age. Bai Hai had unwavering faith that his granddaughter could surpass her father. She was acutely aware of her objectives. Yet, this impeccable heir had, upon entering university, distanced herself from the family to engage in a romance with an obscure young man. Bai Hai considered himself a relatively open-minded parent, not aggressively opposing their relationship, believing it would not endure due to their vastly different backgrounds and thought processes. However, Bai Youyou dealt him a resounding slap in the face. She married Lin Yu, becoming his wife, and even aided her impoverished spouse in gaining her mother-in-law's approval. At this very moment, Bai Youyou once again wielded the power of the Southwest King, delivering another rebuke to her father, asserting that the man she loved was equally deserving of respect. Since learning of Bai Youyou's relationship with Lin Yu, neither Bai Hai nor Bai Ning had anticipated her unwavering commitment. As Bai Hai had stated, experiencing hardship naturally fosters an appreciation for family. This tumultuous episode threatened to spiral out of control, yet Bai Youyou stubbornly refused to make a single phone call, her intentions crystal clear. She preferred to endure hardship rather than bow to her family's demands. Little did she know, fortunes could change. Bai Ning was about to offer an explanation when he heard Bai Youyou calmly declare, "Sometimes, remaining an observer can be a form of pressure as well. Father, grandfather, do not tell me you lack understanding of this principle. Consequently, the father and son fell silent. I do desire the Bai family. However, if it means compromising my husband's happiness, I would find ways to dismantle the family myself. Even if I cannot, my future father-in-law certainly can, Bai Youyou stated earnestly. Do not push me, father, grandfather. Bai Hai glared, having encountered many who flaunted their power, yet never such an overt threat. Do you even remember your surname? You are a child of the Bai family. Bai Youyou remained unfazed. I am now Lin Yu's wife. I belong to the Lin family. Bai Hai closed his eyes in despair. How had it come to this? Bai Ning, unable to withstand Bai Youyou's resolve any longer, slumped down, realizing that the once promising heir had seemingly become the family's adversary. Speak, what is your aim, Bai Youyou? Bai Hai remained silent for a long while, his voice now tinged with age. The Bai family cannot be destroyed, especially not at the hands of that Southwest king. That depends on your choices, Bai Youyou replied. Speak. Youyou, you must have your own thoughts in coming here today. I will take over the Bai family, but I hope you will acknowledge your son-in-law. Just as my mother accepted my husband, my beloved, Bai Youyou concluded, rising and walking toward the door. Father, grandfather, if you approve, I believe Lin Yu would be delighted to invite you both to a family dinner. Chapter 97. Bai Youyou desires a child exiting the Bai family shopping mall. Bai Youyou intended to return home early, as Lin Yu had classes in the afternoon. She wished to prepare dinner for him and deliver it personally. However, as she stepped outside, she spotted a young man crouched beside a vibrant yellow sports car. In the presence of her father and grandfather, Bai Youyou remained composed. But upon seeing him, her eyes glistened with tears. Darling, what are you doing here? Lin Yu's handsome face bore a gentle smile. I can't let my wife face this alone. If they dare to harm you, I will rush to your side immediately. No, I can't. Darling, Bai Youyou suddenly felt an overwhelming urge to cry, longing for his embrace. With a tender heart, she rushed into Lin Yu's open arms like a fledgling returning to its nest. He held her close, spinning her gently. It's all right. If they disagree, I will strive even harder to gain their acceptance. With tear-filled eyes, Bai Youyou lifted her gaze to meet Lin Yu's warm, jade-like smile, and she rose to her tiptoes. Darling, what should I do? I adore you so much. Then, I suppose we could consider having a child. Now, though it feels feasible, is it truly appropriate for a university student to have a child? You are genuinely contemplating this? We must at least graduate first. Moreover, I wish for your father and grandfather to recognize me as worthy of joining the Bai family without any shame. Unable to suppress her emotions any longer, Bai Youyou offered a kiss, sincere as a religious devotion. The driver, Ling Han, observed the scene with a mix of resignation and understanding. After all, it is indeed foolish for a man to stand in the cold for 2.5 hours for his beloved. At that moment, the weather in Pingzhou had begun to turn chilly, yet Bai Youyou felt an immense warmth in Lin Yu's embrace. The anxieties, anger, and grievances she had faced with her family had dissipated, replaced by an indescribable sense of tranquility. How did you come here? Bai Youyou asked curiously. Lin Yu chuckled. After our intimate moments last night, I knew you would likely be preoccupied with thoughts. If anything troubled you, it would probably relate to your family. Bai Youyou's heart fluttered, her hands entwined around Lin Yu's neck as if wishing to meld into him entirely. I borrowed Uncle Lin's name to exert pressure on my father and grandfather, she admitted, a hint of sadness in her tone. I never intended for it to come to this. Lin Yu smiled. My father would likely be pleased to see you taking such initiative. If necessary, I could suggest he forego a son in favor of a daughter-in-law. If all else fails, perhaps a grandchild? Bai Youyou's eyes sparkled playfully. Then, darling, you must exert yourself a little more. I yearn to be a mother. Lin Yu replied, we are still university students. What are you thinking? The film The Last Godfather had finally premiered, albeit only a teaser, yet captivated a vast audience, particularly due to Yuan Qingyi's portrayal of a female mob boss. A topic ripe for discussion. The promotional music, In the Name of the Father, complemented the film's theme perfectly, catapulting both the movie and its theme song to the top of popularity charts. The company behind Yuan Qingyi's promotion showcased impressive capabilities. Even Lin Yu spotted the film's promotional poster at the entrance of Qingmu Academy. Remarkably, Bai Youyou also appeared on the promotional poster, albeit in a marginal position with little prominence. Nevertheless, this was a significant achievement. Yuan Qingyi was one of the most sought-after actresses in Longhua. To be featured on the film's promotional material was a noteworthy accomplishment. The Academy's forum erupted with excitement. The renowned campus beauty Bai Youyou had become a star. Just a year prior, talent scouts had sought to discover her, only for her to decline their offers. Now, she had ascended to prominence through Yuan Qingyi's film. With fame comes a myriad of complications, and the school forum was rife with envy, some claiming Bai Youyou was being pretentious. Human nature tends to harbor discontent towards other successes. Yet, Bai Youyou remained unfazed, recognizing this as an expected outcome, as the unexpected twist in life is a common narrative. Interestingly, some keen observers began to investigate the composer of In the Name of the Father, discovering that Lin Yu was the credited creator in the Longhua copyright database. However, this revelation did not garner widespread attention online, circulating primarily within the Academy's forum. Bai Youyou's previous dance video was overshadowed by the film's release. As most internet users possess only fleeting memories, Lin Yu had Lin Xiaoming monitor online discussions. As long as the Academy forum's chatter did not escalate, there was little concern. Though some speculated on the identity of the composer, most remained oblivious, believing Bai Youyou merely enjoyed good fortune. After classes in the afternoon, Lin Yu was working at the bookstore when an unexpected visitor arrived, the cold-faced genius of Qingmu Academy, Lin Songyun. "Hello, may I ask if—" "Oh." Lin Yu was taken aback, as Lin Songyun was notoriously reclusive, rarely stepping outside the school. "Lin Songyun?" She nodded, looking up at Lin Yu. "Is Bai Youyou here?" She's not here today. Is there something you need?" Tilting her head in thought, Lin Songyun replied, "If I recall correctly, you are Bai Youyou's boyfriend, right?" Yes, sort of. That's good. I would like a signed photo of Yuan Qingyi. Could you ask Bai Youyou to help me obtain one? If you assist with this, I can speak to the Academic Affairs Office regarding your classmate situation. Lin Yu found her straightforwardness agreeable. Both parties were clear in their intentions. All right, I can ask you to help with that. Would you like something to drink? No, I'll head back to school. Once you have the photo, you can come find me in class, Lin Songyun stated before turning to leave the bookstore. Mai Quan approached with a curious expression. "Little Lin, do you know what I admire most about you?" Lin Yu looked at him quizzically. "To traverse through a myriad of blossoms without a single petal clinging to you. Now that's impressive." Lin Yu retorted, "Get lost." Chapter 98. The gift of heaven not taken to speak candidly. Lin Yu was well aware that the girls surrounding him were predominantly attractive. Bai Youyou, the school beauty, was a paragon of both talent and beauty, and her gentle demeanor towards him exemplified the ideal of femininity. Zhang Miao, with her natural charm and innocence, was also a fair and lovely girl, undoubtedly not lacking admirers in her grade, as Lin Yu had witnessed on several occasions. Young men had boldly professed their affections beneath the dormitory, some genuine in their intentions, while others were undoubtedly less sincere. As for Mu Sheng and Mai Mei, their dynamic was somewhat peculiar. One was a driver with classical allure, and the other, a modern woman exuding grace. Each possessed their unique beauty. Regarding Lin Songyun, however, Lin Yu harbored no romantic notions, as she was the dormitory leader's beloved, despite E.T.'s frequent jests about He Xiao being a sycophant. Although Mai Quan's comments held some merit, Lin Yu was reluctant to concede. Given the current relationship between Bai Youyou and Yuan Qingyi, acquiring an autographed photo would be a trivial matter. The following morning, after class, Lin Yu returned to the dormitory. Upon arrival, he found his roommates engaged in a group activity, surrounded by several boys from other dorms, with a pair of large speakers blaring music. The teacher's hard work echoed through the hallways. Truly, it was characteristic of Dormitory 404, a place that seemed to invite a hint of danger. Finding someone seated at his desk, Lin Yu chose patience, waiting for the group to finish their raucous enjoyment of the vibrant performance. After what felt like an eternity, the crowd emerged from 404, their faces alight with satisfaction, greeting Lin Yu with smiles. Those who could win Bai Youyou's affection commanded considerable respect among the boys in the dormitory, and Lin Yu reciprocated their greetings, maintaining his demeanor as a gentleman. Luda remarked with a teasing tone, "Oh, what brings you here? You An error, actually thought to visit your humble abode? Lin Yu replied, of course, I miss you all dearly, but Youyou is simply too beautiful. Scram. You and Error are both off the market now, yet you don't consider helping me and our leader with our personal dilemmas. It's pitiful to be a single dog. If you keep this up, animal lovers might come after you. You should be the one to seek companionship. Last time, wasn't it Ite and Jiangzhu's dorm that organized a social event? You couldn't even muster the courage to speak a word there. How could I assist you? It was utterly embarrassing. Lin Yu shot Ludo a glance. His face flushed crimson. He was, after all, a homebody like Lin Yu. Early on, Bai Youyou had even called Lin Yu a deadbeat, but in truth, he was far from it. This fellow was the true homebody. Lin Yu was merely a tech-savvy individual, as his skills were commendable. The truth was, those girls paled in comparison to his beloved Rem, his cherished Qiong Mei, and his adored Lu Hua. He Xiao interjected, anyone who compares fictional anime characters with real people is either delusional or unwell. Luda, perhaps you should schedule a visit to the hospital? Luda sprawled across his bed, exclaiming, I can't bear to stay in this dorm any longer. Lin Yu smiled as he produced a photograph, placing it on He Xiao's desk. Boss, a splendid find. He Xiao focused on the image, recognizing it as Yuan Qingyi, the star of a recently popular gangster film that had sparked much discussion among their classmates. What is this for? I'm not a fan. He Xiao inquired, puzzled. Lin Yu wore an expression of disappointment. Boss, haven't you been pursuing Lin Songyun for ages? How can you be unaware of her interests? Lin Songyun is a fan of Yuan Qingyi. He Xiao paused, then erupted with joy. So, you're giving this to me to hold on? This is a transaction between Lin Songyun and me. You still have that disciplinary action hanging over you, don't you? Lin Yu patted He Xiao's shoulder. Lin Songyun agreed to exchange the photo for her advocacy on your behalf at the Academic Affairs Office. Your disciplinary action will be lifted, understand? Though it differed somewhat from his expectations, it was still a favorable outcome. He Xiao expressed his gratitude. Thank you, old three. Let us not dwell on thanks just yet. Lin Yu produced 2 movie tickets, placing them on He Xiao's desk. Here, take the photo to Lin Songyun, and once your disciplinary action is resolved, invite her to a movie. He Xiao appeared confused. A movie? Since Lin Songyun is a fan of Yuan Qingyi, if you wish to pursue her, you must find common ground. This event is part of Yuan Qingyi's promotional tour. Just imagine, if you could introduce Lin Songyun to Yuan Qingyi. He Xiao was overjoyed. His gratitude nearly overwhelming. Thank you, old three. You're truly my savior. Lin Yu shrugged. Focus on your efforts. The honorable task of upholding the glory of the 3 joyful beasts of our dorm now rests upon your shoulders. Luda interjected, 3 joyful beasts? What about me? He Xiao casually retorted, aren't you fond of men? You can only be considered a bodhisattva. This remark struck hard, causing Lin Yu to burst into laughter, while Luda, flustered, grabbed a fly swatter and chased after He Xiao, filling the dorm with mirth. Once they had exhausted themselves and were panting, Lin Yu finally spoke, boss. Do keep in mind, Lin Songyun is an academic prodigy. Her grades are so stellar that I feel somewhat diminished. Last semester, I lagged behind her by over 30 points. Lin Yu cautioned, pursuing someone who excels academically while you're at risk of failing is rather discordant. It contradicts the flamboyant character of our dormitory 404. You must not fall too far behind in your studies. He Xiao nodded. I will certainly strive for improvement. I once claim I will surpass you, but I aim to be in the top 30 of our grade. Luda felt the sting of defeat, as he was the only one to fail last semester. Now facing the embarrassment of a retake, if he failed again, it would be a dismal prospect of having to repeat the year, especially since they were already in their 3rd year. Lin Yu perused some older books he had previously read, many of which were second-hand volumes he had scrimped and saved to afford. Those with an interest might discover Lin Yu's neatly penned notes, a rare and valuable treasure. After reviewing, he added 8 characters at the end. Heaven's gifts not taken lead to misfortune. Closing the book, Lin Yu placed it back on the shelf, his expression serene as if he were a monk in deep meditation. Chapter 99. We Are Married as Husband and Wife. The premiere of The Last Godfather has concluded, achieving an impressive single-day box office of 43 million, a remarkable accomplishment that continues to garner overwhelming acclaim online. Both Mu Sheng and Yuan Qingyi attended the premiere, but unexpectedly, Bai Youyou was also invited. Her presence at the cinema created a significant stir, as it was both unexpected and somewhat incongruous given her current stature. The curious alliance of two prominent stars protecting a burgeoning internet celebrity raised eyebrows and sparked considerable speculation about Bai Youyou's true identity. Despite this being her first appearance on such a stage, Bai Youyou exuded an air of composure, deftly handling the myriad peculiar questions posed by reporters. After the premiere, a throng of journalists surrounded Yuan Qingyi. Miss Yuan, it has been said that Bai Youyou joined the cast unexpectedly. Could you elaborate on this? As a seasoned figure in the industry, Yuan Qingyi skillfully sidestepped the potential pitfalls of the question. In truth, we have been searching for someone suitable for the role of Lin Yu for quite some time. Bai Youyou's arrival has been a tremendous boon. Miss Yuan, what is your relationship with Miss Bai Youyou? In contrast, the interest in Mu Sheng and Bai Youyou was notably less, leaving Bai Youyou with a sense of solitude, as if she was overlooked. Fortunately, the interviews did not extend for long, and the three women soon prepared to depart, deeming the day's roadshow a success. Having encountered no particularly troublesome individuals, likely a consequence of previous goodwill, as they were about to board the vehicle, a reporter suddenly inquired, Miss Bai Youyou, we noticed that you were wearing a ring on your finger, specifically on your ring finger. The atmosphere fell into a hushed silence. For female artists, the question of marital status holds significant weight, with many choosing to keep such matters clandestine to maintain their public appeal. Miss Bai Youyou, may I ask, are you married? At the emergence of this question, the journalists exchanged incredulous glances, taken aback by the audacity of the inquiry, which could jeopardize her career. Should Bai Youyou confirm her marital status, it could potentially have her current popularity, if not more. The journalists anticipated her response would likely be evasive. Perhaps she would say she was not married, or that she was focusing on her career. Bai Youyou surveyed the crowd of reporters encircling her with microphones. She replied earnestly, the ring was a gift from my husband. Yes, I'm not merely in a relationship with the boy you see in the videos. We are married as husband and wife. The atmosphere erupted with excitement. Her previous dance video, indeed, concluded with her leaping into the arms of a young man, making the mere suggestion of a relationship far more palatable than the stark declaration of marriage. However, Bai Youyou's response was direct and unwavering, devoid of any hesitation. Before the reporters could pose further questions, she had already joined Mu Sheng and Yuan Qingyi in the car, leaving them with no opportunity to inquire further. Once inside the vehicle, Yuan Qingyi remarked, "You, while I anticipated your response, I must commend your boldness in being so forthright. However, you need not traverse this path if it feels too burdensome." Mu Sheng added with a smile, "This is quite advantageous. If you're later spotted with Lin Yu, you won't need to provide further explanations." Bai Youyou remained silent, gazing softly out of the window, and gently articulated, "I simply miss Lin Yu, deeply and profoundly." Yuan Qingyi and Mu Sheng exchanged glances, sharing a silent sigh. The business vehicle first delivered Bai Youyou back to her apartment complex. To her surprise, as she stepped out, she spotted a tall figure waiting at the entrance, gazing at her with warmth. Bai Youyou hurriedly exited the vehicle and rushed into Lin Yu's embrace, seeking solace from the flashing lights and the throngs of people, longing only for her husband's comforting presence. Nestling her head against him, she playfully murmured, "I wish to avoid the cameras and the crowd, and confront those unpleasant inquiries. All I desire is your embrace." Lin Yu responded tenderly, "Then we shall forego such events. Caring for our bookstore is far more fulfilling." Bai Youyou shook her head. "I do not wish for you to be overworked. If Bai Youyou were to succeed in the world of stardom, it would serve as a testament to her family support, demonstrating that Lin Yu could protect and assist her in reaching great heights." Lin Yu smiled, "With you by my side, I feel no fatigue whatsoever." Bai Youyou said nothing, instead rising on her toes to bestow a gentle kiss upon him. Yuan Qingyi and Mu Sheng approached, filled with mixed emotions, jesting, "We should have arranged for Youyou to take a taxi. Force-feeding the single folks some romantic sentiments is truly excessive." Lin Yu, with a grin, suggested, "Shall we go up for a cup of tea? It's quite late." Both Mu Sheng and Yuan Qingyi simultaneously shook their heads. "Not tonight. We have a flight to catch. We're heading to Nanzhou for a roadshow." Lin Yu nodded, smiling. "Then I wish you both immense success with the film and a splendid box office." Mu Sheng pointed at Bai Youyou. Let us not forget that this film is also your wife's work. Lin Yu replied, of course not. Safe travels. With shared smiles, Mu Sheng and Yuan Qingyi departed, while Bai Youyou wrapped her arms around Lin Yu's shoulders, ascending to their apartment together, their intimate moments set aside for now. The bookstore remained bustling, particularly due to the frequent appearances of the star, Bai Youyou. On this weekend, with no classes to attend, Chao Mei arrived at the bookstore early. Since returning from the snowy peaks of Hanyu, she found herself increasingly reticent. Though she yearned to converse more with Lin Yu, she could only face him in silence, observing how busy he was. In the changing room, as Chao Mei regarded her work attire, it suddenly felt foreign to her, as if her presence here held little significance. The discussion surrounding Bai Youyou and Lin Yu outside made her feel superfluous, and a sense of sorrow began to seep in. She felt like an interloper, questioning whether she should have pursued her affection for Lin Yu. She cherished him, yet she also admired the gentle Bai Youyou. Would her departure allow the other two to find happiness? The thought brought tears to her eyes, reddening them almost instantly. Chapter 100. The most beautiful romance. When Lin Yu saw Strawberry emerge, her eyes were slightly red, stirring a feeling of compassion within him, prompting a resigned sigh. He could, to some extent, comprehend Strawberry's emotions. The more radiant Bai Youyou became, the more diminished Strawberry's presence felt, particularly if Bai Youyou truly ascended to stardom. This would mean that the only person who could walk openly beside Lin Yu on the streets would be Bai Youyou, while Zhang Miao would inevitably become a hidden existence. Rationality whispered to Lin Yu that perhaps this was for the best, allowing their relationship to fade gradually, culminating in a peaceful parting. Yet, the mere thought of it caused a pang in his heart. He recognized that this was, in part, the manifestation of a man's possessiveness. Strawberry's affection for him had, in some ways, rendered her a figure he could summon at will. This, he mused, was decidedly unfair to Strawberry. Once the girl who wore her heart on her sleeve, Strawberry had now learned to conceal her emotions. In the bookstore's lobby, she busied herself with serving tea and water, her earlier melancholy completely masked. Preoccupied with her own troubles, Strawberry failed to notice Lin Yu quietly observing her. Had it been any other time, she would have sensed his gaze immediately. Her emotions did not hinder her work. She continued to embody the bookstore's charm, executing her tasks with increasing efficiency. As time slipped by, the evening shift came to an end. Strawberry changed her clothes and prepared to leave when Lin Yu called out to her, "Strawberry." She turned, her face lighting up with an adorable smile. "Senior Lin?" Lin Yu's heart ached, feeling an overwhelming sense of cruelty. Despite harboring so many negative emotions, he had to appear cheerful in her presence, didn't he? Li Si had already departed, and Xiao Jiu was tidying up the bookstore, exchanging a brief word with Lin Yu before the lights dimmed. The two stood before the darkened bookstore, momentarily enveloped in silence. "May I escort you home tonight?" Lin Yu asked gently. Strawberry blushed and nodded happily, taking a step forward, only to have her hand grasped by Lin Yu. "Senior Lin," she whispered, reminding him that they might be seen by others. Since Bai Youyou's rise to fame, paparazzi occasionally lingered near the bookstore. Although Lin Yu's photographs had not circulated online, one could never be too cautious. "Isn't it customary for lovers to hold hands as they walk?" Lin Yu replied calmly. "If they capture us, so be it." Strawberry hesitated for a moment, but in the next instant, tears brimmed in her beautiful eyes. I'm sorry. I shouldn't be so willful. I wanted to be like Sister Youyou." "Don't say that," Lin Yu interjected calmly. "You shouldn't bear this burden. If you want to call me a scoundrel, go ahead. As an orphan, what do I have to fear from others' judgments?" Tears streamed down Strawberry's face as she crouched on the ground. "I know this isn't right, but I can't help it. I also want to be like Sister Youyou. I'm sorry." Lin Yu felt an overwhelming surge of compassion, kneeling behind her and gently embracing her. "I understand. I truly do. It's actually my fault for not considering your feelings." Strawberry sobbed loudly, collapsing into Lin Yu's arms. All her grievances, negative emotions, and even jealousy towards Bai Youyou erupting in that moment, her cries heart-wrenching. "Senior Lin," she wailed. Lin Yu softly patted her back, gradually helping her regain her breath. His heart filled with guilt, knowing this could have all been avoided. After weeping for nearly half an hour, Strawberry slowly calmed down, nestled in Lin Yu's embrace, still sniffling. But her emotions had improved significantly. Lin Yu cradled her in a princess hold, strolling leisurely toward her home. Senior Lin, am I being too willful? It was Sister Youyou who came first. Strawberry murmured from his embrace. Try not to think that way. The true reason should be my own shortcomings as a scoundrel, Lin Yu replied gently. I used to believe otherwise, but now it seems I must admit it. Strawberry tightened her grip around Lin Yu's neck, whispering, You're not. Senior Lin is wonderful. You're a very gentle person. Lin Yu hesitated, taking a long moment before saying, I'm sorry. If you stay with me, I might not be able to provide the life you desire. I am truly sorry. Strawberry covered his mouth with her hand, shaking her head. Senior Lin, this is the life I want. As long as I can see you and occasionally hold you, I will be very happy. I apologize for putting you through this, Lin Yu said apologetically. It's all right, Strawberry replied, wrapping her arms around his neck and softly saying, This is already wonderful, Senior Lin. Let us not go left. Isn't left the way home? Lin Yu asked. Strawberry's cheeks flushed. I don't want to go home today. Lin Yu's heart swelled with affection for Strawberry. He discerned the underlying meaning. Perhaps she desired to take their relationship a step further. Is this truly wise? I fear you may regret it later. Strawberry buried her head in Lin Yu's chest, shyly responding, If I'm not with you, Senior Lin, that's when I would truly regret it. Lin Yu led Strawberry to the entrance of a hotel, where she finally halted, wrapping her arms around his. Her face flushed, yet showing no signs of retreat. Lin Yu chuckled to himself, realizing that men, whether overtly or subtly, often exhibited such tendencies. After securing a room, Strawberry stepped inside, revealing a space with over 10 floors, allowing a view of the shimmering lights of Qingmu at night through the glass window. Lin Yu embraced her from behind, leaning down to find her soft lips, kissing her gently. They remained locked in this embrace for what felt like an eternity, finally parting only when their breaths grew heavy. Strawberry's face was aflame as she nestled into Lin Yu's embrace. You naughty senior. As their figures intertwined, they tumbled onto the bed together. Lin Yu, positioned above her, softly inquired, Are you truly not having any regrets? Strawberry shook her head. Lin Yu lowered his head again, sharing another deep, lingering kiss before breaking away. Then let us not rush into this. Strawberry let out a soft sound, her gaze shyly averted. Sensing her uncertainty, Lin Yu spoke earnestly. I cannot take this step with you under these circumstances. I have yet to express my feelings for you or declare my love. I don't even consider myself your boyfriend. I wish to offer you a beautiful romantic experience, not one shrouded in ambiguity. Chapter 101. Meeting the parents? When Strawberry awoke, it was already the following morning. Initially bewildered, she soon realized that she was not in her own home, and after some contemplation, the memory of having spent the night away came flooding back. With trepidation, she opened her phone to find a multitude of missed calls from her parents. Zhang Miao, hello? Mom, where have you been? You didn't come home last night. We nearly called the police when you didn't answer. Are you all right? No, I'm fine. I'll be back soon. But first, could you tell me where you think I am? Zhang Miao's face flushed with embarrassment as she stammered. I'm at the school dorm. You little rascal. Have you started lying? I called your dorm, and you didn't return last night. Besides, you haven't stayed there in ages. Now, tell me, where did you really go? Glancing at Lin Yu beside her, she shyly replied, I was with a friend. With a friend? A boy or a girl? Mom, I'll call you back. I have to wash up first. With that, Strawberry hung up, letting out a sigh of relief, only to turn and find Lin Yu watching her with a bemused expression. Startled, she let out a shriek, but Lin Yu was quicker, flipping over to pin her beneath him. Strawberry, who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Mom, am I becoming an adult? Senior Lin, you truly frighten me. Standing in the bathroom, brushing her teeth, Strawberry muttered under her breath. Lin Yu, now dressed, pulled back the curtains, allowing the sun's warm rays to illuminate his face. Your family must be worried, he remarked. I forgot to tell them last night. I mentioned I was with a friend, but I'll ask Lisi to cover for me later. Strawberry smiled adorably, bubbles forming in her mouth. No need, Lin Yu replied earnestly. I'll accompany you to meet your parents. Strawberry. Once they arrived at Strawberry's building, she felt a surge of anxiety. Senior Lin, perhaps we should postpone. I'm feeling a bit nervous. After all, she had just spent a night away from home and was now introducing her boyfriend to her parents. It felt like a recipe for disaster. However, Lin Yu remained resolute. Such a wonderful girlfriend deserves to have things settled sooner rather than later. Strawberry's cheeks turned crimson as she softly inquired, so, am I really considered your girlfriend now? Lin Yu nodded seriously, just as he was about to take her hand. A sudden cough from behind startled Strawberry, causing her to retract her hand and turn around, only to freeze in shock. What does it feel like to be caught by one's father right after spending the night with a boyfriend? Strawberry felt tears welling up. She might as well be dead. Seeing her frightened state, Lin Yu straightened up. Hello, sir. I'm Lin Yu, Strawberry's friend and boyfriend. Strawberry held her breath, her father's stern expression shifting between Lin Yu and her. Come upstairs. Lin Yu couldn't help but feel a bit reckless. Having spent the night with Strawberry, he was now facing her father. Yet he knew he had to address Strawberry's concerns. If they were to progress in their relationship, it was crucial that her family did not pose substantial opposition, especially given that they were unaware of the existence of Bai Youyou. Lin Yu realized he was being excessively callous. Zhang Miao's home was neat and well-kept, a multi-level residence, offering a glimpse into Strawberry's affluent background. It was evident that she was quite well off. Anyone fortunate enough to date her might find themselves a decade ahead in life. Seated on the sofa, Lin Yu faced Zhang Miao's father, while Strawberry cowered in another room, receiving advice from her mother. Zhang Miao's father was a professor, and it was clear that Strawberry hailed from a scholarly family. When did you two start dating? Lin Yu was taken aback. He anticipated this to be the first question from her father. To be precise, it was yesterday. Zhang's father shook his head. You certainly have gall. On your first day dating my daughter, you took her to a hotel? Lin Yu found himself at a loss for words, knowing this was indeed an embarrassing situation for him. Sir, we didn't do anything inappropriate, nor do we intend to at this stage. Lighting a cigarette, Zhang's father remained silent for a moment. Can you explain why? Do you think Miao Miao is unattractive? Lin Yu was left perplexed. Was he lamenting that he hadn't taken advantage of her? No. Strawberry is very charming. I merely believe such matters should wait until after graduation when we have a more stable foundation. The truth was he felt morally compromised and guilty, wishing to play the rogue, yet not wanting to be entirely unscrupulous. Zhang's father's expression softened considerably. At least you appear to be a man of substance. Do not harm the girl who cares for you. I've heard good things about you from Miao Miao. You're an excellent student, correct? Lin Yu felt a wave of humility wash over him. This was an uneven battle. While Zhang's father knew much about him, Lin Yu was merely aware that this man was Strawberry's parent. Not the best yet, but striving to be, Lin Yu replied earnestly. Zhang's father took a couple of puffs from his cigarette, exhaling a ring of smoke. You're not a difficult boy. Lin Yu's expression shifted slightly. He was unsure of the implications behind Zhang's father's words. Was he suggesting he was cunning? Sir, Zhang's father interrupted. Don't be anxious. This is not a derogatory term. Miao Miao is quite naive. Without a mature man to protect her, she could easily face hardships. I am not opposed to your relationship. Lin Yu finally exhaled in relief. Sir, I will ensure that Strawberry is never harmed. Not in the slightest. Zhang's father nodded, smiling. You remind me of my younger self. As for your relationship with Miao Miao, that is for you to decide. However, I have one condition. I do not wish to see her hurt. If that occurs, I believe making someone's life difficult should not pose much of a challenge. Lin Yu broke into a sweat. It seemed both fathers were formidable figures who enjoyed issuing threats. Sir, I will protect Strawberry. Zhang's father nodded in approval. Just as Strawberry and her mother emerged from the room. Noticing that Strawberry's expression was relatively calm, Lin Yu felt a slight sense of relief. Chapter 102. The child was just an accident. Strawberry grew up in a well-off family, where her parents enjoyed a harmonious relationship. It is no wonder that she developed her naturally innocent demeanor in such an environment. Lin Yu had not stayed long at Strawberry's house. After conversing for a while with her mother, he took his leave. Once Lin Yu departed, Strawberry let out a sigh of relief. Professor Zhang chuckled. What? Afraid I might ask difficult questions about your boyfriend? Strawberry playfully responded, I know Dad wouldn't. and added, "Thank you, Dad." Professor Zhang suddenly had a thought. By the way, tell your mother to give you a bit more pocket money lately. When you go out with boys, don't always spend your boyfriend's money. Boys usually have less pocket money than girls. Strawberry stuck out her tongue. "Thank you, Dad, but I have my own money, and Senior Lin can earn as well." Professor Zhang was astonished. "Isn't he still a student?" Strawberry proudly exclaimed. "Senior Lin is actually the manager of the bookstore where I work. His salary is quite high." Suddenly recalling something, she cautiously opened her hands. "But if you're willing to give, then Meow Meow should also get some." Professor Zhang. "My dear wife, our little girl has become so shameless. Should we consider starting a new account?" Strawberry finally felt at ease and decided to enjoy a lazy Saturday morning, knowing she could still make it to work later. However, when she woke up the next day, she was taken aback. Normally, her mother would have breakfast ready for her, but today, the house was empty. Looking around, she noticed that even her father, who usually stayed home on weekends, was absent. The only thing left behind was a note on the dining table. "Meow Meow, your mother and I have gone on a trip. If you're hungry or tired, go find your boyfriend. There's money in the drawer. If that doesn't work, you two can go out to eat." Jean Meow. "So, it seems my parents are true love, and children are merely an accident." After getting ready, Strawberry arrived at the bookstore, where Lin Yu was already behind the counter, preparing ingredients for drinks. Upon seeing him, she dashed into Lin Yu's embrace, exclaiming, "Senior Lin, I've become an orphan." Lin Yu. After hearing Strawberry's tale, Lin Yu felt somewhat foolish. Was Strawberry's family really so trusting of him? Although he had confidently asserted his intentions in front of Zhang Miao's father yesterday, any serious developments would likely occur only after college graduation. Yet he lacked confidence in his self-control. Sometimes, when emotions ran deep, things unfolded naturally. Nonetheless, it was surprising that her parents were so easygoing. "How about you stay at my house in the next couple of days?" Lin Yu tentatively suggested. Strawberry immediately nodded in agreement. "Sure, Senior Lin. I'll go pack my bags right away." Lin Yu. Nearby, Li Si covered her forehead, pondering whether Strawberry's lack of restraint was truly acceptable. However, she also understood that once Strawberry made up her mind, there was no stopping her. With a sense of trepidation, Lin Yu sent a text to Bai Youyou, informing her that Strawberry would be staying over that night. Bai Youyou replied with 2 words, "Sounds good." That evening at 9:30, after the bookstore closed, Li Si returned to school, while Xiao Jiu stayed in the staff lounge. Lin Yu and Strawberry returned home like any ordinary couple. Bai Youyou had not yet signed with an entertainment company and was not particularly busy, so she had been at home these past few days. Upon arriving, Strawberry cozied up to Bai Youyou, sharing secrets and appearing closer than sisters, leaving Lin Yu feeling somewhat superfluous. After finishing a late-night snack, Lin Yu announced it was time for bed, and Bai Youyou jokingly said, "Honey, tonight Strawberry and I will share a bed. Can you manage alone for the night?" Lin Yu. Well, given the arrangement from the primary lady, he had no valid reasons to refuse, so he resigned himself to solitude. That night, Bai Youyou and Strawberry share a bed. Although it was their first time sleeping together, there was no sense of unfamiliarity. "Sister Youyou, will our future be like today?" Strawberry asked. Bai Youyou understood she was referring to the past before their rebirth and nodded. "Yes, that guy was the worst, always making us serve him in every possible way." Strawberry's face flushed, feeling embarrassed by the topic. "Sister Youyou, may I ask you something?" "Sure. It's about Senior Lin. Is he good in that aspect?" As soon as the question slipped out, Strawberry felt an overwhelming sense of shame. Bai Youyou smirked mysteriously. "What? I usually don't interfere with you two. You still haven't experienced it?" Strawberry honestly shook her head. "No. Senior Lin said we haven't even dated yet, so if we jump to that, it might be too much." "Wow, so Senior Lin is actually that innocent?" Bai Youyou teased. "You just need to be a bit more proactive. He won't be able to resist." "Huh?" Strawberry paused for a moment, suddenly recalling that Bai Youyou had previously mentioned she was the one who initiated things with Lin Yu. Although it felt sour, it was also oddly sweet. "I've been proactive enough, yet Senior Lin remains indifferent. Honey is quite passive, whether marrying me or dating you." Bai Youyou laughed. "He often takes a back seat. If you don't take the initiative, he won't act." Strawberry fell silent for a moment, then shyly retorted, "I wouldn't be the one to take the initiative." Bai Youyou. It seemed she had heard something extraordinary. I wasn't referring to that. You little vixen. Bai Youyou playfully tapped Strawberry on the head. Haven't you yet experienced it? How do you know all this? Occasionally, their dormitory would echo with their conversations. Strawberry shyly added, well, Sister Youyou, what is that feeling like? Don't ask me. If you want to know, ISNT Lin Yu just next door. If you want it for free, just go over now. Strawberry blushed. I wouldn't just give it away. ISNT had said that if a man gets it too easily, he wouldn't cherish it. Bai Youyou remarked flirtatiously, not necessarily. If you master a variety of skills, you wouldn't have to worry about whether a man likes you. Bai Youyou's voice was unusually loud. And although Strawberry didn't comprehend, Lin Yu in the next room certainly did. His face turned crimson. What was Bai Youyou saying to the innocent Strawberry? Chapter 103. Nangong Luoshi. The sudden presence of a female head of the household feels rather peculiar. However, it does bring about certain advantages. Even if paparazzi capture moments, they predominantly feature Bai Youyou and Zhang Miao together, which is easier to explain when it involves girls with girls. During the autumn monthly examinations, Lin Yu once again secured the second position in his grade, trailing the academic prodigy Lin Songyun by a mere 10 points. This marks a significant improvement for him, while Luda, for the first time, approached the exam without trepidation. The entire dormitory passed, allowing room 404 to claim the title of the most distinguished dormitory at Qingmu. Not only does this dorm house 2 of the top 40 scholars in the grade, but Lin Yu's association with Bai Youyou, alongside the renowned beauty Jiang Zhu from Yite, further solidifies its reputation. Recently, rumors have intensified regarding Hixio's close ties with the academic elite, making Luda feel despondent, lamenting the allure of these three-dimensional women, wondering if any could possibly compare to his beloved Remington. As they approach their third year, some students have begun preparing for postgraduate studies, and Qingmu, being the pinnacle of higher education in Pingzhou, naturally places significant emphasis on this aspect. Lin Songyun has already submitted her graduate school applications, yet Lin Yu, the second-ranked student, remains silent. The school undoubtedly hopes for his enrollment in a master's program, but as a top scholar, his lack of action raises questions. One day, after a professional class, Lin Yu's instructor, the classical named Nangong Luoshi, called him over. She once enjoyed considerable fame at Qingmu and was affectionately referred to as the goddess teacher. This title was well-deserved, as Nangong Luoshi garnered immense popularity among students. Her beauty and grace, coupled with her approachable demeanor, made her a revered figure. Her classes often overflowed, as students flocked to admire her presence. Lin Yu, the school would like to inquire about your thoughts on pursuing graduate studies. She initiated. This inquiry was anticipated. As a consistent top performer, the prospect of further studies should pose no significant challenge for him. However, Lin Yu shook his head, replying, I do not intend to pursue a master's degree. Nangong Luoshi, intrigued, asked, could you share your reasoning, Lin Yu? From her perspective, graduate studies seemed an effortless endeavor for him. Lin Yu honestly replied, Nangong teacher, I need to enter the workforce, as I must support my family. Unaware of Lin Yu's marital status with Bai Youyou, Nangong Luoshi expressed her surprise. Support your family? If it is merely for living expenses, graduate students receive stipends. As the foremost institution in Pingzhou, Qingmu indeed provided substantial financial support for its graduate students, with ordinary stipends at $2,000 per month, potentially higher for certain key programs. Since she mentioned the graduate stipend, it suggested that the school had policies in place to support students, implying Lin Yu would receive even more financial assistance should he choose to pursue further studies. Lin Yu, with a gentle demeanor, responded, Thank you, Nangong teacher, but I truly need to work at this moment. I apologize. Nangong Luoshi was momentarily taken aback and allowed Lin Yu to leave. In the principal's office at Qingmu, Principal Yi Wenzheng, engrossed in his newspaper, chuckled upon seeing Nangong Luoshi enter. I dispatched our school's most charming female teacher. He should have acquiesced, right? Nangong Luoshi shook her head. He stated he requires a job, mentioning something about supporting a family. Yi Wenzheng laughed. That was to be expected. Having such an attractive girlfriend, it is only natural for him to feel a sense of urgency. A girlfriend? Nangong Luoshi inquired with curiosity. Are you not aware? He is dating Bai Youyou, and there are claims they are actually married. Yi Wenzheng replied, amused. Nangong Luoshi was intrigued. Although university marriages do occur, they are rare at such a prestigious institution as Qingmu. Are today's college students truly that remarkable? She mused aloud. Yi Wenjing observed her and gently remarked, "Your parents have recently inquired if you would like to return home for a visit." As expected, Nangong Luoshi decisively shook her head. In truth, she and Yi Wenjing share familial ties, which is why she holds a teaching position at Qingmu. After leaving the principal's office, she returned calmly to her faculty apartment, where she had resided for nearly 3 years, having grown accustomed to her surroundings. She embodied the image of a snow lotus in the hearts of her students. Pure and serene, flourishing in tranquility. Choosing not to pursue graduate studies indicates that Lin Yu must strategize for his future. He is reluctant to enter the workforce, despite the prospect of a position at a major corporation fitting his personality. However, this would preclude him from engaging with the Bai family, particularly since he has a strawberry to support. Thus, Lin Yu's options are limited. Embarking on an entrepreneurial venture may serve as a promising path. As a tech enthusiast, establishing a technology company seems feasible. Currently, the internet landscape in Dragon Country remains in its infancy, akin to the era of portal websites. Based on Lin Yu's understanding of the history of that blue planet in his mind, the rise of personal social networking is an inevitable trend. In the future, mastery of social interaction equates to control over public opinion, a powerful asset. The rising fame of Bai Youyou exemplifies this principle. With his technical prowess alongside Lin Xiaoming, developing a credible social media platform should not pose insurmountable challenges. The primary obstacle lies in securing sufficient funding. As he lacks the financial resources to establish even a basic platform, he desperately needs a substantial amount of capital. This is a clandestine plan, as it involves the artificial intelligence Lin Xiaoming. Should her existence be revealed, Lin Yu would rather not confront the predatory capitalists too soon. Yet to advance his plans, he must rely on external funding. With a sigh, Lin Yu retrieved his phone and dialed the elusive figure known as the King of the Southwest. On the other end, Lin Pingyan answered the call, a smile spreading across his face. "I have awaited this call for many years." Chapter 104. Returning home, the Haihe Building, a landmark in Pingzhou, hosts countless men and women who report to work within its walls each day. Those employed here can confidently proclaim themselves as urban elites. For this establishment is home to a colossal enterprise, the Haihe Group. Yet, this group has never graced any so-called corporate rankings, nor is the identity of its leader known. However, all who work here are acutely aware of the formidable strength of this company, which is not an exaggeration to declare it as wealthy enough to rival nations. The pace of work at Haihe is unhurried. As long as one fulfills their tasks, attendance is flexible. However, today is an exception, as rumors circulate that the major owner behind Haihe is scheduled to make an appearance. Lin Pingyan sits in his office while Kong Qing stands behind him. Although he holds the title of assistant to the general manager, his visits to this place have scarcely totaled 5 days over the past year. Lin Pingyan's own presence is even less frequent, for at his current level, there are few matters requiring his direct involvement. He merely needs to provide overarching guidance. Lin Xiaoman is interning at Haihe, yet no one is privy to the fact that she is Lin Pingyan's daughter, let alone that she might receive any preferential treatment in certain matters. However, today is unlike any other. Lin Xiaoman has secretly slipped into her father's office. "Dad, I missed you so much," she cheerfully exclaims. "What brings you here for a work inspection today?" Lin Pingyan replies gently, "I've come to discuss a business deal." Lin Xiaoman is taken aback. As the little princess of the Lin family, she is acutely aware of her father's capabilities. Any project that warrants his direct involvement must be worth at least $1 billion. Although she is already familiar with some of the group's projects through her internship, she has heard no whispers of any significant developments. "Dad, can you give me a hint?" she inquires, knowing such opportunities are rare. Lin Pingyan smiles. "You'll find out soon enough. If you're interested, you may stay here and listen in." Lin Xiaoman is further astonished. Her father does not typically allow anyone to eavesdrop on his business discussions, especially not on major projects he is personally handling. This only deepens her curiosity. Lin Yu arrives at Haihe Building, where Ling Han awaits his arrival. Prior to coming, He had gathered a considerable amount of information about the building through Lin Xiaoming, though it is scant, and certainly not something an ordinary person could easily compile. It is undoubtedly a behemoth of a company that has infiltrated every corner of the southwestern region. Dressed impeccably in formal attire, with black stockings and high heels, Ling Han epitomizes the image of a professional woman. As she walks, employees greet her respectfully, Supervisor Ling. What captures their attention even more is that she stands before a young man, seemingly guiding him. This revelation is no mere astonishment. It is downright shocking intelligence. In the entire Haihe building, only a handful of individuals can expect such treatment from Ling Han, prompting speculation about the young man's identity. The private elevator ascends to the 46th floor, the pinnacle of the Haihe building. This floor houses but a single office, which is rarely occupied throughout the year, Lin Pingyan's office. Ling Han knocks on the door, which swings open to reveal a dark figure seated calmly behind a vast desk, exuding an impressive aura. Lin Yu, feeling a bit awkward, rubs his nose before stepping inside, while Ling Han remains at the threshold. Lin Xiaoman is taken aback upon seeing Lin Yu. The academic superstar? Lin Yu nods. Hello, Xiaoman. It's been a while. Lin Pingyan grins. You should have returned home, but since you say it's a business matter, let's discuss it here, and then head home. Lin Xiaoman keenly picks up on her father's keywords. Home. Lin Yu chuckles wryly. You really don't need to be so courteous. And don't feel obligated to make amends. I don't harbor any resentment towards you. Lin Pingyan laughs heartily. Having ventured out into the world at a young age, he has experienced both triumphs and failures, yet none compare to the joy of this moment. So, should I be calling you brother now? Lin Xiaoman cleverly extracts a crucial piece of information from their exchange. She has always known of a brother she had never met, who had gone missing in childhood, yet never expected to find him again. Lin Yu hesitates before earnestly proclaiming, Dad, I'm back. Lin Pingyan feels his voice tremble with emotion. Just being back is enough. So this project of yours, is the budget 30 million? Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, he ponders, social networking. This is something Haihe has never ventured into before. Lin Xiaoman interjects. Young people today love to share their lives. This is bound to have great potential. Lin Pingyan reflects. How confident are you? Lin Yu shakes his head. I believe if all goes well, we should have at least a 60 to 70% chance. 60 to 70%. How about this? I'll give you 300 million. Lin Pingyan smiles. Failure is not to be feared. Consider it tuition. Experience is invaluable. Lin Yu grumbles inwardly. All right, 300 million might expedite the development. Lin Xiaoman sighs. Is it really that easy to discuss a business deal for 300 million? That's rather trivial. Just because you have money doesn't mean you should throw it around. Lin Yu frowns. 300 million, and I want half of the shares. Let Kong Qing bring over the paperwork. Lin Pingyan chuckles. I initially thought you were here to meet with the Bai family. Lin Yu shakes his head. The process is important. I do not wish for Youyou to leave a bad impression on you. That is not the case. I have a good opinion of this daughter-in-law. And if you believe that girl Zhang Miao is suitable, I can help you reach out to her family, Lin Pingyan jested. Lin Yu feels helpless. Perhaps due to his abandonment in childhood, Lin Pingyan seems to allow him a great deal of leeway in various matters. Are you teaching me to be a scoundrel? This is not how a father should behave. Lin Pingyan replies warmly. There is no need for me to teach you about being a scoundrel. Now let us head home. The black convoy streams from the Haihe building's parking lot. A formidable spectacle. Lin Yu and Lin Xiaoman sit on either side of the Southwest King, who gazes out at the approaching scenery and the path home, exclaiming, at last, we're going home. Chapter 105. A visit from a beauty. Though Lin Pingyan had previously envisioned the residence of Lin Yu, the reality left him feeling somewhat like a rustic. Bai Youyou's home, which he had heard described as a villa, paled in comparison to the estate where Lin Pingyan resided, a veritable manor. The drive from the entrance to the dwelling itself took over 10 minutes. The convoy finally halted before a structure resembling a castle, where a doorman awaited, flanked by a row of maids and attendants. Welcome home, young master. Lin Yu stood before the car, momentarily dazed by the surreal experience. Lin Xiaoman linked her arm with his, exclaiming, Brother, welcome home. Lin Yu's room was situated on the second floor. Opening the balcony window revealed a direct view of the garden. As he sat by the window, he felt as though he were in a dream. Lin Pingyan owned multiple properties, this manor being one he purchased shortly after his rise to success, intended for the day he would reclaim his child. They shared lunch together, during which Lin Yu stated earnestly, "I prefer to continue living at our other home." Lin Pingyan inquired, "Are you dissatisfied with this place?" With a wry smile, Lin Yu replied, "Father, it is much easier to descend from luxury to simplicity than to reverse the process. As a child who grew up in hardship, adapting to such opulence feels inappropriate." The naturalness with which he addressed Lin Pingyan as father stirred emotions within him, prompting no further insistence. "I never interfered with your life before, and I shall not do so now. You may visit whenever you wish. This place is certainly suitable for pretense." Lin Yu dared not respond, lowering his head to eat. Lin Xiaoman beamed with joy, clearly pleased by Lin Pingyan's reunion with his child. When Kong Qing arrived, he brought along a set of documents. The 3 billion Lin Pingyan provided was not merely cash. He had also arranged for a small office building near Qingmu to serve as Lin Yu's workplace, along with a structure team necessary for company operations. Essentially, Lin Yu needed only to focus on creating a technical team for his enterprise, with all other matters managed for him. Lin Pingyan urged during your university years, "Your studies must take precedence. While I am aware you have your own plans, I hope you will prioritize your education, for those who stand taller can see further." Lin Yu paused, then nodded thoughtfully. Nangong Luoshi closed her notebook, feeling utterly bewildered. Ever since Lin Yu had rejected her suggestion to consider graduate studies, she had been pondering the matter. How could a top student with such excellent academic performance dismiss the idea of furthering his education? Having navigated life with ease, Nangong Luoshi was experiencing an unfamiliar sense of frustration. After hearing Yiwen mention that she was not online, she ventured into the school's forum to investigate. To her astonishment, she discovered that this student, whom she had taught for nearly 2 years, was remarkably accomplished, an exemplary student possessing a gentle disposition and hailing from an orphanage. He had opened a thriving bookstore outside of school, which was rapidly becoming a hallmark of Qingmu. Furthermore, he was romantically involved with Bai Youyou, the campus belle. As the saying goes, scholars often belittle one another, but the competitive spirit among women is even more pronounced, given that they were both beautiful. The forum contained threads comparing Bai Youyou to Nangong Luoshi. After perusing the results, Nangong Luoshi felt a twinge of discontent. Bai Youyou had narrowly triumphed, being widely regarded as the most beautiful girl in Qingmu. This was not solely due to her appearance. Her poise and talent played significant roles as well. Suddenly, a wild notion took root in Nangong Luoshi's mind. If she could capture Lin Yu's heart, might she prove herself superior to Bai Youyou? Sometimes, girls can be rather peculiar creatures. Though she recognized the absurdity of her thought, an inexplicable urge compelled her to visit the bookstore after class. Recalling Lin Yu's calm and sincere gaze during their previous conversation, she resolved, "I am merely fulfilling my duty to encourage him to pursue graduate studies." Yes, that is it. The Qingmong bookstore continued to flourish, especially as Bai Youyou's popularity soared. The Last Godfather was nearing a box office total of 10 billion, destined to become the highest-grossing film of the latter half of the year. Consequently, paparazzi began flocking to the bookstore in increasing numbers, forcing Bai Youyou to avoid visiting during daylight hours. Initially, Lin Yu attracted attention as Bai Youyou's husband, yet his monotonous life offered little intrigue. Over time, the paparazzi lost interest. Another factor was Lin Yu's amiable nature. Upon discovering them taking candid shots, he would invite them into the bookstore with genuine kindness. Occasionally, when Bai Youyou was present, he would even create space for them to photograph or interview her, provided they did not disrupt the bookstore's operation. Such a refined young man naturally endeared himself to the reporters who faced challenges elsewhere. As time passed, they ceased their surreptitious photographing. Instead, they would inform him ahead of time about their intentions, ensuring minimal disruption to Qingmong's business. These reporters were also well aware of the potential consequences of crossing to my family, as offending them could prove perilous. On Thursday, with no classes scheduled, Lin Yu arrived at the bookstore early. Xiao Jiu was still asleep, having reportedly stayed up late with Li Si. Lin Yu busied himself with cleaning, while Xiao Jiu finally stirred close to 10 o'clock and prepared to assist upon seeing Lin Yu at work. Lin Yu smiled. There's breakfast made by Youyou on the table. Please eat first. Xiao Jiu remarked. Xiao Lin, you must have saved the galaxy in your past life to marry such a stunning wife. Gracious, beautiful, and perfect. Lin Yu chuckled. Enough flattery, go eat, and then let us get to work. Just as Lin Yu was tidying up the bar area, the bookstore's doorbell rang. Xiao Jiu nudged Lin Yu's arm excitedly. Xiao Lin, look, another stunning beauty has arrived. Chapter 106. Nangong Luoshi's advice on graduate studies. Lin Yu did not lift his head. He had long grown accustomed to Xiao Jiu's frequent startles. After all, among 10 girls, he considered 7 to be stunning beauties. And his own Li Si was truly a rare gem, a beauty of unparalleled caliber. To be fair, while Li Si was indeed lovely, she had not quite reached the level of being a once-in-a-millennium beauty. A guest approached the bar, and Lin Yu set down the freshly cleaned glass, inquiring, "Hello, may I assist you with something?" Teacher Nangong? The visitor was none other than Nangong Luoshi, making her first appearance at Qingmang bookstore. Today, she wore an outfit that exuded an air of youthful innocence. A long-sleeved top paired with a cotton skirt, complemented by delicate gold-rimmed glasses perched on her elegantly shaped nose. If Ludo were present, he would likely exclaim, "Is that a fairy?" Nangong Luoshi smiled and said, "When did I become a product of your bookstore? Am I available for sale now?" Lin Yu quickly apologized. "My apologies, Teacher Nangong. I did not recognize you at first. May I offer you something to drink?" After glancing at the menu, Nangong Luoshi ordered a beverage and then ventured to the bookshelf, selecting a book to read in a cozy nook. As Lin Yu prepared her drink, he found himself fielding questions from Xiao Jiu. "Xiao Lin, who is that stunning beauty? Did you not hear me refer to her as my teacher?" "Nangong Luoshi, my course instructor, and I believe she is also related to Principal Yi. Is she here to see you?" "I am not sure. Is it not common for teachers to visit our bookstore?" Xiao Jiu paused, realizing the truth in his words. Given the bookstore's prime location right by the school, it was indeed quite suitable for young teachers to come for dates or meetings. Even Li Si's instructor had visited a few times. Unfortunately, he was an elderly man. After finishing her drink, Lin Yu delivered it to Nangong Luoshi's table, preparing to leave when she suddenly said, "Lin Yu, would you care to sit and chat for a moment?" Lin Yu was taken aback. This familiar scenario made him wonder why so many individuals seemed to emulate his father's approach. However, since the teacher had invited him, he took a seat, also requesting Xiao Jiu to prepare a drink. The bookstore was relatively quiet in the morning, so it did not interfere with serving customers. Nangong Luoshi smiled and remarked, "This is my first visit here. I have heard Principal Yi mention it several times, and it is evident that you have invested considerable effort into this bookstore." Lin Yu, flattered, nodded. "Thank you, teacher. It is primarily due to the support of my classmates and teachers." Nangong Luoshi shook her head. "As your course instructor, I understand that managing such a bookstore requires a high level of meticulousness. Even I might not surpass your efforts. The standards for managing a leisure bookstore are indeed rigorous, and Lin Yu's current management system and processes could arguably be quite valuable if marketed." Being an expert, Nangong Luoshi discerned many subtleties from the bookstore's lighting, decor, layout, and selection of books. "Thank you, Teacher Nangong." Lin Yu expressed his gratitude. Nangong Luoshi continued with a smile, "Would you mind showing me around? I am curious to see how the concepts I teach in class are applied in real-world settings." Lin Yu quickly stood up, welcoming her to inspect. He did not conceal anything regarding the arrangement of items at the bar, the drink preparation processes, or the management of raw materials. In truth, with her level of expertise, a couple of visits would suffice for her to grasp everything. As they toured, Lin Yu occasionally inserted some of his own queries regarding the bookstore's operations, to which Nangong Luoshi provided insightful answers. Their teacher-student rapport was amicable, though the only discord was her striking beauty. It was hard for onlookers to believe she was a teacher. The bookstore was not large, so they completed the tour in half an hour. Lin Yu felt a bit fatigued, as Nangong Luoshi, being an authority in management, posed questions that required deep contemplation before he could respond. Upon returning to her seat, Nangong Luoshi adjusted her hair, revealing her exquisite earlobes. "Impressive. I take back my earlier statement. If I were to manage this place, I would not perform better than you." Lin Yu quickly expressed his thanks. Nangong Luoshi appreciated such a young man, warm and gentle, without the prickliness or angst often seen in contemporary youth. His eyes were clear and possessed a certain depth that could reach the heart, which likely explained why he had garnered the admiration of the campus beauty, Bai Youyou. When discussing matters, he would always contemplate before responding, his demeanor unhurried, yet imbued with a quiet confidence, a true testament to his education at Qingmu. With a soft sigh, Nangong Luoshi said, "Originally, I came here on a mission, but upon arriving, I realized I should not have listened to Principal Ye's suggestion to seek you out." Her words carried a hint of playful melancholy, but in truth, it was a strategic retreat to advance her agenda. As expected, the perpetually casual Lin Yu fell in her trap. Curiosity piqued. "What task could possibly trouble you, Teacher Nangong? Principal Yi feels it would be a pity if you did not pursue graduate studies, so he asked me to persuade you," Nangong Luoshi said, her tone tinged with wistfulness. "However, I must admit that after observing your situation, I believe that even if you were to graduate, it may not significantly enhance your ability to manage the bookstore." Lin Yu felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He found it difficult to reconcile the delicate Nangong Luoshi with the weight of her words. Yet, he could not quite identify what felt amiss. Nangong Luoshi, unfazed by Lin Yu's momentary confusion, bit her lip and said softly, "Would you do me a favor, Lin Yu?" This unexpected contrast left Lin Yu feeling a bit uneasy, but he felt compelled to respond, "Of course, Teacher Nangong, please go ahead. You should consider applying for graduate school. If you wish to care for the bookstore's business properly, there are indeed ways to achieve that." Lin Yu was taken aback, sensing that Nangong Luoshi had come prepared today. "Then, could you perhaps offer some advice, teacher?" Nangong Luoshi nodded in satisfaction, pleased that her efforts to present herself had not gone unnoticed by this young man. "You could apply for graduate studies under Principal Yi, focusing your research on this bookstore. The foundational exams should be quite manageable for you. Principal Yi would be willing to accept me?" Lin Yu asked, astonished. After all, it had been many years since Principal Yi had taken on a graduate student, primarily mentoring doctoral candidates instead. Nangong Luoshi smiled mysteriously. "What other reason would I have to seek you out?" Chapter 107. The banquet at Hongmen Yi had long been a doctoral advisor and a professor. In the realm of business studies, he was a figure of considerable humility, yet truly a titan. During his tenure as president at Qingmu, everyone was on edge. His presence there was akin to a demotion, as he had graced the institution with his esteemed reputation. The supervisory authorities were apprehensive that he might resign at any moment. Thus they often acquiesced to his wishes. For Yi had indeed achieved remarkable success at Qingmu. In both academic and commercial spheres, he had transformed Qingmu into a veritable fiefdom of his own. Naturally, Yi possessed an extraordinary demeanor. As long as he did not breach any fundamental boundaries, he was exceptionally accommodating. As a leader, his formidable abilities quelled any fears of potential mischief. Under his leadership, Qingmu's national ranking surged by over 10 places, catapulting it into the top 10 of the Dragon Kingdom. In truth, for the past 2 years, Yi had not actively recruited students, mentoring only a handful of doctoral candidates. "It seems President Yi has not taken on any disciples for quite some time," Lin Yu remarked softly. He had to admit, the allure of being mentored by Yi was indeed compelling. Nangong Luoshi chuckled. "The reason I am here is precisely because President Yi has expressed interest in you. He holds you in high regard. President Yi, such a luminary, wishes to mentor a graduate student like me?" Lin Yu was incredulous. Reclining on the sofa, Nangong Luoshi stretched, her exquisite silhouette undeniably captivating. She resembled a perfectly ripened peach, exuding allure. Lin Yu hastily averted his gaze, feeling it inappropriate to regard his teacher in such a manner. Noticing Lin Yu's retreat, Nangong Luoshi remained unfazed. She was keenly aware of the effect her appearance had. Coming from a scholarly family, she almost derived a twisted pleasure from the thrill of flirtation. "Nangong, may I take some time to consider?" Lin Yu said after a moment of silence. "I need to discuss it with my partner. I hope you can understand." Nangong Luoshi nodded, feeling she had already gained a great deal from this encounter. She retrieved a 100 yuan bill from her bag. "The drinks were delightful. I await your response." With that, she elegantly departed from the bookstore, her enchanting figure prompting Xiao Jio to exclaim, "Lin, do you know what I admire most about you?" "Be quiet. I don't want to hear it," Lin Yu replied coldly. "By the way, I forgot to give you your change." It's strange to see someone using cash in this day and age. Just as Nangong Luoshi reached the entrance of Qingmu, she heard someone calling her from behind. Her eyes brightened. Ah, it seems Lin Yu is quite perceptive, responding so quickly. However, to her surprise, Lin Yu came running towards her, a handful of coins in hand. "Nangong, you forgot your change earlier. I brought it back to you." Nangong Luoshi's expression was nothing short of priceless at that moment. Is this Lin Yu truly so oblivious? This hardly aligns with the persona of a top student. As she accepted the coins, her perception of Lin Yu shifted. What she initially viewed as a minor challenge now transformed him into a formidable opponent. "Thank you." Despite her myriad thoughts, as a revered teacher, she maintained her composure, offering a gentle smile as she tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear. "I appreciate it, Lin Yu." Lin Yu nodded, preparing to leave when, inexplicably, Nangong Luoshi asked, "Lin Yu, would you join me for lunch?" Lin Yu was taken aback. It was the first break of the day, and many students without classes chose to leave campus, resulting in a sizable crowd at the gate. When they heard Nangong Luoshi's invitation, astonishment rippled through the onlookers. The beloved teacher was extending an olive branch to a male student. The crowd recognized Lin Yu as Bai Youyou's boyfriend, and they were incredulous. Lin Yu's expression stiffened. With so many eyes upon him, rejecting her would undoubtedly embarrass Nangong Luoshi. The school cafeteria? Nangong Luoshi giggled, her mouth covered, finding his flustered demeanor irresistibly charming. "You choose the location." To Lin Yu's surprise, they indeed ended up at the school cafeteria, specifically the faculty dining area, as it was Nangong Luoshi's treat. He could only imagine the uproar on the Qingmu Forum. An orphan boy who had won Bai Feng's heart, now abandoning her for the alluring teacher, providing ample fodder for gossip. "Is it my fault for creating this situation?" Nangong Luoshi teased. Lin Yu shook his head. "I wouldn't dare blame you. After all, isn't your uncle President Yi?" Although it was barely past 11, patrons had begun to trickle into the cafeteria. Nangong Luoshi ordered a spicy dish, as she favored bold flavors, while Lin Yu was easygoing with his palate. However, this seemingly ordinary meal felt more significant than the fabled banquet at Hongmen. The woman across from him, with her serene smile, seemed anything but benign. While Lin Yu typically preferred silence during meals, Nangong Luoshi, though not one to speak unnecessarily, also refrained from making small talk, leaving him in a state of apprehension. Just as he contemplated how to break the tension, a familiar voice interrupted. "How rare, Nangong. Sharing a meal with a student?" Lin Yu turned to find Yuan, the formidable figure of Qingmu. In his 50s, with flecks of gray in his hair, Yuan did not conform to the usual academic bureaucrat-esque penchant for dyeing their hair. Thus he appeared somewhat aged. Nangong Luoshi squinted slightly, a smile gracing her lips. "This young man wishes to become your graduate student, so he's taking a rather unconventional route. What do you say, President Yi?" Chapter 108. Aboard the ship, Lin Yu nearly cursed aloud, exasperated by Nangong Luoshi's antics. How could he dare to claim in front of Yi one that he had never expressed a desire to become his graduate student? It was prudent to remain low-key in someone else's territory. Yuan paused, glancing at the seemingly humble Lin Yu, and chuckled. "Aren't you the one who said you weren't planning on pursuing graduate studies?" "Well, it's primarily because teacher Nangong has inspired me in every aspect." Lin Yu subtly glanced at Nangong Luoshi, thinking, let the mutual harm commence. Nangong Luoshi maintained her composure, though internally she seethed with frustration. Did she intend to ruin his prospects for graduate studies? Yuan laughed. "Just make sure you've thought this through before approaching me. However, if Lin Yu wishes to join my graduate program, the standards for exams will be raised considerably." After delivering this statement, he cast a jovial glance at Nangong Luoshi and departed, as he was not one to engage in overly familiar interactions with his teaching staff. In Qingmu, performance was paramount, and Nangong Luoshi was a notable exception to this rule. Once Yuan left, Nangong Luoshi shot Lin Yu an exasperated look. "You ungrateful wretch." Lin Yu chuckled to himself, finding the beautiful teacher's disdain exuded a certain charm. "Teacher Nangong, you can't rush me into this. I need to consult my wife first, then I shall respond. And also to Principal Yuan." Nangong Luoshi nodded in acknowledgement. The ensuing meal felt far less like a banquet of intrigue, as Lin Yu inquired about matters of management. Sticking to broader concepts, Nangong Luoshi was genuinely skilled. Although connected to Yi-1, her academic prowess and logical reasoning set her apart among educators. Curious, Nangong Luoshi remarked. Lin Yu, be honest with me. Your questions were quite broad and not what one would typically need to run a bookstore CAF. Lin Yu, ever candid, replied. I plan to venture into entrepreneurship and perhaps develop a product in the social domain. Nangong Luoshi was taken aback. This endeavor requires significant capital. Although I believe in this field, it certainly cannot be achieved with just a few million. Can it? Her reaction was entirely reasonable, considering Qing Mang's valuation hovered around that figure, if not slightly more. Indeed, it requires substantial funding, Lin Yu affirmed. Nangong Luoshi recalled the highly intelligent management system she had observed in the bookstore, which seemed far superior to those produced by major corporations. Did you develop that management system yourself? Do you have a technical team? Lin Yu chuckled. Teacher, that is classified information. Nangong Luoshi shot him a glare. What? Are you hiding things from your teacher? Just tell me, how much more do you need? Lin Yu was puzzled. Do you have such high hope for this project? Are you considering investing? Nangong Luoshi nodded. I too aspire for financial freedom. You've secured quite a bit of funding, haven't you? Otherwise, this project remains a mere fantasy. Lin Yu scratched his head, contemplating the possibility of collaborating with Nangong Luoshi, for she indeed possessed valuable insight. He had indeed confirmed a significant amount of funding. Swallowing a mouthful of rice, he shyly replied. How much? Nangong Luoshi pressed. Lin Yu grinned. Teacher, that's classified information. Nangong Luoshi felt a rising irritation. The curiosity of women is an intriguing phenomenon. Once ignited, it can linger in their dreams. That night, she had a rather vivid dream. Imagining herself as Lin Yu's secretary in an office, clad in a white shirt and black stockings. This dream startled her awake, drenched in cold sweat. Unable to return to slumber, she splashed water on her face and gazed at her flustered reflection in the mirror, muttering, You truly are a shameless creature, Nangong Luoshi. Yuan had once referred to Nangong Luoshi as a wild spirit from the dragon's backbone, which held some truth considering that in the 21st century, a young woman could still be disinterested in the internet and smartphones. Thus, when Yuan found her using the internet in his office, he was somewhat taken aback. Luoshi, this isn't like you, he remarked, shaking his head. You shouldn't be lurking in my office like this. It's unbecoming. Nangong Luoshi rolled her eyes. What do I have to fear? Who in Qingmu would dare speak against you? Yuan shook his head. The internet at Qingmang is excellent. You could use that instead. In this new era, it's beneficial to learn some internet thinking. Nangong Luoshi pouted. Communicating with teachers and students is quite necessary. Yuan closed his notebook. From now on, you're not allowed to come to my office to use the internet. How stingy. Nangong Luoshi had already found the information she sought, so she paid little attention to Yi-Wen's actions. Aren't you afraid of rumors circulating about you and Teacher Qingmu? Yuan chuckled. Do they need to circulate? The threads on the Qingmu forum regarding you and Lin Yu are nearly crashing the site. Just last night, their maintenance team mentioned needing budget approval. Nangong Luoshi sighed. Oldie, I truly think you should consider a second marriage. This solitary existence is not ideal. Perhaps I could introduce you to our department, Xiaomiao? Yuan replied without hesitation, get lost. Lin Yu sometimes found himself puzzled. Nangong Luoshi seemed to be quite a formidable character, yet after their lunch in the cafeteria, there had been no further developments. The establishment of a new company undoubtedly required a leader. His best role would be as a technical supervisor, as his temperament was purely technical, ill-suited for the machinations of business. Originally, Bai Youyou would have been a suitable candidate, but now it was impractical. As a celebrity, her involvement would attract excessive attention, posing a significant risk for Lin Xiaoming. Therefore, Nangong Luoshi would be an excellent choice as a CEO, and Lin Yu contemplated whether he could entice her onto his ship. No, rather, to his venture. You're not considering pursuing any other girls, are you? Chao Mei, always a step behind. I've been staying at Lin Yu's residence for a couple of days and had only just found the time to check the Qingmu forum that morning. Upon seeing the post about Lin Yu and Teacher Nangong, she felt a pang of jealousy. Lin Yu and Teacher Nangong? Lin Yu shook his head. Don't overthink it. I'm still focused on winning you over. You Haven T spent the night with me lately. Same's face flushed. Senior Lin. It's inappropriate to think of such things so early in the morning. Lin Yu feigned innocence. It's simply about sleeping. Chow Mei, your thoughts are rather convoluted. Just as he finished speaking, the doorbell rang. Chapter 109. Start up on an early morning. A pair of flirtatious individuals turned their heads to see an exceptionally graceful figure entering the room. Indeed, as Chow Chow would have it, speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Strawberry paused momentarily, then puffed out her cheeks and shot Lin Yu a glance that clearly conveyed one sentiment. Scoundrel. Lin Yu, at a loss for words, inquired, Teacher, what would you like to order? Nangong Luoshi, unfamiliar with Zhang Miao, sensed Strawberry's wariness and replied with a smile. One pure Americano and a small cookie, please. Strawberry huffed softly and retreated to the changing room, possibly to inform Bai Youyou of the situation. Lin Yu, with a resigned expression, prepared the snacks and beverages, placing them before Nangong Luoshi. As always, she invited him to sit down. In the following days, Nangong Luoshi frequented the bookstore, sometimes engaging Lin Yu in conversation and other times remaining silent. The gossip circulating on the school forum grew increasingly bizarre, with rumors escalating to the point of suggesting illegitimate children. On Thursday afternoon, Lin Yu could no longer contain himself. Despite Bai Youyou's silence over the past couple of days, he knew she was undoubtedly paying attention. However, he was perplexed as to why she remained mute. Teacher Nangong, while our bookstore offers delightful coffee and popular beverages, is it truly necessary for you to come here daily? Lin Yu chuckled wryly. I was just pondering who would endure longer, and it seems I possess the greater patience. Nangong Luoshi replied with a smile. It's hardly a pressing matter, Lin Yu retorted. I shall be submitting my materials for graduate school tomorrow. If you return, chaos may ensue at home. Nangong Luoshi laughed. What is this? Are you suggesting that, as a store owner, I should rush my customers? I am but a patron, and the customer is king. Lin Yu sighed. Teacher Nangong, you may wield your power as you please, but do not keep me in suspense. The most terrifying aspect of the Sword of Damocles is its indecisive state. Nangong Luoshi stirred her coffee and said earnestly, How about you take me to see your startup? Lin Yu shook his head. That place is currently deserted. The administrative team just started yesterday, and I have yet to visit myself. Frowning, Nangong Luoshi insisted, I'm not merely a passive observer. I am prepared to invest 10 million. Lin Yu was taken aback. Are you serious? How curious. Did you genuinely believe the coffee at Qingmang was that exceptional? Nangong Luoshi retorted, At the end of the day, I am just a woman who needs funds to sustain myself. Is it so wrong for me to aspire to be an independent woman? Lin Yu, alarmed at the prospect of her throwing punches, quickly interjected, Hold on. 10 million cannot sustain you? Also, Teacher Nangong, your proposal is akin to gambling, entirely unbecoming of a professor of business management. Nangong Luoshi smirked. What is this? Are you attempting to engage me in academic discourse? You haven't even obtained your bachelor's degree yet. Lin Yu, feeling exhausted, muttered 10 million. Fine, fine. How much equity do you desire? Nangong Luoshi pondered. I would require around 40%. Lin Yu chuckled. Teacher Nangong, robbing in broad daylight is not done in such a manner. I raised over 100 million in a single funding round. And you wish for 40% in exchange for 10 million? Nangong Luoshi was momentarily stunned. Over 100 million? Is that true? I thought you were an orphan without wealth or influence, as you claimed on the Qingmu forum. It seemed her assumptions were based on misinformation. So, are you taking me to see it or not? Nangong Luoshi pressed, exercising her privilege as a beautiful teacher. Lin Yu, nearly exasperated, realized there was little he could do if she invoked attendance records. His written exam scores were excellent, but his attendance had certainly suffered due to managing the bookstore. He recalled how lenient Nangong Luoshi had been in the past, but if it came to a confrontation, he would be the one to suffer the consequences. All right. Let's go, but you'll have to wait a moment while I tidy up the shop, he conceded. Nangong Luoshi shot him a flirtatious glance, her rapid change of demeanor astonishing. Lin Yu sighed, realizing he was likely to be firmly under her thumb. A black sedan halted in front of an office building that was modest in height, only 7 or 8 stories tall, appearing rather incongruous amidst a cluster of towering skyscrapers. As one of the earliest office buildings in Pingzhou Financial City, many surrounding structures have been demolished or repurposed, and the reason this particular building remained was a mystery. Recently, however, it had undergone a transformation, welcoming a new internet company. Onlookers were skeptical, speculating on how long this company would endure in such an unpromising location. Upon exiting the vehicle, Nangong Luoshi remarked, "Lin Yu, it seems you harbor quite a few secrets, including a personal driver. This doesn't align with your orphan narrative." Lin Yu shook his head. "The car is borrowed, and the driver is hired." "Teacher, your curiosity about me is not a good omen." Nangong Luoshi laughed. "What? Are you afraid I might devour you whole?" Lin Yu scoffed. "Who will consume whom is still uncertain. Is this how you flirt with your teacher, Lin Yu?" Nangong Luoshi retorted with a cold smile. "Are you hoping to fail your classes?" Lin Yu fell silent, realizing that engaging in personal vendettas with her was unwise. Upon reaching the reception desk, Lin Yu found himself in a predicament. He wondered what Lin Pingon intended by assigning such an attractive receptionist to him. "Hello, Mr. Lin." The receptionist, clearly a gem from Haihe Group, greeted him with a sweet smile that was utterly charming. Nangong Luoshi clicked her tongue. "Do all men enjoy the thrill of keeping a concealed beauty?" Lin Yu, exasperated, replied, "Teacher Nangong, do you have no sense of professionalism left? I've never met that girl before. Care to guess if she might try to seduce you in the future?" Nangong Luoshi teased. Lin Yu chose to ignore her question, recognizing that anyone who answered such a query was bound to be foolish. The human resources manager was a middle-aged woman currently in the process of recruiting the administrative team. But given the mediocre technical capabilities of Haihe, the technical department's hiring direction had yet to be established. Lin Yu raised a pertinent question, "Sister Fong. Any technician who can solve this problem should be considered for hiring." Sister Fong's eyes lit up. She was among the few higher-ups in the startup who knew Lin Yu's true identity. A question of such caliber indicated that this young man possessed genuine talent, rather than being someone who foolishly believed himself to be of noble birth. Chapter 110. The neural blade Nangong Luoshi was witnessing Lin Yu earnestly engaged in work for the first time. He sat before the computer desk, his fingers flying across the keyboard with remarkable speed, revealing no signs of being a married man. Lin Yu pointed at several areas on the screen, saying, "Sister Fong, here and here. If both questions are answered correctly, we must retain them." Sister Fong, intrigued, inquired, "The company offers excellent benefits. If there are many candidates for interviews, should we still keep them?" Lin Yu nodded, affirming, "Then we shall keep them all. What if there are thousands?" she asked. Lin Yu chuckled. "Then we would likely become the largest technology company in Pingzhou. By the way, I need to install a plugin in the company's system. The internal network is operational, right?" Sister Fong confirmed with a nod, as these software conditions had been prepared in advance. Lin Yu connected his mobile device, smiling. "Lin Xiaoming, it's your turn now." The electronic female voice emanated from the ceiling speakers, successfully integrated into the company process system. OA system confirmed. Project system confirmed. Schedule system confirmed. The company's lighting dimmed momentarily before brightening. System integration complete, Master. You may issue commands now. Well then, Fong 1, secondary access, code 11. Newcomers receive level 4 access, while middle management gets level 3 access. You can retrieve data from the database yourself. Access matched. Miss Fong, greetings. Sister Fong was momentarily taken aback. It was impressive enough to craft such brilliant interview questions, but she had not anticipated that this young master possessed even greater prowess. A technology company specializing in social products. She realized that Lin Yu had brought along such a formidable tool, artificial intelligence. Did this mean Lin Yu truly commanded a technical team? Observing Fong Wen's bewildered expression, Lin Yu was pleased with the impact of his demonstration. Sister Fong, Lin Xiaoming will assist you with company matters. After all, I still have to study, which may extend my time on campus. It's nothing. Fong 1, an elite from Haihe Group, quickly regained her composure. Indeed, no matter how wealthy a boss might be, they wouldn't carelessly allocate 3 billion to a wealthy heir. Previously, when she had been assigned here, she had worried she had offended the big boss and was being exiled. Now, witnessing this already capable artificial intelligence, she mused that this might indeed be Haihe Group's strategic positioning in the social technology sector. Lin Yu, not idle. store the conceptual framework of the social software he envisioned in the company database. Future programmers would only need to build upon his foundational architecture, enhancing efficiency. I've left a schedule. Once the technical team is in place and reaches the mark point, contact me or have Lin Xiaoming notify me. Lin Yu stood, saving the architecture code. Additionally, the company's security measures must be robust, especially regarding our external network. I will have Lin Xiaoming monitor it, and no storage media is permitted to leave the company. Understood, Mr. Lin, Sister Fong nodded. Working alongside efficient individuals was undoubtedly a relief. Nangong Luoshi, having observed the entire process, couldn't help but exclaim, I'm beginning to think I should borrow money from my family to invest in your project. Lin Yu shrugged. Teacher Nangong, I am not in need of funds, merely confirmation. Nangong Luoshi teased, what? You think I would be interested in you? The company needs a CEO. Since I am not present, someone must be here. Lin Yu replied earnestly. If you join, the CEO position will be yours. Nangong Luoshi laughed. Lin Yu, you're quite bold, directly poaching from Principal Yi. Aren't you afraid he'll make things difficult for you? Oh, I forgot, you're still his graduate student. Lin Yu sighed. Teacher Nangong, do not hide it. You have a keen interest in this project. Even if I invite you, you would still come for an interview. Nangong Luoshi huffed, but did not retort. The company was in its nascent stages, with few personnel, and as Lin Xiaoming had already begun constructing the system, many tasks no longer required Lin Yu's oversight. If something arose, Lin Xiaoming would notify him. I previously thought you were merely dabbling, but seeing that artificial intelligence has left me somewhat intimidated, Nangong Luoshi remarked. My apartment computer is malfunctioning. Lin Yu responded earnestly, Teacher Nangong, do not underestimate the significance of small issues. You do not expect me to repair your computer, do you? Unromantic, Nangong Luoshi retorted. Let us go back to school. I have some questions I wish to ask you. Nangong Luoshi's apartment was adjacent to Qingmu, designed specifically for faculty members. The doorman was genuinely taken aback. Having lived there for 4 years, he had never seen her bring any male visitor, yet today was an exception. Lin Yu had originally intended to decline, but Nangong Luoshi threatened that he might jeopardize his grades, which nearly sent him into despair. In the presence of this formidable teacher, he could not afford to be defiant and complied obediently. Consequently, he found himself in her single apartment. What a calamity! If word got out, the Qingmu Forum would surely erupt. Nangong Luoshi claimed her computer was broken, and Lin Yu initially thought she was joking, only to realize she was serious. After examining it, he determined it was a minor issue, and he crouched beneath the desk to open the computer case. The problem was trivial, and with Lin Yu's adeptness, he swiftly resolved it. However, as he prepared to emerge, an exquisite pair of long legs appeared from under the desk. Lin Yu was momentarily stunned, only to hear Nangong Luoshi's cold laughter. Lin Yu, you're finished. He looked up, finding her propped up with one hand on her chin, the other holding her phone. The shutter sound echoing from the device. Teacher Nangong, is this necessary? You're setting me up just for fixing a computer? Lin Yu nearly lost his composure, realizing that if she shared these photos, he would merely be branded a scoundrel, while the repercussions for her would be far greater. Nangong Luoshi was unconcerned about whether Lin Yu had glimpsed beneath her skirt. She smiled radiantly. What? You care about my reputation? Who would dare? You are my favorite teacher. No contest, so naturally, I must care, Lin Yu replied with a cautious smile. Shall we delete the photos?